obliterated in another strike. Ukrainian officials said the attacks came from missiles launched by Russian aircraft. Once again, there were no obvious military targets. President Zelensky called them absolute evil, perpetrated by savages and terrorists.
Protests sparked by the death of a young woman in police custody are continuing across Iran in defiance of a violent crackdown by the security forces. Video footage shows hundreds of students and schoolgirls joining the demonstrations. There are reports that shops have closed in some cities after a call for a mass strike. An Iranian human rights group based in Norway says 185 people have been killed since the unrest began more than 3 weeks ago. Our correspondent Anna Foster is close to the Iran-Iraq border.
I was just talking to one minibus load of Iranians who were far too scared to speak in a recorded way, to speak on camera or anything like that. They said that their lives are frankly intolerable. They can't go out into the street without fear that they'll be picked up and killed by the intelligence. They live in one of the cities that saw significant protests yesterday, and they said that anecdotally they believe in this one city at least 10 people were killed yesterday.
Germany's foreign minister has called for tough measures against anyone responsible for cracking down on protests in Iran. Annalena Baerbock described those who beat up women and girls on the street as being on the wrong side of history and said the EU would ban them from entry. There have been renewed calls to release the detained Philippine politician Leila de Lima, who was briefly taken hostage when 3 prisoners tried to escape. Mr. Lima has been in jail for 5 years, even though she's not yet been convicted. Our Asia-Pacific editor Michael Bristow reports.
The 3 prisoners, all members of radical Islamist groups, stabbed a prison guard. One of them then took Ms. de Lima hostage. They were eventually shot dead. The politician was unhurt, but taken to hospital for a checkup. The incident has refocused attention on her case. She was accused of 3 drug offences in 2017 after launching investigations into the then-President Rodrigo Duterte. The current President of the Philippines, Ferdinand Marcos, has offered to move her to another prison, but politicians and rights groups want her released.
World News from the BBC. In a move that will heighten tensions with Beirut, Israel has begun testing its gas rig at the offshore Karish field in disputed waters. Israel and Lebanon, which have no diplomatic relations, are engaged in US-brokered talks over maritime borders affecting the Karish and another major gas field. The Iranian-backed Lebanese militant group Hezbollah has threatened to attack the Karish field if Israel starts drilling there without Beirut's consent. The French winner of this year's Nobel Prize for Literature, Annie Ernaux, has called on people to join a protest against her country's president. Left-wing opponents of the government plan to march in Paris next Sunday, angry at Emmanuel Macron's plan to raise the state retirement age and at his failure to tackle inflation. The president insists the measure is necessary to protect France's finances. Police in India have shot dead a young male tiger which had killed at least 9 people since May. Indian conservationists say urban development is bringing dangerous wild animals into more frequent contact with humans. Vanessa Heaney reports.
For 28 days, villagers near the Valmiki Tiger Reserve in Champaran lived in fear, wondering when the Bengal tiger might strike again. And on Friday, it claimed its 8th victim, a man who had gone outside to go to the toilet in some bushes. A massive tiger hunt set off. 200 men and gunmen on elephants surrounded a village. On Saturday, hours after it had mauled a mother and daughter, the tiger was finally shot and killed.
Max Verstappen has secured his 2nd Formula One World Championship after winning the truncated Japanese Grand Prix. He only learned he'd retained his title midway through the post-race television interview because of the confusion on the rain-drenched track. Verstappen's win in Japan makes him only the 3rd driver after Michael Schumacher and Sebastian Vettel to clinch the F1 title with 4 races to spare. BBC News.
On a misty October day in 1821, William Cobbett, one of the greatest journalists of the age, set off on horseback on a unique series of journeys around rural England, down forgotten byways and old back lanes. As a farmer himself, his aim was to see at first hand the state of the countryside and the hardships of those who lived there.
Fog. that you might cut with a knife all the way from London to Newbury. This fog is rather a smoke than a fog, and prevented me from seeing much. But the fields of Swedish turnips that I did see were good, pretty good, though not clean and neat like those in Norfolk. The farmers here, as everywhere else, complain most bitterly, but they hang on like sailors to the masts or hull of a wreck.
These observations form the basis of the book Cobbett is best remembered for today, Rural Rides, but it's only part of the impact of this larger-than-life figure. A champion of the rural poor who campaigned for fair and equal access to land, a political agitator demanding reform, an enemy of the establishment, and a savage satirist whose pet hates included tea drinkers, potatoes, and the Lord Chancellor, nicknamed
Lord Crackskull.
And
the weasel, the nightmare, the indigestion.
Referred to as the people's friend, William Cobbett was greeted by adoring crowds wherever he went. But there was also a darker side to his populism. I'm Bridget Kendall with The Forum from the BBC World Service, and joining me to explore the life of William Cobbett are Dr. Richard Thomas, chairman of the William Cobbett Society and co-editor of The Opinions of William Cobbett with James Grand and John Stevenson; Catherine Stern, the editor of Cobbett's New Register and lecturer on Cobbett for the Workers' Educational Association; and Ruth Livesey, Professor of English Literature at Royal Holloway, University of London, who specialises on the 19th century. Ruth, can you start by giving us an image of the man? What did he look like?
So Cobbett was a beefy kind of looking chap and looked the part of a rural farmer, which was exactly where he was from. He was born into a rural labouring family in the south of England. Rosy cheeks, quite ruddy faced. And in the political cartoons, when he started coming to prominence, there was this beautiful coordination of imagery because he looked just like the stereotype of England, John Bull. So this popular cartoon of a beefy man in a red waistcoat banging the table and asking for a nice bit of roast beef. And that made him a real gift for cartoonists. But he played on it himself as being your archetypal, straightforward, rural English man.
Sounds as though the word bombastic would be suitable to describe him.
Oh, more than that even. You just couldn't shut him up. I'm sure we'll talk more about this, but he just was all voice and word, holding forth his opinions wherever anyone could hear him. And if they couldn't hear him, he would go there. And that was the whole point of the rural rides, that when anyone stopped him speaking or gathering people around him, he found a way around it.
William Cobbett's life was so eventful, he even became a Member of Parliament in later life. But Richard, tell us a bit more about his early years.
Well, he was born on a small farm, and his father brewed beer, and it is now the William Cobbett pub in Farnham. In his very early years were that of a farm boy. He scared away the rooks from the crops. He learned to plant and weed different cereal crops and so on. He looked after the animals on the farm, and he gradually learnt the skill of ploughing with shire horses. So all the basic skills that a person who worked in the country would slowly acquire. And his father was very proud of his boys and said that my boys are as good as any 4 full-grown men. So he was a genuine, knowledgeable countryman. That launched him pretty well into the rest of his life.
So born in 1763, so this is in the second half of the 18th century, Catherine, he was quite precocious, wasn't he?
Yes, his daughter gives an account of his childhood. He was taught to read largely by his father at the fireside in the evenings. And Anne relates how Cobbett was always interested in listening to the newspaper, to the news. He was asking his father questions where the other boys got bored and went off and couldn't work out why Cobbett was so interested when he was normally the first one out in frolics and daring. Well, he wanted to know and he wanted to listen. And apparently he would go out onto the heath and give speeches to the furze bushes at his own admission. So, yes, there's a precocity there, unquestionably.
And then, Richard, he ran away from home.
Well, I think that's putting it fairly strongly. What he was going to be doing is going to Guildford Fair with 3 young ladies. And he saw the London coach coming down the hill and said goodbye to the 3 young ladies and got on the coach and went to London, virtually never to return, certainly never to live in Farnham. So I suppose that is running away from home. But he'd already got away from home a couple of times and realised that the world was a slightly larger place than the world he was living in. He'd been to Portsmouth to see his uncle and seen the Navy, and so he felt the world he lived in was not big enough for him. So he did go off to London, spent a year in a terribly boring job, and then signed up for the army. And his career took off.
And in joining the army, he ended up in Canada for 6 years. And that was where he really completed his education, wasn't it, Richard?
Well, he was on sentry duty and literally learnt an English grammar. And so one of the reasons, I think, why his writings are always considered to be enjoyable, readable, accessible to not totally well-lettered people is that he wrote simple, straightforward, plain, pungent English, and also learned to pick up the cadences of people's speech rather than formal, sort of Latinate structures. He had a very low opinion of universities and managed to be one of the best writers of the English language without ever going near a university. So in Canada, he did move himself from being literate to being very literate, and in fact was teaching drills and doing materials for some of the officers because they couldn't write out instructions for the soldiers. He had to do it for them. That's why, I suppose, he quickly rose to the job of sergeant major.
I think he was in Canada for 6 years. So, Catherine, how else was he affected by this experience? Because this was a critical time, wasn't it, in North America?
Yes, the important thing really for Cobbett, for the lasting effect for him, was actually before he rose to the rank of corporal, when he was on his sixpence a day as a private soldier and experienced hunger of an extraordinary degree, which he never forgot. And he records how he'd saved halfpenny one week and he was about to spend it the next morning on a red herring, but it vanished. It somehow had gone, and he got into bed, covered himself with his blanket and cried like a child. He describes 2 young men, full-grown, hearty ploughboys like him, who simply died from hunger as private soldiers because they didn't have enough to eat. So it's that hunger which stayed with him.
So he was a young man who'd been sent off to fight in the colonies in the British Army. He also met his future wife, Anne, there, didn't he, Richard? Was he a good husband?
Well, that is sometimes debated. I think he, on balance, was. He saw this young girl outside her father's house washing the laundry in the snow. I think she was about 13 at the time. They said, "That's the girl for me." And he collected together his money. And when she went back to England, he gave her the money he'd saved and said, "Look after this and I'll come back and get you when I finished in the army," which he duly did. Got married, had several children. He was always quite kind to his wife. When she was pregnant or breastfeeding, he would go and scare away the dogs that were upsetting her. And he did try his best to do things differently. He didn't send his kids to school where he was afraid they'd get beaten, didn't want that to happen. Towards the end of his life, I'm afraid he did have a sort of nervous breakdown and was estranged from his family. But I think 30, 40 years, he was a reasonable husband, given the standards of the time.
And actually, his advice to young men is really interesting on that, I think. He's very clear, to his sons and the kind of other readers, what you should look for in a wife and life companion. And it's quite broad-minded for the time and very practical and very open about women's sexual desire as well, actually, which I find really unexpected, to kind of praise the warmth of women's own sexual needs as well. His list of priorities, I think, are very refreshing for the day and not what you might think of as a kind of 19th century mindset at all. Very open and very about companionship and working together to run a household.
And going back to that time in Canada, Richard, that was when he first saw corruption during his time in the army and he tried to expose it. What happened exactly?
Well, Catherine's point about knowing people who starved to death is very crucial to this. He saw the officers were creaming off some of the money for rations and spending it on themselves, and was outraged by this. His fellow sergeant said, "Well, this is normal, don't make a fuss." But he did make a fuss, and there is absolutely no doubt whatsoever that he was right. When he got back to England, he got himself out of the army, got his case organised, got hold of the politicians, the Lord Chancellor, all the senior judges, and was about to mount his case when a friendly couple of sergeants said, "I wouldn't go into the court if I was you, because they have got other officers and some of the other sergeants to swear that you're making this up and it's all wrong and you'll be in serious trouble." which is why he then didn't go into the courtroom, went to France for a few months, and then went back to America. So, if you like, he ran away a second time, but this time quite sensibly.
And when he got back to America, this time to Philadelphia, this was where he began his career as a journalist, writing under the name of Peter Porcupine. I suppose, in other words, a writer with a spiky quill pen.
Yes.
He soon became known as a defender of the poor against corruption and hypocrisy, but he ended up making enemies. Isn't that right, Richard?
Well, he was very good at making enemies. There's almost nobody he was consistently nice about. He attacked them, sometimes, I think, out of amusement for himself, sometimes quite genuine. And the two people that he really annoyed when he was in America were the leading doctor of the time, Dr. Rush, and the Chief Justice of Philadelphia, McLean. Now, both of these were signatories of the American Declaration of Independence, so they were very much members of the American elite. He accused McLean of drunkenness, and he accused Rush of incompetence. Now, there's quite a lot of academic material suggesting that Rush was medically incompetent, not because he was a bad man, but some of the things he wished to do were to bleed people as treatment for almost anything, including yellow fever. And it's fairly certain that his treatment speeded up the death of George Washington. So he was a dangerous person to have around as your chief doctor. Now, he wrote very rudely about them and attacked them in his Peter Porcupine writings, and they both sued him, and the Chief Justice was not going to allow him to get away with it, so he then fled in 1800, fled back to England. And again, I think the evidence suggests that Cobbett was pretty accurate in his reporting, but his excessively enthusiastic way of writing about it got himself famous and then infamous.
So, returning to England, he was offered 2 jobs working on pro-government newspapers. Given he had such a sharp tongue, though, Catherine, why would they want to employ him?
Well, the reason the government was so pro-Cobbett when he got back from America was he'd used his pen, the power of his pen, to stop America from joining the French in the Napoleonic Wars against England. And in fact, he succeeded. America didn't join with France, although both of them had recently broken away from monarchical power, so they were natural allies. So the government were absolutely delighted with his performance by Cobbett. In fact, they'd been publishing the stuff he'd been writing in America at home in England. So when he got back, he was absolutely feted. Somebody suggested in the House of Commons that he was worth a statue in gold for his performance in America. So he really was on the side of the establishment. And that's what's sort of interesting about Cobbett. At that point in his life, he was defending the establishment absolutely tooth and nail. And in some ways, I think it's his repentance once he found things were different that gave strength to what he did next.
So what he did do next was to decide to be an independent journalist with his own newspaper, the Political Register. Catherine, tell us about that.
So he set up his own newspaper in about 1802, and it ran for the entirety of his life. It was a weekly newspaper, tremendously successful. It outsold any of the other newspapers of the day. It appealed to everyone. His readership was vast. Prime ministers read it. Presidents of the United States read it. Napoleon read it. The chief poets of England, Shelley, Coleridge and Wordsworth, read it. And the labourers read it, gathered around a newspaper perhaps that one of them had purchased in a tavern, and perhaps one of them read it to the others if he was able to read. So it really had a vast readership, and that's probably the most sort of extraordinary thing about it. No one before or since has really achieved that, I don't think.
Ruth, it sounds as though if you put him in comparison to what we have today, he might be a campaigner or a blogger today. But can you put him in the wider context of his time?
Yeah, I think in terms of today, that's exactly how he'd be looking to control how the stories got out and what stories got out and change the news agenda. That was always his intent. In the context of the time, returning to England at that period was a deeply unhappy period, and what he started to witness were the huge scale of national debt that had accumulated during the Napoleonic Wars, and a political establishment that was really struggling to keep control of what he termed kind of old corruption, this idea that there was a corruption in the heart of government that kept the rich, the very wealthy landowners rich, and that were bleeding workers and labourers in the countryside in particular, bleeding them dry. So there was a huge structural adjustment going on when the wars ended. But what Cobbett lived through and wrote about, and the Political Register is an extraordinary account of, is what the process of industrialisation looks like in the countryside. So in Britain in the 19th century, it's one of the first countries to really go through industrialisation and industrial development and the growth of life in cities and towns. And perhaps we often remember the accounts, the novels, the political writings that focus on a great city like Manchester or London or elsewhere in the West as it went through this earlier industrialisation. But we have very few voices that talked about what that experience is like for those who live in the countryside, where you've got a much more unsettled population of people who are paid by the day, people whose children are having to move to cities to make a living and a livelihood. And Cobbett's voice, over and above all, really gives us this incredible insight to the pain of people's lives and livelihoods that looked like they were getting disconnected from the countryside in which they might have lived for generations, really.
The clock was gone. The brass kettle was gone. The pewter dishes were gone. The feather bed was gone. The Sunday coat was gone. All was gone. How miserable, how deplorable, how changed that labourer's dwelling which I, only 20 years before, had seen so neat and so happy.
And then side by side with growing industrialisation and the aftermath of the Napoleonic Wars, there was also the growing impact of the Enclosure Acts. This was a very important transformation in England, which had huge economic and social consequences. So, Richard, can you briefly explain what the Enclosure Acts were?
Well, for hundreds of years, obviously agriculture was the main industry. Most people lived on the land, through the land, processing material, wool, etc., coming from the land. And the land was owned mostly by the elite, by the rich. Some middle-ranking farmers had some land. And at the bottom of the pyramid were lots and lots of people with no rights, except occasionally to put their sheep and a few sheep, a few goats, a few cattle on common land. And increasingly over the years, this common land was enclosed. Literally, fences were put round them, and they became the property of a landowner or of a more substantial, well-connected farmer. And they had to get permission to do this through Enclosure Acts, Acts of Parliament. In 1801, there was the General Enclosure Act, which made it much easier to enclose common land. So at the time of the wars against France and then the Napoleonic Wars, when everything was more difficult, the local food was more expensive, the richer farmers enclosed some of the common land. So the poorer people had less and less access to this open land, therefore couldn't put their sheep or their cows there, therefore didn't have an income, a little separate income from their day wages, of which they could make milk and cream and have some eggs. And therefore Cobbett kept reminding everybody in his writings that the poor were getting poorer, that the good old days, in quotation marks, had now gone and people were suffering. And indeed, for some of the worst years, people were literally, not metaphorically, literally dying of hunger in certain parts of the country.
The cause is this. The big bullfrog grasps all. In this beautiful island, every inch of land is appropriated by the rich. No hedges, no ditches, no commons, no grassy lanes. A country divided into great farms. A few trees surround the great farmhouse, all the rest is bare of trees, and the wretched labourer has not a stick of wood, and has no place for a pig or a cow to graze, or even to lie down upon.
The big bullfrog taking all the best land for himself, whereas Cobbett, it sounds, wants everyone to have the right to their own piece of land and to be able to live off it. Catherine, is that akin to what many people aspire to today? I'm thinking of the allotment movement in the UK, for instance, land allocated to small private plots where people grow their own vegetables.
There's definitely a sense of continuity in Cobbett's idea that each person should be allowed to enjoy the fruits of the earth, especially if they're prepared to work hard. And the allotment movement absolutely fits in with that vision that you need your bit of land because then whatever happens, you can have enough food. Whatever happens, you can eat well and you have a control over that. And interestingly, the amount of land Cobbett recommended was 1/4 of an acre. And when the allotment movement first started in the 1920s or 30s, it was 1/4 of an acre that was given. So he's certainly a champion of the self-sufficiency movement.
And Cobbett actually wrote books telling people how to be self-sufficient and grow their own on a small patch of land. And this wasn't just useful, practical information, was it? It was also delivered in a very accessible style. Ruth, can you give some examples of what made his writing so effective?
I think some of Cobbett's writing is so effective because it is very simple, very direct, very unlike writing of the period. And it was a shock to me as a literary scholar who reads, tons of novels from this period to realise how fresh and up to date Cobbett's style is. And one of my other favourite writers of the period describes Cobbett's writings as being like serving up pancakes from a griddle, hot and hot and hot, the one after another. There's a sentence that comes out, bang, all like blows from a boxer's fist, pow. Every time you think he's coming to an end, there's another pungent sentence, often in capital letters with an exclamation mark, just to draw your attention to the point he's making. But at the same time, in something like Rural Rides, where he's not making a strong political point as if he's standing on a soapbox, in Rural Rides, he has a degree of very fine, detailed attention to the colour of the stone that the road's made of, the quality of the tree that grows there. Yes, what the size of the turnips and the corn in the fields are, but very detailed. And you're with him as he sort of sits on his horseback and he's scanning the landscape and talking about how it's changed since he was last there, and then transcribing the conversations he has with people. So in a really lovely way, Rural Rides is in its style a protest about the kind of enclosure that we heard about. It's saying that writing and the English language is for everybody. It's not private. You don't have to have had a great training in Latin and Greek to be able to write. Everyone can own this language. Everyone can notice the world around it and translate it into a beautiful piece of writing. Everyone's voice has a place in this nation, and this is why so many other voices of people he bumps into are there in the Political Register and in Rural Rides in his newspaper. That it's about a kind of inclusion on a common ground. And so his idea of England is of a common ground, at least for the English, which of course has its own problems.
Thanks to you all for the moment. In part 2 of the programme, we'll look at how William Cobbett was charged with inciting riots as England verged on the edge of revolution, and how he finally succeeded in becoming a Member of Parliament. And we'll look further at the legacy of this powerful campaigner today. Stay with us. We'll be back after this news summary.
This is the BBC World Service, exploring frontier communities.
We're in Niagara Falls, two communities separated by a sophisticated and highly functional border, the one between the US and Canada.
Niagara Falls, New York, was an engine of manufacturing.
But now they're gone. Today it's a rust belt.
Our friends to the north were developing an entertainment and tourism industry.
Niagara Falls, Canada has since simply left its neighbour in its economic wake.
50% of our revenue does come from the Americans. Their money goes farther and it's a better view.
If the border worked to enrich Canadian Niagara, something more traumatic occurred as a result of the pandemic.
Both governments were using the border really as political theatre to sort of showcase how they were protecting their communities.
There is a new wariness, not between communities, but rather of their respective governments. On the Border, with me, Tim Marshall.
Wednesday at 8 and 19 GMT.
Still to come on the forum, more on the 19th century English writer and campaigner William Cobbett. More on his best-known work, Rural Rides, and what it revealed about life in rural England in the 1820s. His foray into politics in defence of the so-called swing riots, which helped pave the way for the Great Reform Act of 1832. And the darker side of his populism, views that sit uncomfortably with many people today. So do join us again after the news.
BBC News with Julie Candler. There's been another Russian attack on civilian targets in the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhia. At least 17 people have been killed. President Zelensky called the attacks, which came after a series of Russian setbacks on the battlefield, absolute evil. Moscow is meanwhile carrying out assessments on the bridge to occupied Crimea that sustained major damage in an explosion on Saturday. Pro-reform demonstrations have continued in Iran despite heavy measures by the security forces. There are also reports that shops have been closed in some cities. Rights activists say almost 200 protesters have been killed since the demonstrations began. Germany says the EU will impose sanctions against Iranian authorities cracking down on the protests. The foreign minister said those beating up women and girls were on the wrong side of history. There have been calls to free the imprisoned Philippines politician Leila de Lima, who was briefly taken hostage by radical Islamists attempting to escape the jail. Mr. Lima was jailed without being convicted after starting an investigation into the then president, Rodrigo Duterte. Kyrgyzstan has at the last minute cancelled Russian-led military exercises. Correspondents say the decision highlights how Moscow's influence in the region is diminishing. The Foreign Correspondents Club of Thailand has criticised the US news channel CNN's decision to film inside the nursery school, where dozens of people, most of them children, were killed on Thursday. The group called the move unprofessional and unethical. Initial results from Lesotho's parliamentary elections suggest a new party founded by a diamond magnate is on course for a landslide victory. The governing All Basotho convention hasn't won a single seat so far. And Max Verstappen has won the Japanese Grand Prix and with it this year's Formula One championship. BBC News.
This is The Forum from the BBC World Service. I'm Bridget Kendall, and joining me to find out more about William Cobbett are Dr. Richard Thomas, Catherine Stern and Professor Ruth Livesey. And by the way, if you'd like to listen again to this programme or hear about other topics on historical personalities, you can download past editions of The Forum as a free podcast. Just type in bbcworldservice.com/forum. Well, as we've been hearing, the situation of the rural poor was becoming increasingly desperate. And in early 19th century England, revolution was in the air. And the Peterloo Massacre of 1819 brought the prospect of an uprising even closer. Ruth, can you fill us in?
So there's a real sense of anxiety that the country is teetering on the verge of revolution. And then on top of that, perfectly peaceful and legitimate demonstrations for more political representation were cracked down with in deeply repressive ways. Most notably, perhaps, was the Peterloo Massacre in 1819, which was an occasion when some protesters, both men and women, had gathered in St Peter's Fields in Manchester, and this peaceful protest was cut down by armed soldiers on horseback, leading to many deaths. And in the aftermath of that, there was a set of extremely repressive legal acts restricting the circulation of news, restricting the ability of people to assemble and be spoken to for fears of the fomenting of rebellion and revolution. And so at this time, Cobbett's ability to move around and speak to large groups of people and the circulation of his political registers was really, really constrained by the laws. And so being Cobbett, he thought it was time to find new ways to get out there and speak to the people.
And so these events were the impetus for rural rides, Cobbett's celebrated tour of England on horseback in 1821. As we heard at the beginning of the programme, he deliberately chose to travel down old lanes. And why was that, Ruth?
Well, he had very strong feelings about main roads and turnpike roads. He saw these turnpike roads as part of the kind of privatisation of common ground in the way that the enclosures of pasture land were similar. He wanted to go on horseback because he wanted to go down the narrow lanes, the hollow ways, talk to people at their gates, cottages in their own front gardens, and that involved going the byways and the back ways. So if the political repressive pieces of legislation said that he couldn't gather lots of people together on a piece of open ground, he would go and talk to farmers in their own houses. He would go and talk to a few people in individual parishes. And so it was his way of making sure that he could still spread the message and bring people together, even when the government were making sure he couldn't bring large crowds together to speak to them.
And these back roads of rural rides also presented a unique view of the English countryside before the Industrial Revolution, though already machinery was gradually taking over jobs once done by agricultural workers, like the threshing machine for removing seeds from stalks and husks, reducing opportunities for work. Following a poor harvest in 1829, workers were on the verge of starvation, and widespread machine breaking and uprisings took place, now referred to as the Swing Riots. Richard, can you tell us about this?
The Swing Riots were named after Captain Swing, who didn't exist. It was a journalistic invention. But essentially, it led to active rioting, rick burning, the breaking up of threshing machines, and Cobbett was accused of supporting them, but Cobbett was never against reform. He wanted the threshing machines to be there to increase productivity, but not for people to be thrown out and become unemployable. And that was what he kept saying. So the riots really scared the government, and they had very little choice but to talk about reform, but they were determined to resist reform for as long as possible. There were around this period over 200 things for which you could be hanged or transported, and those included things now we wouldn't even get a fine for, like taking a rabbit or a hare from a farmer's field. So I think we have to almost step back and think that this is not like it is today, only worse. This is a whole different world of official violence against the poor people who could do very little to fight back except cause mayhem in the countryside, which Cobbett was against.
So Richard mentioned that Cobbett was accused of supporting these riots. Catherine, he was even charged with inciting them. But what was his actual involvement and how did this all play out?
Well, Cobbett had been writing about the discontent in the countryside, obviously, and trying to fathom out the reasons why. And one of his articles, he said, sometimes evil comes from good. But that does not mean we should do evil in order to achieve good. And he went on to say that the labourers, through destroying machines, had achieved at least some good in that their wages in some cases had gone up. For that, he was accused of inciting rioting. And he was brought to court in 1830 for seditious libel for this article. And Cobbett decided to represent himself there, which was a brave thing to do. And he also decided to enjoy it because he subpoenaed, which meant he demanded that the presence in court of almost the entire cabinet. That's the Prime Minister, the Home Secretary, the Chancellor, amongst others, who were all present, while Cobbett then had the opportunity to first defend himself by saying, well, you've been borrowing my writings all along in your efforts to stop the machine breaking. And he dressed them personally with the very articles that they'd borrowed. So their attack started to fall apart at that point. And then he took the opportunity to accuse them of all the things he'd been wanting to accuse them of for a long time to their faces. So they were the most tyrannical faction in recorded history, according to him. So Cobbett got off, but the jury was split 6-6. So it was very tight. And I think it's one of those things
his tactics. Don't forget that Mikel Arteta as well was there for a long while. So there is that connection, there is this knowledge about how they act on the pitch. So, that will be maybe the game that everyone wants to see, because that will be a tactical battle. So let's see. But obviously, Gabriel Jesus is in great form, and I think he would love to do a lot of good and a lot of damage against Man City.
Oh, we'll look out for that one, definitely. The players starting to emerge from the tunnel at the Emirates. Martin Odegaard and Jordan Henderson, the captains, leading the teams out. We must speak Liverpool, of course. It's 7 years, would you believe it, this weekend, since Jurgen Klopp became Liverpool's manager. He left his previous 2 management jobs at German clubs Mainz and Borussia Dortmund, strangely enough, after 7 years. But he has no plans to bring his time at Anfield to an end.
I have absolutely no problem with energy, and the situation is completely different here. It's intense, no doubt about that. I got older. Everybody got older. That's time. But it's nice as well. I got so many things back. Yes, this is a difficult time. I know with 1 point more, Chelsea sacked Thomas Tuchel. It was funny. In Germany, Tuchel got sacked with 10 points, and Klopp stays in the job with 9 points. So I don't have to ask me why that's the case, but it's just we have the chance still to create something really special. From this point, does it look in the moment we will be champion at the end of the year? Unfortunately not. But in all other competitions, we are not out yet. And we are not, and nobody knows where we'll end up in the league. So let's give it a go.
Yeah, you've got to keep the faith, haven't you? A lovely embrace there on the touchline between Jurgen Klopp and Mikel Arteta, both men full of smiles. Is it too much of a long way back for Liverpool, Johan, at this stage? I mean, if they lose today, that will leave them 14 points behind Arsenal. Is that too big a gap to catch up?
It's always tough with football because momentum plays such a key. You never know. What can it be? Maybe they lost this one, but then they have a 10-match run when they win every game, and then they close the gap because Arsenal or Man City lose a few points. So it's hard to say that will decide their fate. But obviously, it will decide how close Arsenal is to getting closer to the title. Because if they can beat Liverpool at home and put them back, the title contenders are further away. So that's a good thing for Arsenal. But then I would not say that will be a decider of where Liverpool can finish.
No, there's still a lot of football to be played, isn't there? Johan Giroud, great to have you with us. I know we'll be touching base once again at half-time. Whether you'll still have that wonderful smile of yours on your face remains to be seen. We will find out in around 90 minutes. Thank you, the former Arsenal and Switzerland defender Johan Giroud there, live on Sports. Well, thanks to Aaron Paul as well, our football reporter today. We'll be touching base with Aaron, or AP as I like to call him, at half-time. Let's cross, though, live to the Emirates, though. Commentary of the big one today in the Premier League, Arsenal against Liverpool, and taking you through it, the former Premier League striker Glenn Murray is alongside the BBC's Alistair Bruce-Ball.
Sounds so great on paper, but Liverpool, of course, having played 7 games in the Premier League, have only won a couple of them this season. Arsenal, if they can win this one, have a chance to reclaim top spot in the Premier League table and move 1 point ahead of Manchester City. Michael Oliver's the referee. He is all decked out in black. His 2 assistant referees stand either side of him, and the 2 captains just being called to the centre circle at the moment. That is Jordan Henderson for Liverpool, making his 550th club appearance, debut as an 18-year-old for Sunderland at Stamford Bridge back in November 2008. And here he is in October 2022, making a 458th appearance for Liverpool. Martin Odegaard is his opposite number this afternoon. The coin is spun. Arsenal players in a team huddle. Red shirts, white sleeves, white shorts, red socks. No shiny red pants like Tony Adams on Strictly last night. But he is here, the Arsenal great, inside the stadium to watch the action. Apparently really stole the show on Strictly last night. And Liverpool look really up for the challenge. Not been quite themselves this season. They are in change kit, all in white pretty much with black trim, sort of grey colour woven into that white strip. And the team news nice and simple. I'll give you the full lineups in a second. But basically 1 change for Arsenal. No Zinchenko, not even on the bench. Tomiyasu comes in to start at left back. That is a first Premier League start of the season for him. And Liverpool, Jurgen Klopp names the same team that beat Rangers 2-0 on Wednesday night. So that is Jordan Henderson and Thiago in central midfield. And a sort of attacking front four of Salah, Jota, Diaz and Nunez. That is positive, Glenn, isn't it? That is, considering the form Arsenal are in and how strong they are in midfield, that's a positive lineup.
Yes, I must admit, when I saw the team sheets, that's an 11 players that excite me hugely. They are coming to Arsenal today. They're coming to win. They're coming to stamp their authority on this game, and I just look forward to Arsenal's reaction. Right,
let's see what they've got. Gabriel Jesus immediately putting Virgil van Dijk under pressure. He didn't really enjoy the ball back to him. Knocked off his feet, kept the ball for Liverpool, comes back to his goalkeeper Alisson. So the outfield players all in white, Alisson the goalkeeper all in black. The players taking the knee ahead of kick-off on that first whistle you heard, as they've been doing in the Premier League this weekend, continuing the message that there is no room for racism. Tsimikas controls the ball inside the Liverpool half, wide on the left, back to Alisson again, goes for the Luka Modric outside of the right foot spinning pass forward. Saliba gets a half clearance on it. Luis Diaz was almost away there, and then Arsenal win it back. It was Saliba, and Bukayo Saka has a first chance to run at the Liverpool back line this afternoon. Good ball to Ødegaard. Ødegaard's got a runner on the left. Martinelli sticks it away with his right foot in the first minute of the game. Arsenal lead against Liverpool. What a start from Mikel Arteta's team. On fire this season, on fire this afternoon. Arsenal 1, Liverpool 0.
They were like a knife through butter there. It was a brilliant move from Arsenal. He played from the right-hand side, through Ødegaard to the left-hand side. The on-running Martinelli opens his right foot out and just tucks it into the back of the net. And the crowd have gone absolutely wild. And I'm looking here, and this Liverpool team seem shell-shocked.
Goal will be checked by VAR for offside, of course. Jurgen Klopp, I saw, just querying it with the fourth official, Andy Madley. And actually, Andy Madley has just done that with his thumb and his forefinger to say it was that close. So he's probably got word from the VAR, Darren England, for this game this afternoon. Arsenal players, having completed the celebrations, are on their way back to the halfway line. We still need to get this goal confirmed, and we are now seeing the images on the screen. Glenn Murray's having a look at them at the moment.
Yes, it's really, really tight. And again, it's come down that right-hand side of Liverpool, that Trent Alexander-Arnold side. It's come into question a lot, and another goal on his side, and we see it here, and he's onside because I think it's Virgil van Dijk that's tracked Saka back. This goal's going to be given, Ali.
Yeah, Saka got word early on. The fans know it now. Michael Oliver blows the whistle. Arsenal fans celebrated it once. They can celebrate it again. What a great start for them, leading Liverpool by a goal to 0. Ball lobbed forward to the halfway line. Jordan Henderson plays a pass forward, volleyed away by Gabriel. 1-0 to the Arsenal, ringing round the Emirates Stadium. Long way to go.
Yes, a very, very long way. And now this is a test of this Arsenal side, this inexperienced Arsenal side. Can they manage this game? It's in their hands now. They just need to do the right things.
On the front foot again, Arsenal. Tomiyasu gets a first touch of the afternoon, plays the ball out to the goal scorer, Martinelli. Cuts in from the left-hand side, turns away from Mo Salah, plays the ball back out to the left. Granit Xhaka is over there hugging the touchline, plays a rather different role in this Arsenal team now, still ostensibly in central midfield, but given so much more licence in the formation. Warm welcome to our listeners on the World Service around the globe this afternoon. Goal has gone in early. Gabriel Martinelli. I think it's going to go down. I'm not sure that's a first-minute goal or a second-minute goal. I had a look at the stopwatch, and my stopwatch just ticked over to 60 seconds played as the ball hit the back of the net. So it doesn't matter. Arsenal have an early lead, and we've not been able to give you the two-team lineups as yet. Let's do that now. Arsenal have Aaron Ramsdale in goal, Ben White, William Saliba, Gabriel, and Takahiro Tomiyasu at left-back this afternoon. Partey and Xhaka in central midfield. Bukayo Saka on the right. Martinelli, the goal scorer, on the left. And Martin Ødegaard playing behind Gabriel Jesus. Thiago in the Liverpool midfield. Long ball down the left-hand touchline is a good ball, well measured. Finds Tsimikas, driven cross on the half volley to the far post. Salah was lurking. Tomiyasu is there to head it away. Here's Martinelli. Again, excellent close control. Fouled inside his own half by Luis Diaz. Arsenal get the free kick. More thoughts from Glenn Murray in a second. Here's your Liverpool lineup. Alisson in goal. Trent Alexander-Arnold, Joel Matip, Virgil van Dijk and Kostas Tsimikas, with Andy Robertson still missing at the moment. Henderson and Thiago in central midfield. Salah, Jota, Diaz playing off Darwin Núñez up front. 4.5 minutes gone. Arsenal leading Liverpool by a goal to nil. Gabriel with a left-footed ball forward to Xhaka. Xhaka to Partey, back out to the left to Tomiyasu. Played back to Gabriel again. Gabriel forward into midfield. Jesus is under pressure there and he's lost it, and Darwin Núñez brings it forward. Fancies a shot, wins a corner as the shot's deflected and goes behind. Glenn Murray.
And just as Arsenal had possession there, Liverpool lined up in more of a 4-3-3 with Mo Salah on the right of that midfield and Jota was on the right of the forward three. So I wonder if that's what they're trying to adopt, but Núñez was very direct there, wanted to get his shot off early and result in a corner for Liverpool.
Arsenal 1, Liverpool 0 on the BBC World Service, BBC Radio 5 Live and the BBC Sounds app. Corner for Liverpool. Trent Alexander-Arnold holds his left arm in the air, 2 steps to the ball. It's an away swinger. Xhaka gets a header on it. Van Dijk tries to get to the loose ball. Martinelli, look at the speed, getting away from Luis Diaz. Got a nudge in the back. He's pushed over. Is it going to be an early yellow card? Michael Oliver goes to his pocket. Martinelli has stayed down. Luis Diaz gets booked.
Yes, I think Michael Oliver had no option but to give Diaz a yellow card there. He just committed a foul no longer than 90 seconds before that, and another one immediately after, especially when Martinelli was away. He burnt him. It was a foot race over about 50 yards. Martinelli had him for pace, and his legs get tangled up there, and a deserved yellow card.
Do you think so? I just watching the close-up on the legs there. Martinelli's legs caught each other, but there might have been a clip from Diaz that sort of led to him doing that. Anyway, VAR can't look at a yellow card, and Luis Diaz is on the yellow card. Ben White scoots it forward. Saka in his dark blue boots stretches out a left leg, can't control it. Van Dijk plays it back to Alisson, closed down quickly by Jesus. Alisson curls a ball out to the left. Tsimikas is there, drives it forward. Arsenal fans shouting offside as Núñez runs onto it. Assistant referee waves the flag and the Arsenal fans applaud him for getting that decision correct, and I think we could all see that from here. Here's Gabriel, plays it to the left to Granit Xhaka. Xhaka's ball down the inside left channel. Alexander-Arnold is able to intercept it, drives the diagonal forward, looks over, hit that beyond Luis Diaz, can't collect it, and behind it goes for the goal kick. So 7 minutes played, Arsenal leading Liverpool by a goal to nil.
As soon as Trent Alexander-Arnold picked that ball up in the right back slot, he was looking for that diagonal pass, but really good defender by Arsenal. Ben White gets tight into Diaz along with Saliba and gives him no room at all, and the ball just runs through to relative safety.
I think Premier League are saying first minute goal in the first minute for Gabriel Martinelli. 4th of the season, and I think from what Glenn has just scribbled down on his iPad next to me, might belong in Glenn Murray's fantasy football team as well. Is that correct, Glenn?
He certainly is, Ali. He certainly is.
Joy for Glenn Murray here, sitting alongside me at the Emirates Stadium. Martinelli released by Jesus down the left-hand side. Alexander-Arnold makes the tackle. Ball comes off Martinelli and goes out for a throw into Liverpool. So test for Arsenal to see how they cope with having the lead and all the expectation. Test for Liverpool. So Glenn, so far this season, this is an 8th Premier League game this season. They've conceded the first goal now in 6 of those 8 games. So it's a position they're used to being in this season.
Yes, it is. I mean, unbelievably so. I think they've got the worst first half record in the Premier League this season. So it's unbelievable. But we can see Alisson on the ball here, and they're playing a lot of short passes. There doesn't seem to be a long pass on for the goalkeeper, and he seems to be getting quite agitated. And when an elder statesman of the squad gets agitated, it spreads through everyone on the pitch, and it just doesn't seem harmonious at the minute, does it, Ali?
Not settled from Liverpool. They're behind. 8.5 minutes played. Thiago on the ball, he often calms things down, drives it forward with his right foot. Tomiyasu's got it covered. Salah continues to chase. Now Ramsdale's a long way outside his penalty area. Salah's interested there, chases him. Ramsdale clears and knocks the ball out for a throw into Liverpool. Attacking position on the right-hand side. Palace 2, Leeds 1, West Ham 3, Fulham 1, and Glenn, you just spotted that Aaron Ramsdale has hurt himself in making that clearance.
Yeah, he has. It was sort of like he was wanting the ball to roll into his 18-yard box, but he wasn't going to quite make it before Salah arrived on the scene, so he had to take it out towards the touchline. He clears it with his left foot, and as soon as he clears it with his left foot, He goes down on his knees and he's just holding, I think it's his right hip flexor sort of area. This could be a really big blow for Arsenal. They do not need to lose Aaron Ramsdale so early in the game. He's a huge part of what they're doing at the moment. Even just as a character, he hasn't done anything this afternoon. I don't think he's barely touched the ball or not in any danger anyways, but just a big character. He talks a lot to this young back four, and I think it'd be a big miss if he has to go off here, but it's not looking very good for the Arsenal number one.
It's not. He's sat down on the turf at the moment. Now he's picked himself up and he's still holding that right hip right. He's going to try and continue. The replacement, if there was to be one, Matt Turner, the American goalkeeper signed from the New England Revolution in the summer, who started both of the Europa League games. So he has had some football for Arsenal, but he's not played in the Premier League. And he's certainly not played in a game of this magnitude in this country. So Ramsdale, we'll keep an eye on him. He's back on his feet, rubbing his hands together, and he's walking to the edge of his penalty area, and he's not under pressure at the moment because Liverpool have the ball back with their goalkeeper, Alisson, who I think is going to be quite warm in those sort of black leggings that he's wearing underneath his black goalkeeping shorts. Nunez and Saliba having a very physical battle, and Nunez done brilliantly to hold Saliba off and play it to Thiago. Thiago quickly ships the ball on to Jordan Henderson. Henderson sees space in front of him, goes charging across the halfway line, looking for an option. Mo Salah out wide on the right-hand side. Don't think Jota has touched the ball as yet. Henderson's ball into Jota, chests it down, trying to tee himself up for a volley. Gabriel clears the bouncing ball. Martinelli chests it down. He's heading towards his own corner flag, can't keep it in, and it goes out for throw-in or corner? Not sure.
I'm not sure, actually.
Let's see. He wasn't clear with the flag there. Was this corner? I think corner. We can tell that because Trent Alexander-Arnold has not got the ball in both hands and holding it behind his head. He's placing it down on the quadrant. So, second corner of the game for Liverpool. If you have just joined us on 5 Live, BBC Sounds or the BBC World Service, Martinelli's goal in the first minute as Arsenal leading Liverpool by a goal to nil. Away swinger again, header from Van Dijk. Good contact, way over the crossbar, off target and behind for a goal kick.
Yeah, it's that usual connection we've seen. Trent Alexander-Arnold whips it in, and I tend to feel he's a long way out. I think he's maybe 15 yards out, Van Dijk there, but the ball's coming at him. He doesn't have to jump far off the ground. I think he's got to do better with that header. I think he's got to try at least and get it on target and ask a question of the recently injured Ramsdale.
Martinelli leaps to win a header inside the Liverpool half. He can only direct it to Matip. Matip hoists the clearance away. Offside flag up against Darwin Nunez. That'll be a free kick to Arsenal. One stat we can cross off the list. I'd written down one goalless draw between these two in the last 46 league games. I didn't want to actually read that out at 0-0 just in case we put the mockers on it, but that changed in the first minute of the game. Tend to be goals in these games. Saka plays infield to Partey. Partey sees Ben White making a move down the right. White's low ball into the box, runs in as Xhaka, good save from Alisson, throws himself to his left. The flag was up, it was offside. It wouldn't have counted, but Arsenal cutting Liverpool open again.
Yes, they didn't. It was Ben White's ball in. I thought it was a bad ball because it was a little bit behind his forward line. He wants it in that corridor of opportunity in front of Jesus. He wrong foots everyone. It rolls to the back post to Xhaka on his wrong foot, asks a question of Alisson, and he answers it.
Thiago, ball out from his own half, and Luis Diaz in a lot of space on the left. Mikel Arteta's got an arm up for a potential offside. The flag doesn't go up. Diaz into the Arsenal penalty area, lays it off to Shimikas, who comes steaming up in support. The cross comes in and it's headed away only as far as Thiago. Thiago got Jordan Henderson to his right. Quick touch from Henderson, gets the ball out and away to the right, and Mo Salah wants to have a run at Tomiyasu. Tomiyasu wins the first battle of the afternoon against Mo Salah, looks to find Jesus with the ball forward, but only finds Joel Matip, and Liverpool have it again inside their own half.
A lot of Liverpool's good players coming down this left-hand side, funnily enough, with Tsimikas and Diaz, but for me, when Thiago gets on the ball and when Henderson gets on the ball and look up, that front three of Liverpool is quite flat and it hasn't got too much movement, Ali, and when it has got movement, it's a bit eager, and Nunez is just straying offside, a little bit eager, I think, the young man.
Yeah, it's what we've seen from Liverpool so far this season, just not quite clicking for them. Plenty of time to adjust. 14 minutes gone in the first half. Jurgen Klopp in black casuals this afternoon. White trainers, hands behind his back, watching the ball loose on the halfway line. Partey puts a foot on it. Van Dijk collects the loose ball inside his own half, strokes a
A pass across to Matip. Alexander-Arnold's close to him. Alexander-Arnold with a curling ball over the top. Jota chests it down on the right-hand side of the Arsenal box. Crosses, appeals for handball against Gabriel. Gabriel keeps playing, clears the ball out for a Liverpool throw. So Liverpool won't take that throw just yet, because if there is a shout for handball, they'll want VAR to look at it.
That's a big shout, that. He's got his arm, it's in an unnatural position, should we say. It's up above his shoulder, and Jota just tries to feel the ball in on his blind side into the penalty box, and it hits Gabriel on the arm, clearly, but it's waved away.
Interesting. That was a close one, I think, Glenn. You're right. It was away from the body. He was sort of moving. It was fluid movement, but weirdly, sort of from the crook of the elbow, the left arm was dangling. You can see why Liverpool delayed the throw. They didn't get the shout. Ødegaard plays the ball back to Partey, and Saka goes running away from Tsimikas again. That's how Arsenal scored the first goal. Tsimikas bumps into Saka. That was shoulder to shoulder. Saka stayed down. Referee Michael Oliver says no free kick, and Alisson, is he bowling that ball out of play? Yes, he is, so that Saka can receive treatment.
Was it Ali? Shoulder to shoulder?
What do you think? You've played the game.
I feel as though Tsimikas played the player. I feel as though he wasn't looking at the ball. He runs into Saka. Maybe. Maybe a high elbow.
Yeah.
Not an elbow, but he's come across Saka there, hasn't he?
Yes. Again, a 50-50. I mean, there's a bit of arm in there. The reason Saka's gone down is because I think a loose finger caught him in the eye, and that's how he got hurt.
But I feel as though he didn't play the ball. He played the man.
Yeah.
The ball was a secondary thought.
Yeah, he's looking at Saka, not the ball. That's true. That is true. 16 minutes gone first half. Arsenal 1, Liverpool 0. You can have your say on all the events in 606 this evening. That'll follow us tonight, coming on a little later than normal. 5 Live Sport going through until 7 o'clock this evening. Everton Man U. Manchester United kicks off at 7 o'clock in the Premier League this evening. Lee Blakeman will bring you updates of that one. Van Dijk's on the ball for Liverpool, edge of his box towards Thiago. First time pass flicked on by Jota to Henderson. Ball won in midfield by Xhaka originally. Saka battles with Tsimikas again. Offside flag up against Liverpool. Arsenal have a free kick inside their own half.
And when Alisson's got it, sort of trying to start the play, Liverpool have got a flat 4 up front, bang up against the Arsenal back 4 as well, and they're trying to find space in their own half to play, but they just don't seem to be able to play through the thirds, do they? They're struggling to sort of connect the dots almost. They're getting it to Van Dijk, and he just hasn't really got a pass on. He shifts it to Tsimikas, who seems to go back to him, and there's just nothing in front of them. Saliba
with his right foot looking for that run of Saka, just slightly overhits the pass. Saka was interested but realised it was going to get away from him, bounces twice and goes out for a throw into Liverpool deep in their left back position. Kilmarnock 2, Hearts 1. Still a latest score in the Scottish Premiership this afternoon. That game kicked off at 3 o'clock. In the Championship, Huddersfield beat Hull by 2-0. That's the only game in the Championship this afternoon. Here Arsenal are leading Liverpool 1-0 through the early Martinelli goal. Thiago wins a header. Partey chests the ball down 10 yards inside the Liverpool half. Immediately plays it back to the hulking figure of Arsenal's number 6, Gabriel. Across to Tomiyasu. Tomiyasu at left back this afternoon with Zinchenko missing and Kieran Tierney on the bench. Gabriel plays the ball across to Saliba. Saliba forward to Jesus. Lovely silky touch from Jesus. Ødegaard plays it on, and it's Xhaka there in the centre forwards role, trying to get on the end of it. Couldn't get there. Alisson clears with his right foot. Tomiyasu heads that clearance forward. Martinelli chests the ball down with his back to goal. Passes short to Tomiyasu, but the Japanese made something of it, and now Martinelli moving in from the left, doesn't pick his pass well. Thiago intercepts, and Luis Diaz suddenly has a chance to get away from the chasing Arsenal players down the left. Nunez makes the run down the left, but Diaz switches play to the right. Salah, lovely first touch in some light green boots, lays it back to Jordan Henderson. Again, another little 1-2 between the pair. Walking pace now. Trent Alexander-Arnold plays it to Henderson, back to Van Dijk. Arsenal have everyone behind the ball, defending their 1-0 lead at the moment. Salah busying himself in from the right. Henderson tries to find him with a lofted pass over the top. It's overhit, bounces once, and Aaron Ramsdale comes to collect.
That's the first bit of possession Liverpool have had in the Arsenal half, a structured bit of possession, but Arsenal were happy to sit in and just let them have it around their shell, and eventually just got played to nothing. Arsenal will be happy with that.
Ball at Aaron Ramsdale's feet, 19 minutes played. It's the former Brighton and Palace striker Glenn Murray with us on 5 Live BBC Sounds and the World Service this afternoon. Ramsdale slightly overhit the pass. Goes out for a throw-in. Floodlights have come on. It's funny, actually, because we sit underneath the sort of tier in the stand that we're sitting just above the tunnel here. Very clearly, it was like someone had just switched the lights on there.
Well, it's because they have.
It's because they have. Exactly. Van Dijk on the ball for Liverpool. Conceding the first goal again this season. 6 of 8 Premier League games. So far this season, they have conceded first. They've got to try and come from behind. Trent Alexander-Arnold rolls a ball back to Van Dijk. Van Dijk to Thiago. Saka comes towards him. This is all inside the Liverpool half. Henderson gets involved to Alexander-Arnold. Lovely left-footed pass from him to Thiago. Thiago gets it back from Henderson. Partey tries to intercept. The ball runs forward to Gabriel Jesus, who's twisting and turning. Stopped by Jota. Xhaka is there looking for Martinelli on the left. Couldn't control the pass, and out it goes for the throw. Again, actually, Glenn, I wanted to come to you on the Xhaka positioning. You know, being in that centre forwards role for the ball through, and the shot he's already had on go. He's got more licence now, hasn't he, Xhaka?
Yeah, much more licence, and we've seen a better player for that licence, higher up, a little bit more creative, but he did get caught in the wrong position in that number 9, because if that's Martinelli, he's got the pace to get behind the Liverpool back four there, but Xhaka just hasn't got that blistering pace. Even though it was the right run, it was the wrong man.
Yeah, I think his rebirth as well, and his sort of popularity with the Arsenal fans, given what he's been through here, is a real sign again of the way the atmosphere has changed. They love this man, Bukayo Saka. Saka plays it out to Martinelli at speed again, taking on Trent Alexander-Arnold, cross to the far post beyond everyone. Saka was waiting in the middle, couldn't get there. Ben White chases it hard, keeps it in by the corner flag down on the right-hand side, tries to find Saka. Diaz intercepts, and the referee, Michael Oliver, blows the whistle, because Trent Alexander-Arnold is down in some pain inside the Liverpool penalty area with his left arm across his face. So what happened there, we'll have to have a look on the replays. 21 minutes gone, Arsenal lead Liverpool 1-0.
Yes, as we sit here just now, right hand side, Ali, we can see Trent Alexander-Arnold down, and he does look in some discomfort, doesn't he? I'm not sure his hand is over his face. I think it's more just a grimace holding his head almost. I think it's his ankle.
Right.
I don't know if there's been a coming together as that ball was knocked over there from Martinelli. We're just going to see a replay here. Martinelli plays his left foot. Oh, ow. and it's not deliberate. It's unfortunate as Gabriel Martinelli crosses his left foot. As he goes to plant that left foot, he just stands on Trent Alexander-Arnold's ankle, and it just folds right under him, and that is a really painful one. And unfortunately for Alexander-Arnold, it's the most important one. It's his right one.
Yeah, it was the follow-through on the cross, and as Glenn Murray says, absolutely not deliberate from Martinelli. Alexander-Arnold's foot was just in the way. He's struggling though.
Yes, he is. That is one for footballers. Your ankles you try and keep them as strong as possible, but you put so much force through them with turns and obviously tackles and things. They are a weak point for footballers, and his right ankle there, that's a ligament one, and it's one that's going to get worse as the afternoon continues. As soon as it cools down tonight, that will swell up.
Kilmarnock 2, Hearts 2. Nathaniel Atkinson has scored in the 94th minute of the game for Hearts. Looks like it might end up as a draw, but they're still playing, not got a full time as yet.
We're at the wrong place, Ali.
I don't think we are. We've only had 23 minutes here. Arsenal are leading Liverpool by a goal to 0, and we're still waiting to see if Trent Alexander-Arnold is going to be okay to continue. The other thing I was just thinking as well, Glenn, was listening to Gareth Southgate and Rob Page, who was interviewed by John Murray earlier on today, because they've been out at the Euro 2024 qualifying draw out in Frankfurt, and they both made the point, any injuries now so close to the World Cup are, earlier in the season you think, okay, someone like Kyle Walker might recover, or Calvin Phillips might recover, but now we're getting so close, aren't we?
Yes, we are, and this league that we are lucky enough to watch week in, week out is so competitive, so you can't protect yourself. It's 100% every week, and it's just fortune, and you've just got to hope that you don't get injured, that you don't pick up a knock, and that you are sort of flying going into that World Cup.
Alexander-Arnold back on his feet. 5 Live BBC Sounds in the World Service, live from the Emirates Stadium. Arsenal leading Liverpool by a goal to 0. Jurgen Klopp, you can see the frustration just starting to come to the brim here. He's holding his right arm out to say to Alisson, look, that's the pass. He was talking to Shimikas. This is where you've got to go. The ball is back with Alisson. Alisson inside his own penalty area. Plays the ball to Joel Matip. Matip across to Van Dijk. Van Dijk switches it to the left at Diaz. Diaz plays a 1-2 with Thiago. Henderson stretches. Liverpool still keep it because Salah was there. Henderson looking for the ball to Jota on the right. Tomiyasu gets onto it for Arsenal. Jesus, lovely ball to Martinelli. Martinelli plays back to Partey, right in the middle of the pitch. Floats one out to the left-hand side. Controlled sweetly by Jesus. Through ball didn't work, but it came bouncing straight back to the Brazilian, and this time he just dances into a little right-footed pass and plays back to his fellow Brazilian Gabriel. Xhaka on the left, curls a ball in. Martinelli jumps for it and Thiago heads it back to Liverpool's goalkeeper Alisson. Wasps against Northampton Saints in the rugby this afternoon. Adam Whitty with the latest.
Well, we have a thrilling finish ahead. Northampton have just scored, meaning that it's 36-33. Wasps look like they got a decisive penalty a few moments ago. They're down to 14 men after Jacob Umanga's red card. But Saints have just got over the line to mean they can close it to 1 point gap with just 1 minute remaining. Blockbuster finish ahead. It is Wasps 36, Northampton 35.
Thank you, Adam. Aaron Ramsdale's palms have been stung by Darwin Nunez. Optimistic shot from the angle, struck it well. Ramsdale made the save. I guess the danger from the save, actually, Glenn, was where the ball went loose in the Arsenal penalty area. It didn't fall to a Liverpool player.
No, the way it was going, he was always going to palm it into sort of the oncoming traffic. I just wonder, it was quite a tight angle from Nunez, and I understand why he's hitting that, and it's a good strike. It's a powerful strike on target. I mean, the young man, he is a constant threat. He might not have been involved in the game much, but he's a constant threat, running behind, always giving an option. I just wonder if he could have pulled that back to a teammate there. 26
minutes played in the first half. It has been absorbing, as we knew it would be. Arsenal have a free kick. Ben White takes it and just chips it down the right-hand side, headed away by Shimikas towards Diaz, nods it to Henderson. Thiago's first-time ball to Diaz, half blocked by Ben White, and then Saka chasing Diaz back, hauls him back by the shoulder. Free kick for Liverpool just inside the Arsenal half, wide on the left, and Luis Diaz asking for a yellow card for Partey, I beg your pardon, with the challenge.
Yes, it was Partey, and as Luis Diaz walks away there, he did get dragged down. It was a free kick, but he's asking for a yellow card, and they are the things that I don't like to see as a former professional footballer, asking for another pro to be booked for what wasn't a malicious challenge. I think it's poor. I think it's poor sportsmanship.
I wonder if it's got something to do with the fact that Luis Diaz owns a yellow card himself.
Yes, it is. And do you know what? I think it boils down to frustration.
Yeah, not going Liverpool's way. Arsenal have been the better team so far, scored in the first minute of the game, look the more likely at the moment. Here's Martinelli, ball to Xhaka, lovely pass forward here to Jesus, trying to work it onto the right foot inside the Liverpool penalty area, lays it to his left. Tomiyasu in support, cross comes in, thought that might get to Ødegaard, falls at the feet of Jesus. Jesus surrounded by white Liverpool shirts. It's those dancing feet again, tries to get a shot away, and it's a bobbler into the arms of Alisson at the near post, but he's close, controlled his skills.
Yeah, he's a fantastic footballer, isn't he? And I think if it wasn't for Erling Haaland, it'd be the signing of the summer. But yeah, he seems to be so happy in that number 9 role, representing this football club, knowing he's going to play week in, week out, and we're seeing the best of him at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, that was the very unfair comparison I saw. His best return for City in a league season was 14 goals, and Erling Haaland obviously is having the season that he's having, and people were drawing that comparison. But I mean, he wasn't given the role. You know, he didn't start all the time for Manchester City. I'm not comparing the two. They're totally different players, and Haaland is going to be off the charts this season. But having a regular run as the first choice number 9, you can see what it's done for him.
Oh yeah, you can see the confidence brimming him, and I'm so surprised that Brazil have overlooked him. That was my biggest thing, because I felt as though this move, I'm sure in the summer he was thinking, this is going to give me the platform to lead my country at the World Cup. And he's done his part. He's done everything that's been asked of him, and he's produced the goods, but he's been completely overlooked by his country.
Ball played back to Granit Xhaka for Arsenal, leading Liverpool by a goal to 0. Matip steps in to intercept. Jota, good skill, running at the Arsenal defence now, up to the edge of the box, plays it to his left to Diaz. Diaz's ball bumps up, hits Ben White, comes back. I think handball from Diaz. Slight miscontrol. The ball ended up putting the Colombian on the hand. Arsenal take the free kick quickly. Ødegaard looking for Saka down the right. Saka couldn't quite keep it in. Throwing for Liverpool. Van Dijk's ready to take it, which he does, and throws it back to Alisson. 29 minutes gone in the first half. Matip chests it down, edge of his own box. Gabriel Jesus comes jogging up behind him. Matip's got plenty of time to play it down the right. Nice first time ball from Salah to Henderson. Henderson looking for the run of Darwin. Darwin's low ball nearly found Diaz, and actually Ramsdale makes a brilliant save low to his left from Saliba's interception. Could have been an own goal.
What a fantastic run, and an even better ball by Darwin Núñez. He gets down the right hand side, he doesn't even think about it, he puts it in that corridor of opportunity, and you know what happens? Gabriel nearly scores an own goal.
Yep. Great save from Ramsdale. Reacted well low to his left. Diaz was lurking behind to try and get on the end of the cross. More promising for Liverpool. 15 minutes remaining in the first half. Arsenal 1, Liverpool 0. And as Liverpool come forward, the stadium just falls silent for a moment or two, so possibly a little bit of anxiety about that recent chance for Liverpool. Thiago, curling ball beyond Jesus, finds Matip. Matip quickly on to Henderson, just inside the Arsenal half. Back to Matip, uses Henderson again, and now Trent Alexander-Arnold, who seems to have recovered from the knock on the ankle. Back to Matip. Matip looking for an option. Again, 10 yards inside the Arsenal half, and the ball at the moment is just going side to side. Van Dijk, curling ball over to Trent Alexander-Arnold. Back it comes to Matip in the centre circle, looking to try and thread one through. Doesn't think it's on. Comes across to Van Dijk, and now to Shimikas, who, like Núñez, has the longer hair tied back in a tight bun at the back of his head. Still Liverpool going side to side. Thiago gets onto the ball, tries a clever little one with the outside of his right foot, finds Jota. Jota bumped by Ødegaard, but is able to keep going. Henderson sees Salah in space, wide on the right. Salah drifts past Martinelli, beats Tomiyasu, curling shot, misses the near post. Ramsdale had it covered. Goal kick for Arsenal.
Yes, it's more or less the first time we've seen Mo Salah. He picks up a little pocket of space on that right hand side, and he drives in past Tomiyasu, past another Arsenal defender approaching, and he just doesn't get his shot away. Two good bits, one bad bit. The most important, the shot.
More promising from Liverpool last 4 or 5 minutes. Kilmarnock 2, Hearts 2 is a full-time result in the Scottish Premiership. Everton, Manchester United kicks off at 7 o'clock in the Premier League this evening. Updates from Lee Blakeman into 6:06 with Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage tonight. Arsenal looking to try and make something of possession inside the Liverpool half, but Salah's back to win it. Oh, Matip under pressure, plays it out here to Shimikas. Shimikas is in trouble as well. They're buzzing around him. He does really well, Shimikas. Gets away from Ben White. White gets a late challenge in. Núñez keeps it, plays it back to Van Dijk, and Diaz on the ball. Arteta nearly tackled him right on the edge of the pitch there. Diaz kept his concentration, plays the ball infield to Thiago. Clever feet from Thiago, little touch with his right foot, pass with his left, comes back to Van Dijk again.
Do you know what? They might not have been at their best this afternoon so far, Liverpool, but watching Thiago manipulate football is a thing of beauty.
Absolutely right. Ramsdale taking a chance, dribbles round Darwin, beats him as well, clears with his right foot, and the ball goes out for a throw into Liverpool. Jurgen Klopp applauds the press. Wasps Northampton full-time in the rugby. Here's Adam Whitting.
Northampton Saints have pulled off an extraordinary comeback to beat Wasps. Courtnall Skosen with a fabulous last play tried to snatch it for the Saints by 40 points to 36. They've been behind for most of the game, but a red card for Jacob Umanga. 2 late tries have stunned Wasps and given Northampton a bonus point win. The focus for Wasps now turns to their off-field drama. They're facing administration. What a game. Saints 40, Wasps 36. In the other game, Saracens go top of the table with a comprehensive 34-14 win over Newcastle.
Thank you, Adam. Danger for Arsenal. Darwin scored. Diaz with the cross from the byline. Darwin goes running in front of the Arsenal fans and taunts them as he celebrates with his Liverpool teammates. He gets the crucial touch, and Liverpool are back in the game. It's Arsenal 1, Liverpool 1. Hang on a second. Arsenal fans on their feet. They're applauding their team, straight on their feet, and saying, get yourselves back in the game. Glenn Murray.
What a brilliant goal from Liverpool. They've been a constant threat. Núñez has constantly made that running behind. He drives into the middle. Diaz puts it in. He gets the outside of his right boot on it, and it bobbles over the approaching Aaron Ramsdale. 1-1 here at the Emirates. Darwin Núñez back on the score sheet.
Darwin Núñez in the right place at the right time. It's the third Premier League start of the season for him. We were talking about the fans sticking with Arsenal. Great show of support.
Yes, because you thought there was a VAR check or something there, didn't you, Ali? Because as soon as that ball's hit the back of the net, Núñez he's wheeled away, celebrated, but the reaction of the home supporters there was to behold, wasn't it?
Now hang on, we're not kicking off just yet. Michael Oliver has been told to hold. Says on the big screens all around the ground, Arsenal 1, Liverpool 1. Darwin thinks he has his second Premier League goal of the season. He does. We're back underway. Scored on the opening weekend in the 2-2 draw against Fulham, and has scored in the big game here against Arsenal. Arsenal 1, Liverpool 1. Liverpool fancy it now. Henderson bringing it forward. Diaz away again down the left-hand side. Saliba chasing still Diaz. Saliba uses his shoulder to knock him off balance. Flag's gone up, offside. It was offside anyway, so Michael Oliver didn't have a decision to make about Saliba's challenge on Diaz. Arsenal get a free kick, 1-1.
But just like that, Liverpool hit their groove. They score a goal, and almost immediately they're right up the other end and nearly creating another opportunity, and that's what this Liverpool side can do. They just want to see it more often.
Brilliant from Diaz to create the goal, and Darwin Núñez is going to be feeling absolutely fantastic about the finish.
One thing I will say about Darwin Núñez is he constantly makes that forward run over and over again. Sometimes he's offside. 90% of the time he doesn't get picked out, but it doesn't put him off doing it. He constantly does it. He's a constant menace, and that's one thing defenders hate, is people who run behind and ask questions.
10 minutes remaining in the first half. Jordan Henderson's got a bit underneath a crossfield ball. He was looking for Mo Salah, and it's like a punt to the touchline from a rugby player.
Tony Pulis told me it was like your approach to the green yesterday.
I've had so much stick about that. Honestly, Ian Dennis put that on air yesterday afternoon. Trent Alexander-Arnold plays the ball forward with his left foot. Gabriel stretches. Ball goes straight up in the air. He gets a second chance to clear it. Has a little word with his goalkeeper, Aaron Ramsdale, behind him. Liverpool definitely on top in the game at the moment. They've got their equaliser. Arsenal 1, Liverpool 1. Van Dijk graciously striding forward, plays it out to Shimikas, back to Van Dijk. He's got Thiago right next to him. Thiago gives it straight back to him just inside the Arsenal half. Arsenal fans again, you can hear the support for their team. They've been pegged back. Diaz tackled by Partey. Ball is loose inside the Arsenal half. Liverpool win it back. Arsenal felt they should have had a free kick for the Diaz challenge on Partey. Diaz has now stayed down. Liverpool keep playing. Have they seen that their teammate is injured? Yes, Van Dijk has. And he knocks the ball out of play. So 9 minutes remaining in the first half. Arsenal 1, Liverpool 1. And the goal, could we see it coming up? Liverpool were sort of growing into the game, weren't they, when the goal came?
Yes, they were, and I think they've had a couple of opportunities where they can put that ball across, but this time they nearly got an own goal. Gabriel at the front post there. It was a very similar move. This time he beats the first man, and who's there? Núñez to I think the best way to describe it is scuff it home. Yeah. But that doesn't matter as long as it hits the back of the net. And all of a sudden we've got a game on our hands, and this is very like the Northumberland derby. I was here last weekend. Arsenal took the lead, then Tottenham came back into it. So they have been in this position before, and that is probably why the fans reacted as they did, I think.
Luis Diaz is down hurt at the moment, so we do have a break in play. Arsenal 1, Liverpool 1. Go on, Glenn.
I've got a stat for you, Ali.
Oh, I love stats. Go on.
Do you? So now with that goal, these two goals actually, this is the highest scoring fixture in Premier League history. It was Tottenham and Arsenal. They went level with 175 goals last weekend.
Okay.
But now Arsenal and Liverpool have now gone to 177 goals.
Okay, so the one I had coming into this game as we wait for Luis Diaz to get it to his feet, 55 goals in the last 13 league games between the two. Liverpool 39, Arsenal 16, so that becomes Liverpool 40, Arsenal 17, goes up to 57, but I think yours might trump that.
Yeah, I don't think you want to put that to the vote, Ali.
7 minutes left in the first half. Arsenal 1, Liverpool won, as entertaining as we thought it would be, and I think a lot of people felt both teams would score. Diaz is still hobbling, still struggling a bit, shakes his head. Arsenal fans giving him a bit of stick. Darwin Núñez giving Arsenal fans. He was sort of mimicking boo-hoo, wasn't he, Glenn, after he scored, wasn't he? He was, like the sort of the mocking a baby crying.
Yeah, he was rubbing his eyes at the Arsenal fans just to wind them up. But you can see he's that type of character. He seems to thrive in these situations. And I don't think there's a better feeling in football for a striker to score a goal in front of a stand that doesn't stand up and doesn't cheer, and you're the minority, and you wheel away in front of them and make them unhappy. That, I can guarantee you, is the best feeling out there.
Yeah, well, exactly. If you give it as a fan, then when it goes against you, as long as it's within reason, you've got to take it, and that goes both ways. Henderson plays the ball back to Alisson. 6 minutes left in the first half. Jurgen Klopp thinks he's going to have to make a change, doesn't he, Glenn?
Yes, I think Firmino, he's just waved quite aggressively at Bobby Firmino, and he makes his way back to the bench to get stripped, and it looks like Luis Diaz's afternoon is over already.
Yeah, but he's got the options as Jurgen Klopp on that bench. Ball forward to Darwin, flags up, easy to spot, he was offside. Free kick for Arsenal. Firmino's another one who has a fabulous goal-scoring record against Arsenal, 9 in 14 Premier League games against them. So Diaz is sat down. Oh, right, he's sat down now when Arsenal have the ball. That is a little bit naughty, actually, because he could have sat down when Liverpool had the ball. Arsenal continue to play. What are they going to do? Arsenal fans do not want Gabriel to put the ball out of play, and he does so. So Liverpool are going to be able to make the change.
Personally, I think he should play on there.
Yeah.
He waited, didn't he? He was on his feet. He waited until the game started again, then he sat down. I think Arsenal should play on there, and you can see that I think the majority of the stadium believe that as well.
Yeah, no, it's cynical. We know what he was doing, and we also know that an Arsenal player would probably do it as well in the same situation, but the Arsenal fans quite clearly didn't like it. So the rhythm of the game has just got broken up a little since the Liverpool equaliser. Ben White decides he needs a change of shirt, so one comes off and one is being put back on very quickly. Jurgen Klopp gives Roberto Firmino a big hug. 5 goals in the Premier League already for him this season. So, I mean, Liverpool aren't losing anything, Glenn, but I mean, Diaz has obviously created a goal for me.
Maybe a little bit of speed. But no, Bobby Firmino he's been the hot shot so far this season. And do you know what? 41 minutes into the game, Diaz is coming off. Yes, he has got an assist, but so far it's been a bitty, frustrating afternoon for the man. He's not really, I think, played that well. He's picked up a yellow card, and I think it's a positive change for Liverpool.
Right, let's see what happens then. So Firmino, wearing the number 9, has sort of moved into the number 10 role. Jota's come out to the left, and Salah's wide on the right, with Darwin still through the middle. That makes sense. I mean, it's still adventurous, it's still attacking, and it's still 1-1 with 3.5 minutes remaining in this first half on 5 Live, BBC Sounds and the World Service. All the reaction to today's football events in the Football Daily podcast for you on the BBC Sounds app tomorrow morning. Palace 2, Leeds 1, West Ham 3, Fulham 1. Scorelines in the earlier kickoffs today. Everton, Manchester United kicking off at 7 o'clock this evening. Forest Villa reports on that one into the Monday nightclub on 5 Live and BBC Sounds tomorrow night. Xhaka leaps to win a header. Henderson plays it out to Salah on the right. Back to Alexander-Arnold. Gabriel Jesus cuts off the pass back to the goalkeeper. Forward to Henderson. Puts Thiago under pressure. Arsenal penalised. They had a chance of winning the ball back. Saka and Partey were closing in, but Henderson felt the touchdown. He went. Liverpool get the free kick.
Yes, I think, was it not Thiago there?
Thiago,
I feel as though Thiago knew his side were in a sticky spot, and he just bought that free kick off of Michael Oliver.
Jota's cross into the edge of the penalty area. Darwin makes something of it. Salah curls a cross in. Shimikas attacking that just over his head, and the ball bounces once and ends up in the arms of Ramsdale. Ramsdale bowls it out underarm to Partey, straight through the middle of the pitch to Ødegaard. Ødegaard dragged back by Henderson. Henderson could feel the danger there. He knew Liverpool had been on the front foot and Arsenal were moving quickly, so he's pulled him back. He doesn't get booked. That was an important challenge. Foul for his team. Gabriel plays the ball wide to the left-hand side. Gabriel Jesus has drifted wide to the left. Martinelli's in the centre-forward role at the moment. Saka's wide on the right. 2 minutes left in the first half, plus a bit of added time. Saliba. Across to Gabriel, to Tomiyasu at left-back. Back to Gabriel. Left-footed ball across the face of his own penalty area. Saliba is able to bring it forward a few yards. Wide to Ben White. White closed down by Jota. Pass from White back to his goalkeeper Ramsdale. Ramsdale forward to Partey under pressure. Thiago had followed him to the edge of the box. Plays it straight back to Aaron Ramsdale, who's all in yellow, who looked like he might have had an injury problem early in the game, but that seems to have disappeared. Jesus is still wide on the left. That is a fabulous turn. Totally does Trent Alexander-Arnold on the diagonal run, plays it to Xhaka. Xhaka now looking for Martinelli, back to Xhaka, across to Ødegaard, 25 yards out, into the feet of Jesus, who tried to tee himself up for the shot. Tsimikas in to win it and clear it for Liverpool. What a goal that could have been.
Oh, that would have been a wonderful goal. Gabriel Jesus had a couple of touches this half that have been absolutely brilliant. He started that move off and he almost finished it. It was just that last touch that let him down.
Martinelli looking so dangerous again, coming in from the left. Pass intercepted, comes back to Partey, who scored that wonder goal against Tottenham last week. Curling pass out to Saka. Saka trying to make something of it in the penalty area. Jota with the challenge. Free kick, though, goes to Liverpool as Saka tried to win it. Apparently, he committed a foul, so Liverpool will get the free kick. Arsenal off to a flyer in this one, scored in the first minute. Liverpool with the Darwin equaliser, and it is so well balanced now, isn't it, Glenn Murray?
Yes, it is. This is the game of football that we expected, and it is delivering so far as we approach the half-time whistle, and I think both sides are pretty happy to go in at 1-1 at half-time.
5 minutes of added time, so
wow.
these fans who are trooping out to get the cup of tea are going to miss 5 minutes of football, and as we've seen in this first half, anything could happen. Firmino heads the ball forward. Now Darwin's going to give that a good chase and nearly got to it. Ramsdale had to be quick. Out to the edge of his box, slides forward and grabs it. Bowls it out to Partey. He likes that option. Partey again looking for Ødegaard. Can't find it. Liverpool from Thiago quickly onto Jota. Jota finds Darwin. Floats the pass back out to Jota, who will keep it in play down by the byline. Back to Tsimikas, wide on the left, looking for an option. Jota's there on the touchline. They try and play a 1-2. That works well. Jota into the Arsenal box. Partey slides in, clears it for Arsenal. Throw into Liverpool.
Much better for Liverpool this last 15 minutes. Ever since that goal went in, they've been the dominant force in the game. They've looked more like the Liverpool of old, and they're just starting to hit their groove slightly.
Throw in then for Liverpool, wide on the left. 4 minutes remaining of this added time at the end of the first half, and again, just like in that period leading up to the Liverpool goal, it's suddenly gone quiet inside the Emirates Stadium because Liverpool have the ball, not looking particularly threatening with it at the moment, but Thiago is on it.
I must say though, Ali, it's not a negative quiet, it's more of a cautious quiet,
yeah,
I would say.
Yeah. Now Thiago going for the proverbial eye of the needle there through the legs of Saka, and Saka closes legs just in time to block the pass. Out it goes for a Liverpool throw. Thiago on the ball again, just inside his own half. Those white socks rolled down, blending into his white boots. Van Dijk drives a diagonal towards Salah. Tomiyasu has it covered, nods it forward down the left-hand touchline to Martinelli. Inside his own half, plays back to Gabriel. Closed down quickly by Darwin. Doing a lot of running there, Liverpool centre forward. Chases Saliba. Saliba, nice pass forward to Partey. Partey glides up to the halfway line. Forward to Martinelli. Martinelli turns away from Matic. Firmino tries to get a challenge in. Martinelli holds him off. Plays it to Tomiyasu. Wide to the left to Jesus. Back to Martinelli. Xhaka was in the centre-forward role again for a second. Now it's Martinelli. Partey switches play to the right-hand side. Saka brings the ball down on his thigh. Ben White on the overlap. Saka doesn't use him. Keeps it. Looking to get the crossing down by the byline. Says he's won a corner. He has won a corner for Arsenal.
I think Saka was a little bit lucky there. He got caught in two minds as Ben White made that overlap. The depth of the run probably wasn't enough to give Ben White in. It just sort of clogged up there, and Saka lost his footing, didn't really know what to do, but luckily he got a corner.
Deep in added time, end of the first half. Arsenal attacking the goal away to our right-hand side. Saka is waiting to take this corner. Arsenal fans expectantly on their feet behind Alisson's goal. Here he comes, Saka with his left foot, curling ball. Edge of the 6-yard box, headed up in the air by Darwin. Ødegaard cushions a little volley pass back to Tomiyasu. Tomiyasu plays it to Ramsdale, who's almost in the centre circle for Arsenal. stands the ball up high down the right. Saka holds off Tsimikas. Tsimikas gives him a little nudge. Saka keeps the ball in play down by the byline. Ben White makes a good run, flicks a pass to Ødegaard. Ødegaard plays it across the Xhaka edge of the box, looking for Jesus, stretches, he goes down, still alive for Arsenal inside the Liverpool box. Ødegaard just cannot get through a wall of white. Here's Saka, low cross into the near post. Van Dijk is there and clears it away, and Jota plays it to Firmino. Lovely 1-2 between those two. Great skills from Jota, beats two men, beat White and Partey with one move. Forward to Darwin. Darwin on the turn, back to Jota wide on the left. Poor challenge from Ødegaard. That'll be a yellow card.
Yes, it will, and it's just ended what was a fantastic piece of play from both sides. There was a pinball in the Liverpool box. Arsenal just couldn't quite get a shot away. I think the best chance came to Xhaka on the edge of the box. He thought he had time. He should have took it first time. He didn't. He had a touch, got stifled, and then we see Jota with a little mazy run up this left-hand side, and eventually he was taken out quite cynically by Ødegaard, who rightfully picks up a yellow card.
Arsenal 1, Liverpool 1. 25 games since Arsenal have drawn one. Glenn, if you just want to write that down as another little stat, if we're having that game this afternoon. Free kick.
Are we playing that game, yeah?
free kick for Liverpool comes in from wide on the left, right under Mikel Arteta's nose. Tsimikas with a high ball, nodded down by Matip. Van Dijk chests it down. Jesus onto it for Arsenal. Chance of a late counter in the first half, and it's fallen to the speedster Martinelli. Run being made through the middle by Gabriel. Still Martinelli. Martinelli into the Liverpool penalty. Cross comes in. Saka sticks it in at the far post. The offside flag stays down. Liverpool arms up in vain at the moment for an offside decision. Arsenal quick as a flash from one end of the field to the other, and Saka seems to have given them the lead. Arsenal 2, Liverpool 1.
It's one of their own at the back stick. Saka floats in there unmarked and he taps in what is a easy goal for him at this level of football, and he makes it 2-1 to Arsenal. He wheels away in front of the huge Arsenal flags in the clock end of the stadium, and Arsenal are winning 2-1. I was going to say that we haven't seen enough of Saka, but we have now.
Yeah, Saka involved in both goals right at the start of the game, right at the end of the first half. Martinelli, what a ball. In for Saka in the perfect position, sliding in at the far post. Arsenal lead Liverpool by 2-1. Always goals in this game, always entertaining, and in terms of momentum of the first half and who's dominated the game and who's looked the most threatening, it has swung so much.
Yes, it has. It's swung like a pendulum, and that's why it's been such an entertaining game of football. But I'm just watching that go back on our monitor here, and I see Tsimikas, and I'm not sure of his position. He's been dragged right over. He's closer to his front post, to his back post, and it just leaves Saka completely unmarked at the back stick, and the ball rolls across and he taps it into an almost empty net. Alisson jumps up, hoping, I think, more for an offside than no, it's an offside, and it isn't, and we've kicked off 2-1 Arsenal.
There we go then. Very nearly the last kick of the first half. The stadium erupts with noise because Arsenal get themselves back in front with Bukayo Saka sliding in at the far post. Have a little listen to the Arsenal fans as the two sets of players leave the field. Martinelli gave them the lead in the first minute of the game. Darwin Núñez, with his second Premier League goal of the season, got Liverpool back on level terms. But what a counter-attack from Arsenal. Both Liverpool fullbacks exposed as Saka slides in and sticks the ball away. What a second half to come on 5 Live. BBC Sounds and the World Service. Half-time at the Emirates. Arsenal 2, Liverpool 1.
The Premier League, live from the Emirates on the BBC World Service.
Breathtaking stuff here on Sports World on the BBC World Service. Thanks as ever to Alistair Bruce Ball and Glenn Murray, back with them in around quarter of an hour or so for second half commentary. I think every Arsenal fan was on their feet inside the Emirates there as the players made their way to the dressing rooms through the Arsenal tunnel. They lead Liverpool by 2-1. An entertaining first half, I think you'll agree, Aaron Paul.
Absolutely, Deleth. I mean, What a contest this is. As I said before, these are the games that we want to be watching. These are the games that we live and breathe the Premier League for. What a fantastic start it was from Arsenal. Again, you heard at the back end of the commentary there, Glenn Murray and Ali Bruce Ball talking about the Liverpool fullbacks, and there's been so much said about Trent Alexander-Arnold, but you've got to admit this is a stroke of genius by Mikel Arteta to play Tomiyasu at left back, to give Martinelli the opportunity to run at Trent Alexander-Arnold and give him a free run, and that is what he got in just inside the first minute, and it was a cracking start. And you got to admit, Liverpool, they did get back into it, and there was a point where Arsenal were on the ropes. Darwin Núñez with the finish on 34 minutes, but Bukayo Saka, again, we talk about technically gifted players. There you go. Arsenal showing what they have in their locker and going in 2-1 up at the break.
Absolutely. A goal and an assist from Martinelli, and Arsenal, like you say, Aaron, scoring in the first minute and scoring with only seconds remaining of added time at the back end of the first half. Darwin Núñez, of course, celebrating his Liverpool goal as well midway through that first half, but an entertaining, you can guarantee, second 45 on the way. Aaron Paul will be back with me to talk through the early Premier League results. Crystal Palace and West Ham both winning. Let's, though, get the latest BBC News on the World Service. Here's Janat Jalil.
Delith, thank you. Protests sparked by the death of a young woman in police custody are continuing across Iran in defiance of a violent crackdown by the security forces. Video footage shows hundreds of students and schoolgirls joining the demonstrations. Anna Foster is close to the Iran-Iraq border.
I was just talking to one minibus load of Iranians who were far too scared to speak in a recorded way, to speak on camera or anything like that. They said that their lives are, frankly, intolerable. They can't go out into the street without fear that they'll be picked up and killed by the intelligence. They live in one of the cities that saw significant protests yesterday, and they said that anecdotally they believe in this one city at least 10 people were killed yesterday.
Rescue teams in the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhzhia have been searching for survivors in the ruins of residential buildings that were destroyed by Russian missile strikes overnight. Ukraine's defense ministry said at least 17 people were killed and dozens more wounded. The US broadcaster CNN has apologized for filming from inside a nursery in Thailand where children and teachers were killed on Thursday. A reporter and cameraman from the media company have had their Thai visas revoked. A CNN spokesman said it regretted causing offence. The French winner of this year's Nobel Prize for Literature, Annie Ernaux, has called on people to join a mass protest against President Emmanuel Macron next Sunday. Opponents of the government have been angered by inflation and the president's plan to raise the state retirement age. Here's Paul Moss.
It's only 2 days since the French president was congratulating Annie Ernaux on her Nobel Prize, saying hers was the voice of freedom for women and the forgotten. But Ms. Ernaux hasn't exactly returned the compliment. She signed an open letter saying that Emmanuel Macron is increasing the gap between rich and poor, boosting profits at people's expense. He insists it's necessary to raise the state retirement age to keep the country's finances in balance.
Qatar says its population has grown by more than 13% over the last year, largely due to the mass recruitment of overseas workers to help the Gulf state stage the Football World Cup. The Statistics Authority says 370,000 people moved to Qatar over the last 12 months. Now let's go back to Delith and Sports World.
Janat, thank you very much. Yes, 6 weeks until that World Cup gets underway. Time is moving quickly. Arsenal lead Liverpool 2-1 at half-time of our commentary game here on Sports World. I get a funny feeling there may well be more goals in the second half commentary to come. I did mention West Ham and Crystal Palace both got wins earlier in the day in the Premier League. West Ham made it back-to-back victories as well in the Premier League for the first time this season after beating Fulham 3-1 at the London Stadium. Gianluca Scamacca scored for the third successive game. And it's not only him who's finding his feet this season, but West Ham as well after what was a tricky start, Aaron Paul.
Absolutely, Delith. And after the outlay in the summer on some really big players, Naif Aguerd, of course, who we haven't seen, the Moroccan international defender who's been injured for West Ham, Gianluca Scamacca, a real big money signing for West Ham, Maxwell Cornet, Thilo Kehrer. They brought in Lucas Paqueta as well from Lyon. There was always an expectation for West Ham to start fast. It didn't happen like that. They lost their opening 3 games, including a game away at Nottingham Forest. And there were just murmurings, but you always believe that David Moyes will get the patience and time he deserved to just gel these players in, because they've brought in some big players. And let's be fair, it is those big players. And I am looking at Scamacca, who's got 6 goals in his opening games for West Ham, 4 in Europe, 2 in the Premier League. to bed in. Scamacca's in there, Antonio's in there, Jared Bowen's in there. They have taken time, but that engine has warmed up now, and we saw a really solid performance today against a Fulham team who got themselves muddled up a couple of times.
Yeah, they probably just needed a bit of time as well to sort of gel once again after such a terrific season last year. Let's hear then from the West Ham manager David Moyes. He told the BBC's Mark Scott that he can understand Fulham's frustrations surrounding West Ham's second goal, which was scored by Scamacca and awarded following a long VAR check for offside.
I think the time they took is telling me that it was close, which I think it was. And I've had a look at it, and I saw it very briefly at the side of the pitch, and at the time I didn't, and it came up on the screen, and it looked as if anything, it bounced behind him, and I didn't see his arm involved in it in any way. So obviously the other team have got to fight for their place.
The goal stood, and what a quality finish it was as well. He's scored in 3 successive games now, but the nature of that finish, does that say a lot about where he is at the moment? Yeah, they're just going to show that he can score different goals. And really, he had 2 great chances with his head. I think the keeper made one good save and another chance. So on the day, he's probably had 3 or 4 good opportunities, and he may have taken the hardest one of them all. But it was a deft finish, lovely lob over the goalkeeper. And I think sometimes when you are possibly offside, maybe centre forward sometimes maybe don't go and finish the job off and do it right. He did go and finish the job off. He got the goal, he stuck the ball in the net.
Yeah, he certainly did, and it was awarded. Fulham boss Marco Silva, meanwhile, did say afterwards, though, that Scamacca didn't celebrate after the goal, which insinuated that the player himself didn't think it was a goal. It was awarded, though. West Ham up to 13th in the table now on 10 points after that victory. Elsewhere, Crystal Palace beat Leeds 2-1 at home, their first win as well in 5 league games. So there's an element, perhaps, of relief now Crystal Palace have secured all 3 points. Here's Palace boss Patrick Vieira with the BBC's Simon Brotherton.
Yeah, we needed it as a team. I think, when you win games, you always create this kind of momentum and belief on the way you want to play. But as a football club and the team, we were calm. Of course, we're looking at the league because the league table doesn't lie. But we didn't get what we deserved in so many games that we played so far. So the quality of our game was there. The desire to compete was there game after game. We needed just to turn those good performances into a win. And today we can't say that we played especially well. But the mentality was right and we managed to take the 3 points. So we need to find those kind of right balance to allow ourselves to compete like we did it today. And hopefully keep working hard. We will play better and we will win football matches.
Crystal Palace up a couple of places to 15th in the table. Leeds drop a place to 14th. Now, after an incredible year of football in the women's domestic leagues and major international tournaments, the vote for the BBC Women's Footballer of the Year is now open. And here are the 5 nominees.
A moment of sheer quality from Sam Kerr.
Everything I do is off the cuff and everything I do is my instincts, and I think that's one of my strengths.
What a strike from Beth Mead.
Yeah, to come away with top score and play the tournament obviously was a dream come true. It's not something at the start of the tournament I'd even remotely thought about. Walking down the street's been a little bit different, being recognised a lot more. I'm like, well, it means the game's heading in the right direction. You know who I am, you know who my teammates are.
Sitzberger Tor! Alexandra Popp!
It was extremely emotional. The moment we came out for the warm-up already gave me goosebumps, to be honest. I finally made it to my first European Championship. Meant so much to me.
The moment that we're in the tunnel, you look up to the stands in Camp Nou, and it's immense, a sense of grandeur. And adding to that 91,000 or more people cheering. Just imagine how we felt.
Hangs it off, Renard wins it, and she's forced it in.
I think the Champions League is the best moment because we lost it the year before. So to get back to the top of European football was amazing.
The BBC's Women's Footballer of the Year 2022. Go to bbc.com/women's football before voting closes on the 12th of October at 8 GMT. It's your choice, it's your champion.
It is your choice. Don't regret it. You do have your chance to vote. And 5 outstanding nominees: Chelsea and Australia striker Sam Kerr, Arsenal and England forward Beth Mead, Wolfsburg and Germany striker Alexandra Popp, Barcelona and Spain midfielder Alexia Putellas, and the Olympique Lyonnais and France defender Wendy Renard. Head to our website, bbc.com/women's football. That's bbc.com/women's football to vote before 8 GMT on Wednesday, the 12th of October. So a little under 3 days to vote for the BBC Women's Footballer of the Year. Second half commentary to come live from the Emirates. Arsenal lead Liverpool 2-1 at half-time. If it stays like that, Arsenal go back to the top of the Premier League. We must, though, check in on today's action across Europe. Our football reporter Aaron Paul is still with me, and the top 2 in the Bundesliga are in action today. 2 unfamiliar names that have been at the top throughout most of the season. Second place Freiburg taking on Hertha Berlin. How have they started, Aaron?
Absolutely. It's 1-1 there between Freiburg and Hertha Berlin. A 4:30 start over in Berlin. Dode Lukebakio with a penalty for Hertha. Daniel Kofi Kjera with the goal for Freiburg. It's a pretty balanced affair so far. Just keeping an eye on it on my screens, but plenty more action on the way. Union Berlin in action at 6:30 versus a Stuttgart side. Duluth, who have really struggled so far this season, and I just wonder if we'll see Union Berlin kick the turbo in and put on a performance to remember against a side that are really, really struggling at the moment.
Kick the turbo in. I don't think I've ever used that phrase, but I like it, Aaron. I'm gonna use it from here on in. In France, Lorient, they've kept up the pace, haven't they, with PSG at the top of the table?
Absolutely, they had. They beat Brest 2-1 earlier. Some other results from France: Monaco 2-0 winners over Montpellier. Strasbourg beating Angers 3-2. 3-2 was also the score between Nice and Troyes. And currently Rennes lead Nantes by 1-0. Lille taking on Lens in the evening kickoff. That one a 7:45 kickoff. That's British time here. So 7:45 between Lille and Lens.
Absolutely. And in La Liga, Barcelona have the chance, don't they, a little bit later to retake top spot?
Yeah, they take on Celta Vigo this evening at the Camp Nou. Real Madrid, of course, winners yesterday. They're 1-0 winners against Getafe. Eder Militao with a goal in the 3rd minute. But an opportunity for Xavi Hernandez's team to, again, kick the turbo in.
You need to trademark that, Aaron.
Yeah, to push on against a Celta Vigo side that are languishing in mid-table but have picked up 2 back-to-back wins in their last 2 games. Athletic Bilbao in 3rd, Atletico Madrid in 4th. There were some earlier games in La Liga. Real Betis and Real Valladolid drawing 0-0 at lunchtime. Cadiz and Espanyol also drawing those 2-2, and it's just kicked off between Real Sociedad and Villarreal. It is 0-0 at the moment after 3 minutes.
Terrific stuff, Aaron. I always praise our football reporter for keeping across so many matches across so many different leagues in Europe. It is pretty tough sometimes. Aaron, I'm sure later on we'll get a chance to speak about the Euro 2024 men's draw, which took place earlier on in Frankfurt. I'm sure we'll find some space before we go off air a little bit later on Sports World. But second half commentary now to come. Arsenal lead Liverpool by 2-1, and both sides, I think, are making changes. Let's cross live to the Emirates with the former Premier League striker Glenn Murray. He's alongside our commentator Alistair Bruce-Ball.
Yeah. 606 tonight is from 7 o'clock this evening with Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton. The number to dial is 08085 909 693. So much to talk about, and there will be plenty more from this second half, I'm sure. Underway, Arsenal have kicked off. Red shirts, white sleeves to the red-bodied shirt, white shorts with the red stripes down the side and red socks. Playing from right to left in the second half. Liverpool in change, all white this afternoon with black trim, and Arsenal lead Liverpool by 2-1, and that is 2 changes that Jurgen Klopp has already had to make to the starting lineup that he named. Luis Diaz off in the first half, replaced by Roberto Firmino, and Trent Alexander-Arnold now replaced by Joe Gomez. Joe Gomez, last time we saw him, he came off at half-time in Naples when Liverpool were getting the right run around from Napoli in the Champions League, and he's up against Martinelli, who has looked sizzling in this game so far for Arsenal.
He has indeed, but I just wonder that obviously we touched on it at the top of the programme, and Steve Crossman's trying to ask these difficult questions about Trent Alexander-Arnold. Well, yeah, it is his job, yes. But I just wonder that now that Gomez is in that right back spot, are Liverpool going to be more solid? It's sort of what people have been half calling out for outside of Liverpool, I would say.
OK, let's see how it goes second half. Liverpool then have possession of the ball. Alisson in goal. It's now Gomez at right back, Matip and Van Dijk the two centre backs, and Tsimikas at left back, Henderson and Thiago as the two midfielders, Firmino playing off Darwin, the goal scorer, Salah wide on the right and Jota on the left. Tomiyasu barged over by Jordan Henderson. Fair challenge. Throw-in goes to Liverpool inside their own half and Joe Gomez takes it. Aaron Ramsdale is Arsenal's goalkeeper. Alisson waiting for the ball to get to him. Gabriel Jesus comes a hunting, but ball is played out to the left. Tsimikas knocks it forward. Back to the halfway line. Jota is tackled. Arsenal knock it around nicely in midfield. Partey opens it up and Xhaka looking for that speed of Martinelli is away from Gomez. Early cross when he possibly could have hit it. Saka tries to follow up. Ødegaard tries to follow up and the ball won't fall for Jesus, but Arsenal still have it. Floated cross from Ben White to the far post, nodded down by Xhaka. Martinelli tries to get to it by the byline. Matty clears and Michael Oliver gives a free kick for Martinelli's challenge on Matip as he went to make the clearance. Both players had their feet up and Martinelli just caught Matip. I wondered whether Martinelli could shoot there, Glenn.
Yes, I can't help but feel as though you've made the wrong decision there. You've got a fresh Joe Gomez. Ask a question of him cutting, hit it with your right or take it on your left. But he rolls what is quite a disappointing ball across the 6-yard box and eventually it comes to nothing.
Arsenal 2, Liverpool 1. 5 Live, BBC Sounds and the BBC World Service for your commentary this afternoon. Ramsdale in goal for Arsenal. Ben White, William Saliba, Gabriel, Tomiyasu, the back four. Partey and Xhaka, that familiar midfield pairing as Tomiyasu chips the ball down the left for Martinelli to chase. He gets to that, but the offside flag goes up. Saka wide on the right, score of the second goal. Martinelli wide on the left, score of the first goal in the very first minute of the game. And Martin Ødegaard playing off Gabriel Jesus, who scored 3 in his last 4 games. Jesus not yet managed to get on the score sheet this afternoon, but has looked ever threatening. Gomez with his right foot drives the free kick forward. Great leap from Darwin. Offside. Free kick for Arsenal. Martin Ødegaard has done a column in the programme this afternoon, Glenn. Dad and brother in the stadium this afternoon. They're big Liverpool fans, by the way, from back in the day. But obviously now he plays for Arsenal, they've got to support Arsenal this afternoon. But it's just one of those classic sort of family things.
Cue Ødegaard getting the next goal.
Could be, couldn't
just
it?
for bragging rights in the family, that's all.
Yeah. Arsenal 2, Liverpool 1. And let's not forget, if Arsenal win the game, they go ahead of Manchester City at the top of the table. Martinelli trying to bring a ball down wide on the left. Matip gets a foot on it, but Martinelli wins it back. Here's Ødegaard! Alisson makes the save. The shot was straight at him.
And he will not have a better opportunity to win the family bragging rights, will he? Because it has opened like the Red Sea, Liverpool's defence. He gets it on that trusty left foot and he rolls what is a meek finish at Alisson.
Saka looking for the overlap from Ben White. Arsenal can't win the corner either. Clearance from Tsimikas comes off. Saka goes out for the Liverpool throw. Couple of early chances in the second half for Arsenal to get themselves 3-1 in front. Chris Sutton on the phone in tonight. I notice he does the predictions on the BBC Sport website this season. You can play along with that every week if you want to. He went for Arsenal 4, Liverpool 1 today. At the moment it's Arsenal 2, Liverpool 1. Arsenal attacking again down the right. Van Dijk is able to use his strength. No, he can't quite shadow the ball out of play. Yes, he's done it. Jesus thought he nicked it off him, got it back to Saka, but the flag is up, and that will be Liverpool's ball.
Yes, Chris Sutton is on track to get it right so far. Yeah. I see that he's bowed to public pressure and he's captained Haaland.
Yeah, eventually in the fantasy football. Yeah, you're quite right. You're quite right. He's not happy about it, but he has done it. I don't think he's got Martinelli in the fantasy team, though. If you're interested in your fantasy football, our Fantasy 606 podcast available for you every week. Comes out on a Thursday. Here's Gabriel Jesus trying to get onto the end. Oh, Gomez, arm in the air, and the flag is up for offside. Gomez blocked the ball with his arm. It was bouncing dangerously on the edge of the box. Had it not been offside, it definitely would have been a free kick, but was it a goal-scoring opportunity? The assistant and the referee and the VAR don't have to take that decision because of the offside.
No, and can't help but feel that Joe Gomez is a very lucky man, because it was a clear handball. He was the last defender. I'm not sure Jesus was going directly at goal, so wouldn't have been punished too bad.
Allison's got away with one there. The ball was played back to him from Henderson. It's actually turned into a really good pass forward. I thought he'd miscued it. Darwin chasing the ball through the middle. Gabriel in with the challenge. And it's continuing at the same furious pace this game. 6 minutes into the second half. Arsenal leading Liverpool by 2-1, but it's the classic when those chances have come and gone early in the second half, whether Arsenal will come to rue those come the end of the game, because you know Liverpool are going to have another spell at some point. Jesus barges Henderson off the ball, looks for the through ball, through to Martinelli. He's overhit it and it's straight to Alisson.
And Henderson is raging. He's so angry because he comes on his blind side and he really does bump him. Gabriel Jesus is such a strong character. He's got a low centre of gravity and he really moves Henderson there, and the captain did not like it.
Liverpool trying to play inside their own half. Van Dijk under pressure, has to play back to the bearded Brazilian. Their big goalkeeper Alisson, all in black. Left-footed ball, strokes it into space. Gomez has got to chase it, keeps it in play. Martinelli's got the pace to stick with him. Gomez takes it inside Martinelli on the halfway line. Plays it back to Jordan Henderson, looking to inspire the team in thought, word and deed. Henderson to Jota. Jota slides one through. Chance for Firmino, who scores. Loves scoring goals against Arsenal. Does it in front of the Liverpool fans. And they have cut through Arsenal there to find a second equaliser in the game. Arsenal 2, Liverpool 2.
And just like that, Liverpool are back level. Bobby Firmino gets in, makes a brilliant diagonal run. He's found by, I think it's Jota, with a little no-look pass, takes on his right foot, hits it back across the goal with his left foot. Precision is perfect, and it rolls into the bottom left-hand corner of Aaron Ramsdale's goal, and that's his 6th goal of the season. Brilliant attacking football from Liverpool.
Well, Arsenal 2, Liverpool 2. Unfortunately, if you're enjoying the football, and you may not be as an Arsenal fan or a Liverpool fan, but anyone listening to this afternoon, we've only had 8 minutes gone in the second half. Arsenal fans again immediately get behind their team, having conceded 4 goals already in the game. Ramsdale's long clearance, headed away by Gomez. Jordan Henderson complains about a high foot from Martinelli. The ball runs out of play. Arsenal take a quick throw. Liverpool weren't alert to that. Martinelli gets away from Henderson. Arsenal have won a corner, and Jordan Henderson's complaining about 2 or 3 different things in the lead up to that corner, but Liverpool need to concentrate on defending it. Arsenal 2, Liverpool 2, 59 goals now in the last 14 league games between these two teams, and Arsenal have only won 1 of those last 13 before this one. They've been pegged back to 2-2. They've got a corner. In it comes from the left to the far post. Alisson stretches high and makes a clean catch. Out to the edge of his box, rolls it to the feet of Jordan Henderson, who's very much up for the battle, looking to try and get Jota away through the middle. Tomiyasu intercepts Jesus with a cheeky little nudge in the back of Thiago. Free kick for Liverpool. They go quickly.
Yes, all of a sudden there's a little bit more speed to Liverpool's play. They want to move the football. They fancy this now. I think they feel as though this is a winnable game.
Arsenal 2, Liverpool 2. Firmino, scorer of that second goal, looking for the run of Jota. It's just beyond Jota. Ramsdale's off his line to pick it up for Arsenal. Skids it out overarm to Martinelli. Great challenge from Gomez. Salah quickly on to Firmino. Back into the feet of Salah. Just got the ball caught underneath his feet there, but he's able to keep possession. Henderson goes wide to the right to Gomez. Gomez back to Firmino. Firmino with those flecks of peroxide on the top of his head, back to Matip. Matip likes to bring it forward. Here's Firmino again, holds off Partey, looking for a little chip ball to Darwin through the middle. Arsenal have cleared. Matip chests it down, but he's lost it. Partey to Ødegaard. Lovely first-time ball from Ødegaard to Jesus. Arsenal look threatening now, coming forward on the counter. Jesus curling ball with his right foot, just beyond Ødegaard, but Ødegaard will be able to go over there and collect that, and he's got Ben White in support. Ødegaard works it onto his left foot, tries to find White, keeps the ball in play. There's the cut back, and behind it goes for the Arsenal corner. End-to-end, fabulous game.
It is a fabulous game of football, a really entertaining game of football. And just as Gabriel Jesus gets down this left-hand side, it's Henderson that's dropped back into the right-back spot. And I wondered if he could have gone at him and asked questions of the Liverpool captain. Unfortunately, he didn't feel the chance.
Bukayo Saka over to take the corner for Arsenal. So much time left in the game. 35 minutes still to play. Arsenal fans in full voice as their team look to try and get in front again. Saka curls that corner in. Alisson punches, gets above the head of Gabriel. The ball rolls out to Saka again. Saka is under pressure, surely being fouled there by Jota. It was fouled by Tsimikas. Two of them had a go. They eventually got him. It's a free kick for Arsenal. Martin Odegaard then turns and applauds the efforts of the Arsenal fans and gets an extra roar in response to that. You can see the big camera suspended on the wires right above the pitch has come looming into view just to get a close-up of the penalty area as Martin Odegaard waits to take this free kick from the right-hand side. 2-2, whole clutch of white shirts and red and white shirts clustered together in the middle of that Liverpool penalty area. Odegaard with the left foot. Alisson comes again, leaps high, punches clear. Bouncing ball headed by Salah to his right. Odegaard and Jota went for an aerial ball. Odegaard fell awkwardly. He's hurt himself. Arsenal are going to keep playing at the moment. Jesus is now down hurt as well. And Michael Oliver gives the free kick to Arsenal, but is waving the medical staff onto the pitch. Is it for Jesus or for Odegaard? I think it's for Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus looks out cold. I think
a worry.
The reaction of the players above him are waving the medical staff on in quite a worried fashion, and you can always tell by the reaction of his teammates, and he was face down on the turf. It did not look good for Gabriel Jesus, and it also didn't look good for Odegaard, and I thought Michael Oliver would have stopped the game because it seemed like a head injury.
Yeah. Gabriel Jesus is flat on his front at the moment, and we can only see the bottom of his boots because there's so many players around him. Medical staff straight to him. Mikel Arteta looks worried on the sidelines. First and foremost, obviously everyone worried for the player's safety, such an important player for Arsenal, but that is absolutely secondary, and we just hope that Gabriel Jesus is going to be okay. And I couldn't quite see what the challenge was that felled him, because the Odegaard one was obvious because he fell from a height. Play continued and he picked himself up, but I didn't quite see what happened to Jesus, and we've not actually seen a replay of it as yet.
From our angle, it seemed quite innocuous, didn't it?
Yeah.
It just seemed to get blocked up. There didn't seem too much speed to the coming together, but definitely Gabriel Jesus has hurt himself, and we a minute after the collision, and he's just starting to roll over now, which is a good sign, and we can hear the applause ring around the Emirates as there's life in the young Brazilian.
That's really good to see. He rolls over Gabriel Jesus. He's slowly sitting up, and I can see his nose is being tended to, so maybe he's just fallen and whacked his face. Blood coming out of the nose, and is clearly groggy. Now with the concussion protocols, if the fall, let's have a look now. Let's see what happened here. Gabriel Jesus.
Ooh.
Was it?
Tsimikas.
It's a Tsimikas loose elbow, isn't it? That's just caught him. A glancing blow, but at speed. Ouch.
Yeah, I don't know if it's an elbow or more of a forearm, but he's caught him right across the bridge of the nose.
Not deliberate, was it, Glenn? I wouldn't say. I mean, he's running. He's not tried to whack him with his arm, has he? He's caught him, but
I'm not sure, Ali.
You're not sure, really?
Yeah, I'm not.
He's on his feet.
I'm not sure if it's a little bit of professional nous coming across there, or maybe it is accidental. It was a funny angle that we saw it at. And
I tell you what, did Michael Oliver? I think he gave a free kick before he called.
Yes,
the
he did.
Now, was that for Odegaard? Because if it is for the Tsimikas arm, VAR will have a look at the challenge. If there was anything intentional about it. I mean, it's brilliant to see Jesus on his feet, and we think he's going to be okay. Applauded by the Arsenal fans as he slowly makes his way to the side of the pitch. 15 minutes gone in the second half, but that was a good delay of 2 or 3 minutes, and they're still just checking that Gabriel Jesus is going to be okay. Assistant referee talking to him. Are they talking about the actual challenge? Now, what's that? Drop ball. So didn't give a free kick, Michael Oliver. Just stopped the game.
How is that not a free kick?
Well, I know.
Even if it is deliberate, it's a clear elbow to the face.
Yeah.
It's a one, and you saw Gabriel Jesus' reaction there to the fans, and he sort of mimics what is going on.
Yeah. Martinelli given a nudge by Gomez out of play. Michael Oliver not interested. He was chasing a ball, trying to keep it in wide on the left-hand side. Liverpool play back to Alisson. That wasn't a great ball back to Alisson, and hurriedly had to clear off the back foot under pressure, and out it goes for a throw. So now, I mean, we've had some brilliant football, thrilling end-to-end stuff, but you feel like there's a little tension building in the game because Mikel Arteta is getting wound up. Jurgen Klopp's staying out of it at the moment.
Yes, it's heating up here at the Emirates. It's getting tetchy. Tackles are starting to fly in, and you can see the fans on their feet.
Jesus battling with Gomez. Gomez wins the ball, knocks it out of play, throwing for Arsenal wide on the left. Glenn Murray, former Palace and Brighton striker, with us here on 5 Live BBC Sounds and the World Service this afternoon. On air with 5 Live Sport through until 7 o'clock, then it's 6:06. Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton taking the calls on 085 909 693. And this game, I'm sure, will feature prominently. Arsenal 2, Liverpool 2. Trent Alexander-Arnold off at half-time, replaced by Joe Gomez. Partey chests the ball down, does really well to get that to Xhaka. Oh, Xhaka on the volley, nearly smashes it into the top corner, goes fizzing past that post, and that was magnificent. From Partey to get it to him, but then Xhaka to tee himself up and hit the volley.
Yes, he does the hard bit. He flicks it over the onrushing Matip, and it drops kindly on that trusty left foot, but he just sees his name in lights and blasts it up high over the bar.
It was almost Gascoigne-esque from Euro 96, wasn't it? The little flick over the defender's head, pick it up the other side and stick it away. He couldn't quite do the stick it away bit, went for full power, but great stuff from Xhaka. Partey's won it again for Arsenal, having a good game today. 2-2 against Liverpool, ball forward, Jesus chases, half cleared by Matip. Gomez plays it to Van Dijk, and Ødegaard's quickly on top of him. Van Dijk, cool as you like, plays it upfield to Thiago. Partey there again to block for Arsenal. He's everywhere. Now playing a pass forward to Ødegaard, controlled it well. Flicks a little pass to his left to Xhaka. Xhaka towards Jesus. Edge of the Liverpool penalty area, is able to turn. Tries to find Xhaka, finds Xhaka, looking to get it back to Jesus. Now he looks to make room for the shot, can't quite do it. Comes out to Ben White. So many bodies in that Liverpool box. Saka down the line to White. White gets the cut back in there. Thiago slides in to clear for Liverpool, but again the pressure is immediately going to come back on them from this Arsenal team. Free-flowing stuff. It's 2-2. Twice Arsenal have had the lead. Twice they've been pegged back. Here's Saka. Saka's ball across the face of the Liverpool box, intercepted by Henderson. So back on the halfway line, and the chant of Arsenal. Arsenal rings around the Emirates Stadium again.
Some brilliant, intricate football there by the Arsenal front players. Interchangeable, trying to find that last bit of space.
Great ball forward from Gabriel. If Martinelli can keep it in, he certainly can. Gets there, he's up against Gomez down by the byline. Right-footed cross is blocked by Gomez. The ball comes whistling back to Tomiyasu. Tomiyasu immediately gives it back to the danger man Martinelli, returns it to Tomiyasu. Curling cross comes in, half-headed, nearly found Saka at the far post. Saka gets it across goal, hands away off the line. Shimikas is back now. I think there's a handball in there. Wouldn't have counted even if it had potentially crossed the goal line. Michael Oliver pointing for a Liverpool free kick. I'd be amazed if this stays 2-2.
I think it was handball on the back post by Saka, and he lifts it back in to the middle of the goal, and it looks like Ødegaard's going to score, but brilliant defending. He wasn't to know it was handball from Tsimikas, the Liverpool left back.
Got crucial Bukayo Saka question to ask you, Glenn, at some point during the second half, but it has to be when there is a break in play. We cannot take our eyes off this for a second. Liverpool thinking about another change, having already made 2 in the game, but Salah's got the ball at his feet. Salah in his light blue boots right in front of us. Tomiyasu's had a good game against him, wins the tackle, goes out for a Liverpool throw.
Yes, he has, and I think from a Liverpool perspective, they haven't seen enough of Mo Salah this afternoon. You'd want to see more of him creating chances, having shots, but so far Tomiyasu's definitely winning that battle, but it only takes a second for the Egyptian.
Arsenal 2, Liverpool 2. 25 minutes plus a fair bit of added time to be played. Saka coming forward for Arsenal, chased by Thiago, gets away from Thiago. Ben White is there on his right. Liverpool desperately trying to get back in numbers. Pass came back from Ben White, and Liverpool now are behind the ball and able to defend. So Arsenal come out and go again wide on the left.
And as I'm watching this Arsenal team in transition, going backwards, going forwards, Mikel Arteta is doing doggies up and down his technical area as if he's one of them. Yeah. He's living every moment of it.
Conte was doing that yesterday with Tottenham as well, because I know you were there at the Amex Stadium watching that one.
Yeah, so he was just standing still, kicking thin air.
Yeah. kicking imaginary opponents. Arsenal 2, Liverpool 2. 25 minutes to go in this thrilling game. Arsenal have the ball, and it's Saliba who brings it forward. Right-footed, pacey pass forward. Saka flicks it back into Ødegaard. Couldn't control it. Now it's Liverpool's turn to threaten. Jota speeding away down the left. Pass not a good one. Salah's frustrated. Sticks out a leg. Can't control it. Arsenal throw. Jurgen Klopp applauds the idea.
And even though Liverpool haven't been free-falling this afternoon, we've seen glimpses of it, haven't we? A couple of goals, a couple of opportunities, and when they do counter, they do look dangerous.
Arsenal then, building from the back with Gabriel. Play to Thomas Partey. Firmino stretches out a leg to try and stop it. Partey plays it to Saliba. Great atmosphere inside the stadium as well, as you'd expect. Harvey Elliott's been warming up. Ibrahima Konate has been warming up for Liverpool as well. Gabriel plays across to Saliba. The 21-year-old Frenchman drives it forward with his right foot. Saka can't quite keep it in play. Goes out for a Liverpool throw in the left-back position. Number to dial for 606 tonight, same as ever. 08085 909 693. And come the end of the football today, all the talking points, all the interviews, the reaction, the debates, it'll all be there for you in the Football Daily podcast much later tonight on the BBC Sounds app, or first thing tomorrow morning. So get yourself on the BBC Sounds app and get yourself subscribed to the Football Daily.
And it looks like Liverpool are going to make another defensive change, Ali, as we see Konate getting changed on the bench there. He's stripped and he's ready to go, the number 5.
Throw into Arsenal, controlled by Jesus, played out to Saka, wide on the right. Ball quickly across to Tomiyasu. It's going to be a double change. Fabinho and Konate coming on for Liverpool. So that'll be 4 of their 5 changes made. With still a quarter of the game to go. Tomiyasu across here to Saliba. Ben White plays back to Gabriel, who stood on the centre spot in the middle of the Emirates Stadium. Floated ball out towards Saka. Teases Shimikas. Bounces away from him. Saka able to bring it down on his right thigh. And then slowly sort of jogs towards Tsimikas with the ball at his feet. Forced away from goal. Thiago's there helping, doing the defending. Arsenal come back into midfield. Partey, central position, 40 yards from the Liverpool goal, across to Tomiyasu. Lovely from Tomiyasu, outside of the right foot. Xhaka round the corner to Martinelli. Danger again from Arsenal. Cross blocked by Gomez. Corner to Arsenal.
And even though Martinelli gets out on the outside of Joe Gomez, it's really good defending by the Liverpool right back. He gets back in, covers himself and concedes. Oh no, it isn't.
No,
I thought it was going to be a corner, but he must have bounced back off Martinelli and out for a goal kick, as we see the 2 Liverpool substitutions being made.
OK, Matip comes off, Konate comes on, Mo Salah comes off. 3/4 of the way through the game. You were saying it, Glenn. I mean, he's shaking his head, Mo Salah, and I get why he's frustrated. It's a brilliant game and he wants to be involved. He doesn't really look at Jurgen Klopp, but he does give him the high five. It has not been his afternoon. Salah is off. Fabinho is on. Goal kick for Liverpool. It's Arsenal 2, Liverpool 2. Kicking off at 7 o'clock tonight is Everton-Manchester United. When we get our next break in play, Lee Blakeman will bring us the team news for that one. Reports on that game from Lee throughout 606 and 5 Live's coverage this evening. Darwin chasing the ball down the left-hand side, has the beating of Saliba to get there, holds off Saliba and does well to find Jota, tries to get it back to Darwin. Partey again there to break things up for Arsenal. Lovely feet from Saka. Saka gets White away down the right. Fabinho, first thing he does is make a rather ungainly challenge on Ben White. Then he kicks the ball away. Arsenal get the free kick. Let's get the team news from Lee Blakeman.
Hello, Ali. Everton make 1 change from the team that started last Saturday's win at Southampton. Anthony Gordon comes in for Dwight McNeil, who drops to the bench. United make 3 changes from Thursday's win at Omonia Nicosia. Shaw, Martial and Rashford replace Malacia, Sancho and Ronaldo.
Thank you, Lee. So kicks off at 7 o'clock this evening. Arsenal 2, Liverpool 2. Throw in for Liverpool on the right to be taken by Joe Gomez, and so much to be talked about and debated after this game at the end of this evening. And we don't think the goals are over just yet. Gomez is trying to steal yards. Mikel Arteta feels the throw-in should actually be 5 or 6 yards back. And Michael Oliver has now been sort of persuaded and given a yellow card to Joe Gomez. Is it to Gomez?
I think it's to Gomez, and Mikel Arteta is going mad at the 4th official, and Klopp's creeping towards him. They're not happy with each other, but Michael Oliver did seem to be influenced by Mikel Arteta there, his actions on the sideline.
And now look, Jurgen Klopp is coming over and saying what on earth is going on. He's complaining to the fourth official, Andy Madley, because he clearly feels that Mikel Arteta has got Joe Gomez booked. So managers not the best of friends. They're two teams duking it out. Great game. Arsenal 2, Liverpool 2. Arsenal win the ball deep inside their own half. Saka puts everything into a right-footed pass across to Tomiyasu. Forward to Jesus. Jesus plays it back to Tomiyasu. Henderson senses a chance to get onto that loose ball. Gabriel is a cross for Arsenal to deal with it. Plays it back to Aaron Ramsdale. Ramsdale plays it out to his right-hand side. And Saliba forward to Partey.
The ball was just rolled into Partey there, and I can't help but feel he's been brilliant both directions this afternoon.
Arsenal sweeping forward. Odegaard almost caught on the edge of the box. Can he find the pass through? Yes, he can. Martinelli looking for this right-footed curler inside the area. Too many white shirts in the way. Turns away. Plays it to Xhaka. Xhaka with power across the box. Oh, it was nearly an own goal from Konate. He got a block on it. He had a couple of bodies in there, and then Alisson picks up the bouncing ball.
As that ball arrives at Gabriel Martinelli's feet, he has a second, I think a second too long, because he decides to cut back into traffic and the chance just seems to disappear. Xhaka gets the ball, he tries to put it in that corridor, and do you know what, it's a fantastic block by Conte.
Yeah, very nearly a miscontrol at the other end from Gabriel, and Darwin was breathing right down his neck. Arsenal now getting ready to make a change of their own. Is that Vieira coming on?
Yes, it is, and it's just blow for blow by the managers. They're both playing their cards. They're both very animated on the touchline. They're both very involved in this fixture.
Yeah, that Vieira chant is soon going to be ringing around the Emirates Stadium. They've got their Saliba song as well. They'll have one for this man. Martinelli feeds Xhaka. Xhaka with the cutback into the penalty area. Thiago's there to intercept. Forced to Saka though. Saka with a little bit of skill. Right-footed shot. Tries to get it through the body. Jesus hits one. Alisson blocks it. The ball's still loose in the Liverpool box. Comes out to Martinelli. Drives it with his right foot. Ball bounces back to him. Then plays one with his left foot to Xhaka. Another cross comes in. Loose again on the edge of the 6-yard box. And Liverpool hammer it away. It's a penalty. It's a penalty for Arsenal. I think it's Jesus. It's Jesus who's down in the box.
Yes, I think it's Thiago. I can see with his hands on his head, and I can't make head nor tail of that piece of passage of play because it was so much going on. Xhaka lifts the ball into the middle. Oh, that's soft for me, Ali. That is very soft for me.
Let's describe it.
Jesus goes to control with his right foot. Thiago kicks it with his left foot. And it's a coming together at best.
Right, it's kicking off now. Xhaka and Henderson eyeball to eyeball. Darwin Núñez is dragging Xhaka back. It really has boiled over inside the penalty area. VAR will be looking at the decision as well. Jurgen Klopp trying to hold himself back on the halfway line. Players now being separated. Arsenal 2, Liverpool 2. Bedlam at the moment.
It is absolute. I don't know which direction to look in, Ali, because while all that's going on, Aaron Ramsdale's made his way to the halfway line in front of the dugouts, and he's having a go at Jurgen Klopp. They're having a discussion now. I mean,
they've made up now.
They have made up, yes.
Laughing and joking. Right. So at the moment, Arsenal have a penalty. VAR will be having a look. Glenn described it quite perfectly. The cross came in from the left. Jesus, it's behind him, and he's stretching to control it. And Thiago, they're both going for the same ball. So their feet are both dangling. Jesus' foot touches the ball. Thiago's foot touches Jesus. He goes down. And at the moment, that's why we've got an Arsenal penalty on the way. They're going to try and take the lead for the third time in the game. Michael Oliver marching towards the penalty spot, still surrounded by Liverpool and Arsenal players.
I'm just running back that Xhaka and Henderson come together, and Núñez does Xhaka a massive favour because he holds him back from Henderson because they are going at each other there.
Right, Michael Oliver standing on the penalty spot. I can't see a ball. Alisson's waiting for the penalty. Bukayo Saka has the ball in his hands. Penalty for Arsenal. 15 minutes to play. What a moment for 21-year-old Bukayo Saka, who's already scored in this game. Arsenal fans on their feet. Some of them can't bear to watch. Arsenal have been ahead twice in the game. Michael Oliver's finally cleared the penalty area. Tension all around the Emirates Stadium. You can see one fan with his hands clasped around the back of his neck. The whistle blows, Alisson waits. Saka replaces the ball, takes 2 deliberate steps backwards, and he looks Alisson square in the eyes. Pauses again. Alisson is waving his arms around as he waits on the goal line. Saka jogs on the spot with his left foot. Brilliant penalty! Sticks it away. Arsenal in front. They lead by 3 goals to 2. Alisson went the right way. He couldn't get there. And the Arsenal fans around us going absolutely berserk.
And this game has delivered on all levels. Bukayo Saka standing over the ball, cool, calm, composed. You would think he'd been in that position before, Ali. What a fantastic penalty by the young man. The pressure of the Emirates was firmly on his shoulders, but he stood there, he stood strong, and he rolled that ball into the right-hand side of Alisson's net to make it 3-2 to the Arsenal.
It's a great point you make, Glenn. I've seen him take them for Arsenal before, but I know you're referring to the missed penalty for England. In the character he's shown to take big penalties, none bigger than that, and that was a fabulous penalty. Fabulous penalty from Saka.
But that just shows me from the England miss, he's learned and he's grown as a person and as a player. What a fantastic penalty that was, because there was a lot of pressure on his shoulders there, and he had to wait, how long? 3-4 minutes to take that penalty. It's going to be up for a grandstand finish because there's going to be a lot of added time.
Right, Arsenal led 1-0, pegged back to 1-1. They scored just before half-time. They were 2-1 in front, pegged back to 2-2 early in the second half. Now they lead 3-2, 14 minutes to play, plus a bucket load of added time. And Jesus goes flying into a challenge on Fabinho, and Liverpool get themselves a free kick. We knew this was going to be good, but it really has delivered so far. And can Liverpool find themselves a third equaliser? There was a League Cup tie, wasn't there, too long ago, that finished 5-5 with a couple of young teams that were playing in the competition that night, but they very rarely fail to deliver. And I tell you what, Liverpool could be away down the left with Shimikas. Loads of white shirts in the middle. What a cross that is. Tomiyasu has to deal with it, heads it behind. Liverpool immediately back on the attack. They won a corner.
And do you know what? Both managers, regardless of who wins this game, will be absolutely delighted with their players' reactions to going behind or coming level in this game. Both sets of players have played this game with the right attitude.
Debates, of course, at the end of the game about penalties given and not given. That one on Jesus, the one for handball. In the first half, that didn't go Liverpool's way. Corner for Liverpool now. Whipped in from the right, headed away to the edge of the box. Martinelli chases his own header. Henderson had the head start, gets there first. He must have been concerned for a second there. Gomez plays a rather nervy pass to Thiago. Thiago deals with it and plays it back to Alisson. 13 minutes to play. 5 Live, BBC Sounds and the BBC World Service. Arsenal 3, Liverpool 2. And as it stands, let's not forget this, Arsenal going back above Manchester City, and everyone raving about them this season and how they're going to cruise to the title. They'll go back above them, they'll go top of the table.
The only thing I wish, Ali, is that there was longer left.
I know, yeah. If it goes 3-3, should we put in a petition for extra time?
I think a lot of people would sign it.
6:06 on the way later this evening. Darwin Núñez on the ball for Liverpool inside the Arsenal box, takes on Gabriel, cross comes in, Ramsdale got a hand to it, and Jesus is back there doing the defending, clears the ball out for a throw. Firmino had just run beyond the cross and couldn't get the finish on it.
No, but that just sums up Arsenal at the moment, doesn't it? From front to back, defending, and it's Gabriel Jesus, the fourth person back.
Thiago across to Van Dijk. Deep inside the Arsenal half. Arsenal have every outfield player behind the ball, and Liverpool getting ready to make their final change, final roll of the dice.
And we see Liverpool 3-2 down here at the Emirates, and their most creative players in Trent Alexander-Arnold and Salah are both off the field.
Yeah. Harvey Elliott getting ready to come on though. Another incredibly talented young footballer. Henderson plays a 1-2 with Firmino. Fabinho strokes a pass forward to Firmino in the inside right channel. Henderson supports him. They play a 1-2. Firmino cross into the far post, headed away by Saliba. Arsenal have had this lead now 3 times in the game. Twice they've been pegged back. Can they see it out? Fabinho turns, runs away from Martinelli, plays it back to Thiago, 40 yards from the Arsenal goal, into the feet of Henderson, who immediately gives it straight back to Thiago. Tries to loft it over the top of the Arsenal back four. Optimistic pass, is a fabulous passer of the ball. That one doesn't come off. Firmino couldn't control it, and behind it goes for the goal kick. 10 minutes to play. I think there's going to be at least 4 or 5 minutes added time. Arsenal 3, Liverpool 2.
Yes, I tend to agree, Ali, because not only did we have the penalty incident, and that took so long to sort out, we also had Jesus down when he got elbowed, yes. So there's going to be quite a lot of added time here.
Jota off, and Harvey Elliott comes on for Liverpool, just 19 years old, the £1.5 million summer signing from Fulham. Michael Oliver says, come on Arsenal, you've got to get on with this. Goal kick for them. Ramsdale sends the centre-backs away. He's going to give it the big heave-ho. Launches it and actually disappears from view for a second. Jesus goes tumbling backwards. Canate with the challenge. Arsenal fans up in arms around us. They want the free kick. Ball's played forward. Firmino heads it in field. Partey is able to intercept. Takes it away from Henderson. Tripped by Fabinho. Play again is allowed to go. And Ramsdale clears first time from the edge of his own box. Kieran Tierney getting ready to come on for Arsenal. Loose ball inside the middle of the Arsenal half. Saliba clears, happy just to get rid of that and put it forward into Liverpool territory. Fabinho, lofted pass to the left. Darwin can't quite control it. Should come back to Ramsdale. Michael Oliver spotted an infringement. Free kick for Arsenal. Right, very quickly, got to do this very quickly, Glenn. Your Bukayo Saka question. Part of fact of the day, you know the old fact of the day we do on drive time. I've asked you these questions before. Has 10 things that he can't live without. One of them is a chocolate bar that he has to have before every single game he plays. I was asked, would that be a Crunchy, would that be a Twix, or would that be a Freddo? A little, you know, kids.
Freddo.
That's what I said. It's wrong.
Is it? What's Crunchy?
You see, a Twix. A Twix. I know. I thought for a sort of flair player.
That's an old man's chocolate bar, is it? No.
You and I are on the same wavelength. So Tony Livesey and Claire McDonald caught me out with that one. That's your fact of the day. We managed to squeeze it into an absolutely fabulous game of football. Martin Ødegaard comes off. Standing ovation for him. Kieran Tierney comes on. 8 minutes of the 90 left and Arsenal are leading Liverpool 3-2.
And just as we tick into the last segment of this game, this is where players are tired, they're fatigued, mistakes creeping, and I just wonder, can this inexperienced Arsenal side keep this Liverpool side at bay?
The other question, of course, and we mentioned it at the start of the game, is if Arsenal do go on to win this and get a rare win over Liverpool in recent years, what is going to be the greatest Arsenal performance of the weekend? Will it be this one here? Will it be Tony Adams on Strictly last night?
Is there any question?
Did you see it?
Yeah, I'm seeing this one.
Well, of course you are. I was being facetious, but it was, honestly, he was sensational, as he used to be for Arsenal as well. And he's here today. He'll be absolutely loving this game. Not over yet. Gabriel side foots a pass back to Aaron Ramsdale. Take a breath, everyone. The game's going to slow down for a second. Not for long. Ramsdale launches a long one down the middle of the field. Canate heads it away. Thiago flicks it on. Firmino chests it down and then glides a pass to his left. Tsimikas is able to bring this forward and get his head up. Harvey Elliott gets an early touch. Tsimikas then crosses that ball in. Partey there yet again for Arsenal to head it away. Jesus blocks the Thiago pass. Look at the energy still in Jesus, and away he goes. And Van Dijk's doing that thing. He's just standing off and saying, can you beat me? Jesus says no, so he floats the diagonal over to Tierney. Tierney lets the ball bounce a couple of times in front of him. Can Arsenal find a fourth goal to try and kill Liverpool off? Partey's curling ball towards Jesus. Chests it down. The angle looks very tight there. Tsimikas behind him. Plays it to Saka. Saka's on the hat-trick, of course. Saka to White. To Saka again. And Saka very steadily just plays the ball back to Saliba. Arsenal are saying to Liverpool, you're going to have to come and get it. And if you do, spaces open up. And we're going to try and punish you. Xhaka wide on the left-hand side for Arsenal. North London derby win last week. Can they make it a follow-up win over Liverpool? Saliba. Diagonal ball controlled by Saka. Harvey Elliott comes back to try and make a challenge. And Arsenal just keeping it at the moment, Glenn, just knocking it around.
Yes, I can't help but feel this little lulling play at the moment we're seeing. He's going to set us up for a grandstand finish.
Yeah, I get that same feeling. Here's Tierney inside the Liverpool half. Henderson thinks about a challenge, decides better against it. Tierney does well. Tomiyasu looking for the run of Jesus. Van Dijk has it covered, although does he? Ball travels over his head, bounces into the arms of Alisson. Alisson immediately gives it to Thiago. 5 minutes of the 90 remaining. Thiago digs one out, looking for the run of Darwin. The service to Darwin, second half, they've not found him.
Very unlike Thiago. We've seen two long passes and both have been mistimed, misjudged. Unlike the Liverpool maestro.
Football schedule is absolutely relentless, as we know. And there are tired legs out there. European football on the way again this week. 5 live commentaries. AC Milan against Chelsea on Tuesday. Will be at Ibrox on Wednesday for Rangers Liverpool. Crossing to the Liverpool box. Gomez tries to deal with it. Glancing header. Tried to nod it behind for a corner. Didn't get enough on it. So Martinelli has it wide on the left. Arsenal again just happy to keep it at the moment. Xhaka's made a clever run into space and collects the ball down by the corner flag on the left-hand side. They're toying with Liverpool at the moment. Liverpool have it in them, we've seen it already. Got themselves back from 1-0 down and 2-1 down, trailing 3-2 at the moment and waiting to get the ball back. They get it now. Konate tries to find Firmino. Tomiyasu intercepts. Partey just inside the Liverpool half, plays it to his left. Xhaka comes back to Gabriel. Time is running out for Liverpool. 18 games Jurgen Klopp has had against Arsenal in his time as Liverpool manager. He has lost a couple on penalties, but in terms of being beaten over 90 minutes or 120 minutes, it has only ever happened once before to him. Long ball forward, Jesus chases, Tsimikas volleys it away, Xhaka stretches, makes the foul on Thiago. Free kick for Liverpool.
Just after that challenge there, Thiago and Xhaka shake hands, and it just shows the spirit that this game's been played in, doesn't it, Ali?
Yeah, we had the flashpoint. We've had a couple of flashpoints, but actually, the managers have, they're kept well apart on the sidelines here at the Emirates Stadium, but there's
unfortunately.
Gomez under pressure from Martinelli, but they've managed to keep a lid on it, and it has been a truly wonderful game of football. Don't miss it on Match of the Day 2 tonight, 10:30, BBC 1. Palace 2, Leeds 1, West Ham 3, Fulham 1, and Everton Manchester United kicks off at 7 o'clock. Updates on that into 6:06 this evening.
I can't help but feel this Liverpool forward line now, apart from Núñez, if you don't find Núñez, it hasn't got the speed to get in behind. Firmino, Harvey Elliott, they've taken the main threats in behind off, haven't they, Diaz and Salah?
Diaz had to go off injury first half. Salah came off midway through the second half. Tierney lobs the ball forward. I know it's busy and I know it's difficult to get away. Fans are leaving this.
I can't believe that.
I can't believe it. I just couldn't do that.
I was just thinking that as he walked past me there. It's incredible.
I know it will make a massive difference to the journey time. I imagine it will, but still, what a game. Arsenal 3, Liverpool 2. Brilliant from Harvey Elliott. Outside of the left foot, skids the ball across to Gomez. Gomez gets his head down, makes 10 yards down the right-hand side. Back to Elliott. Elliott faced up by Xhaka. 5 yards short of the box. Little 1-2 with Firmino. Arsenal need to concentrate here to continue to hold their lead. Ball is with Fabinho. Wide to Gomez. Gomez's cross takes a deflection off Martinelli. Firmino wins the flick on. Darwin jumps to try and control it. Elliott goes down inside the box. Tierney holds his hands up. Henderson gets a cross in. Ball still loose in the Arsenal box. Up in the air it goes. Darwin jumps. Tomiyasu clears. Throwing for Liverpool on the right. Now, are Liverpool going to take that straight away, or are they going to wait?
No, Michael Owen's held his hand up, and for me, in real time, that's a penalty.
Really?
In real time, I'm just seeing
or does Elliott initiate the contact by putting his right foot on Tierney?
Seeing a replay, I think he might try and initiate that contact.
No penalty.
Yes, and Michael Owen has gone with that. I think he was right seeing a replay, but in real time, it just shows how hard the referee's job is, doesn't it?
Gomez's throw into that Arsenal penalty area. Tomiyasu wins the first header. Darwin jumps. Chance for Saka to clear. He does that with his right foot. 89th minute of the game. Arsenal 3, Liverpool 2. Eddie Nketiah waiting to come on for Arsenal. Mikel Arteta giving him detailed instructions. Arsenal having to defend. Going back to the top of the Premier League table tonight with a win. They'll go a point ahead of Manchester City. Van Dijk plays the ball out to the left-hand side. I think I'm right in saying it's City-Liverpool next week as well, isn't it? Ball into the edge of the Arsenal box. Xhaka clears with his right foot. Anywhere will do for Arsenal at the moment. Thiago towards Firmino. Firmino to Henderson. Henderson chips it up in the air. Saliba, cool as you like, heads it back to Ramsdale, who slides forward on his knees and will take a good 10 seconds or so to get rid of this ball.
Yes, and as that ball gets in the safety of Aaron Ramsdale's hands, the cheer from the Arsenal faithful is loud because they know they are edging towards a huge victory here at the Emirates.
Ramsdale clears with his right foot. Arsenal 3, Liverpool 2. Van Dijk wants to let that go all the way. Alisson came late. Jesus is in there! And he's headed it wide and it's gone behind. Now, Michael Oliver's saying corner, so Jesus didn't get the last touch. That was almost calamitous for Liverpool. Van Dijk waiting for Alisson to come, he didn't. Jesus got in between them, he's down. Could there even be a penalty shout, I wonder? Jesus in the box, it hits Van Dijk in the face and goes behind for a corner. 5 minutes of added time to be played.
He gets sandwiched there, Jesus, and is that a penalty?
Well, they'll look.
I mean, Alisson comes out and completely body checks him, and as he's down on the floor, Virgil van Dijk's trying to drag him to his feet by his arm. He's not happy with Jesus, but he did get a ride out there, the young Brazilian.
I was absolutely right, of course. Liverpool, Manchester City is our commentary at this time next week, 4:30 at Anfield. We've also got Leeds Arsenal at 2 o'clock next week, so more Arsenal in action in full on 5 Live for you. So, VAR having a look, Arsenal making a change. Gabriel Jesus has not been on the score sheet, he has been in the wars, he won the crucial penalty, he's been a right handful. What a signing, Glenn Murray, he's been for Arsenal.
Well, like I say, behind Erling Haaland, he's been the sign of the summer for me, and he's rejuvenated this Arsenal squad, and we can just see how much this Arsenal faithful love him, because he gets a standing ovation as he walks off. He's not scored, but he's wore his heart on his sleeve, and he's given everything for this club.
Arsenal 3, Liverpool 2. We played 1 minute of added time, 4 minutes remaining. There's still a discussion in the box.
That is literally what it is. It's just a standing discussion at the moment. Everyone's around Michael Oliver. They're waiting an awful long time to make this decision. And that, for me...
He gave a corner because the ball hit Van Dijk in the face. But at the moment, Martinelli's got the ball in the box. And I think Michael Oliver...
There's a lot of bad feeling out there, isn't there?
Yeah, he's waiting. Is he being sent to the monitor?
Yeah, he's coming over.
Michael Oliver's being sent to the monitor to see whether this should be a penalty.
Or is he going to Klopp?
Hang on, he's Klopp and Arteta.
He's going to the managers.
He's calling Klopp and Arteta together, so it's not a VAR decision. He's talking to both managers at the moment. They're in a huddle right on the halfway line. Jurgen Klopp is sort of straining to hear.
A spicy Spaniard and a strong German. Who you taking, Ali?
Well, Klopp's the taller, isn't he?
He's got the bigger reach, hasn't he?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the alliteration as well.
But Arteta can get inside, can't he?
Right, Michael Oliver's had a word. Now, he's had a word to both managers and explained... Well, I don't know what. I'd only be guessing. He's chatting to Andy Madley, the fourth official, and talking through what's happened. Now he's coming back onto the field. It is going to be a corner for Arsenal, I presume. Martinelli's taken the ball over there. That's wasted another couple of minutes, and we're okay again. So that's definitely something post-match to try and find out, is what that conversation was about. Whether it's just trying to calm both sets of the players down or talk through the decision that was just made, I don't know. Normally that would come after the game if it was the decision that's just been made. Arsenal have taken the corner short and they've lost it. Elliott's ball forward with his right foot, and all that sort of rhythm and pace and tension and anxiety in the game has just deflated for a moment, but it's coming right back. 2 minutes of added time remaining, but there'll be more than that. And Arsenal leading Liverpool by 3 goals to 2. 5 Live Sport on air through until 7 o'clock. And Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage taking the calls on 606 08 085 909 693 to have your say. Tsimikas fouled by Ben White. Free kick for Liverpool. Vieira, he never came on, did he?
He's been stood there stripped for 15 minutes. I've just realised that.
So did I. Bukayo Saka won't get a hat-trick. He's coming off. That'll kill a bit more time, a bit more momentum. Arsenal have a free kick to defend, but it's a free kick coming at them from deep because it's inside the Liverpool half. 2 goals for Bukayo Saka. He got Arsenal 2-1 in front, sliding in at the far post late in the first half, but the crucial one from the penalty spot, holding his nerve to take a fabulous penalty and possibly give Arsenal a rare win over Liverpool to put them back on the top of the Premier League table. Not over as yet. Konate's going to make a run from the right, and he's started like a sprinter here. Thiago's looking for him. The ball's not got enough on it. Gabriel heads it away. Jurgen Klopp looks at Thiago and says, what on earth was that? Martinelli plays it back to Tierney. Tierney with the outside of his left foot to Ramsdale. Ramsdale hurriedly clears with his right foot, goes diagonally away to the right-hand side. Vieira lets the ball travel over his head, and it goes out for a throw-in to Liverpool. The other conversation to be had on 606 tonight with the Arsenal fans, title challenge, question mark. Everyone's already given it to City. Can Arsenal keep it going all the way through the season?
Is that a question, Alan?
Yeah. I'm chucking it out there, Glenn. Alisson plays a long ball forward with his right foot. Saliba heads it away. Ben White smashes it with his right foot, clears it down the touchline, out for a throw. Right, my stopwatch says we've now played the 5 minutes of added time. So anything from now on is what's been incurred extra in the added time we've been playing. 3-2 to Arsenal.
Everyone's living this moment in Arsenal, aren't they?
The stadium's like the bottle of champagne being shaken, and it's waiting to blow. And I tell you, you're going to hear some noise when that full-time whistle blows, if Arsenal still have the lead. They can't switch off. Played 5 minutes of added time. Darwin battling for a ball. Wins a throw-in for Liverpool. They're trying to steal yards down the left-hand side. Liverpool, just the 2 wins so far this season. It'll be 8 Premier League games played and just the 2 wins to show for it. Tsimikas stretches, plays it to Thiago, back from Fabinho. Arsenal in with the challenges quickly. Partey gets a foot in, it goes out for a throw-in to Arsenal on the right. We've now played 30 seconds over the 5 minutes. Mikel Arteta still unhappy about something else. Andy Madley just trying to shepherd him back into his technical area. Be interesting to see the handshake actually at the end of the game between Mikel Arteta and Jurgen Klopp. Arteta is very, very heated up about something. Let's keep an eye on the football though. Throw in for Arsenal. Inside their own half, down the right-hand side from Ben White. Tsimikas heads it away. Xhaka is underneath it to head it back into the Liverpool half. Tsimikas tried to chest it down. He's given the ball away. Arsenal come. Martinelli collects on the edge of the Liverpool penalty area, and Nketiah made a run, but Martinelli has held on to it. Konaté's fouled him. Arsenal have won a free kick in an attacking position. They've got a chance to score another goal, and they've got the ball down the Liverpool end. I think they're going to do it, Glenn.
Yes, I think they are, and we see Mikel Arteta shaking hands with the 4th official there. I think he feels as though his side are finally over the line here, and I'm interested to see, well, I actually know from the way they've set up, no one is in the Liverpool 18-yard box. They're just going to hold the ball in the corner here and try and see time out.
Yeah, free kick's going to be taken short. Arsenal have it over on that right-hand side, and Nketiah goes dribbling down to the corner flag. Teammates sticking with him. Ball goes out for a Liverpool throw. We've already played 2 minutes additional beyond the 5 minutes added time. Arsenal fans desperate for the whistle. Throw in taken by Liverpool, across to Alisson, clears it on the half volley, gives it everything. Out to the left it goes. Firmino nods the ball down to Harvey Elliott, lobs one forward. Saliba has it covered. Ben White tries to flick a header away. Firmino plays the ball to Darwin. Gabriel is there, clears with his left foot. Overhead kick from Nketiah. And I thought he was about to blow the full-time whistle, but Michael Oliver says keep going. Alisson. Now we've seen him score late goals for Liverpool. He's forward, he's across the halfway line, long ball forward into the Arsenal box, travels all the way through the box. Firmino controls it wide on the left. Fabio Vieira's with him. Firmino gets away, curls the ball in, headed away by Partey, falls to Henderson, hits the curler. A block on the shot, the ball's up in the air. Elliott hits one, block again inside the Arsenal area. Gabriel stabs it away, and Arsenal get themselves over the winning line. They're back on top of the Premier League table, and eventually they have downed Jurgen Klopp's Liverpool. Only a second win against them in 14 Premier League games. They led 1-0, they led 2-1, they were pegged back twice, and they've eventually beaten them by 3 goals to 2 in an absolute thriller. Glenn Murray.
And you can hear the Arsenal faithful singing "We are top of the league." This group of fans, they're starting to believe in this area of London. It's 6:30 in the capital, and we have just witnessed a fantastic 2 hours of football.
Well, have a listen to the atmosphere inside the Emirates Stadium. It tells you everything. And yes, we know there have only been 9 games played this season, but we said beforehand that this was going to be a massive test for Mikel Arteta and his young team, and they have passed that test with flying colours. They're top of the Premier League. Arsenal 3, Liverpool 2.
The Premier League, live from the Emirates on the BBC World Service.
It's a shame we have to leave that terrific atmosphere inside the Emirates. You're listening to Sports World with myself, Delith Lloyd. Thanks as ever to Glenn Murray and Alistair Bruce Ball for describing the last couple of hours of brilliant football we've had in the Premier League. Arsenal then back above Manchester City. They return to the top of the Premier League after that 3-2 win over Liverpool. And let me tell you, Mikel Arteta's celebration on the touchline said it all. He was jumping as high as a high jumper, absolutely ecstatic, as were his players. The players that were subbed, Ødegaard, Saka and Jesus, all running on at the end. Saka with a huge grin on his face after scoring 2 of those Arsenal goals. I'm sure we have to now officially say, even after 9 games, Arsenal are Premier League title contenders. We will ask that question once again to Johan Giroud, the former Arsenal defender, who will be joining us in the next couple of minutes. Our football reporter Aaron Paul is back with me. We'll be dissecting what we've just heard on Sports World, but it's time to get the latest BBC News on the BBC World Service with Jeanette Jalil.
Delith, thank you. Protests sparked by the death of a young woman in police custody are continuing across Iran in defiance of a violent crackdown by the security forces. An Iranian rights group based in Norway says 185 people have been killed since the unrest began. Here's Mike Thompson.
Unverified videos shared on social media show protests continuing on Sunday in dozens of cities across Iran. Human rights organisations say hundreds of high school girls and university students are defying security forces, despite being faced with tear gas, clubs and in some cases live ammunition. Some posts on social media say shops have closed in several cities after a call by activists for a mass strike.
Rescue teams in the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhzhia have been searching for survivors in the ruins of residential buildings that were destroyed by Russian missile strikes overnight. Officials now say 13 people were killed and 90 wounded. The head of the UN nuclear watchdog says a power line supplying the Russian-occupied Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant in southeastern Ukraine has now been reconnected. It was cut on Saturday due to shelling, forcing the plant to switch to diesel power. The US broadcaster CNN has apologized for filming from inside a nursery in Thailand where children and teachers were killed on Thursday. A reporter and cameraman from the media company have had their Thai visas revoked. A CNN spokesman said it regretted causing offence. Our Asia-Pacific editor is Michael Bristow.
The TV crew has been accused of insensitivity for filming the rooms where many children lost their lives when a sacked police officer went on the rampage. In total, he killed 36 people. A CNN spokesman acknowledged that the journalist did not have the proper permission to enter the crime scene. He said they regretted causing offence and that their report is no longer being broadcast. But that might not be the end of the matter, as CNN reporter and cameraman have had their Thai visas revoked and could face further charges.
The emergency services in the Pakistani capital Islamabad have put out a large fire at a shopping centre. Videos showed huge plumes of smoke billowing from the Centaurus Mall. The fire broke out at lunchtime when the food court was packed with visitors. And Germany's governing Social Democrats are heading for a resounding victory in regional elections in Lower Saxony. The vote had been seen as a test for Chancellor Olaf Scholz, who's faced criticism for his handling of the energy crisis and accusations internationally that he's failed to offer sufficient help to Ukraine. Let's go now back to Sports World with Delith Lloyd.
Janat, thank you so much. Yes, it is Sports World, and for the final 25 minutes or so, we will be reacting to Arsenal's terrific 3-2 win over Liverpool in the Premier League. They're back at the top of the summit, our Arsenal, 24 points, a point above Manchester City after 9 games played. I'm pleased to say Johan Giroud, the former Arsenal and Switzerland defender, is back with me. Aaron Paul, our football reporter, joins me once again as well. Johan, I said to you a couple of hours ago, we will see whether you are still smiling once the final whistle blows. And my word, you are smiling. What a great game, a great advert for the Premier League, and an even better performance by Arsenal. What did you make of that 90 minutes?
Yeah, what a game. What a breathtaking game in both hands. I have to say that Liverpool as well came with a game plan that they executed quite well. But the difference, I think, is really in the intensity that Arsenal puts in every action that they have to regain the ball, to go forward, even sometimes to let the game to Liverpool, because in the first half, Liverpool had a lot of the ball, but they were very mature. And I think the words that I want to describe this team is like they are maturing. They mature, like the way they play, the way they can actually be on a back foot for a bit, but then be on a front foot straight away on a counter-attack. It's been amazing, and yeah, they are, let's say, contenders.
Yeah, well, that's what I was just saying. Surely they have to be now after 9 games of the season. Yes, they had that defeat against Manchester United a few weeks ago, but to beat a team in Liverpool that in recent seasons has not only won the Premier League but has won the Champions League, they have to be contenders, Johan.
I think that yes, but for me, it's more in what they produce and what they do than more than the Liverpool team, because I think that Liverpool is still a team that is in search of themselves, their old self. So I think it's hard to say that because they beat the Liverpool team that make them contenders. I think that is a consistency on what they do on a daily basis that makes them contenders for me, because they will have to play the Man City, they will have to play the Chelsea, they have new managers, they will have to play those kind of teams, and we'll see what that brings on. But the way they played and the way they stick to the game plan, that's what makes me believe that they have the chance to beat anyone in the game.
Yeah, and equally, Aaron, the inconsistency perhaps for Liverpool, you know, going against what Arsenal are now producing, Liverpool are perhaps going in the other direction, and similarly, you'd feel that their title hopes are perhaps over now, 14 points behind Arsenal.
Can I just say, firstly, as a neutral, watching that was so enjoyable. I mean, you can tell everyone's... have you got any fingernails left? I mean, genuinely, at the end, what a tense finish. But there are going to be question marks surrounding Jurgen Klopp, surrounding some of the bigger names in his team, surrounding Mo Salah, surrounding the midfield, whether they've recruited properly, whether he's been given the money to recruit properly. Is his time up after 8 years? This is just so... It's funny, isn't it, when perfection, and that's what a lot of people made out Liverpool to be over the past 3-4 years, is perfection. When perfection comes to an end and then people scramble and you watch and you sit and you just watch it all unravel, because that is what is happening right now. Where it's going wrong, who knows? Look, it was a spirited performance by Liverpool, but it was a more spirited performance by Arsenal. And Johan, I just wanted to pick up on a point Delith made there. About how Mikel Arteta he's got things right, but I think the most key thing he's got is a centre forward, a number 9 in Gabriel Jesus, who is just, he works for the team. He's not an Aubameyang. He's not stroppy like Lacazette. He goes and he's everywhere. You saw that block he made when the cross came in, and he was there on the other side, and he was the one clearing it away. Then you see him at the end, still going up, battling up against the two centre halves. This guy's been a revelation. Yes, he was written off at City, but he wasn't played properly at City. He was off the left, off the right. He played in a multitude of positions. Right now, he is the main man at Arsenal, and I think he's thriving off it.
Aaron, I think you said everything right. I think that Gabriel Jesus is just such a key point for the Arsenal today. The way they play, and especially the way they want to counter-attack and win the ball back, because you need the guy in the first line to be active. And maybe with an Aubameyang, you didn't have that, let's say, that toughness that Gabriel Jesus had. And you said it right, you know, he cleared a cross coming from the left, from the Liverpool attack. He cleared it and then was in the box again. But I would say that the energy that the team has, because Gabriel Jesus has it, but Martinelli has it as well. Saka has it as well. Xhaka has it as well. So it's a thing that the teams is spread. Is like a virus. It's spread over the team.
And I wonder how much that energy as well is coming from the fans, because you'll have obviously played numerous occasions at the Emirates, Johan. But I make that now 8 successive Premier League home victories for Arsenal. 5 this season, following on from 3 at the tail end of last season. You can't, can you, underestimate how much of a fortress now the Emirates can play this season?
Totally. And I think that, but that comes as well with what the team produce. You know, I think that the thing is, we shouldn't forget that even though Arsenal always been a big team, it's been time where the fans were not really behind the team. But now they're supporting the team, they understood the process, and they are with the process, you know? And I think that it's good to see that even at 2-2, they're still pushing, and they will still push, because now they believe as well that they can achieve something. And when someone believes, like when the fans are believing, trust me, they will be behind this team 100% all around the season.
Johan, this is not a world-class Arsenal team. It's not a world-class Arsenal team. They don't have these big stars. They've maybe got 1 or 2. But one thing they are a team. They work hard together.
Exactly.
And what they are is very well coached and very well managed. And I think we're going to sit here and we're going to praise all these players and how they've come to the fore and how they've gone up a level. But you've got to admit, Mikel Arteta himself has matured in the last year. The last 12 to 18 months, he's a different animal. And now he looks like someone who's on their way to becoming an elite head coach and elite manager. The way he's managing this team, he's managing expectation. He's cleared the squad out, and he's brought in players that are going to fit his system. And there are other clubs in the Premier League Not going to name them. Some big clubs. One that's playing in about half an hour's time. Or two that are playing in half an hour's time. Who will sign players but don't really care where they're going to fit in the system. They're signing players to play in the system. If you can't play in the system, like Aubameyang, you're out.
Aaron, you said some straight things, and I think it's very important to say it. But let's say, for example, the Saliba example. When they signed him, everyone was like, oh, this guy is going on loan, so he doesn't have the level or the possibility to play in the Premier League. But he knew. But the thing is, as well, is with his communication, sometimes Mika wasn't really clear of his plans, because you need to give the benefits of the doubt to a guy like that. That comes from Pep's team, and people are saying he's throwing to a big team too early. He needed to have another experience, but he knew the players he needed. He knew his philosophy, and he knew that he could coach players like the Xhaka, for example, that we said, Saliba coming back, and then getting players like Gabriel Jesus or Zinchenko, and having a party that's in form, and Odegaard playing as well an unbelievable football at the moment. So I think that, as you said, Mika is a big part of it, but he knew, inside down, he knew that he needed the time, and sometimes that is the time that is missing to some coaches that have to flourish.
I've got to ask you, Johan, what will Pep Guardiola be thinking right now? Because, of course, he mentored Mikel Arteta. He'll have been watching that, no doubt perhaps enjoying the football on display as well. But what will be going through his mind as the Manchester City manager?
I think you can only be proud. I think you can only be proud because you know that your philosophy and the way you see football today is the way it works. I think that, when you have guys that are willing to play attacking football with combination, with the Gegen pressing, like they like to say, like you lose the ball and you get it, like the Germany philosophy to get the ball straight away and play high lines and play like that total football, but well structured, like Pep Guardiola does with his team, always trying to find a way to get players to be like on a 3-against-2 or 4-against-3, always to try and find that plus player to make the difference. It's unbelievable to see. And I think that now, of course, he's happy, but now he knows that he has a real contender, maybe in a way that a football match will be won. And that's what I was saying. Tactically, those kind of games will be the key. But of course, when you have a Haaland that is walking on the Premier League at the moment, that might be the little difference.
Yes, we will have to wait and see. 29 matches or so to go of the season. Johan Giroud, a pleasure as always. I know Aaron's enjoyed it as well, but thank you for being with us on Sports World once again. I'm glad you depart with a big smile on your face, and I'm sure we will chat. Hopefully not in the too distant future. Thanks for joining us, and have a good rest of the weekend. Johan Giroud, the former Arsenal and Switzerland defender. Thank you as ever to Aaron Paul as well. I know, Aaron, you're staying with me for the final 15 minutes. We will be hoping to bring your reaction to that fantastic win for Arsenal over Liverpool, 3-2 at the Emirates. They're back on top of the Premier League, hoping to hear from Mikel Arteta in the next 15 minutes or so. I did promise you some Formula One a little bit earlier on. It is time to applaud Max Verstappen, who's clinched a second F1 world title after dominating what was a rain-affected Japanese Grand Prix. Now, Verstappen headed Sergio Perez in a Red Bull 1-2 after Ferrari's Charles Leclerc, who crossed the line second, was actually penalised for cutting the track and gaining an advantage on the last lap. Our F1 reporter Jenny Gao was watching all the action at the Suzuka circuit.
Yes, a second title for Max Verstappen after he won in very dominant style in Japan. Jack Nicholls, our lead commentator, and Formula E driver for the Jaguar team, Sam Bird. It was confusion at the finishing line, but it was enough. Max Verstappen did enough today to seal his second victory and his second world title.
Yep, a really strong performance from Verstappen in the wet conditions. Never really looked phased. I mean, the only time he did was when Charles Leclerc got the better start than him, got to the inside at turn one, and I called it. Leclerc has the lead of the race, but no, Verstappen held it on around the outside. Brilliant move. And you know what? If that's sort of the move that won him the championship, I think it's a fair one, because it was tremendous, and he's been so good in wet weather before. You think back to Brazil 2016, so many other occasions, and he dominated today. No one got anywhere near him.
Absolutely. Miles, it felt like, ahead of everybody. And Sam, those conditions today, they weren't easy. It was torrential rain at one point, so much standing water as well. It was red flagged. All the drivers had to wait for a very long time before they could go out. And it showed nerves of steel to do what Max Verstappen did today.
It did. Max has driven faultlessly all season, I feel. I really feel, and I said it in previous races, that he's really grown into being a dominant world champion, and today was no exception. I mean, he won by close to half a minute in a race that was probably half an hour long. So hats off to Max Verstappen and to Red Bull. Hopefully we'll have a tighter championship challenge next season, Jenny.
Yeah, I think that's the hope. Let's hear from our new 2 times world champion. It is Max Verstappen.
Congratulations, Max. It's never easy, is it, when you win a title these days? Didn't even find out what was what went through your mind when you were told, delayed slightly.
Yeah, it was a bit yes or no, then again yes, and then I was still not sure. I think it all depends of course, what was written in the rules, right? How you give the points. So once everyone figured that out, then it was clear. But yeah, pretty special, of course, to win it here. I mean, that was the perfect scenario to win it here, and we did that. Of course, let's say a little bit delayed, but yeah, still very happy to win it. The race as well. I mean, the car was again on fire, and I really didn't have any issues today. We could look after our tires, but yeah, looking back at the season we've had so far, it's been pretty impressive, but also really enjoyable for most of it. And yeah, something we really have to remind ourselves of a few times. We're always very focused on performance, but you also have to look back at what you actually achieved, and really enjoy the moment.
Are you going to have some time to enjoy the moment?
And a few weeks now, yeah.
In terms of the race itself today, it kind of characterised your championship, I think, because it was so dominant. You felt so comfortable with the car. Did you just feel at one today, almost like there was no pressure, you were just by yourself?
Well, it was just looking after tires as well, because the Inters, even in the wet, they had a lot of degradation around here, and it was all about just feeling that. And yeah, I mean, in general, I always feel good in the wet, but you also need, of course, a good car for that.
Great, congratulations, right. Thanks.
So a 12th win of the season, and we are, Jack Nicholls, getting to a point where records will start to tumble, and soon.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's kind of inevitable that Verstappen's going to break the record of most wins in a season, because there's still 4 more races to go after this one. And I mean, maybe he'll take his foot off the gas a little bit with the final 4 races, but even if he did, I think he'd still win them. He could, he could be winning these races at half the pace. He doesn't need to go a second a lap quicker than the rest of the field today. He could have just gone half a second a lap quicker.
That's the thing. He's so far in front. Also, Lewis Hamilton, when he won the world titles, Lewis has his mind on other things as well, and he could let his mind wander and pursue some other activities. Max Verstappen's activity is winning motorsport races. So he will go out there, and I believe that he will win another load of those last 4 races, for sure.
There was confusion at the end. It wasn't clear whether full points were being awarded or not. I think most of the world thought not, until halfway through. In fact, it was halfway through an interview with Sergio Perez, who finished second after a penalty for Leclerc, that Johnny Herbert, who was doing the interviews, actually had to cut it short, go back to Max Verstappen and officially announce Max as a world champion, because he was interviewed as a race winner and a man that still needed a point in Austin.
And, well, he was also interviewed before Leclerc got his time penalty, because Verstappen, as they took the checkered flag, Verstappen hadn't won the title. Leclerc crossed the line in second place. Verstappen didn't have the fastest lap. So whatever points you gave, Verstappen was the champion. And during that interview, it was announced that Leclerc was given a 5-second time penalty. That promoted him up to second, and that made Verstappen the world champion. And Verstappen was asking people, are you sure? Because he didn't think that's what was happening. Christian Horner, the boss at Red Bull, didn't think that they were champion at that point, but turns out they were.
Confusing, but we got there in the end, yeah. I think is what it comes down to. And as you say, 4 races to go. Sam, just very briefly, explain how good a 2 times world champion Max Verstappen is, because a lot of drivers have done it, but how good is Max?
I mean, he's he's already up there as one of the greats in Formula One. I think his talent level is frightening. But Jenny, only time will tell as to just how brilliant he is. Obviously, Lewis Hamilton has the most wins, the most poles, and records are there to be broken. If anybody out of the current crop of drivers can come anywhere near Lewis Hamilton's dominant records over the last, decade and a half, it's Max Verstappen, and it's quite scary how fast this boy is.
Well, we have 4 more races to go, but it is clear Max Verstappen is a 2-times world champion.
Jenny Gow, Jack Nicholls and Sam Bird reporting there on the Japan F1 Grand Prix. Congratulations to Max Verstappen. He's the 17th man to become a multiple F1 world champion. We don't have time to ask whether Aaron Paul knows the other 16. At the Rugby World Cup in New Zealand, there have been opening wins for the USA and Canada, while there was a dramatic finish to the game between Wales and Scotland. The scores were tied at 15-all, heading into the 5th minute of added time before Wales won a penalty, which was kicked by Ciara Bevan to seal a famous win. I must admit, I've watched that kick a few times on social media today. Chris Wathen was watching.
Former Wales international Alex Donovan, late drama for Wales. They got the win that they so desperately needed in this opening game.
Yeah, definitely. They definitely needed it, and they knew that going in. You could see the emotions are so high, but so is the passion, and you can see that right till the end. And I think it showed a lot of confidence and character to fight till the end.
Johan Cunningham wanted his side ready for this, had them training all through the summer to be prepared, and even though there was a lot of disappointing elements in the performance, a lot of frustration, they were still in that game, still going for that game right in the bitter stages, and they got their reward.
Yeah, and, there is still a lot to learn. They'll take good and bad points from that game. I think Scotland were really unlucky that they didn't actually take the opportunity when they came, and Wales will really look back on that and think, did we do well enough? Probably not. But they got the win, and that's what they needed.
And in terms of those nerves of steel at the end from Ciara Bevan, not known as a regular goal kicker, were you surprised that they went for the posts?
I wasn't surprised they went for the posts. I was surprised that Ciara took it, even though she practices all the time. As much as she's not the kicker of the squad, she is there with all the kickers, kicking for posts just in case. And for moments like this, she has always wanted to be the kicker. She just never gets the opportunity. And the opportunity she gets, what chance?
It's set up Wales really nicely in this tournament. New Zealand, Black Ferns to come next week, one of the favourites for the tournament. Then Australia is a game that Wales have been targeting. They should be on course to the quarterfinals now, and the pressure is off.
Yeah, definitely. And I think they're going to go into next week's game just purely to see where they are. They want to measure themselves against some of the best in the world. They don't often play against New Zealand, so they're going to take this opportunity, but they're probably going to try and enjoy it more. They've got their eye on Australia and Scotland. They want to beat those, and they think they can beat those. But with New Zealand, they're probably more realistic. There's still a chance that they could win, but realistically, they're going into that game to see where they are and to enjoy the game.
Former Wales international Alex Donovan there speaking to Chris Wathen, reacting to Wales's 18-15 win over Scotland in their opening game at the Rugby World Cup in New Zealand. Let's hope Ciara Bevan sleeps tonight. I don't think I would if I was her. Just before we go, let's get some reaction from the Emirates, where Arsenal beat Liverpool 3-2 to go back top of the Premier League. Here's what the Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp made of it.
First half, we had that situation when Diogo, when Gabriel,
the handball.
Yeah, the handball. So Mr. England thought there, it's obviously nothing. I don't know why. So a couple of things went against us, but we are not blind. We see what that we could have done better in moments. But in general, it was a rather good away game. So against a good side, we caused them a lot of problems, and in the end, we stand here with nothing in our hands.
Yeah, a bit of dispirited Jurgen Klopp there, Aaron Paul. Much for Liverpool to ponder, you feel, ahead of next Sunday's Sports World commentary. They're at home to Manchester City. Ouch.
If I was Pep Guardiola, I'd have learnt a lot from that game, and I'd be phoning my attackers up saying, get ready, boys, because we're going to cause some problems next weekend at Anfield. Arsenal cut through them. Granted, Liverpool cut through Arsenal as well, but cutting through Arsenal and cutting through Manchester City are two different things. and I'm sure you'll have a City that are on form and up for it next weekend, and really willing to show how they've progressed, and Liverpool maybe have regressed. You know, it's all about the passage of time, isn't it, Delith? You know, people get older and things change.
Yeah, we're always as youthful as ever, though, to be fair.
Yes.
But it makes you wonder. It's a point you alluded to earlier on. Jurgen Klopp, obviously 7 years in charge. It's whether the critics now will start saying, is his time at Liverpool limited? Hard to believe that could even be possible, but we never know.
I think if he goes, it's on his own accord, though, Delith, because things aren't quite rosy there at Anfield. No. I think we should just leave it at that.
Things aren't rosy at Anfield. We'll leave it there. Aaron, Paul, a pleasure as always. Thank you so much for today. Everton against Manchester United actually kicking off in the next couple of minutes. Reaction to that to come on Monday's Sport Today from 18:30. My thanks as ever to everyone who's been listening around the globe. Liverpool, as I say, against Manchester City at Anfield next Sunday. I'll be here for that one. Please join me then. Before that, both sides have Champions League matches to contend with. Arsenal, though, are on top of the Premier League tonight.
Sports World is a BBC Sport production for the BBC World Service.
This is the BBC World Service. And on the inquiry this week...
I'm Charmaine Cozier. The Bahamas is the latest country considering removing the UK monarch as its head of state. It's also in the Commonwealth, which is headed up by a royal. This week on The Inquiry, we're asking, what's the future of the Commonwealth under King Charles III?
The Inquiry at bbcworldservice.com/inquiry. In 30 minutes...
Hello, I'm John Simpson. Join me for Unspun World, the programme where we get a deeper understanding of global stories with the BBC's range of experts. This week, I'm in Kyiv. What's life like for Ukrainians now?
The newsroom is next. This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
At 18 hours GMT. Protests are continuing in towns and cities across Iran in defiance of violent repression by the security forces. Also coming up in the newsroom, with me, Janat Jalil, rescue teams in the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhzhia have been searching for survivors in the ruins of residential buildings destroyed by Russian missiles. Chancellor Scholz's Social Democrats are heading for a resounding victory in Germany's state elections in Lower Saxony. CNN have apologised to Thailand for filming inside the nursery where children were massacred on Thursday. We hear from the grandfather of the one little girl who survived.
She keeps asking her grandmother if she can go to school. Eventually, we told her that all her friends had died, and her teacher too.
And the death of a tiger. Indian police shoot dead one of the endangered animals after it becomes a man-eater. That's after this bulletin.
Hello, this is Julie Candler with the BBC News. Protests sparked by the death of a young woman in police custody are continuing across Iran in defiance of a violent response by the security forces. There are reports that shops have closed in some cities after a call for a strike. Caroline Hawley has more details.
Despite the regime's crackdown and the growing cost in human lives, the protests are continuing. With severe restrictions on the internet, it's hard to gauge the scale of the civil disobedience. But videos posted on social media show protests in dozens of cities, with hundreds of schoolgirls and university students taking part in what are extraordinary acts of defiance, their anger at the regime greater than their fear. Human rights groups say security forces have used tear gas, clubs and sometimes bullets to disperse them.
Germany's foreign minister has called for tough measures against anyone responsible for suppressing protests in Iran. Annalena Baerbock described those who beat up women and girls on the street as being on the wrong side of history and said the EU would ban them from entry and freeze their assets. Rescue teams in the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhzhia have been searching for survivors in the ruins of residential buildings that were destroyed by Russian missile strikes. Officials now say 13 people were killed in the early hours of Sunday and 90 wounded. President Zelensky has condemned the strikes as absolute evil. Zaporizhzhia has been the target of repeated attacks in recent days as Russia suffers defeats on the battlefield. The Ukrainian MP, Maria Mezentsova, said Moscow was trying to instill fear.
There was no military objects as Russia continues to claim it, which means the breach of the Geneva Conventions and all possible international agreements. For us, it's the main thing right now to save Ukraine.
President Putin says there can be no doubt that Saturday's explosion that damaged the only bridge to the occupied Crimean Peninsula was conceived and carried out by Ukraine's intelligence services. He said their goal was to destroy a critically important piece of Russia's civil infrastructure. He was meeting the head of Moscow's investigative committee, who said the citizens of Russia and some foreign states has aided in preparing what he called an act of terror. The explosion has badly affected the flow of traffic across the Kerch Bridge, a crucial supply route for Russia's forces in southern Ukraine. The head of the UN nuclear watchdog says a power line supplying the Russian-occupied Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant in southeastern Ukraine has now been reconnected. It was cut on Saturday due to shelling, forcing the plant to switch to diesel power. Rafael Grossi called it a temporary relief in a still untenable situation. He repeated his call for a protection zone around the site. World News from the BBC. Germany's governing Social Democrat Party looks like it's heading for a resounding victory in a key regional election. The vote in the state of Lower Saxony has been seen as a test for the country's embattled Chancellor Olaf Scholz, as our Europe regional editor Paul Moss explains.
He'll be forgiven for heaving a brief sigh of relief after what's been a tough year by any standards for Chancellor Olaf Scholz. In power for just 2 months when Russia invaded Ukraine, he's faced criticism both at home and abroad for his handling of the subsequent energy crisis and for not offering as much military support as Ukraine had asked for from what is Europe's wealthiest country. Losing the Lower Saxony election would have piled on further pressure, but exit polls now suggest a clear victory for the Social Democrats.
The first results from the Austrian presidential election suggest the incumbent head of state, Alexander Van der Bellen, has been re-elected. He's projected to get almost 55% of the vote, putting him more than 30 points ahead of his nearest rival, Walter Rosenkranz, from the far-right Freedom Party. The Austrian presidency, with a term of 6 years, is largely ceremonial. The US broadcaster CNN has apologized for filming from inside a nursery in Thailand where children and teachers were killed on Thursday. A reporter and cameraman from the media company have had their Thai visas revoked and could face further charges. A CNN spokesman said it regretted causing offence, but he admitted that the film crew did not have the proper permission to enter the crime scene. The U.S. National Hurricane Center has downgraded Hurricane Julia to a tropical storm, but warned that it might cause flash floods and mudslides across Central America until Tuesday. Julia made landfall on Nicaragua's Caribbean coast early on Sunday, with wind speeds of up to 140 kilometres an hour. BBC News.
Hello and welcome to the newsroom on the BBC World Service with me, Jeanette Jalil. Despite violent attempts to suppress them, protests in Iran, triggered by the death of the young woman Mahsa Amini while she was in police custody, showed no sign of abating. The human rights group says at least 185 people, including children, have been killed in the unrest so far. Demonstrations that began more than 3 weeks ago at the funeral of Miss Amini in her Kurdish hometown of Saqqez quickly spread around the country, posing the biggest challenge to Iran's clerical leaders since they seized power more than 40 years ago. I got this update a short time ago from Kazra Naji of the BBC Persian Service.
The latest today is that the universities are the scene of continued unrest in several universities. We have video on social media showing schoolgirls coming out and shouting slogans against the government. The thing is that the authorities are switching on and off the internet. So we sometimes get a lot of information from Iran, and sometimes they cut the internet, and then for a while we don't get anything. So today, so far, it's been slow in terms of the amount of information we've been getting from Iran.
There have been reports, haven't there, that perhaps some of these school children are being arrested. It's very difficult, isn't it, for the authorities to know what to do, given the fact that for the first time we're seeing children taking part in such demonstrations.
It's amazing, isn't it? I've never seen schoolgirls and school children going out of the school and marching on the streets calling for the overthrow of the regime. The school children don't do that. So it must be sort of pretty widespread, pretty discontent, pretty deep for school students to come out like this. This is the most serious challenge to the Islamic Republic since its inception in 1979. Iranian authorities are putting a brave face on it, hoping that this will pass.
They're also putting their security forces out on the streets in force. We're hearing reports of dozens and dozens of people being killed, and yet these protesters, including these children, don't seem to be showing fear.
It looks that way. In many areas, it seems that the protesters' rage is more than their fear, and they're coming out in spite of serious threat to their lives and well-being. Of course, we see on the other side, security forces have orders to shoot. We have many video evidence of that on social media. People have posted that show security forces shooting directly at the protesters.
And are the security forces fully behind the Iranian government?
There are signs that many members of the security forces have doubts about shooting into the crowds. We have had evidence of division amongst them, discussions and debates to do this or not to do this. And we've had a commander of the security forces in Tehran on video telling his men not to have any doubts about fighting what he calls a war front. He compares what is happening on the streets of Iran to what happened in the 1980s on the fronts of the war between Iran and Iraq.
As we've been saying, the Iranian government has been able to put down previous protests, but only with huge amounts of force. Where do you see this going?
It's very difficult, really, to say where it's going. The demonstrators are very determined. They've had it up to their ears from this government. They just don't want an Islamic government anymore. And on the other hand, you have very vicious security forces under the control of a government that doesn't shy away from shooting at youngsters on the streets. I was thinking the other day that the situation might be similar to what we witnessed in Syria in 2011 and so on for 8 or 9 years. But that regime survived in spite of several cities being flattened and hundreds of thousands, millions in fact, killed or injured or forced to flee the country. I'm not saying Iran and Syria are the same sort of a situation, but it's very difficult to see how things will develop. They might go on. This might prove a long haul for the protesters.
Kazra Naji. Homes reduced to rubble, at least 13 lives lost. Rescue workers are scouring residential buildings in the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhia that were hit by Russian airstrikes overnight. The shelling came hours after a vital bridge linking Russia to occupied Crimea in Ukraine was partially destroyed by an explosion in a potential strategic and symbolic disaster for President Putin. This woman, who lives in Zaporizhia, told the BBC how she felt when she heard the strikes.
Me and my mother, we were sleeping, and it was a very loud sound. All the walls was shaking and everything. We feel the smoke from the building. It was like 5 kilometers from us. For last couple of weeks, every day, every night, this happening. Civilians are dying because of this terrorism. People from here, from Zaporozhye, everybody's scared like it will get worse. And some people thinking all this shooting for the civilians is just because Russians are angry that they can't take city center.
Well, Zaporizhia has been repeatedly targeted in recent weeks. Ukraine says Russia is doing this because of the many defeats it's suffered on the battlefield. Paul Adams sent this report from Kiev.
For the second time in 4 days, emergency services faced a grim task in Zaporizhia. At one location on the outskirts, they found a gaping hole in a 9-story apartment block. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. Katerina Ivanova said it was chaos.
We ran out into the street. A neighbor ran out with her eldest son, and she screamed that her husband was dead. Their apartment fell into ours.
Nearby, volunteers helped to clear the remains of a private house obliterated in another strike. Ukrainian officials said the damage was caused by 12 missiles launched by Russian aircraft. Moscow said the targets were military and included what it called foreign mercenaries. But many of these attacks seem indiscriminate. More than 60 civilians have been killed in and around Zaporizhia in the past 9 days. President Zelensky called the latest attacks absolute evil, perpetrated by savages and terrorists. They came as Russian investigators examined what caused yesterday's huge explosion on the vital Kerch Bridge, linking Russia with the occupied and annexed Crimean Peninsula. Repair work goes on, and some road and rail traffic has now resumed.
Paul Adams, you're listening to the BBC World Service. Julie has the headlines.
Protests are continuing across Iran in defiance of violent repression. Rescue teams in the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhia have been searching for survivors after a Russian missile strike. And Chancellor Scholz's Social Democrats are heading for a resounding victory in Germany's state elections in Lower Saxony.
Only one child survived last week's massacre, unscathed, at a day care centre in northern Thailand. 3-year-old Emmy was taking a nap along with her classmates when a former police officer broke in armed with a knife and gun. After shooting staff, including a teacher who was 8 months pregnant, he proceeded to kill all the infants, but missed Emmy, who was lying under a blanket. Her grandfather and carer, Samsak Thrithong, spoke to the BBC's Laura Picker.
Has she told you how she survived?
She had no idea what was happening when she woke up. We think she thought her friends were still asleep. A police officer covered her face with a cloth and carried her away from the horrific scene. Her close friend that was sleeping next to her is dead. When I picked her up at school, she kept saying, "Where is Taching? Please take him home." She didn't know he was gone.
So what do you explain, or how do you explain this now to her about what happened to her friends?
She keeps asking her grandmother if she can go to school. Eventually, we told her that all her friends had died, and her teacher too. We said the daycare center was closed. We decided to tell her the truth because she loved the daycare center and she wanted to be a teacher. She is too young to understand the concept of death.
The grandfather of 3-year-old Emmy, who survived last week's massacre at a Thai nursery. Well, CNN has withdrawn a story on this tragedy and apologised after 2 of its journalists were criticised for entering the daycare centre to film the crime scene. They've both been fined for entering the country on tourist visas, but the police have cleared them of intentional wrongdoing, saying the journalists had asked for permission to go inside the building, but those they asked weren't authorised to let them in. Our Asia-Pacific editor, Michael Bristow, told us more.
This is a terrible tragedy where 36 people died, 24 children. A man went on the rampage, a former police officer, at a nursery in northeastern Thailand. And of course, international broadcasters, just like local journalists, national journalists in Thailand, rushed to the site and wanted to report on what had happened. What appears to have happened with CNN is that they went inside the nursery where a lot of the killings had taken place, a lot of horrible scenes. CNN described bloodstains on the floor, and recorded footage inside the nursery, came out, and then prepared a report which showed some of that footage on TV and on their website. Now, this has led to an outcry, really, from a lot of other journalists, including the Foreign Correspondents Club of Thailand, who said, essentially, by going inside what was a crime scene, CNN had not only acted unprofessionally, but they'd seriously breached journalistic ethics. So that's where the argument lay. CNN initially said that they'd been given permission to go inside by health officials. Later on, they've now acknowledged that they didn't have the proper permission. They've apologised and withdrawn the report that they prepared from the footage.
And just remind us of what the rules are here for covering events of such a sensitive nature.
It's very difficult to say what the rules are, and in many respects, there are no hard and fast rules. Obviously, if this was a crime scene cordoned off and reporters had gone inside, then that perhaps was a crime themselves. They were committing a crime themselves. And in fact, 2 CNN journalists have been spoken to by the police. Their Thai visas have been revoked, and they could face other charges, such as entering a crime scene. But generally, there are no hard and fast rules. Journalists always try to get as close as possible to what has happened. Sometimes that can lead to them filming, recording very sensitive and very distressing scenes. Occasionally, journalists step over the line and break rules or unwritten rules or act in a way that's insensitive to the place in which they're operating. That's what appears to have happened here.
Michael Bristow, it's a scandal that's claimed dozens of young lives. 69 children in the Gambia have now died from kidney damage caused by cough syrups. It's thought the medicines were contaminated at the Indian factory where they were produced. Thomas Nardi reports.
The World Health Organization has identified 4 of the medicines as potentially linked to the deaths and issued a global alert. 16,000 of the medicines have so far been recalled in the Gambia. President Adama Barrow has ordered the suspension of the license of the suspected importer of the medicines, who is being questioned by the police. The cough syrups are believed to have been manufactured by Maiden Pharmaceuticals, an Indian firm. The government has therefore summoned the Indian ambassador to the Gambia following the incident. Investigations are ongoing, and some officials of the Medicine Control Agency are also being questioned. In a televised address on Friday, President Adama Barrow assured the nation the situation was now under control. He also directed the Ministry of Health to strengthen the country's regulatory regime to tackle the importation of substandard drugs.
Thomas Nardi. Villagers in eastern India have been celebrating after a man-eating tiger was shot dead by police. The young male had killed at least 9 people in Bihar state, including a mother and her child on Saturday. From being hunted to the edge of extinction, tigers in India have been making a comeback. With their numbers doubling in the past 15 years. But that's brought them into conflict with humans. Around 200 officers, wildlife officials and forestry workers, some of them on elephants, took part in the hunt. The newsroom's Vanessa Heaney has more on the story.
For 28 days, villagers near the Valmiki Tiger Reserve in Champaran lived in fear, wondering when the Bengal tiger might strike again. Terrorised and under siege in their homes, they only ventured out to feed their cattle. At night, they banged tin pots, hoping to scare the tiger away. Wildlife officials scoured the district, following the beast over 30 kilometres. They hoped to catch it alive, but it always eluded them, hiding in fields of sugarcane. It became known as the man-eater of Champaran. It's thought it was born and raised in the sugarcane fields 3 or 4 years ago, but had lost its territory following a fight. It strayed into villages in search of prey. On Wednesday, it killed a 12-year-old girl while she lay sleeping under her mosquito net. And on Friday, it claimed its 8th victim, a man who had gone outside to go to the toilet in some bushes. Villagers were angry. They damaged a wildlife vehicle in protest. A shoot-to-kill policy was ordered. A massive tiger hunt set off, led by a special task force of Bihar police. 200 men and gunmen on elephants surrounded a village. All escape routes were blocked. The tiger had nowhere to run. On Saturday, hours after it had mauled a mother and daughter, the tiger was finally shot and killed. Reports say in its final moments, the beast made eye contact with the hunters, but it didn't try to run.
That report by Vanessa Heaney. Time now for our roundup of the day's football action in the English Premier League. I'm joined now by Sports World's Delith Lloyd. And Delith, let's start with the commentary game on Sports World this afternoon, and a really big win for Arsenal.
Yeah, absolutely massive, Jeanette. A great game this was. Arsenal, though, beating Liverpool by 3-2 at the Emirates. Gabriel Martinelli scoring inside the first minute. Bukayo Saka scoring 2 for the Gunners as well. The victory moves them back above Manchester City at the top of the Premier League. So they lead City by a point. Liverpool left languishing mid-table, 14 points off the pace, but a massive win for the Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta, who understandably was delighted.
It was a really high-quality game with a lot of moments for each game, for each team, but I'm thrilled with the performance, with the attitude that we showed, with the personality and character that we played, especially in the second half. And just to live moments like this with our crowd in the mood that they are at the moment, it's just great.
It was a great day as well for West Ham. They registered just their second straight win in the Premier League this season after coming from behind to beat Fulham. Jared Bowen level through the penalty spot. Gianluca Scamacca then scored, as did Mikel Antonio, for a 3-1 victory. And Bowen says they showed real character after a good start. I
think the way we started wasn't good enough for us, and we find ourselves a goal behind, which is annoying for us. But then we dug in really well as a group, got the goal back, and then we started to control the game a bit more. As a little bit times we were sloppy, but all in all we got three more goals as well, and a great 3 points.
Alice as well, they beat Leeds 2-1 at Selhurst Park, and the latest at Goodison Park is Everton 1, Manchester United 1. That's in the late game this Sunday. They've played almost 24 minutes there. That's all the sport for now, Jeanette.
Delith, thank you. Delith Lloyd there. Now, Judy's back with some other stories from our news desk.
Pope Francis has offered his condolences to residents of a village in County Donegal in Ireland, where 10 people were killed on Friday in an explosion at a petrol station. A girl aged 5 and her father were among the victims of the blast in Creeslow. The cause of the blast is still not known. Here in Britain, a bedridden 98-year-old woman with dementia was billed around $240 a month by her local water company for heavy usage. She was warned by Thames Water that she had used the equivalent of more than 1 million cups of tea from September last year to March this year. Her previous bill was around $36 a month. The company later found the heavy usage was caused by a leak. Thames Water has apologised and promised to fix the leak. And the owners of one of the top restaurants in Paris have now got egg on their faces after a restaurant reviewer found a 2-centimetre piece of plastic hidden among his courgettes. Stéphane Durand-Soufflant subsequently wrote a withering review of the Arpège restaurant in Le Figaro newspaper. Arpège has 3 coveted Michelin stars, and diners pay around $500 for the tasting menu.
Judy, thank you. Half of the world's bird species are in decline, and 1 in 8 face extinction. That's the dire warning from the conservation group BirdLife International in a report that it issued this week. And that is in large part, according to the group, because of human activity encroaching on their habitats. Last week, experts from Europe, Africa and Asia met in the Hungarian capital Budapest to talk about how they could better preserve bird life. Nick Thorpe reports.
That's a sound no one on Earth may ever hear again. The call of the slender-billed curlew, recorded by Adam Gretton in the Mergajerga National Park in Morocco in 1990, it's now believed to be almost extinct. It's easily distinguishable from this common or Eurasian curlew recorded in Portugal this summer. There are an estimated 60,000 Eurasian curlews left. One new threat to them is the planned second airport in Lisbon, in the estuary of the River Tagus, as José Alves, a biologist at Aveiro University, told me.
The Tagus estuary is the largest wetland in Portugal, and because of that it also holds the largest number of birds. That's estimated to be about 200,000 water birds using the Tagus estuary every year, and during migration periods they join and flock up in the Tagus estuary to fuel up for their migratory journeys, and so those numbers can go up to 300,000.
The sound of the black-tailed godwit, another regular visitor to Portugal. The Lisbon airport has already received planning permission, but is being held up by court cases launched by opponents of the project, including José Alves. In their submissions to the court, they've been helped by technological advances which allow them to fit monitoring devices weighing less than 2 grams to birds. They can prove how frequently the birds crisscross the estuary and how the flight path of planes would destroy crucial feeding grounds. Another bird, the great black-headed gull, is already a victim of a very different but also man-made challenge, the war in Ukraine. A favourite spot for this bird, also known as Pallas's gull, was the Myotida National Park on the shore of the Sea of Azov. Reports reaching the Ukrainian government suggest they've disappeared since the Russian invasion, along with Dalmatian pelicans and Eurasian oystercatchers. Conservation measures already being adopted in many countries include restriction or outright bans on hunting for certain species, ways to prevent electrocution or collision of birds with power lines, and successful programs to bring back threatened species from the brink of extinction. But, as one delegate told me, it's often a case of one small bird-like step forward and 2 big steps back.
That report by Nick Thorpe. And that brings us to the end of this edition of the Newsroom programme. Thank you very much for listening.
This is the BBC World Service, remembering the lives of 3 black men killed by police in the USA.
Terrence had so many young friends that got killed. I knew one of these days, I knew I would get that call, and I got it.
For a black man, the risk of being killed by a police officer is more than twice as high as the rate for a white man. But the heart of this program isn't about reforming the criminal justice system. It's about human lives.
He graduated August 1st. He was killed August 9th. Was just getting out trying to explore his own life.
I'm Cornelius Eady. I've been speaking to 3 father figures as they remember their loved ones.
We laughed, we joked. Laughter was free when you grew up. We didn't have indoor plumbing. We didn't have no running water. You could always laugh.
Father Figures, Tuesday at 8 and 19 GMT.
Hello, I'm John Simpson. Join me after the news for Unspun World, where we get a deeper understanding of global stories with the BBC's range of experts. This week I'm in Kyiv. What is life like for Ukrainians now?
Bars are busy, shops have reopened, so normal life is back as much as possible, even though war is in the background.
And turbulent times for the UK economy. Will it bounce back?
BBC News with Julie Candler. Russia's President Vladimir Putin has accused Ukraine of attacking the only bridge to the occupied Crimean Peninsula, describing it as an act of terrorism. Mr. Putin said there was no doubt that Ukraine's intelligence services were to blame for a huge blast on Saturday. It's badly affected the flow of traffic across the Kerch Bridge. The head of the UN nuclear watchdog says a power line supplying the Russian-occupied Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant in southeastern Ukraine has now been reconnected. It was cut on Saturday due to shelling, forcing the plant to switch to diesel generators. Anti-government demonstrations have continued in Iran despite heavy measures by the security forces. There are also reports that shops have been closed in some cities. Rights activists say almost 200 protesters have been killed since the unrest began. Germany's governing Social Democrats are heading for a resounding victory in regional elections in Lower Saxony. The result would offer relief to Chancellor Olaf Scholz, who faces criticism for his handling of the economy and the war in Ukraine. The US news channel CNN says it's sorry for filming inside the nursery where dozens of people, most of them children, were killed by a gunman on Thursday. Its decision to film there had been widely criticised. 2 CNN staff have had their visas revoked. The authorities in Venezuela say at least 4 people have died and 50 others are missing after being caught in landslides. The El Pato River, south of the capital Caracas, burst its banks and floodwaters swept away several houses and shops. A group of protesters in France have created what they called a femicide cemetery to draw attention to the number of women murdered by their male partners. Dressed in black with purple veils, the demonstrators took over a square in central Paris. BBC News.
Hello and welcome to Unspun World, the programme where we get the in-depth views of the BBC's experts. I'm standing here outside the gorgeous St. Sophia Cathedral in the centre of the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv. It's a lot quieter here than when I was last in Kyiv before the Russian invasion, and although there haven't been any attacks on the city recently, there's still a curfew in place, and every now and then you hear the sound of air raid sirens. There have been reports in the Western press of Russian nuclear missiles being moved by train deep inside Russian territory, but these sort of things have happened before. Still, given that the Ukrainian forces are pushing back the Russians in southern and eastern Ukraine, everyone is trying to work out what President Putin might do next. Absurdly enough, the day after he declared that 4 areas of Ukraine were now an indissoluble part of Russia, it became clear that Russia doesn't actually control the entirety of any of those 4 areas, since Ukraine has been busy recapturing some of the territory it's lost. But how nervous are people here?
Restaurants are busy, bars are busy, shops have reopened, so normal life is back as much as possible, even though war is in the background.
The way Russia has carried on this war has been pretty dire, with soldiers reluctant to fight, often disastrous tactics, and President Putin himself breathing down the necks of his generals, trying to micromanage the war. There are suggestions of divisions and disagreements in Moscow, but how seriously should we take them?
There's a lot more open discussion and a lot more discontent about what's happening. So I do think this is a kind of key moment in Russia and for Vladimir Putin.
The British economy has suffered badly as a result of the mini-budget introduced by the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, and her Chancellor, Kwasi Kwarteng. The pound dived precipitately for a time, though it quickly strengthened again. Things certainly looked bad for the British economy, but how bad are they?
Quite frankly, the fallout from this turmoil is set to stay with households, businesses, and indeed governments for years.
An army that seems to be in retreat, a president with his back to the wall, and regular disturbing hints that Russia might resort to using its nuclear weapons. It's a recipe for disaster, and we can't yet tell how disastrous it might all turn out to be. I went to the well-known Café Zigzag in the centre of Kyiv, and the mostly young people there didn't seem nervous at all. With me was the BBC's Hugo Bachega, who's currently based in Kyiv, and I asked him to tell me what he thought.
There is this sense of weird normal, in the sense that restaurants are busy, bars are busy, shops have reopened, so normal life is back as much as possible. Even though war is in the background, I'm pretty sure that everybody here has a story to tell about somebody who is involved in the fighting, who is on the front line. So you may think that people have sort of moved on, but war is happening in everybody's lives. And I think a lot of money is being put into this country to keep the economy going. So, the government and the authorities want this to happen. They want people to come back to this country. Millions of people have come back to Ukraine since the war started. And they want this kind of life to keep going because they need it. They need the money, but also to keep, people's spirits high. They've got the momentum on the battlefield, but I think it's very important as well to keep life going in the towns and villages away from the front lines.
Can I ask you a personal question? When you hear about the nuclear missiles being, or nuclear material at any rate, being transported. Does that make you nervous? Because you're likely to be here if anything happens.
I think that this is part of the rhetoric and this is part of the strategy. I haven't seen any signs suggesting that the Russians are prepared to do so. And I want to believe that this is 2022, that we've turned that page, that it is unacceptable and unthinkable that nuclear weapons are going to be used in a conflict.
I hope you're right.
And I think that's everybody's hope, not only here in Ukraine but elsewhere. And I think we hear, people here, the authorities, also Western countries saying that this kind of language is unacceptable. Even the threats are unacceptable.
Are we right in assuming that Ukraine is actually winning? This isn't just a sort of back blow from our own desires, is it?
I think what is happening now is very significant. It could be the turning point that we've been talking about for quite some time. At this moment, yes, they are winning because they're taking back territory. The Russians have been forced to leave some very strategic positions. Liman, most recently, which was a major hub, major transports and logistics hub for the Russians in the east. I've been talking to lots of Ukrainian officials, and they say, look, it doesn't really matter what President Putin is saying, what the Russians are saying in terms of so-called referendums or annexation of regions. It's a farce, they say. It's illegal. There's no legitimacy. Nobody's recognizing any of those announcements and declarations. And they say their response will be on the battlefield. They're going to continue with this counteroffensive and they're going to take back territory. And that's exactly what is happening. If you look at the massive gains in the Kharkiv region, in the northeast, and now in Kherson, which is very significant, still very small, but very significant advances by the Ukrainians there. And all these gains are happening in these areas that President Putin said he was annexing. So it is very significant, very important because of the strategic location of those places and in terms of the military strategy. But it's also very symbolic because it's very embarrassing for President Putin.
You've been down and seen the frontline areas for yourself. There is a different atmosphere on the Ukrainian side from the Russian side, isn't there? I mean, there's no doubt about it. I mean, there's an anger and a determination on the part of the Ukrainian troops that simply doesn't seem to be there on the Russian side.
They're fighting for something. They're fighting for a cause. This is their country. They're fighting for survival in a way. This is like the Ukrainians defending their territory, their sense of existing, really. If you pay attention to what President Putin, has been saying in terms of Ukrainian pretty much not having the right to exist as a country. So they are defending a cause. And with the Russians, it seems that many of them don't know why they're being sent to this war. What is the purpose of this invasion? And that's why the Ukrainians are so determined to win, and that's why they get really, really angry when somebody comes up with a plan or an idea of
Elon Musk.
Exactly, because they think that people do not understand. And I think they're right. I think that's why you have this, amazing sense of determination to win this war. They know it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be quick. But they say it's worth doing it. And they're very determined to reclaim all territory that's been occupied. Not only the territory that's been invaded since February, but they talk about reclaiming Donetsk, Luhansk, but also Crimea.
Is it possible at the moment to see how a deal might be done, or does one side really have to beat the other one before we get there?
Well, the Ukrainians have been saying that, look, there's no possibility of dialogue with President Putin now that he went ahead with the annexation of these 4 regions. So essentially, they've turned the page on the possibility of dialogue. It's incredibly hard to see the Ukrainians accepting any kind of deal with the Russians. If you look at the destruction, if you look at how many lives have been lost in this country, so it does seem that they are determined to reclaim all territory that's now under Russian occupation. Nobody knows when this is going to end, how this is going to end. But I think it's incredibly difficult to see any kind of deal being reached, at least now, and especially because the Ukrainians have got the momentum and they think they can defeat the Russian army.
Hugo Bachega, the BBC correspondent here in Kiev. The brief nervousness about the Russian nuclear missiles reported as being seen on a train inside Russia quickly faded. No unusual activity has been spotted around Russia's nuclear bases, and Vladimir Putin's spokesman quickly rejected the call by the Chechen leader, Mr. Kadyrov, to wheel out Russia's tactical nuclear weapons. But there is anxiety all the same. I spoke to the BBC's Eastern Europe correspondent, Sarah Rainsford, who was declared persona non grata as BBC correspondent in Moscow before the invasion of Ukraine.
Anyone who claims to know exactly what Vladimir Putin's up to is probably fibbing, because it is a very, very murky picture. I mean, I think his aims are changing all the time, but given what's actually happening on the ground in Ukraine at the moment on the battlefield, I think he's really trying to stop the rot. I mean, it looks like things are going very badly for him militarily. Certainly there's been a reverse in Russia's fortunes on the battlefield, and politically he's under a lot more pressure now than he has been for a very long time, for as long as I can remember. So I think, this is about trying to stop it before it gets worse, and I think that's why he rushed forward with this annexation of Ukrainian land. I think that was his attempt to kind of draw a massive red line in the sand and to tell Ukraine and its backers not to go any further. I think it's a huge gamble, of course, but I think that was what he was trying to do. And that's why I think he keeps talking, or Russia keeps talking now, about peace talks, negotiations at least, about stopping the war.
This is no time, really, for an invading country to say, we've had enough, we're leaving. It looks like outright defeat, doesn't it?
It does in the real world, but I think in the world that Vladimir Putin tries to paint, he's still painting it very differently. So all the talk, despite the quite open now discussion about the military problems in Ukraine, all the talk is about the great historic achievement of seizing, ultimately, this massive swathe of Ukrainian land. So that's being presented very positively across all the state media, by all the state officials, the MPs and everybody up to the top, as a historic reuniting of Russian land, which of course it isn't at all. This is quite clearly a land grab.
Even though, of course, Russia doesn't actually control all the territories of the 4 areas that it's claiming to annex.
No, of course, and that's why this is such a crazy situation and such a dangerous situation as well, I think, because, the difference and the gap between reality and Vladimir Putin's pretense, his lies, and his aspirations is so huge now. And I think the interesting thing in Russia internally is that that's now becoming clear, and people are now talking about that in a way that wouldn't have happened some time ago. So I think, partly because the mobilisation has happened, this partial mobilisation of Russian men to go and fight, I think people now feel they've got a stake in this. And there's a lot more open discussion and a lot more discontent about what's happening. So I do think this is a kind of key moment in Russia and for Vladimir Putin, potentially.
When you say people are talking about this, do you mean ordinary people, or do you mean people in political life, or do you mean military people, or is it all three?
All of them, all of them. I think the point is that the war was something that a lot of people could ignore until now in Russia. It was something distant from them. It was something that the elite dealt with. It wasn't even called a war, of course. It still isn't. It was supposed to be this very contained thing, a special military operation. It's come so much closer to people. They can see much more clearly what's happening. And because it's affecting them personally, because hundreds of thousands of Russian men are facing the very real possibility that they will have to go and fight in this. So it is real and it is being discussed. And I think, probably it's not an exaggeration to say in pretty much every home in Russia, it's now something that can be discussed.
Now, on these daily, hourly television news programs, discussion programs, you see now starting to see criticism of the generals and the tactics. How much criticism of Putin himself is starting? Or are people still really careful not to do that?
They are. They're very careful. I've heard no direct criticism of Vladimir Putin himself. It stops with the defense ministry. It stops with the generals. It stops with the chief of staff. People, the propagandists and officials, are very careful to paint this as a problem of execution, not a problem of concept. So the concept is fine, officially speaking, and certainly with the nationalists it is fine. They do want this territory to be part of Russia. They do believe in this idea of a powerful, resurgent Russia, kind of nose to nose with the West. But I think, there's going to come a point when people will obviously have to realise that it's not just those who are carrying out the orders on the ground, but the orders themselves, which are potentially dubious.
Do you think that somebody will edge Putin aside, or that there'll be some sort of coup against him, or that he'll step down? What's your feeling about all this?
For years, Vladimir Putin has been clearing the decks of all opposition, all open voices of dissent, all criticism. He's stamped on the independent media. Everybody I knew who worked as an independent Russian journalist is now out of the country or not working as a reporter. So he has crushed dissent so absolutely that it is difficult really to read Russia now, because it is such a controlled system, a controlled place. I think, though, that the risks are probably higher to him than they ever have been before. And I think the risks come from within, not from outside. So all the focus on kind of liberal voices is all very well, but it's the nationalists, it's the pro-Kremlin people, it's the people who are even more hardline than Vladimir Putin that probably are his greatest threat at the moment.
I mean, you're persona non grata in Russia, but do you think things will change at some stage? You might be able to go back there?
Well, I mean, I'd like to think so. I don't think I'll be going back whilst he's still in charge. I would like to think that there is another Russia, and that in that other Russia I would be able to visit and to work and to report on that other Russia. But at the moment, I just can't see that prospect.
Sarah Rainsford, Eastern Europe correspondent. Major upheavals have been going on in Britain's government and economy. The new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, and her Chancellor of the Exchequer, Kwasi Kwarteng, have for several years worked on a series of proposals for cutting tax as a way of boosting the economy, something most conventional economists regard with anxiety and disapproval at a time of economic downturn. In what was called a mini-budget, not much mini about it, Mr. Kwarteng did just that. And the sky fell in. He and the Prime Minister had to veer away from the idea after the pound seemed to be falling to parity with the dollar. It's now gone shooting back up again, but has permanent damage been done? Darshini David, the BBC's global trade correspondent.
When we look at what's happened on the British markets, we've seen this kind of response before to global shocks, the financial crisis, even the pandemic. But what we're looking at here is perhaps really an unprecedented kind of movement in response to a government's own domestic policy. And when we look at the scale of that policy, tax cuts of the scale we haven't seen in 50 years in the UK, how they're going to be financed, coming at a time when the economy is already under pressure and interest rates are rising. Quite frankly, the fallout from this turmoil is set to stay with households, businesses, and indeed governments for years. Just 1 week's turmoil is enough to cast that shadow, because we're talking about borrowing rates, we're talking about the kind of prices that importers and exporters have to pay, and all those things tend to have quite a long shadow.
And of course, everything in this sort of area is to do with trust and belief. Do you think the trust in the British economy has been badly damaged?
It is all about credibility. What we've seen over the last 10 days is a textbook demonstration of how much markets hinge on trust and belief. And you can see there that they've had that relationship perhaps broken. And it's not just a case of whether or not they think the government's plans can deliver. because ultimately the government's saying, look, we want to see growth in the UK of around 2.5% per year. Now, we haven't seen that on a sustained basis since before the financial crisis. It's on many chancellors' wish lists. But it's not just about whether or not those plans can pay off, and many economists say they won't. But those plans, as a former governor of the Bank of England said, are at cross purposes with what the Bank of England is doing at the moment. It's fighting inflation by putting up interest rates. The government's trying to boost growth by boosting demand. Caught in the crossfire in the middle of these two are households and indeed the public services, because as a result you see mortgage costs going up, you see the cost of government borrowing going up, so that puts a squeeze on services. So ultimately, when we talk about a gamble here, the markets are saying this is a gamble of faith on what the Chancellor's promising. The payoff, well, we'll have to wait and see. In the meantime, someone's paying a penalty.
Now, until recently, we assumed that Britain was in recession, but then it turned out we're not actually quite in recession. What is the state of play there?
It's been a pretty gloomy year, so let's start with the good news. The good news is the UK didn't go into reverse over the summer. The not so good news is the reason that didn't happen is because the economy wasn't as big as previously thought to start with, so there was nothing much to reverse from. So when you look at where the UK economy is and compare it to major competitors, for example, we're a bit of a rarity because we haven't quite got back up to where we were pre-pandemic. And that underlines what a difficult job the government now has to do if it wants to boost our productive capacity up in the next few years to get us back to that state of growth we'd all like to see and that prosperity we all want to enjoy. It makes that job slightly harder. We've got more to catch up on.
One of the things the British government says is that it's not just us, everybody's in trouble. Is that true?
Well, we've heard it several times from Liz Truss, Prime Minister, haven't we? This is all about President Putin and what he's done. And let's be honest, there is a certain amount of this which is about global instability, and we can see that energy price shock reverberating out of that epicenter that was the invasion of Ukraine. But that only goes so far. That meant that inflation was already rising. The UK was already on the brink of going into reverse before we saw the plans unveiled by the government. But these really have been the icing on the cake, because you can see quite clearly when you look at the currency markets, when you look at the bond markets where governments borrow their money, that we have underperformed many other countries over the last couple of weeks, and that is because of the UK's domestic plans. That's something even the Bank of England has acknowledged. And the payback from that, well, put it this way, John, at one point over the last week or so, it was more expensive for the UK government to borrow than the governments of the likes of Spain, Italy, Portugal. I mean, that is a real sign of the times, isn't it?
What needs to happen for Britain to get back on the rails again and for all of this to be just forgotten about?
It's going to take some time, John. There's no quick fix here. There's no magic bullet, because what the government is proposing, and this remains the core of their plan, is quite a departure from what we've seen in the past. Now, their strategy hinges on two things. Boosting demand through tax cuts, primarily still aimed at the better off and hoping that will spread across the economy, make us all better off, but also boosting our productive capacity, the so-called supply side, boosting investment, getting us more skilled, cutting down on the red tape, all those things they say make us more efficient. The second half of that we've yet to hear about, and that's why credibility is still lacking somewhat as far as the markets are concerned.
Do you think that events here in Ukraine, where I am, could really bring about a series of new major problems for the British economy and the world economy?
The world has suddenly had a wake-up call out of this crisis, that even though Russia-Ukraine is a relatively small part of the global trade pie, it has massive implications around the world, and not least when we talk about energy. So when we look at what's happening in Ukraine, when we look at those energy markets, when we look indeed at global food markets as well, we can see exactly how they're impacted. We wouldn't have been talking about many major economies being on the brink of a sustained downturn this year, as it were, if it were not for events that have happened in Ukraine, and that's absolutely clear. And what happens from now is going to be equally important as well, because we are heading into the winter. Here in the UK, there are already warnings that we could possibly see gas shortages and the same is true across Europe. So we ignore what's going on in Ukraine, not just for humanitarian reasons, but also for our own selfish reasons at our peril.
Darshini David, BBC Global Trade Correspondent. A deep grudge lies behind this war. The angry belief, which President Putin seems to hold strongly, that the West lured Ukraine away from its rightful allegiance to Russia. And in the face of all the evidence, a lot of commentators on the endless TV chat shows that run through the day and night in Russia seem to believe that Ukrainians themselves are mostly in favor of sticking with Russia. None of the opinion polls in Ukraine show anything of the sort, of course, but it's a stubborn belief in Russia that Ukraine doesn't really exist as a separate nation. Interestingly, the name Ukraine is both Russian and Ukrainian, only in Russia, Ukraina means on the borderland, that is, attached to the motherland, whereas in Ukraine it means the homeland to most people, entirely separate. Many Russians believe Ukraine's language and culture are just an offshoot of Russia's. President Putin bet the house on this approach when he invaded Ukraine back in February. 8 months later, it really doesn't look like a sensible thing to have done. Well, that's it from this edition of Unspun World in the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv. Thank you for listening, and until we meet again, goodbye.
This is the BBC World Service, asking who you will choose as the BBC's Women's Footballer of the Year 2022.
Will it be Sam Kerr, Beth Mead, Alexandra Popp, Alexia Puteus, Wendy Renard? Voting is open to everyone. Go to bbc.com/womensfootball where you'll also find the terms and privacy notice. It's your choice. It's your champion.
Voting closes on Wednesday the 12th of October at 8 GMT. At bbcworldservice.com, Crowdscience.
Human sexuality comes in many forms, from exclusively heterosexual to exclusively homosexual. But seeing as homosexuality creates apparent reproductive and evolutionary disadvantages, listener Ahmed wants to know, why am I gay?
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Hello and welcome to The History Hour with me, Max Pearson. In the United Kingdom, it's Black History Month. We'll hear about the earliest soggy attempt at carnival in London.
Everybody was staring at them. What's wrong with these black people coming out in costumes and things like that in this weather? You know?
Also, the Reno in Manchester, a nightclub where integration flourished.
If there wasn't so many black people in the place you was in, there was the opportunity for you to be beaten up because there is only one or two of you. Whereas the Reno, yeah, you're definitely going to be safe because there was no segregation.
And we'll hear from the legendary singer Jimmy Cliff, who took reggae to the world through the film The Harder They Come. But his early life in Britain was not always easy.
This lady, she came out one morning. She was the caretaker for the apartment. And she said, "Who are you? What are you doing here? You got 24 hours to get out."
First, today's world news.
Hello, this is the BBC News with Fiona MacDonald. President Putin says there can be no doubt that Saturday's explosion that damaged the only bridge to the occupied Crimean Peninsula was conceived and carried out by Ukraine's intelligence services. The explosion has badly affected the flow of traffic across the Kerch Bridge, a crucial supply route for Russia's forces in southern Ukraine. Sasha Schlichter reports.
President Putin pulled no punches. The authors and executors of this terrorist act, he declared, are Ukraine's secret services. Its goal, he said, was to destroy a critically important piece of Russia's civilian infrastructure. He's always seen this brainchild of his as symbolizing Russia regaining lands that were rightfully hers, as well as allowing soldiers, tanks and artillery into Crimea in preparation for the February invasion. For his part, Russia's chief investigator said the truck that exploded had started its route in Bulgaria, adding that citizens of Russia and some foreign states had aided in preparing the attack.
Protests sparked by the death of a young woman in police custody are continuing across Iran in defiance of a violent crackdown by the security forces. Kasra Naji of BBC Persian says internet shutdowns are affecting the amount of news coming out of Iran.
The universities are the scene of continued unrest. We have video on social media showing schoolgirls coming out and shouting slogans against the government. The thing is that the authorities are switching on and off the internet. So we sometimes get a lot of information from Iran, and sometimes they cut the internet, and then for a while we don't get anything. So today, so far, it's been slow in terms of the amount of information we've been getting from Iran.
The US broadcaster CNN has apologized for filming from inside a nursery in Thailand, where children and teachers were killed on Thursday. A reporter and cameraman from the media company have had their Thai visas revoked and could face further charges. Here's our Asia-Pacific regional editor, Michael Bristow.
This has led to an outcry, really, from a lot of other journalists, including the Foreign Correspondents Club of Thailand, who said, essentially, by going inside what was a crime scene, CNN had not only acted unprofessionally, but they'd seriously breached journalistic ethics. So that's where the argument lay. CNN initially said that they'd been given permission to go inside by health officials. Later on, they've now acknowledged that they didn't have the proper permission. They've apologised and withdrawn the report that they prepared from the footage.
Michael Bristow. You're listening to the latest world news from the BBC. A group of protesters in France have created what they called a femicide cemetery to draw attention to the number of women murdered by their male partners. The Nous Toutes collective, which translates as All of Us, says 101 women have already been killed this year. Dressed in black and with purple veils, they took over a square in central Paris, calling on the French government to provide more shelters. Germany's governing Social Democrats are heading for a resounding victory in regional elections in Lower Saxony. The vote had been seen as a test for Chancellor Olaf Scholz, who's faced criticism for his handling of the energy crisis. Exit polls suggest the SDP are beating their Christian Democrat rivals by a comfortable margin. The party's Stefan Weil, the state premier of Lower Saxony, welcomed the result.
According to all the figures, according to all the polls I know, the SPD is by far the strongest party. We have the strongest parliamentary group in the state parliament of Lower Saxony. The voters have given the SPD the mandate to govern and no one else. That is the result of this evening's vote.
Israeli security forces searching for a gunman suspected of killing a military policewoman have clashed with Palestinians at a refugee camp in East Jerusalem. The suspect is thought to have fled into the Shuafat camp shortly after the shooting late on Saturday. Forces entering the site say they were confronted by dozens of people throwing rocks and fireworks at them. The gunman's mother, father and brother have reportedly been detained. The U.S. National Hurricane Center has downgraded Hurricane Julia to a tropical storm, but warned that it might cause flash floods and mudslides across Central America until Tuesday. Julia made landfall on Nicaragua's Caribbean coast early on Sunday. BBC News.
Hello, this is The History Hour with Max Pearson, our weekly review of the witnesses to events from the past who've appeared on the World Service during the last 7 days. This week, we join the protesters who, in the year 2000, confronted President Slobodan Milosevic in Belgrade. Also, the Israeli spy who secured the release of a captured soldier in 2011. And the harder they come, we have the legendary reggae star Jimmy Cliff. And, in fact, reggae music leads us nicely into our first stories this week, because October is celebrated in the United Kingdom as Black History Month. Events across the country include a Black History Walk in Leeds and a sculpture trail on the theme of race in Bristol. As part of our contribution, we're going back to January 1959, when an impressive woman called Claudia Jones recreated the carnival that she enjoyed in her native Trinidad. Rachel Naylor has been listening to Claudia's best friend, Corinne Skinner-Carter, and her story about the beginnings of the Notting Hill Carnival.
It's the 30th of January, 1959, and Caribbeans across London are making their way to St Pancras Town Hall for the city's first ever Caribbean Carnival. They're dressed for the occasion, wearing big flowery hats, loud colourful shirts, and their dancing shoes. The event has been organised by journalist and activist Claudia Jones, who wanted to recreate a carnival like the one she enjoyed back home in Trinidad. There was only one problem.
She did it at exactly the time that we were having it in Trinidad. So which means it was cold here. And when people got off the train, got into the tube and things like that with costumes on, everybody was staring at them. What's wrong with these black people coming out in costumes and things like that in this weather? You know?
That's Corinne Skinner-Carter, Claudia Jones's best friend. And despite the bitter weather that day, the precursor to Notting Hill Carnival was born. Corinne and Claudia, both Trinidadian, met in London in the 1950s and quickly became friends.
She was passionate about politics, and so was my husband, Trevor. And that meant that we saw quite a lot of her. She was such a warm person that you took to her immediately. We stayed in contact all the time. We were very close. She was always for black people. And therefore, most of her politics was because of our treatment in the world. You know, how they treated us like second-class citizens. Well, I mean, more than second-class, third-class citizens.
Caribbean immigration to the UK had increased after the end of the Second World War, but by the 1950s, discrimination was rife. You may find these attitudes offensive.
Their radiograms are blaring away here till 3 and 4 in the morning when people have got to get up and go to work. And they're sitting on the windowsills with hardly anything on, whistling at the girls and the women as they pass by.
They're not clean, and the smell of the cooking makes you feel sick, and use the entry as the toilet.
I don't like them with white girls, I don't like them at all, they're too filthy. In my opinion, they ought to be shot, the whole lot of them.
You went to get a job as a nurse, and you end up scrubbing the floor. All the cleaners in this country were black people. We never got jobs that we were suited for. We always got the scrapings of everything. You know, they wouldn't allow us in the house. You speak to them on the phone and they said that there was a flat. And when you get there and they realize that you're black, they would have an excuse why they can't take you. They just didn't want us here.
There was an increase in violent attacks on black people throughout the summer of 1958, which led to riots in Notting Hill, a deprived multicultural area of West London.
Something new and ugly raises its head in Britain. In Notting Hill Gate, only a mile or two from London's West End, racial violence. While police reinforcements are called up to check the riot, one of many that have broken out here in a few days. The injured victim, a Jamaican, is taken to safety. But the police have not been able to reach all the trouble spots so promptly, and the quietest street may flare up at any moment.
Claudia decided she had to do something to improve racial tensions. She wanted to help the white population understand their new Caribbean neighbours by showcasing their culture.
Enough's enough. Let us have a party that we can involve everybody, not only the West Indians, but everybody in the country. So they would see what we are and what we can give. From the time she said she was doing it, I knew she was going to do it, and I knew what she had in mind to do. She was going to have a carnival.
And Corinne was right. Claudia organised that first Caribbean carnival inside St Pancras Town Hall.
She had singers and dancers. She had steel band, and she had Edric Connor there, who was one of the singers. And we had lots of people from different West Indian islands, and we did have costumes as well. People paraded in their costume to show what carnival in the West Indies is really like. It was relaxed. Very much so, because we were all together and all thinking about the same thing, not putting the prejudice away, but in the background. We were there to enjoy ourselves, and we did. It was happy. It was a very good success.
But less than 5 months later, Kelso Cochran, a black man from Antigua, was stabbed to death by a gang of white youths in West London.
That invoked a certain amount of pressure on the black people. And Claudia, being head of all that, what was going on, she was really, really angry and concerned about how we were being treated. They had riots marching because it was taken very seriously. He was just a normal person, and they treated him like dirt. She thought she had to do something about it.
Once again, she did. Claudia knew what would transform her carnival. She took it to other venues around London. In 1966, the first outdoor festival took place in the streets of Notting Hill.
I'm a carnival person. I like my carnival. So from the time they got on the street, I wanted to jump in the street as well.
And to generate interest, an element of competition was added.
Then decided, why don't we get people to go into the schools and teach the children what carnival is all about. Teach them to play the drum, teach them to wear the costume. It started having competitions for the schools. So I was one of the judges. So nobody is going to come and jump up outside my platform just doing any old thing. They have to show me, if they're playing Queen Elizabeth, show me how Queen Elizabeth walks. Show me what Tiger does. Show me whatever. So I can interpret what they're playing.
What started as a children's street party became a procession as the steel band weaved its way through Portobello Road, and a trail of dancing locals spontaneously followed. Notting Hill Carnival became an annual event, growing in performers and spectators every year. Many people contributed to its beginnings and success. Within 10 years, 150,000 people were attending. Claudia Jones died in 1964, aged 49. She is widely credited with planting the seeds for Notting Hill Carnival. Today, more than 1 million people attend 2 days of festivities, which take place on the last weekend in August. The steel bands, dances, parades and flamboyant costumes remain, and Corinne thinks her friend would approve.
Claudia would have loved the carnival as it is now, because she was that type of person that enjoyed pleasure as much as she enjoyed politics. She thought not so much to bring white and black people together, but to let them know that we are human beings as well. They don't have to love us, but they can understand us. And it's the understanding that she was working for.
Corinne Skinner-Carter continued to judge at Notting Hill Carnival until 4 years ago. Well, joining us now is Dr. Emily Zobel-Marshall, Professor of Post-Colonial Studies at Leeds Beckett University. And I happen to know that you describe yourself as a carnivalista. What do you mean by that?
I am a carnivalista. That means I love to play carnival as well as study carnival. So a lot of my research is based on carnival, but I'm also a part of a troupe called the Mama Dread Masqueraders, and we're out in Leeds every year in carnival, and we always take a very political message on the road. Carnival's often, as well as a form of sort of a transcendence and escape, is also deeply political. It's a way for calling attention to all sorts of issues that people might face. And it's also very much a black space, so a space where people can feel at one together, but also take up that very public space of the street and make it their own.
And it's a space that, in a sense, had to be fought for. I mean, how do you react to what you've just heard about the history of asserting that space in London?
Yes, it did have to be fought for. It also had to be fought for in the Caribbean, especially in Trinidad, when they tried to ban carnival, and people fought for the right to carry on with carnival. And interestingly, in Leeds, we have our own carnival, which was one of the longest-running Caribbean-style carnivals in Europe. And the founder of Leeds Carnival, Arthur France, he also says that he wanted to have a carnival on the road, a Caribbean carnival, because he wanted to show that black people were capable of organising themselves.
Is there any sense of a fear, though, that sometimes in sort of countries like the United Kingdom, it can be tokenistic? You can have your carnival one day, but, the rest of the time we might still treat you the way we have been treating you.
So that there is that problem there. And also there's a problem with policing, and it's always been very heavily policed, especially Notting Hill Carnival. So there's been clashes between people who take part in the carnival and the police. Carnival, in a way, reflects life and society. So it isn't really a time where everything disappears, but it is a time where you can release some of those tensions and come together and be at one with what we call the mass. The mass is a Caribbean term for the masquerade. So you become at one with the mass, with your performance, with your people, with your music.
I've been to a carnival in the Amazon basin where the indigenous people dress up as conquistadors with very big, sad masks on their faces to mock those who were their conquerors in the 17th century. It's still going on in the 20th and 21st century.
Well, that's really interesting because when enslaved people in the Caribbean were having their carnivals, they often mocked the European aristocrats, and so they would dress up as lords and ladies, but sort of grossly exaggerated ladies with huge backsides and huge bosoms who drank rum and acted in a really bawdy way. So that was also a way to turn the tables and to mock those in power.
And even though Carnival goes way back in history, it certainly doesn't look as though it's in any danger of dying out.
No, it certainly doesn't. And this year in Leeds, we had, one of our biggest carnivals, especially after having no carnival for 2 years. So the atmosphere on the street was absolutely electric. We played a traditional Trinidadian mask called the Midnight Robber. So we dressed up in the Midnight Robber is a sort of agent of death and destruction who speaks truth to power. So we had these big capes and with skulls adorned on them, and we were so well received as a troupe. It was wonderful. My daughter played for the first time, and she's got the bug now. She's a budding carnivalista.
And Carnival is spreading as well. I mean, there are new carnivals springing up in different parts of the world, in West Africa, for example.
Yes, that's right. There's a carnival in Calabar in Nigeria, which is actually based on the Caribbean-style carnival. So it's kind of like a return migration. These West African cultural forms have migrated with enslaved people to the Caribbean. They've grown there, and then there's a sort of return migration to Nigeria, which is having its own Caribbean-influenced carnival, which is hugely popular and described as Africa's biggest street party.
That's Dr. Emily Zobel Marshall from Leeds Beckett University, and now we know she's a carnivalista. Well, alongside Carnival, nightclubs have traditionally been important in black culture, and it was in the early 1960s that black culture in Britain began to flourish, even against a frequently hostile background. At that time, Phil Magbotiwan, a Nigerian immigrant, opened a brand new nightclub in Manchester in the north of England. In part because of his own personal experiences of racism, Phil wanted to create somewhere where everyone would feel welcome. So the Reno was born. Phil's youngest daughter, Lisa Iegan, has been speaking to Matt Pintus, and a warning, you'll hear in this racist language that was prevalent at the time.
Manchester, England, 1960. Phil Magbotiwan is exploring the inner-city neighbourhood of Moss Side.
He was looking at the premises of the Reno. He said, and opposite there was a big pub on the corner with glittering lights.
That's Lisa, Phil's daughter.
He went into the pub and asked for a Guinness, and the barman said, "We don't serve monkeys in here." So my dad said, "I'm not a monkey, what's that supposed to mean?" And he pointed to a large wooden barrel at the side of the bar that people were throwing dead ends of the pints in, and he said to my dad, "Monkeys drink out of there." My dad said, "One day I will have a bar, I will remind you of this." So he said, whatever, he left. Many years later, he managed to get a liquor licence, opened the Reno, and the barman came over, probably wanted to see what was going on. He was like, "Yeah, can I get a red stripe?" So my dad said, "You don't remember me?" So he said, "No, I've never met you." So he said, "Yeah, I came in your place, asked for a drink. This is what you told me." He said, and the man was really embarrassed and said, I'm so sorry. Don't know why I said that to you. It's wrong. Can you forgive me? And my dad said, yes, everybody's entitled to make a mistake.
Phil Magbotiwan was born in Lagos, Nigeria in 1916. The country was still under British rule, and from a young age, Phil dreamed about moving to England. And he didn't waste any time.
He'd obviously watched his mum working very hard. She just did her normal duties, what most Nigerian women did, which was doing their own crops and not really being able to make anything extra. So when he was 13, he decided he was going to leave and try and come to England. He used to hang around at the ships, and he thought the opportunities to go on a ship and try and make his way here. So he did that.
Phil realised his dream and opened the Reno in 1962, initially as a place for sailors to get a bed for the night. Named after the gambling metropolis in Nevada, USA, the Reno soon morphed into a thriving funk and soul club, regularly packed out with excited teenagers looking to dance. At that time, it was notoriously difficult for black people to get into many of the city centre nightclubs, and the Reno offered a safe environment where people could forget all their troubles.
I think the Reno was a great destination for everyone because it was a safe place, no matter what colour you were. Back in them days, if you was black, I think if you went in town, if there wasn't so many black people in the place you was in, there was the opportunity for you to be beaten up because there is only one or two of you. Whereas the Reno, yeah, you're definitely going to be safe because there was no segregation of you shouldn't be or you should be here. Everyone was welcome there.
The Reno was a particularly important place for people from mixed heritage backgrounds. Phil himself married a white woman and had 8 children, including his youngest, Lisa.
Mainly it was black, but there was a really nice mix of a lot of white women. There was quite a few Asians, and then obviously a lot of mixed culture coming from the marriages of black men with white women. Other places you would go, I think they would be ridiculed, especially the mixed couples would be made to feel uncomfortable, whereas anybody who went down there would have a good time and would feel welcome. Nobody would feel like the minority because it was very, very mixed.
Going to the Reno was the hottest ticket in town. So much so that in 1976, the great Muhammad Ali decided to pay it a visit.
My dad had previously gone to Montreal to see Muhammad Ali fight. A year, maybe 18 months later, Muhammad Ali came to the club. My dad had gave him his address and his number, and he came there to visit him and brought him a gift, which was a gold boxing glove that Muhammad Ali had received for one of his fights.
And Ali wasn't alone in his fondness for the Reno. Lisa remembers reggae superstar Bob Marley also turning up to the club that year.
One day my brother came and said, we're going to go and see Bob Marley. So I was like, see Bob Marley where? So he was like, it's a surprise. And he was doing an impromptu concert. So when we got there, he was on the grass playing football with quite a few people. And it was like a big old church. And we was at the doorway. So as he ran past, he stood on my foot. I actually thought it was funny because I thought, well, at least Bob Marley stood on my foot. But then he come running back and hugged me really tight and was like, I'm so sorry, I stood on your foot, I didn't mean to do that. But while he was hugging me, I remember thinking that his hair smelled like the washing when my mum would put the washing out and it hadn't dried yet. And I got told that he came to the Reno. I got told he'd come in that night, which he obviously would have done. He was in Manchester.
The Reno wasn't without its troubles. It stayed open into the early hours of the morning, and this attracted attention from the police.
Them days the police was very harassing to people and very discriminative, well, with black people. When I was at home, the police would come. They would never be in uniform. It was always just suits. So they would ask for my dad. And it was always by the way he would greet them that I would know it was police. Because he would always call them, sir, oh, how have you been? Come in straight away. And then he would ask me to go make him drinks. He'd come in the kitchen. He would say, I can't stand these stinking people, but I have to play this game.
By 1981, the relationship between the police and the black population of Moss Side was at an all-time low.
The rioting in Moss Side was brief, but such was the legacy of tension and bitterness left after just 2 nights of disorder that Greater Manchester Council decided a speedy inquiry was essential if peace was to be restored to the community.
After the riots, it was never the same for the Reno. The authorities seemingly wanted to close it down.
It wasn't long after that they forced my dad to close the Reno. They made an excuse. There was extending Princess Road, which granted they can say they've extended it. I don't know how many metres. It wasn't necessary, and it did get extended a long, long time after that.
The Reno shut its doors forever in 1986. Phil's dream was over.
Music is a stress reliever for everybody. So, yeah, to take away venues where music's being played and black people was able to relax and let go of all the worries what the race wars was causing is going to then cause a lot more tension.
Phil ran a few more bars, but nothing quite ever replicated the success of the Reno. In 2017, a group of volunteers organised an archaeological excavation of the Reno. Speaking from the site of the Reno in Moss Side, Lisa says she's still immensely proud of what her dad achieved.
So this is a spot where the Reno used to be. It's hard to believe because it's just wasteland now with a billboard. I think my dad was quite upset to see it demolished. It was his legacy. He did build a really good vision that was everything he wanted it to be, and I think everybody else enjoyed what he created. I certainly did, and I'm really proud of him.
Lisa Ayegan, remembering her father's contribution to British multiracial culture through his famous Reno nightclub in Manchester. She was speaking to Matt Pinters. And don't forget, there's an astonishingly rich collection of first-hand witnesses to global black history on our website, including such diverse items as someone who was in the room when gunmen tried to kill Bob Marley, the black mathematicians at NASA, and the first black golfer to play at the Masters. To find them, go to bbcworldservice.com/witness history. And we'll have more, casting the net a bit wider, when the History Hour returns in just a moment.
You're listening to the BBC World Service, and we're following Ukraine's breadline.
Before the war, Ukraine was the world's 5th biggest exporter of wheat.
There was shooting from one side. 3 Russian armored personnel carriers drove into the yard. They destroyed everything.
But the fightings had a huge impact on the production.
In one go, my whole life got wiped out.
And shipping of grain to export markets, with millions of tons still trapped in the country.
The Russia-Ukraine war did affect us.
Our journey takes us from the fields of Ukraine to the streets of Lebanon, which relies heavily on Ukrainian grain and where food supplies were already running low before the conflict started.
I'm giving an example of my bakery. People with guns, people having fistfights, even women were fighting and screaming. Well, it's their right to have bread daily.
The Breadline at bbcworldservice.com/documentaries.
Coming up in part 2 of the History Hour, the final downfall of Slobodan Milosevic in Serbia, the reggae superstar Jimmy Cliff on The Harder They Come, and from 2011, the man who secured the release of the kidnapped Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit.
He was very thin, he was pale, he was excited. I was afraid that something would happen to him from all this excitement. I saw how his heart was beating.
And that's coming up after a summary of today's world news.
BBC News with Fiona MacDonald. Russia's President Vladimir Putin has accused Ukraine of attacking the bridge to the occupied Crimean Peninsula. He described a huge explosion on Saturday as an act of terrorism. Mr. Putin said it was ordered, planned and carried out by Kiev's intelligence services. Anti-government demonstrations have continued in Iran despite heavy measures by the security forces. There are also reports that shops have been closed in some cities. Rights activists say almost 200 protesters have been killed since the unrest began. Germany's governing Social Democrats are heading for a resounding victory in regional elections in Lower Saxony. The result would offer relief to Chancellor Olaf Scholz, who faces criticism for his handling of the economy and the war in Ukraine. The American news channel CNN says it's sorry for filming inside the nursery school where dozens of people, most of them children, were killed by a gunman on Thursday.
Its decision to film there had been widely criticised. 2 CNN staff have had their visas revoked. The authorities in Venezuela say at least 4 people have died and 50 others are missing after being caught in landslides. The El Pato River, south of the capital Caracas, burst its banks and floodwaters swept away several houses and shops. The U.S. National Hurricane Center has downgraded Hurricane Julia to a tropical storm, but warned that it might cause disruption across Central America until Tuesday. Julia made landfall on Nicaragua's Caribbean coast early on Sunday, with wind speeds of up to 140 kilometres an hour. A group of protesters in France have created what they called a femicide cemetery to draw attention to the number of women murdered by their male partners. The demonstrators took over a square in central Paris, dressed in black and wearing purple veils. BBC News.
Welcome back to part 2 of the History Hour with Max Pearson. Still to come, Middle East intrigue and espionage as Israel tried to secure the release of a kidnapped soldier, and the reggae star Jimmy Cliff on his groundbreaking film The Harder They Come. But first, we're going back to a dramatic and defining moment for more recent European history. After the ruinous Balkan Wars of the 1990s, all that was left of Yugoslavia was the rump state comprising just Serbia and Montenegro. But even that wouldn't last long. At the turn of this century, there was desire for political change in the Yugoslav capital Belgrade. Here's Mark Lowen.
The 5th of October 2000. An election has just been held in Yugoslavia. People don't believe that the serving president, Slobodan Milosevic, has won the number of votes he claims. Hundreds of thousands of people have taken to the streets in protest. The student-led opposition movement, Otpor, or Resistance, is demanding an end to the Milosevic government. Srđa Popović was one of the founders of Otpor. He was 16 when Slobodan Milosevic became president of the biggest Yugoslav republic, Serbia.
Coming from a middle-class intellectual family in Belgrade, both of my parents were journalists, and they were like disliking this guy from the very beginning. And I remember my father, at one point he said, I don't like this guy, he seems to unite Serbs, but he also seems to unite everybody else against Serbs.
Yugoslavia had just emerged from over 40 years of communism under Josip Broz Tito. President Tito had kept nationalism among the different Yugoslav republics in check, particularly from the Serbs. That was something Milosevic soon changed.
He was using a lot of nationalist rhetorics, which I disliked, because I was born in 1973, and when you were born in 70s in former Yugoslavia, you were taught that these Balkan nations, these are your brothers, and it was really difficult for us to accept that people we are sharing every vacation, like Croats or Montenegrins, or my grandmother is from part of Bosnia, and one day these people are your enemies.
At the start of the 1990s, President Slobodan Milosevic led the Serb people into wars in Slovenia, Croatia and Bosnia. The West imposed economic sanctions on Yugoslavia and hyperinflation set in. Srđa joined a growing army of protesters, voicing their opposition to the direction in which Milosevic was taking the country.
Hyperinflation came, and that was really a mess. And you could see not only the country economy melting down, but complete normal life going to hell. And I mean, from the situation in which you're living a decent life with your parents, having the decent salaries, you're getting into a situation where my father, who used to be the editor-in-chief of national TV news, you find him smuggling petrol in order to survive.
Milosevic was declared winner of elections held in 1996, but there were allegations of foul play. Street demonstrations grew, led by students, and a few months later, Otpor was officially founded. Its logo, a clenched fist, appearing in spray paint on buildings across the country.
Since the students' protest, the students' movement was something which can really mobilize people rather than the political party. And we understood that we, the majority, the silent majority, if we could just recognize each other by saluting each other with a fist on the street, we would recognize our strength and numbers, and Milosevic would be done within the months. And this is how the fist came out as a symbol of the movement.
Srđa was under regular surveillance and in 1998 was arrested by the state security services.
I was took to the police station. I was beaten for 50 minutes, 1 hour, quite bad, and the response was very fast. So there was a lot of pressure coming for me to be released, and it became a very big media story of the day. So I was released the same evening, and it should have been a lesson to keep my head down, probably, but it produced the counter effect, because I really was feeling like the hero. That was the tough thing, Tomorrow morning I felt like hero.
At the end of the decade, another war, when Milosevic fought ethnic Albanian separatists in Serbia's southern province of Kosovo. In 2000, as Milosevic was coming to the end of his term as president, he changed the election rules to allow him to stand for office again. The opposition claimed victory in the September elections, but the State Electoral Committee denied it and called for another round of voting. Nationwide strikes followed, and then, on the 5th of October, a crowd of over 200,000 people gathered from all over Serbia in the centre of Belgrade. Srđa was there, organising.
Part of the plan was to get into the Federal Assembly, and I don't know what we think they will do. We, of course, didn't know if Milosevic can produce the bloodshed, but I could say among the leaders there was this awareness that if the price for tomorrow is to die, let's do it.
The protesters assembled in front of the federal parliament, fought back by armed police and tear gas. Then, spontaneously, the crowds stormed the building.
The federal parliament here is on fire. Also, demonstrators have moved into it. Police are using tear gas all over the place, dispersing many of the demonstrators. But frankly, all hell is breaking loose here.
The parliament was set alight as protesters threw ballot papers out of the windows, and the headquarters of the state broadcaster, RTS, often a mouthpiece for Milosevic, was set ablaze too.
I've run past the state television building, and the building is completely in flames. It's an absolute inferno, thick black smoke coming out of it, really, white-hot flames coming out of it. I can see inside desks and equipment on fire. Vehicles around it are burning as well, and trophy hunters are running away from the building, carrying pieces of video equipment, carrying away pieces of computer equipment, triumphant.
When you are inside the process, then really you're into it. And if you're busy, you really don't have time to be too thrilled or too afraid. And the moment I felt was like 5 p.m. and I was walking the street, and the television building and the parliament were burning. And there was this crazy atmosphere of the relief. And that was the first time I felt it. It really hit me at that point.
As the flames died down, Slobodan Milosevic made a speech admitting defeat.
Poštovani građani, upravo sam dobio službenu informaciju da je Vojislav Koštunica pobedio.
Esteemed citizens, I have just received the official notification that Vojislav Koštunica has won the presidential election. This decision was reached by a body that has this right according to the Constitution, and I believe that this decision should be respected.
Otpor organised a huge street party in Belgrade to see in a new era after the end of the October Revolution. The next morning, Srđa had a moment to reflect.
I was standing on this balcony of the Belgrade City Hall, and I felt that it's over and the new life starts.
Did you feel proud of what you'd achieved?
Proud, happy, relieved, and strangely empty. It's like standing on the top of the Mount Everest, and then at the moment you are not thinking about the days and days and days of climbing, but you're thinking about this wonderful view you have and thinking about your life and the future. Because we were told so many times that it is impossible to remove Milosevic, this was so sweet.
Srđa became an MP a year later, but he left politics in 2003 after the assassination of Serbia's first democratically elected Prime Minister, Zoran Đinđić, who had sent Slobodan Milosevic to The Hague to be tried for war crimes. And Srđa now runs an association encouraging non-violent resistance elsewhere in the world. As for Milosevic, he died in 2006, before his trial could be completed. Today, Serbia is on the road to EU membership, a changed country, trying to lay its troubled past to rest.
Mark Lowen, who spoke to Srđa Popovic in 2010. Next, we're heading to the Middle East and a story from the past which shows the extraordinary lengths to which Israel will go to secure the safety of its conscripted army personnel. On the 18th of October 2011, the Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit was freed after spending more than 5 years in captivity in Gaza. His release was part of a controversial prisoner exchange which saw more than 1,000 Palestinian prisoners freed from Israeli jails. Alex Collins has been talking to an Israeli spy, David Maidan, who was successful in negotiations where others had failed.
I got into the car and saw Gilad Shalit in the back seat on the right. He was very thin, he was pale, he was excited. I was afraid that something would happen to him from all this excitement. I saw how his heart was beating. To calm him down, I put both my hands on his knees. He didn't look away from me. He looked at me the whole time.
It's the morning of the 18th of October 2011, and David Maidan is the first Israeli to meet Gilad Shalit, a man who hasn't known freedom for 5 years, 3 months and 17 days. Shalit was captured on the 25th of June 2006. Hamas militants and fighters from other Palestinian factions raided Karim Shalom, an Israeli military post, which was just inside the Israeli border. They threw hand grenades at a tank. 2 of the 4 soldiers inside were killed, and 1 was left unconscious. Shalit was dragged out of the tank and forced into a tunnel that led to Gaza. Even though this wasn't the first capture of an Israeli soldier, it was still a moment that shocked the nation.
The Israeli army has rolled into southern Gaza in search of a kidnapped comrade. Palestinian militants had been warned to expect a major military response unless an Israeli soldier abducted from an army post on Sunday was returned unharmed.
Maidan was out of the country when he heard the news. He knew it would be big for Israel and the people he worked for.
I wasn't in Israel. I was on a Mossad mission in a country where it was very complex for me to operate. I remember hearing about the abduction and I tried to find out more. But it was difficult to make phone calls or inquiries owing to the sensitive nature of where I was located and the type of mission I was on. However, I realized that this was an event that was going to keep us, all the security officials, busy for a long time.
Shalit's detention preoccupied Israel. Military service is compulsory. Families want to believe that soldiers taken hostage can be saved. His parents launched a nationwide campaign for his release. They marched for 12 days from their home in Mitzpeh Hillel to the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's house in Jerusalem, where they set up a camp demanding the government do more to get their son released. There was some hope 4 years after his capture in 2009. The Israelis devised a plan with German mediators, which seemed to be going well. But Hamas eventually rejected it, and the Israeli negotiator resigned. Then the Prime Minister turned to Maidan.
I was at the Mossad at an internal event of some kind, and the head of the organization, Tamir Pardo, was sitting next to me. He told me that the Prime Minister had called and asked to tell me that he wanted me in Jerusalem to receive the Gilad Shalit file. I was totally surprised. I asked Tamir if he, the Prime Minister, had decided or asked my opinion. Then he told me that the Prime Minister had already decided. So I said that if he decided, then I agreed. It wasn't an option to say no. I'm a soldier, and when I'm asked to do something, I do it. And he basically told me, take this case and find a solution. I felt that he was very disappointed that the German mediation failed. He was counting on it. And he was actually quite happy to transfer the responsibility to my shoulders.
Maidan began his negotiations with Hamas by sending text messages to intermediaries. For a few months, messages would go back and forth each time the deal seemed closer. He knew Hamas would negotiate better with the involvement of Egypt, a neighbour to both Israel and the Palestinian territories. And he was right. It wasn't long before the 2 sides met in Cairo, but it wouldn't be like a normal meeting with everybody sitting around a table.
We felt each other's presence, even though we could only catch glimpses of each other, going down the stairs, in the toilets, etc. And that's because the negotiations took place in 2 separate rooms. The Egyptians would come and go from each room with offers, corrections, arguments, etc. for hours on end. The negotiations were long. The last day of negotiations lasted 23 hours in a row. The truth is that I've seen the advantages of the Egyptians doing the job when they walked between the 2 rooms. They were very efficient in the negotiations. They knew how to say things in a tough way that I might not have been able to say in a face-to-face conversation with Hamas.
Those tough negotiations worked. After 4.5 years without a solution, Maidan had got an agreement that seemed impossible. It took 6 months. The work was painstaking and the result was controversial. Maidan had negotiated one Israeli soldier's freedom in exchange for the release of 1,027 Palestinian prisoners held by Israel, including some who had killed Israeli civilians. A week later, the exchange took place. It was a tightly controlled operation on both sides. Busloads of Palestinian prisoners were transferred through Egypt before being released into Gaza. When they got off the bus, many were mobbed by family and friends. Treated like heroes, sashes in the colours of the Palestinian flag were placed over some of them. Meanwhile, Maidan met Shalit for the first time.
I was quite happy to see him alive, to touch him alive. He kept us busy for a long time, but on the other hand, his appearance broke my heart. I was worried that in this critical and special moment, he might faint and lose consciousness, and something will happen to him. And I needed to bring him back alive, on his feet as much as possible, to our side.
Maidan and Shalit were put in a helicopter and flown to the Tel Nof Air Base in central Israel, where Prime Minister Netanyahu was waiting for them. The Prime Minister addressed the nation.
This is a very exciting moment. A short while ago, I hugged him when he came down from the helicopter, and I took him to his parents, Aviva and Noah, and I told them, I returned your son home to you.
Netanyahu made it clear that he would be watching those 1,027 released Palestinian prisoners very carefully.
We will continue fighting terrorism, and every terrorist, every released terrorist who will return to terrorism, his blood, it will be ours.
After the meeting, Shalit with his parents were put on a plane home. It was the final chapter in an eventful day. People were delighted he was free, but Maidan's deal remained controversial.
I can say that, first of all, I know we released despicable people. You do it out of necessity. There were people who objected, and I think the debate was legitimate. And I will never judge families who lost their loved ones. I can understand their pain.
So when you met these families specifically, what did you say to them to convince them about what you were doing?
My worldview is that life wins and is more important than the dead. It's not pleasant to say, but it's the motto that accompanies me all the time. Life is more important than the dead. To save someone who has fallen into a very deep pit and to reach out and get them out of the pit, it completely overrides almost any other consideration.
October the 18th, the date of his release, is always remembered by Shalit and Maidan. They meet on that day most years.
Alex Collins was talking to the Israeli spy, David Maidan. Finally this week, we return to the subject of black culture. But while we were focusing on Britain earlier, this is the story of a global phenomenon. In 1972, a low-budget Jamaican film and its soundtrack helped popularize reggae music far beyond Jamaica and the Caribbean. Ben Henderson has spoken to the legendary reggae artist Jimmy Cliff, who starred in that film.
I was attracted to him because you need to understand Jamaican society. Jamaican society have an adoration for violence.
This is one of the biggest reggae artists ever, Jimmy Cliff. He played Ivan, the main character in the film, who gets into his first violent altercation after a back and forth about this song, Johnny Too Bad.
You know, remember that I am from the part of Jamaican society that is poor. And anybody who is poor and, you know, looking for money would be attracted to Ivan.
You can get it if you really want.
Jimmy was born in the Jamaican countryside in 1944, and he was familiar with that poverty.
I grew up in a one-bedroom house. Well, it's just one room, not even one bedroom.
But humble beginnings didn't stop him from dreaming big.
When I was going to a cinema to see a movie, it filled my heart with joy. So we would drive to a little town called Falmouth to go to a cinema. And that's where I formed all my ideas that I wanted to be when I grew up. I dream of doing films, movies, and of course I dream of making music and hearing them play on the radio.
He shared that ambition with his character in the film, Ivan.
You want me to go and beg work for $10 a week for the rest of my life? I try that. I'd rather die. And I don't have to, because I'm gonna make it.
You can get it if you really want, but you must try. Try and try. Try and try.
But would Ivan succeed?
You'll succeed at last.
A career in music seemed like a pipe dream for Ivan.
Many rivers to cross.
The song, Many Rivers to Cross, plays when he's at his lowest ebb, begging in the streets.
Begging your 10 cents and more. What's the matter with you young, healthy boys? All you know to do is beg, beg, beg. That's all you can do, just beg? How you got in here anyway?
The gate was open.
Well, when you go outside, you make sure you lock the gate behind you.
Doors were closed in Jimmy's face too. He wrote this song when he was struggling for work in London in the 1960s.
I never thought there would be more barriers, especially in a place like London. Nah, but there were.
As I travel along the wide cliffs of Dover.
Yeah, man. I mean, barriers such as racial barriers, social barriers. So I was staying at this flat, and this lady, she came out one morning. She was the caretaker for the apartment, and she said, "Who are you? What are you doing here? You got 24 hours to get out." I answered, I said, "I live here." "You live here?" "Yeah, I live here." I said, "Well, you got to get me out on my head if you want me out." So the following night, there was this popular TV show called Top of the Pops, the favorite pop TV show in all of England. And I was invited to be in the set that Nina Simone was performing, to my delight.
I wish I knew how it would feel to be free.
And the following night, she saw me on the show. She said, "Oh, I saw you on the telly last night." I said, "Yeah, I was on the television, so what? Now you're going to definitely kick me out." She said, "No, you can stay as long as you want."
Despite treatment like that, Jimmy kept persevering and soon after wrote what would go on to be his favourite song in the film.
Sitting in Limbo was one of the newer type of songs that I wrote, and I really liked it. It came as a surprise.
Sitting here in limbo, knowing that I have to go.
Jimmy's star was rising. The hard work was paying off. He was approached by Perry Hensel, a Jamaican director, to play the lead role in The Harder They Come. The film was the first time black Jamaicans had seen themselves portrayed realistically on the big screen. Jimmy could genuinely relate to the desperation of his character, Ivan.
This song, "Scotty, Dry Your Brake." Dry your brake, Scotty. It was a very popular song with the underclass people at the time. So I really liked that song.
Jamaicans also knew well how the desire to escape poverty could lead Ivan to a life of violent crime. Pressure Drop, a song by Toots and the Maytals, plays as Ivan chases a drug dealer in a gunfight.
You looking for me? I come to shoot your blood.
Audiences loved the theme of the underdog triumphing over the authorities, which was embodied by the film's title track, The Harder They Come. The film premiered in Kingston, Jamaica in June 1972.
Massive. Like, massive. Never seen anything like that in Kingston, in Jamaica. I couldn't even get close to the theater. When you walk out the next morning, you see T-shirt, shirt, underwear.
T-shirts and underwear all over the place. I told you it was popular. Which song do you think the people loved most?
As a popular song, I think they loved You Can Get It If You Really Want. People love that song. It's a very catchy song.
Now, Jimmy said it was massive in Jamaica, but it was huge around the world too.
The Harder They Come was the vehicle that brought reggae to the West, particularly America.
But what surprised Jimmy the most was the film's popularity in the very place where he was once looked down on for the colour of his skin.
In London, I was a struggling artist looking a way to make it. This opportunity came and it just took everyone by surprise. I remember how shocked I was seeing it on the buses in London. My movie being shown on the buses. Wow, that was like that. I pretend I didn't see it. And then the harder they come, the harder they fall, one and all. The harder they come, the harder they fall, one and all.
The amazing Jimmy Cliff talking to and singing to Ben Henderson. And on that lilting note, that's it from this edition of the History Hour. Do join us again for another romp through first-hand stories from the past next week. But until then, this is Max Pearson. From all of us here, thanks for listening. Goodbye.
This is the BBC World Service, exploring frontier communities.
We're in Niagara Falls, two communities separated between the US and Canada.
Niagara Falls, New York, was an engine of manufacturing, and not much attention was placed into the tourist industry.
And on that decision, Niagara Falls, Canada, has since simply left its neighbour in its economic wake. On the Border, with me, Tim Marshall.
Wednesday at 8 and 19 GMT. Tech Tent is in 60 minutes with Zoe Kleinman.
The Elon Musk Twitter takeover rises from the ashes. We analyse why he brought it back from the dead and his cryptic message about creating an everything app. And the startup that thinks being frugal is the way to beat Google.
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Welcome to NewsHour from the BBC World Service. I'm Rebecca Kesby. Today, more protests in Iran in defiance of the violent repression by security forces. An Italian song has become the protesters' anthem. Also, learning to live under the Russian missile strikes in Zaporizhia, attacked again last night.
We have very quick reactions. When I go to sleep, when I go to bed, in my bathroom, for example, I have a sweater, I have some pants, socks. I dress up quickly and then I'm ready.
The humanitarian situation in Haiti has taken a dramatic turn for the worse.
The only factory that processes water has closed last Monday. So what we are doing, we are putting bleach in water to kill the cholera germs.
And the biggest tree ever found in the Amazon. It's all coming up after the news.
Hello, this is the BBC News with Fiona MacDonald. President Putin says there can be no doubt that Saturday's explosion that damaged the only bridge to the occupied Crimean Peninsula was carried out by Ukraine's intelligence services. The head of Russia's investigative committee said that the truck that exploded had come from Bulgaria. Here's our Russia editor, Steve Rosenberg.
President Putin described the explosion on the bridge between Russia and Crimea
as a terrorist attack aimed at destroying critically important civilian infrastructure of the Russian Federation. At a meeting with the Kremlin leader, the head of the Russian Investigative Committee, Alexander Bastrykin, added that citizens of Russia and foreign states had also been involved in the attack. Russian investigators have concluded that the blast on the bridge was the result of a lorry being blown up. The fire spread to a fuel train. Kiev has not claimed responsibility for the attack. Road and rail traffic across the bridge has been partially restored.
State media in Iran say the security forces have used tear gas to disperse anti-government protests in dozens of cities. Despite internet blackouts imposed by the authorities, videos are continuing to emerge of widespread unrest. Anna Foster is on the Iranian border.
I've been talking to some Iranians who are on the way out of the country because, of course, those testimonies are so hard to get because of the situation in the country. But they were telling me that they came from one of the cities that saw protests yesterday. They believe that 10 people were killed in that protest. And they said that their lives at the moment are absolutely intolerable under the Iranian regime. They said it's about more than just the hijab. It's about oppression, repression, corruption, and the fact that they're scared to go onto the streets, they say, because they fear they could be picked up and killed by Iranian intelligence.
Protesters in France have created a symbolic femicide cemetery to highlight the number of women murdered by their male partners. The Nous Toutes, or All of Us, collective say that 101 women have been killed so far this year. They took over a square in central Paris, calling on the government to provide more assistance to those in danger. Germany's governing Social Democrats are heading for a resounding victory in regional elections in Lower Saxony. The vote was seen as a test for Chancellor Olaf Scholz, who's faced criticism for his handling of the energy crisis. Exit polls suggest the party is beating its Christian Democrat rivals by a comfortable margin. Stefan Weil, the SDP state premier of Lower Saxony, welcomed the result.
According to all the figures, according to all the polls I know, the SPD is by far the strongest party. We have the strongest parliamentary group in the state parliament of Lower Saxony. The voters have given the SPD the mandate to govern and no one else. That is the result of this evening's vote.
You're listening to the latest world news from the BBC. The UN has urged authorities in Libya to order a swift, independent and transparent investigation into the killing of 15 migrants near the coastal city of Sabratha. The bodies were found on Friday, most of them burned inside a charred boat. The UN mission in Libya is demanding that the perpetrators be brought to justice. The US broadcaster CNN has apologised for filming from inside a nursery in Thailand, where children and teachers were killed on Thursday. A CNN spokesman said it regretted causing offence. Our Asia-Pacific editor, Michael Bristow, explains.
2 CNN journalists have been spoken to by the police, their Thai visas have been revoked, and they could face other charges such as entering a crime scene. But generally there are no hard and fast rules. Journalists always try to get as close as possible to what has happened. Sometimes that can lead to them filming, recording very sensitive and very distressing scenes. Occasionally, journalists step over the line and break rules or unwritten rules or act in a way that's insensitive to the place in which they're operating. That's what appears to have happened here.
Israeli security forces searching for a gunman suspected of killing a military policewoman have clashed with Palestinians at a refugee camp in East Jerusalem. The suspect is thought to have fled into the Shuafat camp after Saturday's shooting. Forces entering the site say they were confronted by crowds throwing rocks and fireworks. The gunman's family has reportedly been detained. The authorities in Venezuela say at least 4 more people have died and 52 are missing after being caught in landslides. The El Pato River, south of Caracas, burst its banks and floodwaters swept away several houses and shops. The Vice President visited the city of Tejerias, where she said the number of fatalities now stood at 22. BBC News.
Hello and welcome to NewsHour, live from the BBC World Service in London. I'm Rebecca Kesby. We begin today in Iran, where widespread protests have been continuing into their fourth week following the death of a young woman in police custody. Today, a group of students at Tehran's female-only Al-Zahra University sang a Persian rendition of Bella Ciao, which is a song originally sung by Italian resistance fighters in World War II, but has been adopted as an anthem, really, by the protesters. Was protesters at the same university where some students chanted against Iran's President Raisi yesterday. Well, a couple of weeks ago, the BBC spoke to a 25-year-old university student in Tehran, and she told us then that she'd been arrested during a protest and later released. The BBC's Julian Warwicker has caught up with her again. We're not naming her, and we've voiced up her answers to protect her identity.
In the last 3 weeks, we've been trying to attend street protests in many different parts of Tehran. We've been trying to amplify the voices of some of our friends that are arrested in the protests in universities or in the streets, because it's really unknown what's happening to them in custody. We also try to keep up with the news in Tehran and other cities where there are protests, because by doing this we can analyse our situation and try to organise more rallies in the streets or other kinds of protests. And my friends and I did a lot of graffiti in Tehran, writing the names of those who've been murdered in these weeks. We also tried shouting slogans and protesting in our houses from rooftops and behind windows. We call for death to the dictator, for the downfall of the regime, and our main slogan, woman, life, freedom. And many of our neighbours respond to us, although some other neighbours came into our alley and threatened us. But we and many neighbours keep doing this every night. The struggle is still on fire, we're still protesting. And I think this is an important moment. As a student, I ask all those who are part of university, I ask them not to remain silent, I ask them to talk about it and spread awareness and show solidarity with all the injured students, all the arrested students, and to give us their support.
You talked about the torture of one individual, you talked about the arrests. How much of a personal risk are you continuing to take by participating in these protests?
There is so much risk in attending protests. They can arrest you mercilessly and beat you like they did in the most peaceful protests in universities. And they can identify people who attend protests, and they go to their houses and arrest them. And we don't know what will happen to us under their custody. There is no surveillance. They can do whatever they want, and there's no control. It's just so much risk. We gamble our lives on this.
So how determined are you to carry on?
Despite all the darkness and terror that is surrounding us, we're so determined to keep going and continuing these protests, no matter how long it's going to take. We have to find different ways to protest. We can't just give up. Those who were killed had a purpose. Those who are under custody are looking at us and waiting for us to take action. We have a purpose from the beginning, and we can't go back, and we won't go back. We don't know where this will take us, but we just can't give up on these protests, on demanding freedom. The dream of freedom can't be oppressed, and we have no other choice. As I said, our friends are under custody. Their only hope is us. And we can't give up on this until our day of victory. And we don't see it as very far away. We know at last that we're going to succeed in this struggle.
And those were the words of a young university student in Tehran, which we voiced up for her safety. Well, Hosro Isfahani is a digital journalist with BBC Monitoring's Iran team, and he joins us live. Hosro, thanks for coming on. We heard there from that young woman inside Iran, still very defiant, and there seems no end in sight for these protests. What's been happening today?
Indeed defiant. Today, the videos that has emerged from Iran showed protests erupting at multiple universities across the country. We also heard news of school children staging protests. And in all these protests, we are hearing chants against the clerical establishment in Iran.
Yeah.
These students and protesters are facing state oppression. So far, rights groups have recorded over 185 deaths, including 19 children. And these protests are getting more intense in many cases. We are seeing videos of police officers and security forces using brute force, including live rounds, tear gas, and all means of oppression to disperse gatherings.
Hosra, I just want to bring you in on that cyber attack that happened last night on State TV. This was at the 6 o'clock evening news bulletin, so no doubt lots of people were watching. Normal report going on. Suddenly a mask appeared on the screen. There was an image of the Supreme Leader engulfed in flames, a target on his head. The words "women, life and freedom" also flashed up. This is the moment it happened. Just a idea there of what happened. What's been the reaction of that hack in Iran? Do they know how it happened?
A hacker group called Adalat Ali, or Ali's Justice, has claimed responsibility for this attack. They earlier had targeted an Iranian prison and released footage of that prison. If you watch at the footage of this hack, at the end you see the face of the presenter being in absolute shock. That face has already turned into a meme on Iranian social media, and this is sending a message to Iranians. In the same image, you can see the faces of 4 women, including Mahsa Amini, who died on September 16, along with 3 other women who have been killed during the protest. On the side, you can read, "Join us and rise up."
Yeah, and as you say, you know, the young women have been sort of leading a lot of these protests, but many other people, many men are getting involved in this. Can we know anything about what kind of men are joining the protests? Are they younger, or is it a complete spread across the society?
People from all backgrounds are joining these protests. Yesterday we had videos of a very old man using a walker joining the protests, raising a shaking hand in the air and chanting "freedom, freedom," along very young women who were also chanting the same slogan. And we must notice that this is not limited to major cities or affluent people. People from all backgrounds are joining these protests. There are signs of protest and dissent in small rural areas as well. It's not something about middle classes or rich people being discontent with the Islamic Republic.
And certainly as news gets out, I know there's a lot of blackout on the news and the reporting of these events inside Iran, but certainly people will be aware, won't they, of some of the injuries and the number of deaths, as you mentioned earlier, and those being young people, a lot of them being women, even children. Are the security forces getting themselves into quite a difficult situation now in terms of how they're going to handle all of this?
Indeed. Today we had footage of a square in one of the major cities in Iran with the name of a militia, Basij, which has been involved in oppression of the protests, that people had renamed this square to dishonorable. They are facing resistance on street in many forms. Mainly when it comes, these resistance is coming from women, it is peaceful. You see defiant women removing their hijabs with open arms, walking towards police officers.
Okay, great to speak to you, Hosro Isfahani. Thank you so much for coming on and explaining that for us, Hosro, from the BBC Monitoring Iran team. Now, scientists working in the Amazon rainforest say they've found the tallest tree on record in the Amazon. It's more than 80 metres tall, and it's in a very dense and difficult to access part of the forest. Such huge trees play an important role in the ecology of the area and in the absorption of carbon generally. I've been finding out more with Jackie Rosette, who's a research fellow at Swansea University in Wales.
It's extremely impressive. When you're standing beneath it, it really fills you with awe and also kind of makes you aware of the power of nature to actually store the energy from the sunlight to put all the nutrients into creating such giants.
What sort of tree is it, and why has this individual managed to get so tall?
So all of the trees that we've found so far are of the same species, Latin name Danidsia adselsea, known locally as Angelum vermilion. And really they are absolutely adapted to the conditions of the area. they're only found of this size, I should say, in a sort of pocket in the northeast of the Amazon forest in Brazil. And all of the trees which are above 80 meter, which we're calling of giant status, are found in the states of Amapá and Pará. It's really due not only to the genetic advantage that they've got in having their objective to sort of reach through the multi-story canopy of the Amazon forest and reach the sunlight, but also an adaptation to be able to withstand exposure to the strong sunlight above the canopy and to wind and rain events from that position. And we've also noticed that the individuals that we've verified on the ground so far are neither at the very top of the slope, which might be subject to water shortages at certain times, nor at the very bottom of the slope, where they might be subjected to waterlogging. It's a combination of their environmental location, their genetic adaptation, and also a lack of disturbance, and in particular from human activities.
I'm reading here that it's over 80 metres tall. Does that give you any kind of idea of how old it might be?
We're not sure exactly how old it is. We're planning to carry out some dendrochronology analysis if the growth rings of the trees are actually visible in this kind of environment to assess the age. But we estimate that it would be around 400 to 500 years old.
And on an environmental note, is there anything important about these enormous giant trees that is important to know in terms of how much carbon they can absorb, for example? Is it much more than smaller trees?
It is indeed, and we estimate that these individuals account for around 60 to 70% of the carbon held within the surrounding area, so the surrounding hectare in which they're situated. They play a very important role in capturing the carbon and storing the carbon within their local area.
And that was Dr. Jacqueline Rosette, Royal Society University Research Fellow based at Swansea University. And the sounds you could hear were actually sent to us by her, and she recorded them on her latest trip to the Amazon. Really fascinating trip it sounds as well, and having found that enormous tree, 80 metres tall, which is apparently 30 stories high, if you imagine that. Quite something. Anyway, lots more to come on NewsHour, so do stay with us. Still to come, the sexual abuse scandal that's shaking the foundations of one of Canada's most beloved sports.
I guess I worry about when my son and my daughter are looking to these World Junior players as idols, as sport icons, as people that they're held up to be not only just great hockey players, but the commercials tell us that they are young men of character. What are we saying about who we've supported all these years?
More on that to come, and a reminder of our headlines this hour. President Putin says there's no doubt it was Ukrainian spies who prepared and carried out Saturday's explosion on the critical bridge linking Russia to the occupied Crimean Peninsula. We'll have more on that in a few minutes. And as we've been hearing, protests are continuing in towns and cities across Iran. You're listening to NewsHour live from the BBC in London with me, Rebecca Kesby. And now to the unfolding crisis in Haiti. Already the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere, now facing a complex range of problems, compounded, and indeed many of them caused by the open, violent warfare between rival gangs. Food and fuel shortages have been exacerbated by a gang blockade of the main fuel depot only a few days ago. Now drinking water is scarce and the number of cholera cases on the rise. The US State Department says it's considering a request for international support from Haiti, which is looking for a specialised armed force to take on the gangs. But it's not clear yet exactly what sort of force the Haiti government wants or from where. a UN peacekeeping deployment to the country a decade ago, sparked international outrage following sexual assault allegations, amongst other issues. More on that in a moment. But what is clear is that the local police force can't cope. There are under 13,000 officers for a population of more than 11 million people, and it's the gangs that rule the streets. You may remember us speaking to a nun who runs a humanitarian charity in the Cité Soleil area of the capital, Port-au-Prince, in July, when violence was flaring up. Then she was housing 800 children seeking safety, along with around 120 homeless children and more than 1,000 who were attending her schools daily. Sister Paisi says that the situation now is even worse than it was then.
Well, right now we are actually taking care of the same 120 plus about 30 more who had been coming like as refugees because of the violence in Cité Soleil. And then the children who are attending the schools also, we are still continuing to take care of them.
So the violence is ongoing, isn't it? And we'll talk about that in a moment, but it's having a huge impact on the ability for people to get ordinary things that you need to survive. Food issues, now water issues. Tell us about that.
So as you said, it's because of the war between the gangs that people have been really literally starving over the last few months, but especially the last few weeks, because people in the poor areas, they live from the street markets. This is where they get money from to buy little food. And then because of this war between the gangs, these street markets have completely disappeared because it's not safe just to stand in the street because of this constant shooting between the gangs. So it has really increased the hunger issue, which was already an issue before. And then the water, there had been two things. The conflict between the gangs, preventing water trucks to cross over and to enter into some of the area inside the slum. So women had to cross over the shooting lanes and then go and get water in other area, but it was very risky. And so they have been doing that for a couple of weeks. And also because of the gas issue, there is no more diesel available. The gangs are controlling the terminal where the trucks go and get diesel. So because of that, also the only factory that processes water to drinking water has closed last Monday, completely closed. So there was no more clean drinking water available. So this is also probably what provoked the cholera epidemic, which is just beginning again, it seems.
Yeah, so we've heard from the World Health Organization that is warning that a serious cholera outbreak could be unfolding in Haiti. And just hearing you there say about how the lack of fuel has meant that the water sanitation plants can't work properly. How are you managing to get any drinking water for you and the children in your care?
So what we are doing is actually we are using bleach. We are putting bleach in water, and this is actually sufficient to kill the cholera germs. So even though it's not very pleasant to drink water treated with bleach, but this is efficient. It does control the contamination.
Is that dangerous in its own way, though?
Well, they should not overdose it. They have to put a very small amount of, like you put 7 drops of bleach into a bucket of water, and then it treats it. I mean, right now, this is what we are doing to prevent more contamination. From the last days of September, first we had a little girl who died with a diarrhea. We didn't know yet that it was cholera. And then the following days, we had 2 more who were treated by Doctors Without Borders, and they tested it, and then they discovered it was cholera.
So one child you've lost to cholera already?
Well, more than one. This was the first one, but in this past week we had 5 who were attending our schools who died with cholera, plus many more who were not our school children. But mostly those who have died were children between 1 and 10, and a few adults also died. And then there were many victims also of cholera in the prison, which is overcrowded. It's built for 1,000. There are 4,000 prisoners, and there have been already at least 10 deaths inside the prison with cholera.
I mean, it sounds so stressful, and it's such a complex set of problems, isn't it? But for the little children, it must be absolutely terrifying, and many of them won't have seen their parents for weeks and weeks now.
Yes, some haven't seen their parents, and some were living with their parents. Many of them also have seen terrible things in the last months. I mean, some have seen their parents being killed. There have been rapes also. What we try to do is to create these, oases where they feel safe, but we can only touch a number of children. We cannot provide that for all of them.
And that was Sister Paisi there speaking to me earlier, and she said to me that it was tackling the gangs that was the top priority for changing things there. But how is that possible? And is the idea of bringing in an outside force a good one? Let's speak to Jacqueline Charles now, who's a Caribbean correspondent for the Miami Herald. Jacqueline, thanks for coming on. We mentioned earlier those UN peacekeeping troops that turned up in the country in 2004, I think, to quell the violence there after the toppling of the president. Hugely unpopular, soldiers accused of carrying out sexual abuse and then being the cause for a major cholera outbreak. How popular would a foreign force be now, do you think?
I mean, this is an issue that's very sensitive in Haiti, and people are divided on it. I think the question that Haitians are asking themselves today is, everything sort of has its give and take, right? You have a country where people are consumed by gang violence today. They cannot go out, fear of kidnapping, but no fuel, no water, and now you have a cholera outbreak. All of those things stack against, the feelings, the very strong feelings about foreign intervention. We still don't know what this is going to look like.
Yeah, and what's been the main problem with the local forces? Is it just the number of police, or are there other issues?
The police officers are ill-equipped. They are outgunned. There's a U.S. arms embargo, but yet this country is awash in foreign, in heavy arms, AK-47s. The police don't have access to these kinds of guns. The government recently ordered armored vehicles. They have not yet arrived, and they themselves, they're overworked. They are running out of fuel. They are living in areas that are, flooded with gang members. Some of them can't even sleep at home. So you have a force that is ill-equipped to go against this very, huge problem.
Okay, well, thank you very much for joining us live on the line there. That's Jacqueline Charles, Caribbean correspondent for the Miami Herald.
You're listening to the BBC World Service, and for World Book Club, Ritala Shah is talking to Britt Bennett about The Vanishing Half.
The book is based in part in the story that my mother told me about growing up in Louisiana and hearing about these types of communities that were light-skinned towns that were very obsessed with skin color.
The Vanishing Half delves into the issues of race, gender and class while traversing 5 decades.
For all Desiree knew, Stella had lived white for half her life now, and maybe acting for that long ceased to be acting altogether. Maybe pretending to be white eventually made it so. One of the things that's difficult about writing about the past, and particularly writing about race, is that so many aspects of it sound almost too absurd to be true. There's some moments during research that I was like, I can't include this in the book because people will not believe it, even though these are things that really happened.
World Book Club with Britt Bennett at bbcworldservice.com/World Book Club.
Still to come, how Cubans are trying to cope with regular power cuts. Also, we'll hear from the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhia after the aftermath of multiple Russian missile attacks. In Canada, the sexual abuse scandal in the national game ice hockey, and an Iranian photographer who's been documenting the experiences of women living under the Taliban in Afghanistan. It's all coming up after the news.
BBC News with Fiona MacDonald. Russia's President Vladimir Putin has accused Ukraine of attacking the bridge to the occupied Crimean Peninsula. He described a huge explosion on Saturday as an act of terrorism. Mr. Putin said it was ordered, planned and carried out by Kiev's intelligence services. State media in Iran say the security forces have used tear gas to disperse anti-government protests in dozens of locations across the country. Despite internet blackouts imposed by the authorities, videos are continuing to emerge of widespread unrest. Germany's governing Social Democrats are heading for a resounding victory in regional elections in Lower Saxony. The result would offer relief to Chancellor Olaf Scholz, who faces criticism for his handling of the economy and the war in Ukraine. The American news channel CNN says it's sorry for filming inside the nursery school where dozens of people, most of them children, were killed by a gunman on Thursday. Its decision to film there had been widely criticised. 2 CNN staff have had their visas revoked. The authorities in Venezuela say at least 4 more people have died after being caught in landslides, making the total number of fatalities to 22. More than 50 others are missing. The El Pato River, south of the capital Caracas, burst its banks and floodwaters swept away several houses and shops. The U.S. National Hurricane Center has downgraded Hurricane Julia to a tropical storm, but warned that it might cause disruption across Central America until Tuesday. Julia made landfall on Nicaragua's Caribbean coast early on Sunday, with wind speeds of up to 140 kilometres an hour. And a group of protesters in France have created what they called a femicide cemetery to draw attention to the number of women murdered by their male partners. The demonstrators took over a square in central Paris. BBC News.
Welcome back to NewsHour. In the wake of the devastation that Hurricane Ian left behind in Cuba, the Biden administration is understood to be having ongoing conversations with the Cuban government about the humanitarian needs of the Cuban people. Many living in very difficult conditions there, with frequent blackouts and shortages of food and water. Our Cuba correspondent Will Grant reports.
As frustrations continue at the blackouts in Cuba, protesters' anger may be over their most immediate needs: electricity, water, food. But there can also be no mistaking the cry on their lips: libertad, freedom. This latest misery was inflicted on Cuba when Hurricane Ian thundered across the western end of the island, leaving homes flooded, crops ruined and knocking out power to more than 1 million people. The state television broadcast images of the inundated rural province of Pinar del Rio. Officials soon confirmed the rest of the island's creaking electrical grid was down. No electricity generation whatsoever was taking place in Cuba. 11 million Cubans in the dark. No power also means no water pumped to the taps, and amid the country's chronic shortages, precious foodstuffs were turning bad inside fridges and freezers. Before long, people started to turn out on the streets, banging pots and pans, demanding action. This has nothing to do with politics. I'm not a communist or a capitalist, said one protester in Havana called Yasser. This is about how we're living. This is our reality, and you can't silence it or hide it, he added. In places like San Antonio de los Baños, outside Havana, on a drive around the darkened neighbourhood, only car headlamps and the lights of people's mobile phones can be seen. With no working air conditioning, local resident Ariel Badit sleeps outside at night to keep cool.
Here the power goes out from 8 p.m. until midnight. Then it goes again at 4 a.m. It's 4 hours on, 4 off. We try to keep the children cool by fanning them with bits of cardboard at night, but it's hard to keep the mosquitoes away. The hospitals around here are full of patients with dengue fever.
It's worth remembering Ariel was speaking before Hurricane Ian hit Cuba, and the hardships he referred to are only expected to get worse now. Immediately after the storm, government teams and the army were in the streets to clear away the debris and chop up felled trees on the roadside. Yet Cuba's dire energy crisis can't be fixed so easily. With rural areas widely damaged, food production and distribution will be affected too. These have been some of the toughest few weeks many Cubans can remember. For the young, perhaps the hardest they've ever known. However, there will likely be even harder ones ahead.
Will Grant with that report from Cuba following the devastation of Hurricane Ian there. You're listening to NewsHour from the BBC. I'm Rebecca Kesby. President Putin has accused the Ukrainian intelligence services of being behind the attack on the Kerch Bridge between Russia and Crimea yesterday. The huge explosion on the 12-mile crossing damaged the rail line and sent part of the road section plunging into the sea. The bridge was built after Moscow annexed Crimea in 2014 and has been a critical supply route for the Russian army in southern Ukraine. Well, hours after that attack came a barrage of Russian missiles into civilian areas of the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhia overnight. The BBC's Paul Adams sent this report from Kiev.
For the second time in 4 days, emergency services faced a grim task in Zaporizhia. At one location on the outskirts, they found a gaping hole in a 9-story apartment block. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. Katerina Ivanova said it was chaos.
We ran out into the street. A neighbor ran out with her eldest son, and she screamed that her husband was dead. Their apartment fell into ours.
Nearby, volunteers helped to clear the remains of a private house obliterated in another strike. Ukrainian officials said the damage was caused by 12 missiles launched by Russian aircraft. Moscow said the targets were military and included what it called foreign mercenaries. But many of these attacks seem indiscriminate. More than 60 civilians have been killed in and around Zaporizhia in the past 9 days. President Zelensky called the latest attacks absolute evil, perpetrated by savages and terrorists. They came as Russian investigators examined what caused yesterday's huge explosion on the vital Kerch Bridge, linking Russia with the occupied and annexed Crimean Peninsula. Repair work goes on, and some road and rail traffic has now resumed.
The BBC's Paul Adams. Well, the city of Zaporizhia is close to the front line of the fighting in the Zaporizhia region, which is one of the territories Russia has illegally claimed to have annexed, and large parts of it are under Ukrainian control. Earlier, we spoke to one resident of the city. We're not naming her to protect her identity, but she told us of the terror last night's attacks caused for people there.
The first shell was around 10 o'clock in the evening. It was one successful missile and one was hit by our air defense. And then 4 hours later at 2 o'clock, I was not asleep yesterday because, it was a feeling that something was gonna happen. I was awake and it was 11 missiles all over the city. So there was no any district without a shelling. I live next to some critical infrastructure, and that's why the place where I live suffered more. So I heard actually all 11 hits, and they were pretty close. And the building that you saw today, I know really this place. It's close to the volunteer center I involved, and this is a huge residential area. When the war started, people said that the right bank of the Dnipro, so it's supposed to be more safe, and actually the most of the missiles that arrived to the city yesterday were at the right bank. So the Russians try to show us that there is no safe place. They try to do everything that people be afraid of their lives, of their children. So this is how it is actually, Now I see there are less people in our city than in March and February.
You talk about it being traumatic for the children, but I mean, it must be terrifying for everybody, and the strain on people's mental health must be, almost intolerable. I mean, just hearing you there saying that there were 11 missiles all fired at the same time, you must have felt like you were surrounded.
We got used to it, and we have very quick reactions. When I go to sleep, when I go to bed, in my bathroom, for example, I have a sweater, I have some pants, socks. So in case of shellings, I go to my bathroom, I dress up quickly, and then I'm ready to be at the safe place. So in the shelter or in I don't go to the shelter. I stay in my apartment, just in the safest place. So, but we are always ready, and this is how the life goes.
And just before we spoke to you, in fact, you said you could hear the sirens going. And I just want to repeat that, if you need to go at any moment, then just do go.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I control the situation. I would tell you.
Yeah.
No problem.
I mean, the attack that happened last night, we know that there's been quite a few people killed and then many, many, many more injuries, which I presume are pretty bad injuries. Some of them will be pretty serious injuries. Do you get a sense?
Honestly,
Go ahead.
I would tell you that 17 people, I don't believe that. I think that it's only 17 bodies that were found under the debris. I'm sure that much more people died, unfortunately, that night, because there are, places in the residential area where private houses were, the houses are not exist. So people and all the stuff around, it's just, disappeared. When you see them 17 or 80 people, so it's not true. It's much more, because they attack residential area at night when people are at home sleeping in their beds. And what they are doing now also, the Russians attack infrastructure, civilian infrastructure at daytime, for example, regional gas company, at time when most of the workers are at their places. And this is actually, again, the plan. So they want people to leave the city and then just enter as they think that it's supposed to be their territory. But we are, I don't know, sometimes is it courage or stupidity? But in our city, people are really brave. So we don't want to leave just because someone wants us. I don't think it's fair.
It's an act of resistance. It's an act of resistance just to stay.
Yes, so it's my home. When I want to leave, I would leave. I don't want to give you something that matters to me.
One resident of the city of Zaporizhia speaking to us a short time before we came on air. It's hard to overemphasise how important the national game of ice hockey is to the average Canadian, but the sport is in the grip of a major scandal at the moment, as details have been emerging of how the governing body, Hockey Canada, has dealt with a number of serious sexual assault charges going back decades. Now the director and interim board chair of the organisation, Andrea Skinner, has resigned. Well, to get some more background on this, I've been speaking to Judy Trin, who's a correspondent at CTV News and also a hockey mum.
The first allegation is a group sexual assault that occurred in 2018. After Canada's World Junior Hockey team won the World Juniors. So they were in London, Ontario. They were being celebrated for this victory. Members of the team would head to a local bar in London, Ontario, and there they would meet fans. Among them would be some women. The allegations are that one woman was approached. What we know from the statement of claim is that she agreed to return to the hotel room with one player. And then when they get to that hotel room, they engage in consensual sex, but then it turns into a part where it becomes non-consensual, according to the statement of claim, her allegations. That's when other members, 7 other members of either the team or other hockey players enter the hotel room. And that is when they basically group sexually assault her. It is a gang rape. She is inebriated. She has had a lot to drink. She cannot focus. And afterwards, the players actually get her to film a video in which she says it was all consensual.
But that's one allegation, and I understand there have been a number, and some of them go back quite a few years, and an extraordinary amount of money has been paid in settlements to people coming forward with these allegations by Hockey Canada.
There are some people who feel that this is just the tip of the iceberg. Following the revelation of this 2018 case involving the World Juniors, allegations involving the 2003 World Junior Hockey team from Canada surfaced. that they too were involved in a gang sexual assault. And once again, there was a video involved here in 2003. That is the allegation. So we now know of 2 high-profile cases involving Canada's elite junior hockey teams. However, a recent investigation done by the CBC's Fifth Estate revealed that there were as many as 15 police investigations of group sexual assaults by junior hockey players dating back to 1989. So the question is whether or not this is an issue of a culture of toxic masculinity, whether or not it is a systemic issue and that has been ignored throughout all these years.
Andrea Skinner, who has been the director and interim board chair of Hockey Canada, and she was up in front of lawmakers earlier this week, wasn't she, at a select committee, and has since resigned. Tell us about why that has come about and why she was so criticised by the way that she dealt with this issue.
Now, the reason why Hockey Canada, this sports federation, was put in front of a parliamentary committee is because they get funding at a national level. $7 million a year goes towards Hockey Canada from federal Canadian coffers. And one of the things that Andrea Skinner said that did not sit well with the parliamentarians was when she said that they did end up settling a $3.5 million lawsuit in the 2018 case because they wanted to show compassion for the woman. It begs the question, how can she use that word? If there was compassion, why did they choose to deal with it secretly? This was only leaked to a reporter at TSN. If he never got a hold of that statement of claim, would we know about it?
Okay, so there's no shortage of criticism coming the way of Hockey Canada, is there? And now we hear that big sponsors like Nike and also Tim Horton, which is Canada's biggest coffee chain, I think, is pulling out. Is it affecting the sport itself? And you say your children play ice hockey. Have you reconsidered that, given all of this scandal?
You know, I am troubled by it. I have a daughter and a son in hockey. I guess I worry about when my son and my daughter are looking to these world junior players as idols, as sport icons, as people that they're held up to be not only just great hockey players, but the commercials tell us that they are young men of character. What are we saying about who we've supported all these years?
And that was Judy Trin, who's a correspondent at CTV News in Canada, speaking to me earlier. You're with NewsHour live from the BBC World Service in London.
This is the BBC World Service, shedding light on what it's like to be at the very top of the North Korean regime.
My name is Tae Yong-ho. I was once Deputy Ambassador of North Korea to the United Kingdom. Let me tell you my story. The whole North Korean population, including me and my family, were brainwashed as if Kim family were God. North Korea had a lot of famine.
This level of starvation is unprecedented in the late 20th century.
Kim family enjoy whatever they want. I worked very hard to defend North Korean system. Actually, my heart was telling a different story.
North Korea's Deputy Ambassador to London and his family have defected to South Korea.
I chose freedom, but it came at huge personal risk.
Inside the Kim regime at bbcworldservice.com/documentaries.
A reminder of our top story this hour. Protests are continuing in towns and cities across Iran in defiance of violent repression by the security forces. Earlier on this programme, we heard from Hosro Esfahani, a BBC journalist monitoring the situation in Iran, and he told us that the security forces are taking a more heavy-handed approach against the protesters.
Rights groups have recorded over 185 deaths, including 19 children, And these protests are getting more intense in many cases. We are seeing videos of police officers and security forces using brute force, including live rounds.
One other headline, President Putin says there's no doubt it was Ukrainian spies who prepared and carried out Saturday's explosion on the critical bridge linking Russia to the occupied Crimean Peninsula. This is Rebecca Kesby with NewsHour live from the BBC in London. It's just over a year since the Taliban swept to power in Afghanistan. The speed of their advance across the country and eventually onto the capital, Kabul, took the local authorities and the world by surprise. For women in the country, the return of the Taliban was especially terrifying. All the rights and freedoms many had enjoyed for years collapsed. Their ability to work, to study, to travel about freely, all curtailed. One of those in Kabul watching as the wave of Taliban fighters rushed ever closer was Iranian photojournalist Kayana Hayeri. She told me what it was like.
For us in Kabul, there was a disbelief that Kabul was going to fall. I remember very vividly, Kabul fell on a Sunday. Conversations I had on Thursday, Friday, Saturday to friends who were in Kabul, and also my editors who were abroad. Inside the country, we did not believe Kabul was going to fall. We thought like, okay, well, the country is gone, but they're just going to wait at the gates. While from the outside, people who were on the outside, they were warning us, you don't have time, you have to get out, you have a day, you have a few hours, and basically came down to you have 20 minutes to leave. And inside the country, I think I do remember on a Thursday, we were at a social gathering with a group of friends. And I remember two of my Afghan female friends, they were just crying and dazed out, like not present. Now I think like the presence of Taliban is much more normalized, but at the time we didn't know how it was going to be. We thought it was going to be bloodshed. We thought it was going to be what happened in the 90s. So it was unbelievable when they walked on Kabul.
Yeah, I mean, the speed was shocking, wasn't it? And women and women's groups had been among some of the most vocal ahead of the Taliban takeover, warning about what it might mean specifically for women. But there was also a sense of defiance as well. A lot of the women were saying, look, we've lived like this for 20 years, we're going to university, we're running businesses, we're not going anywhere. What happened when they actually did come into Kabul? How were people feeling at that point?
The day they walked into Kabul, it was pure chaos. I do remember I left the house at 4 to go to the airport. And the night before that, we barely got any sleep. Left the house at 4, went to the airport. There were masses of Afghans coming to the airport. Then eventually, after we finished photographing, I went on the roof up with two friends, colleagues. We went to the roof, photographed a flight that now I understand was the last commercial flights that took off from Kabul. This is around like 10 a.m. By the time we started, I live in the center of the city. Driving back, the traffic was so bad that we were parked in traffic. So we got out of the car, we started walking. The panic on people's faces, it was something that no film, no camera, nothing can photograph. People were just running from one side to another in shock. We were in front of the bank because everyone was trying to get money out. And at the bank, I heard Taliban has walked onto the street and they're in Company Road, which is in west of Kabul. And that's when I got a little concerned. I got home, and as I'm putting my photos on my computer, I got the call that you basically have 20 minutes to get to the airport. I was feeling so guilty. I was feeling immense amount of guilt for leaving and being able to leave. To this day, that just remains. That feeling is just so heavy.
So just to clarify, you did leave at that point, but pretty soon afterwards you did go back and you started profiling local women from different backgrounds and so on. How have their lives been over the past year since the Taliban took over?
It's been a journey, unfortunately a sad journey. I think a lot of them and a lot of us had hopes that this time will be different, but it hasn't really. At beginning, everything was fine, but slowly rights for education was taken away. Rights of movement has been taken away, slowly. So for many women, I think there was a little bit of hope at the beginning. By now, it's all gone.
And it's not just the rights either, is it? It's the sort of intimidation that many women and girls are feeling about going to school. So many have been attacked, including quite recently.
Yes, the intimidation is 1 from the authority, 2 from suicide bombers, and 3 also from relatives, families, neighbors. And that's what makes it difficult. When you walk out of the house to go to school, go to work, it's usually your neighbor blaming you or shaming you. That is what makes it very difficult.
And back a year ago, there were quite a lot of women that ran businesses that were quite senior in roles, senior in the police, senior in politics. Some of them stayed. Are they still able to operate?
No, most of them. I mean, most of them are stripped from their jobs. I mean, there are still doctors and midwives and teachers, but most of them are out of jobs. It's also, I mean, I think it's important to know, definitely this is like targeted to the women, but we're dealing with an economy that is crumbling. They don't have jobs to offer. So obviously in a patriarchal country like Afghanistan, men will get the job over women.
And of course, these are women that had grown up over the past 20 years and had had the opportunity to get an education, but with sort of lower level education becoming harder for girls to achieve at the moment. Where does that leave women in years to come?
I think it's something that we need to watch. Through my work, I face very surprising moments. I have been recently, not that I've been seeking it, but just because of this one project that I'm working on, meeting with people inside homes, interviewing them, photographing them, and I'm learning how many of them who have been lucky to go to school and be educated in the past 20 years are now teaching at homes. There are home schools and underground schools all over Kabul. It's amazing to watch these women. This is like even sometimes like high school kids teaching younger kids, or high school kids teaching the other high school kids who can't go to school. It's just beautiful to witness that.
You are Iranian, and that's also a country which is seeing unprecedented widespread protesting at the moment, led by women. I mean, obviously the circumstances are very different, issues are different, but do you see parallels between those two countries?
Absolutely. Not only between Iran and Afghanistan, but also what's happening with India and what's happening in the United States with the ban on abortion. I mean, these women, yes, in Iran, it started with the death of Mahsa Amini and it was over hijab and removing scarf, but it's beyond that. It's about all these movements are connected because they're fighting something bigger. It's about having control and having choice over their bodies. And something very personal. There is common thread between all of these.
And why do you think it's happening now?
The perfect example, I mean, I'm quite young, but I remember Arab Spring was, I would argue, in 2009 when the uprising happened, it was really the first time that social media was used to spread the words and get the word out there. And following that, the Arab Spring happened, right? And one country after another. I think very much like what happened in Arab Spring, social media is getting the word out there. And many women, and I can specifically see this, what happened with Iran and Afghanistan, many women when they see other women have got courage to go on the street and demand their rights, they feel they're not alone in this.
That was Kayana Hayeri there, an Iranian photojournalist who's been based in Afghanistan for the past 8 years or so, and she left recently, speaking to us earlier. That's it for this edition of News Hour from me and the whole team here, wherever you are in the world. Thanks for joining us.
You're listening to the BBC World Service, and we're following Ukraine's breadline.
The wars stopped millions of tons of wheat being exported. Our journey takes us from the fields of Ukraine to the streets of Lebanon, a country which relies heavily on Ukrainian grain.
People having fistfights, even women were fighting and screaming, well, it's their right to have bread daily.
The Breadline at bbcworldservice.com/documentaries. In half an hour, Pick of the World.
What should we make of Russia's nuclear threats? Returning home to Uganda 50 years after being forced to leave. And can food decide your mood? The stories you clicked on most this week with me, Anna Doble.
Tech Tent is next. This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
You're listening to Tech Tent from the BBC World Service with me, Zoe Kleinman. This week, it was on, then it was off. But now Elon Musk's protracted, acrimonious and very expensive acquisition of Twitter is on once more. What is going on?
He's just spent 3 months slagging off the product. Now he's become the salesperson in chief for it. He seems to be a sort of person who lives his life on a whim.
We analyse why Elon Musk changed tack and what his cryptic tweet about an app called X might mean. Also this week, we speak to the startup that thinks it's got the answer to subscription fatigue. And the new search engine, which is turning its back on ads and trackers.
Thousands of companies trying to keep track of what you're doing. This is the norm of the internet. Now you can understand what I mean when I say I wanted to take technology back to its roots of doing useful things.
But can you really beat Google by being frugal? That's all to come after the latest world news.
Hello, this is the BBC News with Fiona MacDonald. President Putin has said Ukrainian intelligence services planned and carried out Saturday's explosion that damaged the only bridge to the occupied Crimean peninsula. In his first comment since the blast, Mr. Putin described it as a terrorist attack. The Kerch Bridge is a crucial supply route for Russia's forces in southern Ukraine. Sasha Schlichter reports.
President Putin pulled no punches. The authors and executors of this terrorist act, he declared, are Ukraine's secret services. Its goal, he said, was to destroy a critically important piece of Russia's civilian infrastructure. He's always seen this brainchild of his as symbolizing Russia regaining lands that were rightfully hers, as well as allowing soldiers, tanks and artillery into Crimea in preparation for the February invasion.
State media in Iran say the security forces have used tear gas to disperse anti-government protests in dozens of locations across the country. Despite internet blackouts imposed by the authorities, videos are continuing to emerge of widespread unrest. The protests were sparked by the death of a woman who'd been detained by the morality police. More details from the BBC Persian's Kazras Naji.
The universities are the scene of continued unrest. We have video on social media showing schoolgirls coming out and shouting slogans against the government. The thing is that the authorities are switching on and off the internet. So we sometimes get a lot of information from Iran, and sometimes they cut the internet, and then for a while we don't get anything. So today, so far, it's been slow in terms of the amount of information we've been getting from Iran.
A group of protesters in France have created what they called a femicide cemetery to draw attention to the number of women murdered by their male partners. The Nous Toutes collective, which translates as All of Us, says that 101 women have already been killed this year. The demonstrators took over a square in central Paris, calling on the French government to provide more shelters. Germany's governing Social Democrats are heading for a resounding victory in regional elections in Lower Saxony. Exit polls suggest the party is beating its Christian Democrat rivals by a comfortable margin. Stefan Weil, the SPD state premier of Lower Saxony, welcomed the result.
According to all the figures, according to all the polls I know, the SPD is by far the strongest party. We have the strongest parliamentary group in the state parliament of Lower Saxony. The voters have given the SPD the mandate to govern and no one else. That is the result of this evening's vote.
World News from the BBC. The government of Venezuela says torrential rains have caused 22 deaths after 6 more people were killed by landslides on Sunday. The Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, visited one of the worst affected areas, the city of Tejerías, where she said 52 people were missing. The US broadcaster CNN has apologized for filming from inside a nursery in Thailand where children and teachers were killed on Thursday. A reporter and cameraman from the media company have had their Thai visas revoked and could face further charges. Here's our Asia-Pacific regional editor, Michael Bristow.
This has led to an outcry, really, from a lot of other journalists, including the Foreign Correspondents Club of Thailand, who said, essentially, by going inside what was a crime scene, CNN had not only acted unprofessionally, but they'd seriously breached journalistic ethics. So that's where the argument lay. CNN initially said that they'd been given permission to go inside by health officials. Later on, they've now acknowledged that they didn't have the proper permission. They've apologized and withdrawn the report that they prepared from the footage.
The UN has urged authorities in Libya to order a swift, independent and transparent investigation into the killing of 15 migrants near the coastal city of Sabrata. The bodies were found on Friday, most of them burned inside a charred boat. The UN mission in Libya said the killings were thought to have resulted from clashes between rival trafficking gangs. Israeli security forces searching for a gunman suspected of killing a military policewoman have clashed with Palestinians at a refugee camp in East Jerusalem. The suspect is thought to have fled into the Shuafat camp shortly after the shooting. Forces say they were confronted by people throwing rocks and fireworks. BBC News.
Welcome back to the Tech Tent, where the conversation around the campfire has been dominated once again by a certain flamboyant billionaire and his attempts to buy, not buy, and then buy again a certain social network. More on Elon Musk and Twitter in a moment. Also this week, ask anyone what search engine they use and you can be pretty sure what you'll get.
So what's your favourite search engine?
Google. Google as well.
Google.
Google. My most favourite is Google.
We hear from the former Google insider trying to take on his old employer, and the startup that thinks it's got the tonic for subscription fatigue. It's been a takeover unlike any other. First, Twitter tried to stop Elon Musk buying it, but he went ahead and made an eye-wateringly large offer anyway. Then, when the offer was accepted, Musk spent months slating the company, using its own platform with some angry tweets before saying he was pulling out altogether, at which point Twitter wanted to go to court to demand that he complete the purchase it once sought to block. And now, just days before a big legal showdown where the whole ugly row was due to be settled, another abrupt change of direction from Elon Musk, who's now said he will buy Twitter after all. Still with us? And accompanying his latest change of heart, a mysterious tweet. Because, of course, there is always a tweet. Buying Twitter is an accelerant to creating X, the everything app, he wrote. Now, Musk's many successful tech businesses have made him the richest man in the world, but there are some starting to wonder if he actually knows what he's doing.
It gives an impression, the fact that he seems to be changing his opinion on a whim. He's just spent 3 months slagging off the product. Now he's become the salesperson in chief for it. It just gives you an indication that while people love to imagine that Elon Musk is playing 4D chess, he seems to be a sort of person who lives his life on a whim and on spontaneous and often unpredictable decisions.
Bruce Daisley, one-time Twitter vice president there. Here's the perspective of Sarah Roberts. She's director of the Centre for Critical Internet Inquiry in California, and she was taken on by Twitter to research transparency in its algorithms.
I have expertise in many areas in social media, but I don't have expertise per se in the whims of a kind of chaotic, attention-seeking billionaire. So I have no idea what will happen. I mean, my hope is that this will not go through. Twitter, it's not as big as some of the competitors, but it has an outsized role in society. And it's a place where news is often broken and made. And so I'm worried about all of that power consolidated in the hands of one man whose contributions to humanity range from building rockets to making jokes about pot in a stock share price.
So much to chew over. Joining me now is Addy Robertson, senior reporter at The Verge, and our Silicon Valley reporter James Clayton, joining me confusingly from a car in New York. He's been our guide for so much of this weird journey. Here we go again, James.
Yeah, you just absolutely encapsulated it just right now. It's been on, off, on again. Elon Musk has been hot and cold. Says he doesn't want to buy the company. Says the company is filled with bots. I mean, if you actually listen to what he says, he doesn't just say that Twitter has a bit of a problem. He says that Twitter is riddled with bots. He says it could be as high as 30-40% of all users are fake. He even accused Twitter of fraud. So this volte-face is extraordinary. I don't think many people expected it. And quite rightly, people are thinking, what on earth is he doing? Because if you actually are going to buy a company for a lot of money, you don't spend months disparaging it and spooking advertisers.
I want to bring you in, Addy, here. When we are reporting on this, I always find myself couching whatever I say with words like, we never quite know what Elon Musk is going to do next, and this is the situation for now. Do you think this is really the end of the saga, or are we still on this roller coaster?
It definitely doesn't seem like the end of the saga, in part because we still aren't completely clear whether Elon's going to be able to get the financing for the deal, which is obviously is contingent on that. It also, so far, the judge in the Delaware Court of Chancery seems to be pushing for a trial, because the big fear here is that Elon Musk says, okay, I'm going to buy Twitter, and then they delay the trial, put it on hold, and then he tries to back out again, and they're right in the same position that they started.
We used to play a game on this programme, which I know you love, James, and it was called Elon or Elof, and we haven't really had the opportunity to play it of late. I want to remind you of your last prediction. Here you go. This is what you said before. James, Elon or Elof?
This is a hard one.
This is literally a one-word answer, James.
Okay, I think Elof. I think he's gonna walk away, and I think he'll end up paying Twitter some money, and I think he'll walk away.
Well, that aged well, didn't it?
Well, you never know. Maybe he'll change his mind again, and I'll be some kind of Nostradamus. Yeah, that aged badly. I am very bad at predicting things. I just asked my wife. Yes, I do think with this that it was so surprising, and actually, since I made that comment, it almost looked more and more and more likely. I mean, that was before he accused Twitter of fraud. Yeah, it didn't look likely that this deal was going to go ahead, and certainly I think a lot of people thought that, one, it would be very difficult for a judge to actually force him to buy this company, and two, why would any sane, rational person disparage a company for months and then buy it? So I think that opinion right there was probably what a lot of people thought, and a lot of people were wrong. So that's my defense on that one.
Addy, you don't have you have the advantage of me not having recorded you before, but where would you stand now on the Elon-Elof debate?
I think Elon, but not anytime soon.
Okay. You think this is going to drag on?
I think that at the very least, the negotiations for the acquisition are going to drag on, and I am not calling off the trial just yet.
Oh, okay. You still think that's going to come back to haunt us, do you?
I think it's possible, just because he's been so erratic, and the trial puts Twitter in a pretty strong position, and there's a judge who's very interested in the trial going forward. I think that it's possible that the trial is going to get put on hold or delayed, but I'm not entirely certain that that's going to wrap this up.
Do you think Elon Musk either choosing to or being forced legally to buy Twitter is the best outcome for Twitter?
I could always be wrong on this, but no, I think it's a terrible outcome.
Do you?
I think that his interest in Twitter is to turn Twitter into something that Twitter has admirably resisted being, which is an everything app. I think that there's always a chance that he pulls this off well, but a lot of what he's been good at is creating very clearly defined products like a rocket or an electric car. And I think he doesn't necessarily have the appetite to run something that is also just going to make him hated, because if you run a social network, people are going to hate you because it's a thankless, complicated task. And it seems like we've already had a really huge exodus of employees from Twitter. It's not necessarily clear who he's going to attract to run it. So again, I could, like you said, Elon's incredibly unpredictable. It could be great. I don't really think it's a good thing.
Let's talk briefly about his plans. I mean, he's been fairly enigmatic about it, hasn't he, with the talk of the everything app called X. And obviously the suggestion there is some kind of super app in line with, what's much more popular in the East. Can he pull it off, do you think? James, I'll ask you.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of suggestion that it's like a sort of WeChat for the US. I mean, quite revealingly, in the texts that did come out and were made public, he did talk about having a subscription model based on blockchain or crypto. I mean, it all seemed slightly strange. Didn't make much sense to me. And also, as has already been said, everything he does now is going to be political. I mean, making people pay a small amount to use Twitter using cryptocurrency is in itself political. I mean, crypto has huge connections with libertarian politics. So I think this is going to be very, very damaging for Twitter in the long term because Elon Musk is a political figure. And if you look at what Jack Dorsey was saying to Elon Musk when he put this offer in, which was to create this sort of protocol and create a kind of almost stop it from being a company. That's what Jack Dorsey wanted. And to go from that to now Elon Musk saying that he wants to turn Twitter into this huge app is such a reversal. And I don't see how buying Twitter for that price is going to help him do that anyway. So it's very strange. But as has already been marked, Elon Musk is the world's richest person and is pretty good at turning around businesses and making very successful businesses. So let's see what happens.
Addy, what do you think? Is the West ready for this sort of idea of a super app, an app that you do everything on?
I think that we're already really close to that with a lot of apps. I think that Facebook is to some extent a super app, and Google, if you take its entire ecosystem, it runs your phone. If you use Google Payments, it runs your payments. It runs a lot of businesses' emails. I think that we could be ready for that, but I think that Twitter is a sort of weird substrate to build it on because Twitter is really, it's not that large compared to a lot of these services. And so far, it gets run pretty chaotically. One of the whistleblower comments is just that Twitter is a giant security nightmare, which probably isn't totally unique to Twitter, but it seems like they would be starting from a pretty tough point. I mean, it's possible that he just wants this user base and then he parlays the user base into something large. But a lot of what Twitter is a newswire service for journalists and politicians, which makes it seem very important. But it's not the kind of thing like Facebook or Google where everybody uses Facebook or huge numbers of people have a Gmail account.
Addy, I think that's a really good point that you make there. You know, why has Twitter never had that seemingly exponential growth that, you know, Facebook did originally, TikTok is enjoying now? They've tried throwing new features at it now, haven't they, with spaces and edit buttons. But is it too little too late? James, what do you think?
I think it's partly cultural. I think Jack Dorsey is not Mark Zuckerberg. Jack Dorsey has never been as concerned with growth. You know, if you look at some of the other bigger companies, they have been very successful at acquiring other companies and innovating. If you look at Twitter, they've been less successful, and Twitter looks very similar to how it looked 10, 12 years ago. That's not the case with Google or Facebook. So, you know, I think partly it's cultural, but also partly it's just a lack of ambition. And shareholders previously have been very frustrated with how Twitter has been managed because of that.
Addy, do you think it can continue to sort of carry on as it is? Or do you think whether Elon Musk buys it or not, Twitter's got to start thinking about doing something different?
I think at this point, the Musk acquisition has been such a shock to the system that it might need to do something different. I think, unfortunately, that the thing investors want maybe is a thing that's bad for Twitter, because one of the things that people notice about Google search or about Facebook is the bigger these companies get, the more they try to do everything, the worse their core service gets. And I think one of the things that's been good for Twitter is that it's stayed focused on being the thing that it is, which is a communications platform that is sort of on the edge of a microblog. And I think that that's a thing that's good for users in a lot of ways. And I think that Twitter becoming an everything app would honestly take away one of the last social networks that still knows what it wants to be.
Addy Robertson, James Clayton, thank you so much for joining us. Next, in many areas of tech, there are big beasts that dominate the market, but few bigger than this one.
So, what's your favourite search engine?
Google. Google as well.
Google.
Google. My most favourite is Google.
My colleague Ashley Swan on the streets of Glasgow there asking people what search engine they use. It's so ubiquitous, to Google is now a verb, but that isn't stopping one company trying to take it on. It's called Neeva. It was set up by a former Google insider, and it launches in parts of Europe this week. It boasts of being both advert and tracker free. A noble ambition, you might think, but given that ad revenue is what powers the free-to-use internet, how can it possibly compete? Who better to ask than Sridhar Ramaswamy, the founder of Neeva?
Neeva is the world's first completely ads-free private search engine. We wanted to create a product that was all about the consumer. We felt the traditional search engines had become about advertising and advertisers and not really about serving users. Most of the time when you're looking up something, we're curious. We want to learn. And so we prioritize how we can be helpful to you as opposed to prioritizing like the 2 or 3 places that want to sell you the product. Of course, we show you the retailers further down if you want to go buy them. But we center our search engine around utility. And so that's the angle that we bring to the table, which is what's right for the user, what's right for the customer.
And your most basic model, which is search functions,
yep.
You're offering for free.
That's right.
How are you going to monetize this?
We have a subscriptions model where we have premium features. These include things like what we call personal connectors, the ability to search through other aspects of your life, the documents that you have in Dropbox or Office 365. You're able to search through those as well, all from the same search interface. Plus, we also offer additional bundles that are included in the subscription, like a password manager and a VPN. And the basic thesis here is that, a lot of technology products, especially when you run them at scale, they are inexpensive. They don't cost that much on a per user basis. We think we can bring a lot of value to users, even at something like £5 a month. We have not priced the UK product yet. That's going to happen over the next few weeks. But that's roughly the range at which the US product is set. It's about $50 a year.
You used to work at Google and you worked on the ad side of things. So you know firsthand how lucrative that market is.
That's right.
Why have you turned your back on it?
Because I wanted to. I'm a technologist at heart. I just happened to work on ads when I was at Google. I truly believe that technology can be used for good. So we wanted to take the search engine, which is an important part of tech, back to its roots. And that's the reason why we stayed away from the ads model, because we felt like it was really hard to focus on the user if you had to constantly worry about how many ads to show, what ads to show. This just gave us that North Star of always putting the user first.
Do you think Google's gone too far then?
I think this is a natural consequence of any monopoly. Google has a dominant position in the marketplace, and the incentive for them to truly innovate, to truly create disruptive experiences is not really there. And they're also a company. They feel obligated to show more and more revenue and profit to their shareholders, so they just keep increasing the number of ads. Worse, the information on Google is used for not just showing ads on Google search, but also in places like YouTube, in places like Maps. That's what all companies do. So I do think that without competition, Google will go too far, will keep doing it, because there's no incentive to change. There's no incentive to focus on the user experience.
I want to just talk to you briefly about the Chrome extension as well.
Yeah.
Does that also function as an ad blocker?
So the Chrome extension, it changes the default search of Chrome, so you can search easily with Neva. But we also have something called tracking prevention. Now, this is tracking is basically the mechanism by which when you visit one site, lots of other people, advertisers, networks, sometimes thousands of companies know about what you've been doing. So the Chrome extension blocks all of those things. It brings quiet back to the internet because you don't have to worry that you're visiting a site is now going to be exploited by thousands of other people. We even show you who is trying to track you on a particular site. This is our Hall of Shame feature. It's a little bit tongue in cheek, but it's to give you an idea of the work that we're doing on your behalf.
I tell you who I kept coming back to when I was playing around with it in your Hall of Shame.
Yeah.
Google.
Google is obviously one of the largest advertising companies on the planet. It's like Google, Facebook, and Amazon have tracking pixels on millions upon millions of sites. These companies all started with good intention. Certainly, I was an early part of Google. This was never the plan. But in reality, what has happened is, yes, it's sort of turned into this network that tries to keep track of every single thing that every person did on the planet. You asked earlier about why you wanted out. There was a part of me that was like, that's sort of not the kind of thing that I want to be doing for a living. Sadly, yes, thousands of companies trying to keep track of what you're doing, unknown companies, I might add, and most of the time you don't have a relationship with them. This is the norm of the internet. Now you can understand what I mean when I say I wanted to take technology back to its roots of serving people, of doing useful things. And so that was one of the big motivations for Neva. Let's create a simple, useful product that people are happy to use.
Finally this week, would you pay $1 to hear the next bit of the show? Don't worry, you don't have to. But in an age of subscription fatigue, one Swedish startup thinks micropayments could be a handy extra income for companies struggling to attract new subscribers, and a solution to that annoying problem of wanting to read one killer article online without having to commit to a monthly fee. CEO and co-founder Måns Ulverstam joins me from Stockholm now. Hello, Måns.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Tell me about your idea.
Well, it's the idea that consumers should be able to access content that they want without having to sign up for a subscription. So the articles are purchased single purchase rather than through a subscription as a complement to the subscription revenue for magazines.
And how much do you charge for viewing a single article? What's the average fee?
Well, we did a survey, and the average fee that people said they would be willing to pay for a single article is slightly less than £1. However, the first collaborations we're doing now is with the trade press, and people can afford to pay slightly more for those kinds of articles. So they are priced at £2.
So £2 for one trade article. And once you've unlocked it, can you read it more than once, or is that every time you want, if you need to go back to it, you pay again?
No, you can read it as many times as you want to. And of course, this helps when doing research or otherwise when you want to go back and read it again.
We all know that subscription fatigue is a thing. Even Netflix is seeing its subscriptions go down as people are really reaching the limit of how many things they want to commit to. But is getting your wallet out every single time you want to look at something, is that going to be exhausting in itself?
I don't know. How exhausting is it getting a paywall in your face every time you want to access something that you don't subscribe to? So there's a trade-off here, but obviously the technology should aim at having it to be just one click purchase. That would be the optimal solution for single purchase articles.
And what is Sesame's role in this? Are you kind of a broker? Are you a mediator between the reader and the publisher, if you like?
The important thing for us to do is to make sure that the magazines working with us don't lose existing subscription revenue. So you don't want to cannibalize on that. So therefore, our software around it enables them to put the right price on the articles and also try to make sure that you don't lose subscription revenue.
What will you consider to be your first sign of success?
On a philosophical level, I think we want to open up the whole internet. For 15 years, everything has been put through subscriptions or paywalls when it comes to all digital content. And this creates, filter bubbles that you can't escape. You're being fed the same kind of information. It's enhanced by all the subscription services algorithms. And this is not a good thing for the world. So if you could get a different perspective on some things through our technology, that would be a success.
OK, that's it for this edition. Thanks to all my guests and all our subscribers. That's you, by the way. We're back with more next week. Until then, you can follow the BBC Tech Reporter team on Twitter at BBC Tech and me at ZSK.
This is the BBC World Service.
We keep you up to date with what's happening around the world.
The scale of this now is almost unimaginable.
With news every 30 minutes.
The latest world news from the BBC.
And in our programmes across the day...
It is a tipping point. Believe me, this is just the beginning of an end.
We try to get to the heart of the story by asking why.
It is quite unprecedented. Can you start with the spark for all of this?
What's next?
Lawlessness, violence, and impunity.
What if?
They are posturing, they are threatening. At the core of their threat is the idea of, we care more about this than you do, so why don't you stand down so that you don't cause a nuclear war?
And we hear how events change lives.
What's the future for you?
What future? Suhair replies. We're living in fear. We have no future. Nothing.
News from the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Next on the BBC World Service, what should we make of Russia's nuclear threats? Returning home to Uganda 50 years after being forced out. The story of a young black boy growing up in a Korean village. And can food really decide your mood? I take a look at the stories you clicked on the most this week. That's with me, Anna Doble, in Pick of the World after the news.
BBC News with Fiona MacDonald. Russia's President Vladimir Putin has accused Ukraine of attacking the bridge to the occupied Crimean Peninsula. He described a huge explosion on Saturday as an act of terrorism aimed at destroying Russia's critically important civilian infrastructure. Mr. Putin said it was ordered, planned and carried out by Kiev's intelligence services. State media in Iran say the security forces have used tear gas to disperse anti-government protests in dozens of locations across the country. Despite internet blackouts imposed by the authorities, videos are continuing to emerge of widespread unrest. A group of protesters in France have created what they called a femicide cemetery to draw attention to the number of women murdered by their male partners. The demonstrators took over a square in central Paris, dressed in black and wearing purple veils. Germany's governing Social Democrats are heading for a resounding victory in regional elections in Lower Saxony. The result would offer relief to Chancellor Olaf Scholz, who faces criticism for his handling of the economy and the war in Ukraine. The government of Venezuela says torrential rains have caused 22 deaths after 6 more people were killed by landslides on Sunday. The Vice President Delcy Rodriguez visited one of the worst affected areas, the city of Tejerillas, where she said 52 people were missing. The U.S. National Hurricane Center has downgraded Hurricane Julia to a tropical storm, but warned that it might cause disruption across Central America until Tuesday. Julia made landfall on Nicaragua's Caribbean coast early on Sunday, with wind speeds of up to 140 kilometres an hour. And Israeli security forces searching for a gunman suspected of killing a military policewoman have clashed with Palestinians at a refugee camp in East Jerusalem. BBC News.
Hello and welcome to Pick of the World. I'm Anna Doble, the digital editor here at BBC World Service. This week, you've been playing and downloading the story of 2 sisters returning home to Uganda 50 years after being forced to leave. You've also been on Facebook looking at family album photos in the story of a young black boy who grew up in a Korean village in the 1970s. And can food really decide your mood? You've been calling up the food chain for the answer. First up, though, Russia's war in Ukraine. With Russian troops increasingly on the back foot, how seriously should we be taking President Putin's nuclear threats? Here's John Wolfstall, former advisor to President Obama, now a senior policy advisor with Global Zero, the international movement for the abolition of nuclear weapons.
The United States doesn't need to increase its alert level in order to launch nuclear weapons. We have 450 long-range missiles that are capable of launching within 5 or 10 minutes of receiving an order from the President of the United States. And Russia likewise. Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, has said that we've not seen any change in Russian alert levels despite Putin's threats. But I think this gets to a point, and Tom, has mentioned a couple of the near misses, but there have routinely been accidents and miscalculations in near misses throughout the nuclear age. We sit here and talk very calmly that this is an orderly process, there's an intellectual basis behind it, but these processes are run by human beings, and human beings make mistakes all the time. Famously, in the 2000s, the United States lost track of a handful of air-launched nuclear cruise missiles that were flown from one side of the country to another and unaccounted for 24 hours. There was a private on an air tarmac who discovered that these so-called dummy weapons were actually live weapons. I always imagine what the look on his face would have been like. So, I think we have to recognize that the premise that we will survive by threatening nuclear annihilation on each other is not a reliable premise. And at times, we think we're the good guys, and at other times, the Russians think they're the good guys. But it is unreliable, to say the least, to keep counting on our luck when we roll the nuclear dice every time we have a crisis.
That interview was with Ritala Shah for The Real Story. You can download the full podcast episode now. 82,000 of you have had a look at this post on our Facebook page, and nearly 800 of you decided to leave a comment. And by the way, you can find links to all our programmes on our website at bbcworldservice.com. Krobia in Ghana says, if Putin is winning, why use a nuclear weapon or threaten to use one? Conscription he's embarking on indicates he's lost it. The USA is provoking Russia to use nuclear weapons. The reason is because the US doesn't want to face Russia in the battlefield, says Gulam in South Africa. And Mahmoud in Nigeria added, Mr. Putin has the right to protect his country by using any weapon of his choice.
The cars are there. We're all ready to go to Entebbe airport, and all I remember is my mom. She was upset. I remember that I was fine. I was happy. I was thinking, oh, right, I'm going to London. Nothing, not knowing what's happening or anything at all. And I remember my mom gave the keys to the people who were working for us and said, there you are. If you can stay in this house, there's the keys. Things are in there. Take whatever you like, whatever you want, it's all yours. I remember that. And then we went in the car. I remember the stops. Every time the army people were stopping us. I remember me hiding it. I don't want them to take me out. I don't want them to take me out. I want to be with my family.
That was my BBC colleague and reporter Rehat Kansara's mum Bhakti describing how it felt to leave Uganda as a child. It's 50 years since she and her sister had to flee in 1972, when then Ugandan leader Idi Amin publicly condemned Ugandan Asians as the enemy, enforcing a brutal policy that ordered them to leave the country within 90 days. More than 60,000 of you have played or downloaded this episode of the documentary, which is titled Finding Home in Uganda.
Back in Ginger, Mum and Lily Mussey are reflecting on what life leading up to the expulsion was like for them.
The army people were shooting from the airstrip over here, and me and my sister Harsha Masi had to run inside and hide under the table. They wouldn't stop shooting for a long time. They kept on shooting. And next day, we all got up because we were being told, why don't you look for those bullets? Put them in a bag. And we found a bag full of bullets. And I think the Madwanis had to take them and say, look, you've been shooting the house. Well, people have been living, why have you been shooting the houses? They were saying we were practicing. Oh, come on, do you practice like this?
It's not just her memories that are starting to hurt. She's coming to terms with the reality of a house that is no longer familiar.
I wanted to come over here and see how nice it was, how much I enjoyed it, and to see all this ruined. It's sad. It really is sad to see that, especially when I walked in the house, I can't see my mom and dad's room, and the temple that we had. I'm upset. I kept saying, Lily, don't cry, but I'm really upset. See?
What's upsetting you? Now you settled already in London, yeah? Yes, Dobby? You don't need to.
It's a reminder of my mom and dad.
Yeah.
They're no more in this world. And if I had seen that room, it would have made me feel better.
I've been chatting to Reha, and I asked her if she needed to persuade her mum and aunt to make the trip back to the place where they had been young children together.
My mum, no. She didn't need any persuading at all. She has been back once, very, very briefly. So she hadn't been to her hometown and seen her house in Kamaka, Ginger. My aunt has never been. She needed a bit of persuading. And actually, one of the first things she said to me when I started interviewing her was, I don't want to be killed, or I don't want something to happen to me for me saying anything about my past, which was very shocking for me to see. At first, I laughed out of confusion. And then I realised that, hang on, she's dealing with trauma.
We hear in the documentary your mum and aunt as they see their old home again after, half a century, isn't it? What was it like for you just witnessing that family moment?
I thought I would share some sort of communal excitement with my mum and my aunt, but it was actually quite disappointing for me. As we opened the door to go into their house in Ginger, they were quite disappointed, and I was slightly confused by the disappointment. What I hadn't realised was that the house had, of course, changed. In terms of its interior, it was not the same. There were aspects of it that were similar or the same. For example, my mum's parents' room and the sitting room. But the excitement very dramatically dissipated as we went through the house because they couldn't understand what they were seeing or what they were supposed to be remembering from it.
I guess it's that moment, isn't it, of they had a mental picture of what they were going to find and it wasn't the same.
And you have my aunt who really came on this journey sort of like, I'm 82 and, you know, I want to do this before I die. She had really come to terms with what she was going to see before we went, whereas my mum, for her, this journey was a walk down memory lane or closure in some form.
Yeah.
And I think that closure, she thought it would come in a form of positivity, but it wasn't what she expected.
So for you, how much did you understand really about what happened to your family and Ugandan Indians, generally speaking, as you were growing up? Was it sort of talked about?
It was talked about, but it was in a very romantic way. But going there as well, it really opened my eyes up to the sort of tangible impact and effect Idi Amin's rule had on the country, you know, not just Ugandan Asians, but black Ugandans who lived there who, as a consequence, some, you know, a lot of them have been able to have their own businesses now because Ugandan Asians left. Does it mean it was the right way? No. Does it mean it was the best way? Probably not. But there is some sort of good that's come out of it. However, there is also a lot of bad that's come out of it. A lot of black Ugandans were killed at the time, especially if they opposed Idi Amin and his soldiers.
And tell me a bit more about the responses you've been getting, because people have been getting in touch from all over the place.
It's been really lovely to see how many people have related to the story, not just Ugandan Asians, but East African Asians, and even people who have moved from other parts of the world to the West. I had someone who said, I moved from America to the UK, and the idea of finding home is so universal. And something that I highlighted, which is even more, I guess, prevalent right now, is the idea of becoming a refugee. This happened to my mum and my aunt in the 70s. Since the 70s, migration routes and the idea of becoming a refugee hasn't gone away. It's such a universal theme, albeit not a very nice universal theme, that someone can relate to. People can find parallels in my mum and my aunt's story of having to leave somewhere, being forced to leave a place that you call home and starting again, and the resilience and the determination and the desperation it takes to do that.
Now, growing up as the son of a black US soldier in South Korea in the 1970s, Milton Washington was seen as an outcast and not Korean. He couldn't even get a birth certificate. Still, he was loved and protected by his mum, who, in order to survive, turned to sex work. Every time Milton's mum got wind of a police raid, she would drop off Milton at an orphanage for a couple of weeks to make sure he was looked after. But she always came back for him. Then one morning, Milton remembers being driven to a different orphanage, populated by children who, like him, were mixed race. His mum's mood seemed different, subdued.
I just remember that day just being different. She was kind of coarse and short and almost mean in the morning as we got up to prepare ourselves to go to take the long cab ride out to an orphanage. And I remember on the ride out there, in which, you know, normally we'd be in conversation, but she was just quiet. She was quiet and kind of distant and just kind of looking out into the landscape, passing landscape as we took this quiet cab ride to an orphanage. When we pulled up to this orphanage, I saw these kids who were mixed. And that was new. That was different. I'm like, wow, these are black Korean kids and white Korean kids, many like me. So that was different. And then when she dropped me off, she told me that she's going to be back tomorrow. I'm going to be back tomorrow to check on you. And what can I bring back for you? That was different. She never asked about that. And I remember just really being excited. And I said, you know, there's a train set at the toy store that I always used to steal from. I said, they got it in the window. I'd love that. And she said she was going to get it. And so I'm excited about seeing her the following day with that train set. And that following day, when she pulled up in a taxi, I remember when I met her out front, the taxi door was left open that she came out of. And as she's hugging me, I was squirming to see into the taxi to see if my train set was there. And I didn't see a train set. And then she hugged me and said that I need you to be strong, and I'm not sure when the next time I'm going to be able to see you. But in my mind, I was just like, mom's always coming back to pick me up, and, so no biggie. And, I might have a longer vacation here than normal. Yeah, no biggie. But that was the last time when she got in that cab. That was the last time that I saw her.
This story is from our Lives Less Ordinary podcast, and it's got the attention of more than 400,000 of you on our World Service Facebook page, where we posted a series of family album photos of Milton and his mum. Leslie, in the UK, left this comment.
I listened to it last night. It was fascinating. Surprised and sad to hear some aspects of Milton's story. I don't want to spoil it for anyone, but I'm relieved to hear he's well, happy and content.
Meanwhile, Nagat says, breaks my heart because I'm sure his mother tried her best. And Sophie says, this is my favourite programme on the BBC World Service. Thanks, Sophie. Our most listened to on-demand radio programme of the week was from The Food Chain, and the show's been asking, can what you eat have a role in reducing symptoms of depression or anxiety? Professor Felice Jacker is director of the Food and Mood Centre at Deakin University in Australia.
Nutrition is like this strange beast that somehow sits outside psychiatry, and I had to address that by generating very, very good quality evidence and really being rigorous in the way that I came about, the way I attacked it, basically testing the hypotheses.
So, Felice went on a mission to find out whether food could actually help improve a person's mood. The experiment was a double-blind, randomised control trial considered the gold standard among researchers.
To test the hypothesis that if you took someone with major depressive disorder, clinical depression, and you helped them to improve their diet, would that actually help to address their depression? This hadn't been done before. And so that was the SMILES trial.
Up against some professional scepticism, therapists and doctors were unwilling to put forward patients for the trial, so Felice and her team didn't expect much from the experiment.
We really didn't think that we would see any difference between the groups because we only had 67 people. And we knew that this dietary intervention would need to have what's called a large effect size. It would need to have a big impact to be able to see a difference between the groups on their average depression scores. So when we did the stats and we saw that there was this huge difference, we all nearly fell off our chair, and then we were like, oh, quick, we better check which group they're in. And we were just stunned to see that approximately 30% of the people in the dietary group actually went on to achieve a full remission of their clinical depression. So basically the people who had really managed to take up the dietitian's recommendations and increase their intake of vegetables and fruit and different types of whole grain cereals and legumes, things like lentils and chickpeas and fish and olive oil, and very importantly to reduce their intake of what we would just call junk food, I guess. The more they did that, the better off they were. So that trial had a huge impact.
36,000 of you downloaded or hit play on this one. The presenter you heard there was Jordan Dunbar, and you can find many more episodes of The Food Chain wherever you get your podcasts. You can also listen to our programmes anytime you like via BBC Sounds. And if you fancy a chat with us, find us at BBC World Service on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube or Instagram, and head for the comments. To stay up to date on new things from our programme teams, sign up to our weekly BBC World Service newsletter. You can find details of how to subscribe via our website. Just go to bbcworldservice.com. Thank you very much for listening. I'll be back again next week. The presenter was me, Anna Doble, and the producer was Elizabeth Foster.
It's time to hear what you think of the BBC World Service in Over to You. This week, in a special edition, we focus on the recent announcement by the BBC World Service of the need to save money, which will lead to the loss of hundreds of jobs, radio broadcasts in 10 languages ceasing, and many services going online only. We hear your concerns and put them to the World Service's Director, Liliane Landor. I'm Rajan Datar, and this is Over to You. OK, let's deal with the facts. The BBC is proposing to close about 382 posts at the World Service as it tries to make £28.5 million in annual savings for its international services. Although no language services will close, many will move online only. In January of this year, the UK government announced that the licence fee, from where the BBC World Service gets the majority of its money, would be frozen for 2 years. That, combined with high inflation and soaring costs, have led to tough choices, the BBC says. It added that the plans for the World Service support its strategy to create a modern, digital-led and streamlined organisation. World Service English, says the BBC, will continue to provide around-the-clock news available globally, adding it will announce new scheduling, programmes and podcasts at a later date. Here is what you have been telling us.
Hello, over to you. This is Stephen Palmer in Kent in the UK. Problem is that in times of trouble, and there's a lot of trouble around the world at the moment, governments can choose to turn off the online services whilst it's far more difficult for them to switch off radio broadcasting services. Now, this is very disappointing as it sounds like a post hoc rationalisation.
Hello, over to you. I am Nakombe Mote from Yaoundé, Cameroon. I have some few worries about the audience in Africa and the Southern Hemisphere, where internet availability is limited to urban areas, whereas as villages with no access to internet depend solely on the radio service for global news, sport and other programs. My question now is, those who can't access the digital space, where would they find the kind of support BBC Radio Service give?
And on a similar note, we've had this from regular contributor Juan Carlos in Havana in Cuba.
Will downloadable podcasts still be available? Listening online where connection is poor is expensive and hard to follow.
And meanwhile, on social media, we've had these comments.
Manoj Kamat, Raipur, India. The radio services the BBC is proposing to stop is bad news.
Mary Jasper. The BBC World Service is one of the most important arms of the BBC. I know through family and friend connections how important it is throughout the world.
Mohammed Shatima. It looks like the BBC is dying.
Well, joining me now is Liliane Landor, the World Service's Director. Firstly, is this all down, Liliane, to purely financial reasons, or is there an editorial refocus going on here?
We are not making those changes and those proposed cuts because we have to deliver savings. Of course, we have to deliver savings for the reasons that you so eloquently described at the start. Is this the only reason why we're doing what we're doing? Absolutely not, and emphatically not. We have been undergoing a strategy review for the World Service since June. And this strategy review has demonstrated to us that audiences are moving faster than the BBC World Service is. What that means is that in most places in the world, audiences are actually accessing the World Service digitally and moving away, unfortunately, from our linear services, including radio. And this is primarily the reason why we are doing what we're doing.
What about Stephen's point then? And this has particular pertinence, I think, to Iran, for example, where the Persian radio broadcast will be terminated at a time of great unrest and protest. And Stephen says, well, actually, it's much easier for governments to turn off online services than to stop access to radio.
I take that point. The problem is that in Iran, very few just listen to radio on the BBC. In times of crisis, when you want to know what's happening in your country and in the world, You do not wait for a bulletin on shortwave radio to get your news. What you do is you get your mobile phone and you try and access the latest news. And yes, of course, the Iranian regime is attempting to block the BBC, as are the Russians, as are some other areas in the world. But we have ways and means of ensuring that our audiences can circumvent those blockages in order to get the World Service.
Can you envision future cuts happening to other language services and the World Service English to fit your digital project?
I sincerely hope not. The digital strategy that we are adopting will hopefully withstand the test of time. But, you know, you can never rest assured that you're going to get the money that you need year in, year out. The BBC is in a pretty difficult position financially, as are most global broadcasters. So can I depend on this money year in, year out? Of course not. Who can? Do I hope that we will be able to continue, thrive and grow? Absolutely, I do.
Juan Carlos in Havana asks, will downloadable podcasts be available because listening online where connection is poor is expensive and hard to follow? So how do you deal with his worry?
I'm so pleased to hear someone from Havana. This is the country of my mother, and it really makes me smile. Yes, we are hoping to have downloadable podcasts, Juan Carlos. Thank you for the question.
And in terms of timing, as you say, these are proposals, but if they do go ahead, when would these changes happen?
They will not happen tomorrow. They will happen over the next few months, or certainly in the new financial year. But they are proposals, so let's wait and see.
And what about people listening to World Service English as they are right now, in fact? Are there going to be cuts to that?
In World Service English, we have had to make a few savings, but hopefully your audiences will barely notice. On the contrary, what we're doing is increasing the number of live programming, but that rich mix of documentaries, of science, technology, sport, drama will be there. Absolutely.
Are you still aiming for that big target of 500 million listeners?
You know, I would want to have 1 billion listeners. That is not my aim in life. My aim in life is for us to make an impact, is for us to be the world service that people globally trust and turn to, and of course to accrue more and more audiences. Who wouldn't want that? This is hugely important for us, but not numbers for numbers' sake, no.
So when our listener Mohammed says the BBC is dying...
Oh, Mohammed, dear Mohammed, how can the BBC be dying? The BBC is thriving. The BBC needs you to continue to listen to it. But it also needs you to ensure that this kind of disinformation is not propagated. The BBC is here in 42 languages, including English, on a number of platforms, and will stay here for the foreseeable.
So it's in blooming good health, would you say, the BBC World Service?
I would certainly hope so, yes.
Could listener feedback, people listening to this programme right now, could they influence any changes to your plans?
Listeners' feedback is crucial. Listeners' feedback, we listen to it and we take it into account. So please do get back to us. Do write in to the programme, do email me, and it will be read very carefully and responded to.
Lilian Landor, Director of the World Service, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Rajan.
You can email over to you at bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet at @overtoyoubbc.
And with that, it's time to bid you farewell. I'm Rajan Datta. The producer is Howard Shannon, and we'll be back with more of your feedback at the same time next week.
This is the BBC World Service, asking who you will choose as the BBC's Women's Footballer of the Year 2022.
Will it be Sam Kerr, Beth Mead, Alexandra Popp, Alexia Puteus, Wendy Renard? Voting is open to everyone. Go to bbc.com/womensfootball, where you'll also find the terms and privacy notice. It's your choice. It's your champion.
Voting closes on Wednesday the 12th of October at 8 GMT. In 30 minutes, Outlook.
30 years ago, there was a massive explosion in Guadalajara because of a gas leak in the sewer system. Sonia Solorzano was in a bus that blew up twice. A complete stranger saved her life, then disappeared. She tells us her story.
The Newsroom is next. This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
At 22 hours GMT, welcome to the Newsroom with me, Janat Jalil. President Putin accuses Ukraine of terrorism a day after an attack on a bridge linking Russia to occupied Crimea. Across Iran, protests are continuing in towns and cities in defiance of violent repression by the security forces. CNN apologises to Thailand for filming inside the nursery where children were massacred on Thursday. We hear from the grandfather of the one little girl who survived.
She keeps asking her grandmother if she can go to school. Eventually, we told her that all her friends had died, and her teacher too.
Police in Gambia begin an investigation into the deaths of nearly 70 children blamed on cough syrup manufactured in India. And a man-eating tiger is finally shot dead after a month-long hunt. But where does this leave conservation efforts? That's after this bulletin.
Hello, this is the BBC News with Fiona MacDonald. President Putin has accused Ukraine's intelligence services of responsibility for the explosion on Saturday that damaged the only bridge to the occupied Crimean peninsula. The explosion has badly affected the flow of traffic across the Kerch Bridge, a crucial supply route for Russia's forces in southern Ukraine.
There is no doubt this is an act of terrorism aimed at destroying Russia's critical civilian infrastructure. Its authors, perpetrators and beneficiaries are the security services of Ukraine.
The head of Russia's investigative committee claimed Ukraine had been aided by citizens of Russia and some foreign states. Rescue teams in the southeastern Ukrainian city of Zaporizhia have been searching for survivors in the ruins of residential buildings that were destroyed by Russian missile strikes. Officials now say 13 people were killed in the early hours of Sunday and 90 wounded. President Zelensky has condemned the strikes as absolute evil. Zaporizhia has been the target of repeated attacks in recent days. State media in Iran say the security forces have used tear gas to disperse anti-government protests in many locations across the country. Despite internet blackouts imposed by the authorities, videos are continuing to emerge of widespread unrest. Caroline Hawley has more details.
Despite the regime's crackdown and the growing cost in human lives, the protests are continuing. With severe restrictions on the internet, it's hard to gauge the scale of the civil disobedience, but videos posted on social media show protests in dozens of cities, with hundreds of schoolgirls and university students taking part in what are extraordinary acts of defiance, their anger at the regime greater than their fear. Human rights groups say security forces have used tear gas, clubs and sometimes bullets to disperse them.
A group of protesters in France have created what they called a femicide cemetery to highlight the number of women murdered by their male partners. The Nous Toutes collective says 101 women have already been killed this year. Sophie Glass-Ryan reports.
Dressed all in black and wearing purple veils over their faces, 101 women stood in silence with their fists raised in the air at the central Place du Panthéon in the French capital. Each of them held a tombstone-shaped sign showing the name and age of a woman killed by a male partner or ex-partner this year in France. Some of them had the slogan "Not one more" written on their bodies. The feminist collective who staged the protest called on the French government to provide more emergency shelters for women escaping domestic abuse and more investment in existing support services.
World News from the BBC. Israeli security forces searching for a gunman suspected of killing a military policewoman have clashed with Palestinians at a refugee camp in East Jerusalem. The suspect is thought to have fled into the Shafwat camp shortly after the shooting late on Saturday. The gunman's mother, father and brother have reportedly been detained. Germany's governing Social Democrats have triumphed in the regional elections in Lower Saxony, winning just over 33% of the vote. The party's Lower Saxony state premier, Stefan Weil, said the result was a victory for Chancellor Olaf Scholz, who has faced criticism over his handling of the country's energy crisis.
As we know, these were not just state elections. On the contrary,
Sometimes one could get the impression that others were conducting a covert federal election campaign. But then perhaps this result is also a sign for our friends in Berlin. It is worth fighting. It is worth putting our backs into it.
The Conservative Christian Democrats, who were led by Angela Merkel until last January, are in second place with just under 28%. The election also saw a surge in support for the far-right Alternative for Deutschland. The government of Venezuela says torrential rains have caused 22 deaths after 6 more people were killed by landslides on Sunday. The Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, visited the city of Tejerillas, where she said 52 people were missing. President Maduro described the situation there as difficult and painful. The U.S. National Hurricane Center has downgraded Hurricane Julia to a tropical storm, but warned that it may cause flash floods and mudslides across Central America till Tuesday. Julia made landfall on Nicaragua's Caribbean coast early on Sunday, with wind speeds of up to 140 kilometres an hour. Honduras has declared a red alert in high-risk areas. BBC News.
Hello, you're listening to the newsroom from the BBC World Service with me, Jeanette Gillion. Despite violent attempts to suppress them by the authorities, the protests in Iran over the death of Mahsa Amini in police custody have entered a 4th week. University students and schoolgirls are among those defying security forces, even though a human rights group says at least 185 people, including children, have been killed in the unrest so far. The demonstrations pose the biggest challenge to Iran's clerical leaders since they seized power more than 40 years ago. Kazra Naji of the BBC Persian service told us more.
The latest today is that the universities are the scene of continued unrest. We have video on social media showing schoolgirls coming out and shouting slogans against the government. The thing is that the authorities are switching on and off the internet. So today, so far, it's been slow in terms of the amount of information we've been getting from Iran.
There have been reports, haven't there, that perhaps some of these school children are being arrested. It's very difficult, isn't it, for the authorities to know what to do, given the fact that for the first time we're seeing children taking part in such demonstrations.
It's amazing, isn't it? I've never seen schoolgirls and schoolchildren going out of the school and marching on the streets, calling for the overthrow of the regime. School children don't do that. So it must be sort of pretty widespread, pretty discontent, pretty deep for school students to come out like this. This is the most serious challenge to the Islamic Republic since its inception in 1979. Iranian authorities are putting a brave face on it, hoping that this will pass.
They're also putting their security forces out on the streets in force. We're hearing reports of dozens and dozens of people being killed, and yet these protesters, including these children, don't seem to be showing fear.
It looks that way. In many areas, it seems that the protesters' rage is more than their fear, and they're coming out in spite of serious threat to their lives and well-being. Of course, we see on the other side, the security forces have orders to shoot. We have many video evidence of that on social media. People have posted that show security forces shooting directly at the protesters.
And are the security forces fully behind the Iranian government?
There are signs that many members of the security forces have doubts about shooting into the crowds. We have had evidence of division amongst them, discussions and debates to do this or not to do this. And we've had a commander of the security forces in Tehran on video telling his men not to have any doubts about fighting what he calls a war front.
As we've been saying, the Iranian government has been able to put down previous protests, but only with huge amounts of force. Where do you see this going?
It's very difficult, really, to say where it's going. The demonstrators are very determined. They've had it up to their ears from this government. They just don't want an Islamic government anymore. And on the other hand, you have very vicious security forces under the control of a government that doesn't shy away from shooting at youngsters on the streets.
Kazra Naji. President Putin has accused Ukraine of an act of terrorism after a key strategic bridge linking Russia to occupied Crimea was badly damaged by an explosion on Saturday. His comments came after Russian missile strikes in the middle of the night killed at least 13 people and reduced homes to rubble in the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhia. President Zelensky has accused Russia of waging constant terror against Ukraine's civilian population. Paul Adams in Kiev sent this report.
A gaping hole where once there were homes. In Zaporizhia, rescue workers searching for the dead and the living. Moments after the blast, in the middle of the night, stunned, furious reactions. They destroyed a building at night at 2 a.m., he says. They simply destroyed a multi-story building.
We ran out into the street. When we left the corridor, a neighbor ran out with her eldest son, and she screamed that her husband was dead. And the whole wall was torn out. Their apartment fell into ours.
This was a civilian area, not a military target. Volunteers helped to clear the rubble. This industrial southern city is used to being hit, but its civilians are now bearing the brunt of Russia's anger. More than 60 killed in and around the city in the past 9 days. Officials say 12 missiles were fired from Russian warplanes flying safely over nearby occupied territory. It all came less than 24 hours after yesterday's dramatic attack on a key bridge linking Russia with the Crimean Peninsula. Russia said this was the result of a truck bomb. Others spoke of an audacious act of Ukrainian sabotage. Tonight, Vladimir Putin directly accused Kiev.
Paul Adams. You're listening to the BBC World Service. Fiona has the headlines.
President Putin says he has no doubt that Ukrainian intelligence services were responsible for the blast on the bridge linking Russia to Crimea. Protests are continuing across Iran in defiance of violent repression. And demonstrators in France have created what they called a femicide cemetery to draw attention to the number of women murdered by their male partners.
Only one child survived last week's massacre unscathed at a daycare centre in northern Thailand. 3-year-old Emmy was taking a nap along with her classmates when a former police officer broke in armed with a knife and gun. After shooting staff, including a teacher who was 8 months pregnant, he proceeded to kill all the infants, but missed Emmy, who was lying under a blanket. Her grandfather and carer, Samsak Swithong, spoke to the BBC's Laura Baker.
Has she told you how she survived?
She had no idea what was happening when she woke up. We think she thought her friends were still asleep. A police officer covered her face with a cloth and carried her away from the horrific scene. Her close friend that was sleeping next to her is dead. When I picked her up at school, she kept saying, "Where is Touching? Please take him home." She didn't know he was gone.
So what do you explain, or how do you explain this now to her about what happened to her friends?
She keeps asking her grandmother if she can go to school. Eventually, we told her that all her friends had died, and her teacher too. We said the daycare center was closed. We decided to tell her the truth because she loved the daycare center and she wanted to be a teacher. She is too young to understand the concept of death.
The grandfather of 3-year-old Emmy, who survived last week's massacre at a Thai nursery. Well, CNN has withdrawn a story on the tragedy and apologised after 2 of its journalists were criticised for entering the daycare centre to film the crime scene. They've both been fined for entering Thailand on tourist visas, but the police have cleared them of intentional wrongdoing, saying the journalists had asked for permission to go inside the building, but those they asked weren't authorised to let them in. Our Asia-Pacific editor, Michael Bristow, told us more.
International broadcasters, just like local journalists, national journalists in Thailand,
rushed to the site and wanted to report on what had happened. What appears to have happened with CNN is that they went inside the nursery where a lot of the killings had taken place, a lot of horrible scenes. CNN described bloodstains on the floor, and recorded footage inside the nursery, came out, and then prepared a report which showed some of that footage on TV and on their website. Now, this has led to an outcry, really, from a lot of other journalists, including the Foreign Correspondents Club of Thailand, who said by going inside what was a crime scene, CNN had not only acted unprofessionally, but they'd seriously breached journalistic ethics. So that's where the argument lay. CNN initially said that they'd been given permission to go inside by health officials. They've now acknowledged that they didn't have the proper permission. They've apologised and withdrawn the report that they prepared from the footage.
And just remind us of what the rules are here for covering events of such a sensitive nature.
This was a crime scene, cordoned off, and reporters had gone inside. 2 CNN journalists have been spoken to by the police. Their Thai visas have been revoked. But generally, there are no hard and fast rules. Journalists always try to get as close as possible to what has happened. Sometimes that can lead to them filming, recording very sensitive and very distressing scenes. Occasionally, journalists step over the line and break rules or unwritten rules or act in a way that's insensitive to the place in which they're operating. That's what appears to have happened here.
Michael Bristow. Police in Gambia have begun an investigation into the deaths of nearly 70 children there, linked to 4 brands of cough syrups imported from India. It's thought the medicines were contaminated during production in India. Officials in Gambia have been going door to door to try to recover any remaining syrups that could pose a danger. Thomas Nardi reports.
The World Health Organization has identified 4 of the medicines as potentially linked to the deaths and issued a global alert. 16,000 of the medicines have so far been recalled in the Gambia. President Adama Barrow has ordered the suspension of the license of the suspected importer of the medicines, who is being questioned by the police. The cough syrups are believed to have been manufactured by Maiden Pharmaceuticals, an Indian firm. The government has therefore summoned the Indian ambassador to the Gambia following the incident. Investigations are ongoing, and some officials of the Medicine Control Agency are also being questioned.
That was Thomas Nardi reporting. For months, a man-eating tiger terrorised villagers in northeastern India near the border with Nepal. But now it has been shot dead after a month-long hunt by hundreds of officers and wildlife officials. However, in a country where tigers were once on the brink of extinction, the killing highlights the problems caused by India's recent successes in increasing the number of tigers in the wild. The newsroom's Vanessa Heaney has more on the story.
For 28 days, villagers near the Valmiki Tiger Reserve in Champaran lived in fear, wondering when the Bengal tiger might strike again. Terrorised and under siege in their homes, they only ventured out to feed their cattle. At night, they banged tin pots, hoping to scare the tiger away. Wildlife officials scoured the district, following the beast over 30 kilometres. They hoped to catch it alive, but it always eluded them, hiding in fields of sugarcane. It became known as the man-eater of Champaran. It's thought it was born and raised in the sugarcane fields 3 or 4 years ago, but had lost its territory following a fight. It strayed into villages in search of prey. On Wednesday, it killed a 12-year-old girl while she lay sleeping under her mosquito net. And on Friday, it claimed its 8th victim, a man who had gone outside to go to the toilet in some bushes. Villagers were angry. They damaged a wildlife vehicle in protest. A shoot-to-kill policy was ordered. A massive tiger hunt set off, led by a special task force of Bihar police. 200 men and gunmen on elephants surrounded a village. All escape routes were blocked. The tiger had nowhere to run. On Saturday, hours after it had mauled a mother and daughter, the tiger was finally shot and killed. Reports say in its final moments, The beast made eye contact with the hunters, but it didn't try to run.
Vanessa Heaney there reporting on the conflict between tigers and humans in India. And that brings us to the end of this edition of the Newsroom programme. Thank you very much for listening.
World Sport from the BBC with me, Paul Serres, coming up in the next 10 minutes.
Loose again on the edge of the 6-yard box, and Liverpool hammer it away. It's a penalty. It's a penalty for Arsenal. Saka jumps on the spot with his left foot. Brilliant penalty. Sticks it away. Arsenal back in front. They lead by 3-2.
Arsenal retake top spot in the English Premier League with a 3-2 win over Liverpool. Cristiano Ronaldo scores his 700th club goal as Manchester United beat Everton. And Max Verstappen seals his second Formula One world title with victory in Japan. Arsenal have moved back to the top of the English Premier League after a 3-2 win against Liverpool at the Emirates Stadium. Bukayo Saka scored the winner from the penalty spot to move Arsenal a point clear of champions Manchester City. The Gunners manager Mikel Arteta was full of praise for his players.
It was a really high-quality game with a lot of moments for each game, for each team, but I'm thrilled with the performance, with the attitude that we showed, with the personality and character that we played, especially in the second half. And just to live moments like this with our crowd in the mood that they are at the moment, it's just great.
The result means Liverpool are 14 points off the top of the table. A frustrating afternoon then for their manager Jurgen Klopp.
First half we had that situation when Diogo, Gabriel, the handball. Yeah, the handball. Mm. So Mr. England thought there it's obviously nothing. I don't know why. So a couple of things went against us, but we are not blind. We see what that we could have done better in moments. But in general, it was a rather good away game. So against a good side, we caused them a lot of problems, and in the end we stand here with nothing in our hands.
Cristiano Ronaldo came off the bench to score the winner as Manchester United beat Everton 2-1. That goal was Ronaldo's 700th in club football. The United boss, Erik ten Hag, was delighted it won all 3 points for his side.
It's a massive performance. So congratulations, Cristiano, with it. And happy for him. It's also his first goal this season in the Premier League. So, and it will help him to score more goals in the coming weeks.
The Everton boss Frank Lampard was disappointed with his side's performance.
It was a game that I felt we would be really competitive, and we weren't. We were slightly off, and we made mistakes on the ball. And against a team with a big counter-attacking threat, if you're going to make clear mistakes in good possession, teams like Manchester United can punish you. So at the end, we're searching for a goal, good reaction, good spirit, all those things. But in terms of our overall play, the first half was not enough against a team of their level.
West Ham United came from behind to beat Fulham 3-1 at the London Stadium to register successive wins in the English Premier League for the first time since January. Jared Bowen, Gianluca Scamacca and Michail Antonio got the goals for the Hammers. England winger Bowen says they showed real character after a poor start.
I think the way we started wasn't good enough for us, and we find ourselves a goal behind, which is annoying for us. But then we dug in really well as a group, got the goal back. And then we started to control the game a bit more. There's a little bit times we were sloppy, but all in all we got three more goals as well, and a great 3 points.
Elsewhere, Crystal Palace got their first league win in 5, coming from a goal down to beat Leeds United 2-1 at Selhurst Park. The victory moves Palace 3 points clear of the relegation zone. Their boss Patrick Vieira says they were worthy winners.
Yeah, we needed it as a team. I think when you win games, you always create this kind of momentum and belief on the way you want to play. But as a football club and the team, we were calm. Of course, we're looking at the league because the league table doesn't lie. But we didn't get what we deserved in so many games that we played so far. So the quality of our game was there. The desire to compete was there game after game. We needed just to turn those good performances into a win. And today we can say that we played especially well. But the mentality was right and we managed to take the 3 points. So we need to find those kind of right balance to allow ourselves to compete like we did it today. And hopefully keep working hard. We will play better and we will win football matches.
Euro 2020 champions Italy and runners-up England will meet again in qualifying for the 2024 tournament. Both nations were placed in Group C at Sunday's draw in Germany, who automatically qualify as hosts. Reigning world champions France were drawn alongside the Netherlands in Group B. The top 2 teams in each of the 10 groups qualified directly for the tournament, with the campaign beginning in March next year. The BBC's football correspondent John Murray has more.
England will feel there's a recent score to settle with Italy, the team that beat Gareth Southgate's team on penalties in last year's final and took 4 points off them in 2 recent Nations League meetings. However, grouped with Ukraine, North Macedonia and Malta, England and Italy will be strongly fancied to qualify directly by finishing in the top 2.
The England manager Gareth Southgate says he's taking nothing for granted.
I think that third pot of seeds, there are some difficult teams in there. We could have had Norway, we could have had Sweden. I think Ukraine are in that bracket. We know the quality of a lot of their players. We had a good result against them in the Euros, but the scoreline didn't reflect the quality of their team, I don't think. So they will be difficult games.
To Formula One, and Red Bull's Max Verstappen sealed his 2nd world title amid much post-race confusion after winning Sunday's rain-delayed Japanese Grand Prix. The Dutchman came home ahead of teammate Sergio Perez, with Ferrari's Charles Leclerc finishing in 3rd after picking up a 5-second time penalty. The BBC's F1 commentator Jack Nicholls was watching the action at Suzuka.
It took a little time for Verstappen to find out he had won his 2nd title. When he took the checkered flag at the end of the shortened and rain-delayed race, he was not the champion, as Charles Leclerc had finished 2nd in his Ferrari. But at the final corner, Leclerc had run wide and blocked Sergio Perez, for which he was handed a 5-second time penalty after the race, dropping him to 3rd and giving Verstappen the world title. Both of the Dutchman's championships have been won in complex circumstances, but by sealing it with 4 races to go, there is no doubting Verstappen's dominance of 2022.
Let's hear now from double world champion Max Verstappen.
It was a bit yes or no, then again yes, and then I was still not sure. I think it all depends of course, what was written in the rules, right? How you give the points. So once everyone figured that out, then it was clear. But yeah, pretty special, of course, to win it here. I mean, that was the perfect scenario to win it here, and we did that. Of course, let's say a little bit delayed, but yeah, still very happy to win it. The race as well. I mean, the car was again on fire, and I really didn't have any issues today. We could look after our tires, but yeah, looking back at the season we've had so far, it's been pretty impressive, but also really enjoyable for most of it. And yeah, something we really have to remind ourselves of a few times. We're always very focused on performance, but you also have to look back at what you actually achieved, and really enjoy the moment.
On to cricket, and England beat Australia by 8 runs in the first T20 international in Perth. Man of the match Alex Hales top scored with 84 off 51 for the tourists.
I think it was a good all-round performance, set a good total all about, and then the way we defended that score was outstanding. The way David Warner and Stoinis were going at one point, it looked like the game was getting away from us. To drag it back like that was really impressive. It's an opportunity I didn't think I'd get again, so to get the chance, I'm really keen to make the most of it, and this is hopefully just a start.
The T20 World Cup begins next weekend in Australia. Kenya's Ruth Chepngetich missed out on the world record by just 14 seconds as she won her 2nd consecutive Chicago Marathon women's title. The 2019 world champion clocked 2 hours, 14 minutes and 18 seconds, the 2nd fastest time in history and just outside compatriot Bridget Kosgei's mark. The men's race was won by Kenya's Benson Kipruto. Kira Bevan scored an 84th minute penalty to give Wales an 18-15 win over Scotland at the Women's Rugby World Cup in New Zealand. Elsewhere, Italy kicked off their tournament with a victory over the USA, and Canada were big winners over Japan, securing a 41 points to 5 victory. And in netball, England completed a clean sweep in their 3-match series against Uganda with a 64-51 victory in the final game in London. A reminder then of the day's main stories. Arsenal beat Liverpool 3-2 in the English Premier League to move above Manchester City and top of the table. And that's your latest World Sports from the BBC.
This is the BBC World Service, remembering the lives of 3 black men killed by police in the USA.
Terrence had so many young friends that got killed. I knew one of these days I would get that call, and I got it.
For a black man, the risk of being killed by a police officer is more than twice as high as the rate for a white man. But the heart of this program isn't about reforming the criminal justice system. It's about human lives.
He graduated August 1st. He was killed August 9th.
was just getting out trying to explore his own life.
I'm Cornelius Eady. I've been speaking to 3 father figures as they remember their loved ones.
We laugh, we joke. Laughter was free when you grew up. We didn't have indoor plumbing. We didn't have no running water. You could always laugh.
Father Figures. Tuesday at 8 and 19 GMT.
After the news, it's Outlook. 30 years ago, explosions in Guadalajara almost laid waste to the entire city. One young woman was trapped in the rubble with no way of escape.
And that is when I first saw the rescue worker. I remember that this rescuer kept telling me, "For the love of God, close your eyes, trust me, and don't be afraid."
He saved her life, then vanished. She would spend decades looking for him. Her story coming up.
BBC News with Fiona MacDonald. Russia's President Vladimir Putin has accused Ukraine of attacking the bridge to the occupied Crimean Peninsula. He described a huge explosion on Saturday as an act of terrorism aimed at destroying Russia's critically important civilian infrastructure. Mr. Putin said it was ordered, planned and carried out by Kiev's intelligence services. State media in Iran say the security forces have used tear gas to disperse anti-government protests in dozens of locations across the country. Despite internet blackouts imposed by the authorities, videos are continuing to emerge of widespread unrest. Nigeria's President Muhammadu Buhari has ordered a review of safety measures on the country's waterways after a boat capsized amid heavy flooding in Anambra State on Friday. At least 76 people are now confirmed to have died in the accident. A group of protesters in France have created what they called a femicide cemetery to draw attention to the number of women murdered by their male partners. The demonstrators took over a square in central Paris, dressed in black and wearing purple veils. Germany's governing Social Democrats have triumphed in the regional elections in Lower Saxony, winning just over 33% of the vote. The result has been seen as a victory for Chancellor Olaf Scholz, who's been criticised over his handling of the country's energy crisis. The government of Venezuela says torrential rains have caused 22 deaths after 6 more people were killed by landslides on Sunday. The Vice President Delcy Rodriguez visited one of the worst affected areas, the city of Tejerillas, where she said 52 people were missing. And the parliament in Iraq's autonomous northern Kurdistan region has voted to extend its term by a year. There have been rows between the 2 major parties about constituencies, as well as ethnic and religious quotas. BBC News.
Hello, I'm Clayton Kahn, and this is Outlook, bringing you extraordinary personal stories. Today, a woman who survived a shocking disaster and the epic hunt to find her unknown rescuer. It begins 30 years ago in Guadalajara, Mexico, on the evening of Tuesday, April 21st, 1992. Sonia Solorzano was getting ready for bed, but as she began to brush her teeth, the distinct and heavy smell of gasoline emanated from the tap.
I could smell gasoline. It was a very, very strong odor.
Sonia lived in the central working-class neighborhood called Atlas. A few blocks away from her home was one of the city's major industrial zones. She thought maybe there was a fuel leak from a factory.
But strangely, my parents and siblings didn't smell it. I was the only one who did. That night, I just couldn't sleep because of that strong smell of gasoline.
And although Sonia was alarmed, the next day, April 22nd, the odor had subsided, and with a deep cup of black instant coffee to wash away the previous sleepless night, her mind was focused on simply getting to work.
I was 19 years old, and I had 8 other brothers and sisters. I was working at the time as a secretary at a law office to help out my family.
On most days of the year, Sonia would need to be at the office by 9 a.m. However, it was the Easter holiday. The office was completely empty, and she unfortunately picked the short straw to be the employee who had to watch the reception desk.
Given that it was a holiday break, I decided to head in at around 10 in the morning.
Going in late to work was not the only fateful decision made that morning.
My father would usually drive me to work, and that day was going to be no different. He insisted on driving me, but For whatever reason, I told him no, that I would take the bus.
She was not in a hurry to get to work, so she let the first bus pass by.
The bus was just jam-packed. People were even hanging out of the doors.
So she waited a few more minutes for the next bus. It was just before 10 a.m.
I got on and paid the driver. I went to the back of the bus, to a seat next to the back door. It took a few minutes for the bus to get moving, because a woman was trying to pay the driver with old, out-of-circulation, worthless coins.
The bus remained idle for 5 minutes as the driver argued with the woman who wanted to pay her fare in no longer minted coins. It was now 10:05 a.m.
Finally, the driver told the woman to take a seat. At that moment, another passenger said he would pay the woman's fare. The last thing I remember is seeing the passenger extend his hand with the bus fare in his palm, and then I suddenly felt and heard a very, very strong blast from under the bus. When I opened my eyes, it was like hearing television or radio. Little by little, the volume of the sounds around me would increase. That's when I could hear screaming, people calling for help, people yelling, "Run!" People saying, "This is the end of the world. Repent your sins." It was a confusing mix of sounds.
As Sonia regained consciousness, she had no idea the size and dimension of the disaster that had just occurred.
When I came to, I realized that I was now on the other side of the bus, right at the front, behind the driver's seat.
A gasoline leak in Guadalajara's sewer system produced a series of devastating explosions, laying waste to 8 square kilometers of the city. Parks and streets were turned into craters and canyons. Shops and homes were toppled like a sandcastle being struck by a wave. And cars and trucks were strewn about as if they were leaves blowing in the wind. Just picture the aftermath of a bombing raid followed by an earthquake. 2 of the explosions occurred beneath Sonia's bus, sending the packed vehicle meters into the air, as if it were a squeezed soda can being tossed into a garbage pail.
The bus flew into the air after the first explosion and landed upside down. The second explosion launched the bus to the corner of the next block, and it landed on its side, leaning on 2 wheels. We literally flew from one street corner to the next. All that I was thinking was, am I dreaming? Did I really leave my house today? I was trying to comprehend what was going on. I thought to myself, if this is a dream, then I want to wake up. But if this isn't a dream, then what is going on here? There were at least 4 bodies around me. What I saw was disaster. Rubble, blood, dirt, and body parts. It looked worse than war.
When the bus flipped over, Sonia's leg had been trapped in twisted metal.
When I tried to stretch out my leg, I realized that it simply didn't respond, and I suddenly felt something crack. I started screaming and calling for help, but at first no one wanted to come to the bus and help us.
There was fear that the twisted debris and concrete rubble would further collapse. However, someone did hear Sonia's cries.
And that is when I first saw the rescue worker.
One single Red Cross worker took the charge and scrambled over to the bus, which was wedged in a huge crater.
When he first came in, the whole thing began to shake. What is seared in my mind is the first image of him coming in with a very distraught look on his face. He was pale. He looked scared, as if he also couldn't believe what he saw and what was happening.
Finally, the rescue worker came to her. He had no tools or equipment, so with his bare hands he began to twist and pull the web of metal rods that had enveloped Sonia's leg.
I remember that this rescuer kept telling me, "For the love of God, close your eyes, trust me, and don't be afraid. But I was scared to close my eyes. I thought that if I did, then I was going to die right then and there. And I, of course, didn't want to die. I didn't want to die right there. It was in that moment that I could hear people yelling at someone saying, "Get out of here! You almost stepped on her." That's when I looked over and I could see a skinny person with a camera.
That skinny person with a camera was a tabloid photographer who had climbed into the wreckage and captured the scene in a photo that would both haunt and inspire Sonia for decades to come. But we'll get to that in a bit. After nearly an hour of being trapped in the rubble, Sonia was finally pulled free by the rescue worker.
5 or 6 of us were loaded into an ambulance. That's when the rescue worker who saved me reassured me that I was going to be okay. I then asked him what had happened. He calmly told me that the entire Atlas neighborhood had exploded. I began to think of my mother and siblings who were still at home. I just knew at that moment that I was now alone. I started to cry. I was scared and thought to myself that my family is gone.
Sonia was taken to the nearest hospital. Inside, it was overwhelmed, the medical staff unable to treat the hundreds of injured and dying that were lining the hallways, strewn about on the floors, and overflowing the hospital beds. Given the gravity of Sonia's injuries, the doctors ordered for her to be transferred to a different hospital with more supplies and unburdened staff, yet all the ambulances were occupied ferrying victims from the disaster site. Finally, a volunteer came forward to drive Sonia to a hospital on the other side of the city.
I didn't understand at first why the doctor kept telling me that the ride was going to be okay, that it was fine. I just didn't understand until I was taken to the parking lot. I saw a funeral hearse waiting for me. I said, "Don't put me in there. Don't put me in there. I don't want to die."
Yet Sonia didn't allow for the ride in the hearse to foreshadow her demise. She was determined to maintain consciousness, to keep her eyes open, to keep her mind active. For her, death was simply not going to be an option.
When I went into the operating room, the doctor said to me that he was going to try to save my leg, but there was no guarantee. I remember just repeating to him, "Save my life."
Sonia underwent several hours of surgery. Upon waking up, she realized that not only did the doctors save her life, but her leg too. Yet her sense of relief was quickly dampened by the thought of losing her family, of being alone. That was until a familiar silhouette appeared in the doorway.
My father always dressed in black pants and a black shirt, always. So when I saw a person completely dressed in black standing at the doorway of my hospital room, I immediately yelled out, "Daddy! Daddy!"
Given that Sonia had declined her father's ride to the office that morning, her father was spared from the blast. He had spent the day of the disaster searching, unsuccessfully, for her at the city's morgues, assuming that she had been killed. It wouldn't be until late in the evening that he would search the city's hospitals, resigned to the idea that the chances of finding her alive was slim to none.
I'm not sure how he first saw me. I don't know what my face looked like at that moment, because he came up to me, just staring at me, and finally said, "Is that you, sweetie?" He repeated it 3 or 4 times. "Sweetie, is that really you?" I said, "Daddy, of course it's me." I asked about the others, if they were okay. He said, yes, that I was the only one hurt from the family. He went to grab my hand, but I couldn't move it. He lifted my arm and saw that it felt limp. He said, "Why can't you move your arms?" I said, "I don't know. I can't move anything."
Swelling in Sonia's clavicle, an area of her upper back, shoulders, and spine, had caused complete paralysis.
There was a risk that I would permanently remain in a vegetative state. All I could do was move my eyes and speak. I couldn't move for about 6 months, But little by little, I began to move until I was able to sit in a wheelchair. But the diagnosis from the doctors was that, although they saved my leg, I would never be able to walk again.
Sonia would endure more than 20 surgeries, and her rehabilitation was slow and steady. At times, the exhaustion and frustration would hamper her optimism. That was until one day when she received a visit from a friend.
She said, "Did you know that you are in a magazine? There is a magazine with a photo of you on the rubble of the bus." When I saw it, I was shocked. It was as if I was transported back to the bus. That moment, I started to cry, and all I could say was, "Yes, that's me."
It was the photo taken by the tabloid photographer. In the image, you can see the inside of the ruined bus. Sonia's on the floor, her head looking down as if she were agonizing in pain. And to the left is the rescue worker, clinging to metal pipes and trying to keep balance in the unstable rubble. He's wearing blue jeans, a white Red Cross helmet, and Red Cross vest. Under the vest is a plaid, short-sleeve button-up shirt. Yet his back is turned to the camera, and his face is just a profile, making him difficult to identify.
I said, one day I need to find and meet my rescuer. I have to tell him, thank you. If he didn't find and save me, I wouldn't be here today. Of all the people screaming and in need that day, he came and found me. I always wondered, why me?
The photo bitterly reminded Sonia of her life before boarding the bus on that fateful day. Yet it also became a motor of inspiration. She was determined to not be defined by her image of being on the floor, crippled and in anguish. She knew she had to get up, rebuild, and redefine her life.
And so one day in my physical therapy session, they stopped me and said, now it's time to put away that wheelchair.
It was impossible to conceive months prior, when all that Sonia could move was her eyes and mouth. But now she was back on her 2 feet.
That is when I clung to the idea that if I have been able to overcome these challenges in my life and I have achieved so much, why not continue onward? And so, what did I do? As soon as I began to walk again, I went and told my father that I was going back to work to find a job.
Sonia had rebuilt her life. She had a job, a family, and a great sense of purpose, being an advocate for people with disabilities. Now, when she looked at the tabloid photo, she wasn't focused on the image of her injured self. She can now fixate her gaze on the hard-to-identify, plaid shirt, blue jeans wearing rescue worker who saved her. A sense of duty and obsession grew within her to find and thank the man. However, she didn't know his name. In fact, the only evidence or documentation of her rescuer was that tabloid photo.
I needed to thank him and explain to him that his words of encouragement from that day still resonate with me. I had to show him that I am still here, that I'm on strong footing. My desire to express my gratitude really marked me. It drove me.
Sonia's resolve to find her rescuer only deepened as each year passed. And every April 22nd, the anniversary of the explosion, she would start the day by seeking out the mysterious Red Cross volunteer.
I'd call and visit the Red Cross offices with a tablet photo in hand. I'd leave notes, but for whatever reason, he would never get the message, or no one could identify and find him. It was a constant odyssey. I always came up empty-handed, but I figured that life and God would define the precise time.
Life and God would ensure that the process would repeat for 2.5 decades.
Just before the 25th anniversary of the explosion, I did what I had been doing every year. I went out to find him. Yet, this particular year, I decided to also send a message to the Red Cross through social media. I wasn't sure if he was even still alive.
One day I got this message from a colleague from the Red Cross, an ambulance driver. He sends me a picture asking to help identify the person in the image. He said, "Who's this? Do you recognize this fellow?"
This is Pablo Carrera. an engineer, experienced paramedic, and volunteer rescue worker for the Red Cross. With a quick glance at the message and photo, Pablo's eyes widened.
I told him, "Don't be a fool. That fellow is me. Who else could it be? I'm unmistakable. I always like to wear plaid button-up shirts, and I am a broad-shouldered fellow, just like the man in the picture."
It must have been around 1 or 2 in the morning when I got a message over Facebook. And yes, I'm a night owl. I saw that the message was from the Red Cross and I said, "No, this can't be true." The message said, "Sonia,
Tony, ya encontramos al rescatista.
We found your rescuer. Would you like to meet him?" I was like, of course I want to meet him.
Pablo remembers clearly that Easter holiday back in 1992.
It was a tradition of mine to go with my wife to the city centre on Wednesdays.
At 10:05 a.m. on the morning of the explosion, he was off duty, enjoying his vacation and out for breakfast.
We were walking to where we were going to eat breakfast when suddenly I began to hear a lot of sirens.
The sound of that many sirens was unusual, but Pablo was distracted by the sounds of his empty stomach.
When we got to the food stand, the street vendor looked at me and said, "What are you doing here?" I told him, "What do you think? To get some breakfast." And that's when he said, "A bunch of streets just exploded."
That hungry stomach immediately turned upside down. Pablo kissed his wife goodbye and rushed directly to the Red Cross. As he pulled into the parking lot, one of his colleagues came up to him and said,
"Comandante, súbase a la ambulancia."
"Boss, get in the ambulance, now." When we arrived at the scene, there was still a huge cloud of dust and smoke. And when I turned to my right, everything was destroyed as far as I could see. It was as if the whole area had been shelled. There were people screaming, people trapped. And so I went into action, seeking and digging out survivors.
The cries for help were coming from all directions, yet for some reason, it was the voice of a young woman, Sonia, amid the wrangled remains of the bus that caught Pablo's attention.
The problem was that the bus was basically at the bottom of a kind of canyon. The whole street had collapsed, and the sides were like cliffs. People were gathered round telling me that others were trapped inside, but everyone was afraid to get near the bus. That was until I arrived and decided to go in.
Pablo was the only Red Cross worker on the scene. He knew it was his duty to descend and take the risk.
I remember the whole scene perfectly. I went into the bus from the back, but to tell you the truth, I was scared. I was scared to go inside because the whole thing moved. I wasn't like Superman. Superman is the man of steel, and I'm not made of steel. I'm just flesh and bones. I saw this young woman at the end of the bus just screaming. I told her to remain calm, to keep it cool, to not worry, to be patient, to not cry, and that we were going to get her out of there. I remember that it was very difficult to free her. I didn't have any equipment. Nothing.
That was when he used his bare hands to free Sonia. He also didn't want her to see the severity of her injuries and the horrors outside of the crumpled walls of the bus, so he kept telling her to close her eyes.
Close your eyes. Close your eyes. You'll soon be free.
Sonia was the last survivor evacuated from the bus wreckage. After he sent her to the hospital, Pablo would carry on helping dozens of other victims for another 3 days straight. The explosions in Guadalajara that day left more than 200 people dead, though some estimates give a death toll of at least 1,000. Countless homes and businesses were destroyed, the damage costing millions of dollars. While Sonia spent years engrossed by that tabloid photo of the rescue scene, Pablo had never ever seen it. So back to when his colleague was showing him that image, he didn't understand why.
Oye, Pablo, te andan buscando.
My colleague said that someone was looking for me. Who, me? Yep. Someone wants to meet you.
Durante los 25 años que ella estuvo buscando.
During those 25 years, I had no idea that she was looking for me. No idea.
Hace 25 años, Sonia, de 19 años de edad, viajaba en un camión de transporte público.
It was April 21st, 2017, a day before the 25th anniversary of the gas explosions. The day was sunny and unusually warm, like it was on that fateful day in 1992. Sonia was now en route to finally reunite with her rescuer, with Pablo.
Tuve la paciencia en camino a la Cruz Roja llegar a una florería.
While I was driving to the Red Cross, I got the idea to stop and pull into a florist shop. It was kind of spontaneous, but I decided to buy 3 white roses and 1 red one. To me, the 3 white roses symbolized the lives he saved, and 1 red rose in memory of those he couldn't, of the blood spilled that day. It was my way of saying thanks.
Yo llegué al área de ambulancias.
I remember going to the area where the ambulances were parked, and I was told to go to the back door.
En cuanto vi a lo lejos a este señor.
When I saw him from far away, I knew instantly that it was him. It's him.
Vi acercarse una dama, una señora.
I saw a woman approach with flowers in hand, and the instant she saw me, we both just became overwhelmed with emotion.
Era una sensación.
It was a strange mixture of feelings, of grief, but also joy.
Me abrazó.
She hugged me, and the first thing I said was, "Do you remember me?" And she said, "Of course I do. And I am reliving that day right now."
I was transported back to being inside the bus, hearing his voice telling me to remain calm, that he was there to help me. Everything just flooded back into my head, the entire memory. And we just stood there embracing each other. I, of course, cried and cried.
Fue excepcional, fue algo inédito, algo.
It was an exceptional and unprecedented experience for me. It was so strange. It was something that I never would have imagined living. The other rescuers and I that day, we all were doing the same thing. Just in my case, I was the one who entered the bus. For whatever reason, God had placed me there, at that spot, that day.
It was just such an emotional and beautiful moment. The fact that I was able to finally say, "Thank you. Look at me. I am here alive, standing in front of you. I have children and a family. If you didn't show up that day, I wouldn't be here."
A mí me da mucho gusto, porque yo veo Sonia.
I am proud, and it gives me satisfaction to see that Sonia is whole, that I was able to help give her another opportunity at life, for her to be able to flourish.
La tragedia me marcó, sí, marcó mi vida una.
The tragedy marked a before and after for me, and it continues to impact my life. I still have the scars. My disability is still there. But I have learned to not reject the cards I was dealt with. One should never be consumed by the why. Rather, one should think of the for what. What is my purpose in life?
The extraordinary Sonia Solorzano. This is Outlook. Thanks for listening.
You're listening to the BBC World Service, and here's what World Book Club have been reading.
For all Desiree knew, Stella had lived white for half her life now, and maybe acting for that long ceased to be acting altogether. Maybe pretending to be white eventually made it so.
In the next in our season celebrating the exuberance of youth, we talk to American writer Britt Bennett about The Vanishing Half.
World Book Club, at bbcworldservice.com/World Book Club. And in 30 minutes, Heart and Soul.
Join me, Race Khan, as I take you on a personal journey deep into Qawwali, a genre of devotional music that has changed hearts and minds for over a millennia.
Stay with us. From Our Own Correspondent is next, here on the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
On From Our Own Correspondent after the bulletin, the hunger spreads in Somalia. Is this already a famine?
I moved between the huts, hearing the stories of people who trekked for a fortnight to reach safety, of a mother leaving her daughter dead from starvation by the roadside, of hyenas following in the wilderness.
The aftermath of a terrible crime in India. 2 sisters abducted and killed.
Their mother sat on a rope bed, grief-stricken, surrounded by female relatives. She had been the only witness to her daughter's kidnapping.
And how the red lines in China are growing clearer and closer.
For the foreign press, there's constant harassment, which also extends to would-be interviewees. On just about any topic, they can be instructed not to speak to us.
That's all coming up on From Our Own Correspondent with me, Pascal Harter, after this bulletin of BBC World News.
Hello, this is the BBC News with Fiona MacDonald. President Putin has said Ukrainian intelligence services planned and carried out the explosion on Saturday that damaged the only bridge to the occupied Crimean peninsula. In his first comment since the blast, Mr. Putin described it as a terrorist attack aimed at destroying Russia's critically important civilian infrastructure. More details from Steve Rosenberg in Moscow.
The fact that we saw Vladimir Putin on a Sunday evening, that's interesting, that's unusual, that's important. It suggests, I think, the Kremlin wants to show that President Putin is in control of the situation, that he takes this attack seriously. How is he going to respond to it? Well, let's look at what he said. He called this an act of terror. And I wonder whether he's now going to reframe what he calls at the moment the special military operation into an anti-terrorist operation. There's been a lot of speculation about that in the Russian press in recent days. It's unclear, though, what difference that would make.
Security institutions in Bahrain that receive money from the British Foreign Ministry have been accused of serious human rights abuses. A report by the campaign group Human Rights Watch alleges that people were tortured into making false confessions. Here's James Landale.
Every year, the Foreign Office spends taxpayers' money trying to help Bahrain improve its criminal justice system. Some of that training and assistance is given to Bahrain's Ministry of Interior. But Human Rights Watch alleges that within part of the ministry, men have been tortured into confessing to murders they did not commit. It says other security bodies, also getting UK help, failed to investigate the allegations properly. The Foreign Office said it regularly raised concerns about human rights with Bahrain, but said it would be counterproductive to stop supporting reforms.
State media in Iran say the security forces have used tear gas to disperse anti-government protests across the country. Despite internet blackouts imposed by the authorities, videos are continuing to emerge of widespread unrest. The protests were sparked by the death of a woman who'd been detained by the morality police. Here's BBC Persian's Kazra Naji.
The universities are the scene of continued unrest. We have video on social media showing schoolgirls coming out and shouting slogans against the government. The thing is that the authorities are switching on and off the internet. So we sometimes get a lot of information from Iran, and sometimes they cut the internet, and then for a while we don't get anything.
A group of protesters in France have created what they called a femicide cemetery to draw attention to the number of women murdered by their male partners. The New Tout collective says that 101 women have already been killed this year. World News from the BBC. The United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has proposed to the Security Council that an international rapid action force should be sent to Haiti, which is suffering a nationwide security crisis. On Friday, the government of Haiti requested outside troops to restore order as armed gangs continued to tighten their grip on the country. There's a shortage of fuel and bottled water after the main fuel port was blockaded amid a cholera outbreak. Nigeria's President Muhammadu Buhari has ordered a review of safety measures on the country's waterways after a boat capsized amid heavy flooding in Anambra State on Friday. Jessica McCallan has the details.
At least 76 people are now confirmed to have died in the accident in the southeast of Nigeria. Most of them were women and children trying to escape rising waters that were engulfing their community. Officials say the boat suffered from engine failure and hit a bridge. Rescue services are working to recover any missing bodies. Boat accidents are relatively common in Nigeria and are usually blamed on overloading and a disregard for safety regulations.
The government of Venezuela says torrential rains have caused 22 deaths after 6 more people were killed by landslides on Sunday. The Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, visited one of the worst affected areas, the city of Tejerillas, where she said 52 people were missing. President Maduro described the situation there as difficult and painful. Germany's governing Social Democrats have triumphed in the regional elections in Lower Saxony, winning just over 33% of the vote. The result's being seen as a victory for Chancellor Olaf Scholz, who's been criticised over his handling of the country's energy crisis. The Conservative Christian Democrats, who were led by Angela Merkel until last January, are in second place with just under 28%. BBC News.
You're listening to From Our Own Correspondent here on the BBC World Service. I'm Pascal Harter. Hello and welcome to the programme. In this edition, a vicious crime and a mother's grief are used to stir up sectarian hatred in the North Indian state of Uttar Pradesh. In China, our correspondent just keeps coming up against obstacles to getting the story because they are multiplying. Interviewees pulling out at the last minute after the authorities appear with a warning. And searching for amber on the shores of the Baltic Sea. We learn that the best tactic is to follow the seagulls. But first, to Somalia, where a fight for survival is underway. The country is suffering its worst drought in 40 years. Baidoa, the administrative capital of Somalia's southwest state, is one of the worst affected areas. More and more people are coming to relief camps for water, food and medicine. At the camps, almost 2/3 of young children and pregnant women are already suffering from acute malnutrition. That figure and the high death rate would indicate that a declaration of famine is already overdue. And then there's the fighting. Andrew Harding has been at one of the camps.
The city of Baidoa sits on the edge of a vast plateau of harsh, dry, thorny scrubland, all pale pinks and dusty browns. To the north lies Ethiopia. To the southeast, downhill and maybe 5 hours by car, an extremely good day, lies Somalia's capital, Mogadishu, and the Indian Ocean. There are elegant cobbled streets in Baidoa and grand old buildings, a hint of its past as a great trading post for camels, for sorghum. Over the centuries, foreign armies, Ethiopian, Italian, British, have occupied the city. More recently, it's become a focal point for Somalia's internal conflicts, for the wars and chaos that have consumed the country since the central state collapsed 30 years ago. These days, you could say Baidoa is under siege, a city of barbed wire and nervous checkpoints, of occasional suicide bombs and mortar fire. The formidable Islamist militant group Al-Shabaab controls much of the surrounding countryside. Foreigners like me are strongly advised to fly in. Which is how, a few days ago, I found myself standing surrounded by a dozen armed guards on a rocky plain near Baidoa's airport. I was watching, absorbed, as a middle-aged woman called Habiba methodically stuck twigs and branches into the rocky soil. On the ground nearby were scraps of cardboard, bits of cloth and orange plastic. Habiba was building what's known in Somalia as an akal, a traditional nomadic hut, almost always assembled by women. She held a length of twine in one hand and looked at me sceptically as a crowd gathered around us. Over the last few months, many thousands of akals have sprouted, crowding the rocky outskirts of Baidoa. No one's sure of the exact numbers, but at least 500,000 people have abandoned their rural homes and farms, mostly in areas controlled by Al-Shabaab, to head to the city, driven off their land by 4, now 5 failed rainy seasons, by the worst drought almost anyone can remember. I moved between the huts, hearing the stories of people who trekked for a fortnight to reach safety, of a mother leaving her daughter dead from starvation by the roadside, of hyenas following in the wilderness, of a measles outbreak in the camp now killing the weakest infants, of dead camels, dead cattle, dead donkeys. Another woman, Fatuma, showed me the grave of her 10-year-old son, Salat, who died soon after reaching Baidoa. When Salat's older brother began sobbing, Fatuma turned to him. At first, I thought she was telling him off. She spoke in a harsh, guttural voice, but the translator put me right. She was urging her son to be strong, telling him things would be all right. I sat on a jerry can outside Fatuma's hut, wondering if she really believed life would get better, and feeling like an intruder. Across the dirt road, a local aid agency arranged for me to meet a group of women who brought out their mobile phones to show me how they were receiving humanitarian aid in the form of cash direct to their phones. It was a sign of progress, of empowerment, proof that Somalia had changed, learnt lessons since the last famine 11 years ago, that history would not repeat itself. And maybe it won't. After all, Somalia is no longer an entirely failed state. It is merely a fragile one, with a brand new government, a huge supportive diaspora, and at least the potential to move towards stability, maybe even to beat al-Shabaab. Right now in the centre of the country, communities are rising up against the militants, liberating towns and villages. There's optimistic talk of a turning point. But that evening, back in a secure compound in Baidoa, I heard a more measured assessment. Those women with their mobile phones were still being forced to hand over most of the cash to thugs with guns. Most businesses in government-controlled Baidoa still had to pay tax, or rather protection money, to al-Shabaab. And those same businesses even depended on al-Shabaab for justice, preferring to settle disputes in their Sharia courts, held in villages outside town, rather than trusting the corrupt Somali state. And now there's the drought, a stress test that will expose every weakness in the months ahead. Technically, Somalia is not yet in a state of famine, but the data, incomplete and slow to gather, is likely to show famine in Baidoa and other pockets in the coming weeks. And by then, it will be too late for many frail infants, too late for many children stunted for life by hunger. And when the rains finally come, will the women pack up their handmade huts and take their families back to their farms? Or is this Baidoa's future, as a place of permanent refuge from our fast-changing climate, from the next drought, and the one after that?
Andrew Harding. In rural India, strict social rules can severely restrict a woman's right to choose, well, much of anything in her own life. If you're a woman or a girl who's very poor, or from a religious minority, or you belong to a lower caste, you might be growing up in a very vulnerable position indeed. Violent predators know exactly whose rights are respected in a community and who is seen as not really having any. And in the aftermath of any attack, pursuing justice can be an ordeal in itself. Geeta Pandey went to investigate a recent case which has shocked a whole region.
Days after 2 teenage sisters were found hanging from a tree in the northern Indian state of Uttar Pradesh, I travelled to meet their family in a remote village on the India-Nepal border. Torrential rains had lashed the region through the night, mudding the narrow path to their home. The gloom inside their 2-room house mirrored the grey skies outside. I heard how the 15 and 17-year-old girls had been raped and strangled to death in a sugarcane field, not far from their home. Their mother sat on a rope bed, grief-stricken, surrounded by female relatives. She had been the only witness to her daughter's kidnapping. "My daughters are gone. How will I live now?" she asked, with tears rolling down her cheeks. "They lived here," she said, patting her heart. But sorrow soon gave way to anger, and she told me she wanted to see the men responsible hanged, the way they had hanged her daughters. She described how 3 men had come on a motorbike. When the men tried to take her daughters away, she had chased after them. But one of them kicked her in the stomach and she fell down. By the time she was back on her feet, her daughters had disappeared into the expanse of sugarcane fields that surround their home. The girl's father told me how, after hearing the news, villagers had quickly formed search parties and began scouring the fields for the missing girls. Their father broke down in tears as he remembered the moment 2.5 hours later when their bodies were found. Indian law prevents the naming of the victims, but Police Superintendent Sanjeev Suman said 6 suspects had been arrested and claimed that they had confessed and given details of what happened. He claimed that the sisters were friends with 2 of the men and had gone willingly with them on their bike. He said the accused became angry when the girls started putting pressure on them to get married, and the men then raped and strangled them. This police account has been challenged by the families of the victims and the accused. The girls' families say the police version maligns their daughters and is entirely fabricated. The families of the suspects say they have no idea if their sons knew the sisters or not, but they insist that their children are not killers. The rape and murder of these 2 sisters is among tens of thousands of cases of violent crimes against women recorded in Uttar Pradesh every year. But the brutality of this crime has caught significant public attention. The case dominated the headlines, with some politicians and parts of the media claiming this was a sectarian killing. The murdered sisters were Dalit, a community at the bottom of India's deeply discriminatory Hindu caste hierarchy, whereas 5 of the 6 suspects are Muslims from a nearby village. Critics say that Muslims are being increasingly marginalized by the states and India's governing party, the Hindu nationalist BJP. Romantic liaisons between Muslim men and Hindu women are specially frowned upon. Even though both Dalit and Muslim villagers said the rape and murder of the sisters had no apparent religious motives, some members of the BJP have tried to make that link. A BJP spokesperson in Uttar Pradesh even suggested the crime could be a case of love jihad. It's a term radical Hindu groups use to accuse Muslim men of preying on Hindu women to convert them to Islam through marriage. Living in a small village, the sisters had few opportunities, but their families say they were talented and that their parents nurtured their dreams. The 17-year-old had a talent for stitching clothes, while the 15-year-old was fond of art. The mum shows me a blouse the elder girl had tailored for her and a sketchbook belonging to the younger sister. I asked to see pictures of the girls, and they showed me just one passport-size photograph of their youngest. Pictured against a white background, the girl sports 2 long pigtails, and there's just a hint of a smile. She was the ambitious one. She wanted to study and work. She wanted to open a beauty parlor, one of her aunts told me. These dreams are now lost forever.
Geeta Pandey. You're listening to From Our Own Correspondent here on the BBC World Service. I'm Pascal Harter. China's Communist Party is preparing for a crucial congress meeting in Beijing this month. It is expected to award President Xi Jinping a 3rd term in office, making him the longest-serving Chinese ruler since Mao Zedong. But regardless of political will, the economic storm clouds are gathering. China's output is set to lag behind the rest of the Asia-Pacific region for the first time since 1990. That's according to a World Bank forecast. What happens in China's factories and markets affects everyone on Earth. So how best to tell this huge story? Investigating and reporting on the effects of the downturn is getting much more difficult, as Stephen McDonnell has increasingly found.
In the run-up to the 2008 Beijing Olympics, China felt like it was constantly becoming more open, constantly becoming better in so many ways. Foreign companies were setting up offices here. Google wasn't blocked. Parts of the Chinese press were being allowed to do real reporting, uncovering corruption, exposing pollution, and even questioning government waste. Back then, there were around 500 registered international journalists based in Beijing, with another 200 in other cities. However, in the years following the Games, The reform process slowed right down. When Xi Jinping came to power, he deliberately drove this car off the road and crashed it. China's leader would probably say this isn't true and that he simply drove onto another path. But if we take press freedom as an example, you can see how tolerance of views not endorsed by those in charge has shrunk considerably. With only a very few exceptions, local media now do little more than deliver Communist Party propaganda. For the foreign press, there's constant harassment, which also extends to would-be interviewees. On just about any topic, they can be instructed not to speak to us. Officials routinely use the coronavirus pandemic as an excuse for why we must leave an area or why we can't speak to certain people. A recent reporting trip to Dieshachao in the southeastern province of Jiangsu is a good case in point. There we were, set up to do an interview in a small factory which makes bedding. In the background, workers were bent over their sewing machines, hard at it, trying to make up for an entire season of lost production thanks to COVID-19 measures. The owners were happy to be interviewed about the financial pressures they'd been under. While they'd managed to stay afloat, they knew of plenty of other businesses in Dieshachao which hadn't made it through the crisis. But before we could start the on-camera interview, a man walked in. He was clearly filming us on his phone while pretending not to. He then went up to the owners and had a word with them. The interview was off. One of the owners came over to me, tilting his head sideways briefly with an expression that means, "You know what they're up to here." Then he said in Chinese, "I'm really sorry, we just can't do it." And he was right, they couldn't. Technically, people here might be entitled to be interviewed by law. It's even stipulated in the official regulations governing the behaviour of foreign correspondents. But who in their right mind would defy the party in this way? Every correspondent working in China will have stories like this. In another recent example, we travelled to Xi'an to interview people who'd paid for new apartments before they'd been built. The owners had already waited for years and eventually decided to just move into the building, which was a shell of a structure, and camp there, without water, without electricity, even without windows. Again, they wanted to be interviewed. Again, they were stopped. The police arrived with a man who seemed to be one of the in-debt developers. They asked for our interview permits, issued by the government in Xi'an. We didn't have them because nobody ever gets such permits. We're not legally required to have anything like this, and even if we applied, they wouldn't be issued without the process being part of a reporting exercise completely controlled by the government. Somebody high up in the party has spread the idea through various channels that this can be a catch-all excuse to get rid of journalists. In the case of the unfinished apartment squatters, we'd already collected enough material for a story before being told to leave, and the attention our piece drew to this case was enough to pressure the company responsible to resume work to finish the project. Yet all of this journalism blocking is not necessarily being directly planned and executed from the top in Beijing. It's more a case of risk-averse local governments deciding to shut us down because they're worried that their necks could be on the line if embarrassing news gets out regarding their patch and the central government comes looking for an explanation. It's a means of protecting their own careers in the party. So now it doesn't seem to matter what the subject is. If the International Press Corps is in town, they're to be followed, they're to be questioned, and they're to be stopped. It may make China look really bad internationally, but it would be a bold official who didn't treat foreign correspondents in this way.
That was Stephen McDonnell. Lastly, for today's programme, we travel to the Lithuanian coast on the Baltic Sea. On these shores, hidden among the seaweed and broken shells, little pieces of amber can be found. It's precious stuff, a hard but workable natural gem whose golden glow has been highly valued since prehistory. Heidi Fuller-Love went in search of some fragments, guided by a treasure seeker.
Far beneath us, the bottle-green Baltic Sea unfurls in a series of large, lazy waves, slapping the dune-studded shoreline with a sloshy, wind-driven whoosh. When the sea is wild, it brings in amber, but you have to have a quick eye to catch it, says Igoris Uznak. Handing me a long-handled net, he scrambles down the sand dune ahead of me. Igoris is a Jinta Otoye, one of Lithuania's obsessive coastal treasure seekers who spend their days, and sometimes their nights, on these wide, wave-tossed beaches, seeking the precious resin known locally as Lithuanian gold. This dedication seems less surprising when you learn that raw Baltic amber can sell for as much as $15 per gram, and even more for pieces with so-called inclusions, fossilized insects or even lizards trapped inside. For centuries it was believed that Lithuanian gold was somehow magically made from the tears of birds or the urine of animals. In fact, this golden orange substance, which, by the way, can also be red, green or milky white, is actually fossilized tree resin that was carried by rivers to the Baltic Sea some 50 million years ago. Lithuania's main product is drift amber, plucked from the wave-torn shores by hunters like Igoris. Like most Jinta Otoye, Igoris also scours the water for musky-scented grey-brown ambergris, which comes from the fecal matter of sperm whales. Prized for its use in perfume, it can be worth up to $35 a gram. It's just before dawn when we set off along a strip of deserted coastline near the seaside resort of Karklay. Around 300 kilometres south of Lithuania's lively capital Vilnius, Karklay is part of Lithuania's recently created Amber Trail. Looping along 150 kilometres of pine-studded, dune-spiked Baltic coast road from the seaside resort of Nida in the west to Atostogi Pakas, home of the world's first amber sauna further east, it links the places where amber is found or used. Down on the beach, Igoris points out a group of seagulls bobbing, white as boiled eggs, on the furled crests far out to sea. Watch the birdies, because they want what we want, he explains. The bunches of weeds and sticks that trap shrimps and fish will also trap amber. Amber is lighter than normal rocks, and it often drifts to shore tangled in old pieces of wood or seaweed, so when we see the gulls, we know it's a good spot. Igoris tells me that amber, which has been his passion since he was 10 years old, is also a passion for most of the 2.8 million inhabitants of this bite-sized country, which prides itself on being the last in Europe to have converted to Christianity in the 14th century. We're all still pagans at heart, Igoris jokes, and amber is central to one of our country's best-loved legends. The legend in question concerns a sea goddess called Yorate, who lived in her very own undersea amber palace and fell in love with Kastitis, a humble fisherman. When, in a rage, Yorate's father, the thunder god Perkunas, murdered the mortal of his daughter's dreams, the sad and sorry sea goddess cried tears of amber. Igoris tells me that as early as 2000 BC, this precious resin was already used by Baltic tribes to treat disease and ward off evil spirits. Later, back in his office, he strips off his wet boots, puts his feet up on a desk, and pulls out a matchbox filled with pine-scented amber powder. Here in Lithuania, we believe in amber's mystical powers wholeheartedly, he says, throwing a handful of orange dust into the air and setting light to it. It's one of our pagan rituals. Amber dust makes your wishes come true, he explains, as the flame flares like the tail of a comet. I ask if he's wishing for a swift resolution to the current conflict in Ukraine. He laughs harshly. You'd need a truckload of dust for a wish like that to come true, he says, watching the flames flicker and die.
That was Heidi Fuller Love in Lithuania. I'm Pascal Harter. The producer was Polly Hope. And that's all for this edition of From Our Own Correspondent. But we will be back next weekend with more of the lives and the hopes behind the headlines here on the BBC World Service.
This is the BBC World Service.
We keep you up to date with what's happening around the world.
The scale of this now is almost unimaginable.
With news every 30 minutes.
The latest world news from the BBC.
And in our programmes across the day...
It is a tipping point. Believe me, this is just the beginning of an end.
We try to get to the heart of the story by asking why.
It is quite unprecedented. Can you start with the spark for all of this?
What's next?
Lawlessness, violence, and impunity.
What if?
They are posturing, they are threatening. At the core of their threat is the idea of, we care more about this than you do, so why don't you stand down so that you don't cause a nuclear war?
And we hear how events change lives.
What's the future for you?
What future? Suhair replies. We're living in fear. We have no future. Nothing.
News from the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
How has a genre of devotional music changed the hearts and minds of a subcontinent for over a millennia and spread its influence across the rest of the world? I'm Race Khan, and this week on Heart and Soul, I take you on a personal journey deep into Qawwali, where we hear from the legends of the art form as well as those working to update it. We hear how it's changed lives, and I introduce you to the one they call Khansab. That's coming up after the BBC News headlines.
BBC News with Fiona MacDonald. Russia's President Vladimir Putin has accused Ukraine of attacking the bridge to the occupied Crimean Peninsula. He described a huge explosion on Saturday as an act of terrorism aimed at destroying Russia's critically important civilian infrastructure. North Korea says its 7 recent missile tests were tactical nuclear drills. The state media said all of them were personally supervised by the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. The official KCNA news agency said the military drills held during the last 2 weeks were to assess the country's deterrent and nuclear counterattack capability. Nigeria's President Muhammadu Buhari has ordered a review of safety measures on the country's waterways after a boat capsized amid heavy flooding in Anambra State on Friday. At least 76 people are now confirmed to have died in the accident. The UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has proposed to the Security Council that an international rapid action force should be sent to Haiti, which is suffering a nationwide security crisis. On Friday, the government of Haiti requested outside troops to restore security as armed gangs continued to tighten their grip on the country. A group of protesters in France have created what they called a femicide cemetery to draw attention to the number of women murdered by their male partners. The demonstrators took over a square in central Paris. Germany's governing Social Democrats have come out on top in regional elections in Lower Saxony, winning just over 33% of the vote. The poll was being seen as a key test for Chancellor Olaf Scholz, who's been criticised over his handling of the country's energy crisis. And the government of Venezuela says torrential rains have caused 22 deaths after 6 more people were killed by landslides on Sunday. BBC News.
It's the late 1990s, and in the living room of a grey town in northern England, a young boy sits on the floor, staring, transfixed at the blurry screen of a TV set. With his face illuminated, the child watches. From behind the glass shines a party of men singing to the heavens. The boy is hypnotized by one man who commands the army of clapping soldiers, weaving the notes in the air, his voice like velvet fire. The artist is Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan, and his art is Qawwali. Qawwali music is the music of Sufism, the spiritual branch of Islam that seeks a direct connection between man and creator. I'm Race Khan, and since I first experienced Qawwali as that boy in the living room, it has always moved me in a way that no other form of music can. The age-old art form is an assault on the senses, a rhythmic wall of sound that stirs emotions that I didn't know I had. Emotions for my creator, for my prophet. I want to show you how and why Qawwali has gone from the spiritual heart of South Asia to conquering the world. Qawwali music has been around since as early as the 13th century and was originally performed at the shrines of Sufi saints. In fact, the spread of Islam in South Asia is often put down to the performance of devotional poetry in the form of Qawwali. So, how did this form of Islamic music come to capture the hearts and souls of a subcontinent?
Music has always been one of the core artistic productions of just about every Muslim civilization, from Andalusia in the west to Java in the east.
Sunni scholar Abdul Hakim Murad is Dean of Cambridge Muslim College. He tells me that music has always been a part of the Islamic faith.
Qawwali is the often very sophisticated and lively subcontinental version of a form of sacred musical performance that you can find exuberantly practiced in just about every Muslim country. There is, as it were, a Senegalese Qawwali, Bosnia, the Ottoman Empire, Central Asia, Uzbekistan, Indonesia, everywhere has its own Qawwali, as it were. So it's really just a matter of terminology. Qawwali is the subcontinental word for this kind of sort of collective musical experience. But even that is not the correct subcontinental word. It's a bit colloquial. Mahfil-i-Sama is the classical kind of Urdu and Persian designation for such a gathering, which just means a kind of celebratory encounter of people who are listening to beauty. Listening to beauty is the idea.
So if you've never seen Qawwali before, it's usually around 10 men sitting cross-legged on the floor around a tabla and a harmonium. The main vocalist is called the Qawwal, and there's often a second vocalist as well. The rest of the men are the chorus. Now their job is to clap, to keep the beat, and to repeat the lines of poetry, with the rhythm and the poetry melting into one big captivating melee. Abdul Hakim Murad says that this is a specific age-old formula.
The sequence of themes in a typical Na'ati Sama performance would be pretty similar. It would begin with praising of God, the Hamd, and then it would begin with praising of the Prophet, the Na'at, and then there might be a Manqabat, which is a kind of poetic rendering of the virtues of the Prophet's son-in-law Ali, or of some of the great Imams, the great saints of the subcontinent, or more generally. Sometimes there would be a kind of performance at the end, especially if it's a Qawwali event that is commemorating the life of one of the subcontinent's great Sufi saints. So the Rang element at the end, which is often a poem by Amir Khusraw himself, and then it kind of winds down, having really built up and become, as they say, quite hot in the course of what could be quite a long and exuberant evening.
Tahseen Sakina is a Sufi singer from Pakistan and considers herself to be a female Qawwal. She garnered a big name in the country after one particular performance on a national music show went viral. She says it's a special combination of music and devotional poetry that hooks the listener.
Both poetry and rhythm are part of it. It's a combination of both. They are strongly intertwined together. If you are only reading poetry, then you cannot get into the mood. You are just reciting poetry without any real feelings. You can't go into a trance-like state as early as compared to when you are singing with rhythm. It's the interlacing of the poetry and rhythm that can quickly push you into a trance-like mood.
As I sat in that living room as a child back in the 90s, I remember thinking that I'd never seen or heard anything like that before in my life. it moved me in a way that I didn't expect. And I'm not alone in having this kind of musical road to Damascus moment with Qawwali. Tahir Qawwal is the lead singer for the Qawwali group Fanafi Allah, a all-Caucasian group that have been going strong for 22 years. They've toured South Asia learning the art from some of the true masters of Qawwali. He told me about the moment when this Sufi tradition took hold of his senses.
I was studying classical music from the age of 13, Indian, Hindustani classical tabla, and my guru at the time, who was the Ragi at the Gurdwara, Harjit Singh, he was teaching me the tabla bowls and would play a composition or two the better I got. Back then I was Jeffrey. He'd be like, Jeff, do you know about Qawwali music? Like with all this like kind of wistful like sentiment behind it. And I'd be like, no, what is Qawwali? Like, and he'd try to describe it, right? And then also one of my music friends who was older than me, and he'd be like, oh, have you heard Qawwali? And I'd be like, what's Qawwali? It sounds so intriguing. But, you know, back then there wasn't much for resources around it. So finally at the Nova Scotia Public Library, you know, after like listening to all the different records and CDs that I could find on world music, I found that one, The Last Prophet by Ustad Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan, the Real World Productions there. And it had just come in, and I was like, what are these guys? Why are they so fat? Why are they wearing these like baggy pants? Why don't they have beards and long hair? Like, that was kind of my first thing. I'm like, what is this? I never heard of Pakistani music, you know? So my first impression when I looked at the cover, I was like, wow, that's a different look. Like, what does that mean? Is this spiritual music? Is it what? And just whacked it on and heard that Khatam Rasool Maki Madani Ganje Shakar Mera Sahib Teri Bandiya, like all those like ripping Qawwalis, and it just moved me so much, and I couldn't stop listening to that.
But Tahir had a journey to undertake before he found his inner Qawwal. It all started at an event in India where he saw a live performance, and later he got the inspiration from one of the greatest artists, Ustad Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan. Remember that name because it plays a big part in this program.
When it came to really devoting to Qawwali, it was a very specific experience. I was 19 and, you know, in Banaras, Varanasi, India, studying classical music, Khayal, Drupad, like the singing techniques. A bunch of my friends were like, oh, there's going to be a Qawwali event. You got to come. And I had never really seen like much Qawwali at that point live. And so I was like, hell yeah. So went to this Qawwali event at night, and there's, you know, people throwing rose petals and money, and the Qawwali was really bad, like Indian Qawwali as it can be. For those that have, you know, heard Qawwali in India these days, it's hard to get something that's tuneful and all that. And they were really drunk on whiskey, and it was just a bad scene. And I was like, damn, this is not it, because I had heard Khansab and recording so much, so I was like the first one to leave and went back to my little kutia. Back then we lived in these little cement, you know, cubes, being very poor, learning classical music back then, and just put on one of Khansab cassettes that I had been listening to, and basically listened to all of Allahu on a cassette, and like transcribed all the notation and all of the poetry that I could, based on my, you know, ability to hear it through a cassette. And from there, it just kind of spawned this, like, fascination to really want to learn it properly.
Qawwali culture is the beating heart of the many Sufi shrines that are dotted across South Asia. Local artists dedicate their lives to bringing a spiritual high to the often thousands of pilgrims that attend every single day. But there are a few artists who have brought this musical art form to the global stage, and no one has achieved this more so than the Emperor of Qawwali, Ustad Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan. This journey through Qawwali wouldn't quite be complete without speaking to someone who has touched the hem of that divine garment. Rizwan Muazzam Qawwal is a Qawwali duo made up of the nephews of the late great Ustad Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan, now the next generation of missionaries of Qawwali music. Lead singer Muazzam told me about the legacy of the practice of Qawwali in their family and how they are now the custodians of the art.
Our family has served the classical Qawwali tradition for approximately 750 years or so, and we think it's our good fortune to have this opportunity to serve this art form. Our elders migrated from Afghanistan to Jalandhar in India and settled there for some time, and then the elders migrated to Faisalabad in Pakistan. And ever since, our succession and dynasty of Qawwali has continued till this day. The Qawwali art form is popular across the world because it's the music of truth, a real message, and what we call a message of Allah and the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And because Qawwali is connected to spirituality, and those who are Sufi are also connected to spirituality.
Amrit Dhafar was one of millions of young people who became besotted with that sound.
Now, I saw Nusrat Khan Sahab and I was obsessed. I don't know what got into me. I don't know what happened to me. Yeah, I was just possessed by the whole energy of it. I can't even say I was hooked. I was obsessed. Like, I would try to mimic his movements. When I remember back to those memories, it's like, did that really happen? And yeah, it did. It was just like an overload of energy. And every time I would hear his tapes, I was like, this is the guy who I saw on the TV.
Yeah. So Sufi poetry plays a big part in faiths other than Islam, including Sikhism. As a Sikh yourself, was it the music or the poetry that attracted you to Qawwali?
I mean, when I was young, I didn't understand what he was saying in that sense. It was only until I got into my late teens, you start to listen to what they're actually saying. And as far as the religious ones were concerned, I kind of related those Qawwalis to the divine in my own way. And the Arfan, or the mystical ones, they had a special place inside me.
Amrit is part of a trio who have been creating waves in the music industry. The Orchestral Qawwali project, as their name suggests, fuses traditional Qawwali sounds with Western classical instrumentation. Composer Rushel and vocalist Abhi Sampa.
The first time I listened to Qawwali was actually because of Amrit. So Amrit and I have known each other since we were really, really young. We've been playing music together since very young. And he one day sent me a link to Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan. And he sent me a lot of links, but I remember listening to one particular Qawwali called Hajilat Taneo. I think I was just hooked after that. So I discussed with him, how could we start performing this? And then, he started teaching me a lot about, the language, the meanings of, what they were saying, what they were communicating. And I think it's just snowballed from there, really. It's just, I've sung a lot of different types of music, but I think for me, Qawwali is something that I can't really explain how it makes me feel when I'm singing it, but I know that it's just something that I need to do.
Let's move on to Rushel now. Let's pin down when you first heard Qawwali and what kind of effect that had on you.
I heard it when I first came to university, so I even though I grew up with South Asian parents and stuff like that, my musical education was very much Western. But then I came to uni in the UK and I started hanging around with this Indian classical society. We used to jam and things like that. And before this, I had only really ever wanted to go into like pop music and folk music and things like that. But then when I came across these musicians, I was so overwhelmed by how they were able to do such technically challenging things, but make them so emotionally evocative. Anyway, we were having this one jam session and then one of them broke out into Allahu Allahu. And I just stopped and I was like, what is this? All of a sudden, and I couldn't explain it was quite similar to the effect that I guess it had on both of these guys, except for me it was so brand new. And then they said, this is Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan. This is what that is. And then I went home and I was obsessed again, to the point at which my parents started to get slightly almost concerned in a way, because my mom was like, I used to listen to this stuff when I was growing up in Bareilly, but I never thought that it was, that you would find this in your own way. And then every day it was all day long. And then I remember probably the day that I think, this is going to sound really, really, I don't know, maybe contrived, but the point at which my life, I think, changed when I decided that I was going to dedicate myself to doing this or pursuing this was, I remember we sat down and we played through the whole of Allahu Allahu, and it was such an energy. I don't know, it completely, it was just so overwhelming. And this is when I was at uni, where it was that phase where it was very, very fashionable to be an atheist, where it was very fashionable to be a skeptic of anything spiritual. And if you said that you were having a spiritual experience in the circles that I used to be in my university, you would kind of get laughed at. But I started to question all of that because of this.
Abi Rushil and Amrit are definitely changing the Qawwali scene in the West, but what about those considered traditionalists back in the motherland? I asked Tahseen Sakina, a Sufi singer from Lahore, despite what tradition may say, can a woman be a Qawwal?
Yes, they can be a Qawwal. I'm doing Qawwali.
So you consider yourself a Qawwal just like Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan or any of the others?
Yes, that's how it is.
Do you feel that the Qawwali industry actually accepts you as a Qawwal, being a woman?
Yes, people accept a woman in Qawwali. Many women joined the industry after me and are performing Sufi songs. Everything has a fall and a rise. All the other types of singers think their songs or genre can rise and fall in popularity. But I believe that Sufi singing can never fall in popularity. Because those who are Sufi singers and who sing Sufi songs remain and live in people's hearts. People still listen to them. But with rock and pop songs, they have a short period of fame. People eventually get bored of these songs. Since we have had music in this world, we have been listening to Qawwali. Everything else has died down, but Qawwali is still alive and lots of people still listen to it.
So I saw a YouTube video on your channel and you were sat with your very young daughter and you were encouraging her to also perform, and she was singing a short excerpt from a Qawwali herself. Is that something that you're going to pursue? Are you gonna hopefully have your daughter follow in your footsteps?
Of course, I would like to. If my daughter wants to join this field, then she should. I have received a lot of respect and status in this field. It's a difficult field, but I got a really good response. If she is able to, then sure, she should join this field. Those who have respect will always be respected.
But what is it about Sufism and Qawwali that attracts people from all faiths and none into its emotionally intense embrace? The Dean of Cambridge Muslim College, Abdul Hakim Murad, says it's sometimes a matter of the heart, of beauty, and of poetry.
It's what naturally attracts the sound human heart, which is beauty and happiness, ecstasy, joy, but in a specifically Islamic context, which is all about the Quranic verse that talks about how we were all once, every soul, in the presence of God, and we all bore witness to him and his beauty and his perfection and our loyalty to him. And then we are here in this world in various degrees of forgetfulness, but we still have this nostalgia within ourselves, and we're in a state of what Bojan and Urdu calls ghaflat, heedlessness. We've kind of forgotten the beauty, which is our point of origin. So obviously all kinds of love imagery come in here. Very often familiar Persian-type tropes and cliches about the beloved, Layla and Majnun, the man who's seeking for the lost beloved. So that becomes adopted by the Sufi poets everywhere, really, as a favorite cliche for the human condition, which is that we were with God, and God is beautiful, and we feel within ourselves this absence, this ghaflat, this forgetfulness. And we really need to overcome that and return to our true homeland, our vatan.
just take a moment to absorb that for a minute, because that is it. That is the very essence of what Qawwali is, a belief that before all of this, we were all once in the presence of God, and in our creation, we've fallen into a state of forgetfulness, albeit with a longing to be reunited with our beloved, our God. The job, therefore, of the Qawwal is to re-establish that primordial link between us, the listeners, and our Creator. Qawwals are like cosmic gatekeepers who take us by the hand into a state of ecstasy, only to safely return us back into the real world, whether in the air-conditioned seats of a concert hall or on the cooling marble floor of the Sufi shrine or dargah. Tahir Qawwal explains.
The magnetism for me and for my group Fanafiyala has always been to the dargahs, because that's where that devotional energy is strong. Like playing on a stage, it evokes that, but people are sitting in seats, and it's just different than at dargah. Like when we arrived at Ajmer Sharif, we literally camped out there. We're like, this is, yeah. And then we first arrived in Pakpatan Sharif, and we're like, yeah, we literally camped out for months because the vibe was so epic, and it felt like there was a lot to learn there, not just about music, but about that heart behind the music and the culture, like the original culture of Qawwali. It's literally the soundtrack of these Sufi shrines, and there's thousands and thousands of these dargahs, these mazars, and people come, they're offering their namaz, they're offering flowers and chadar, incense at the dargah itself, and just being in that environment and being in a devotional mood, doing their own practices even of prayer and zikr. And so the Qawwali music between azan times is like that soundtrack that just keeps that energy there, and people are sitting very close, like throwing money, crying, going into must, just being deeply engaged by it. So it was that environment, that intimate, profound environment that really inspired us. So from a very early time, like I was saying, we were already sold on the idea of playing at dargah.
Whether a curious student of music like Tahir, experimental artists on a spiritual journey like Abi, Rushel and Amrit, or a podgy little teenager in his living room in Rochdale, Qawwali is a form of music like no other. I honestly urge you, please, go and find it, listen to it and experience it. Believe me, you'll be surprised what can happen when you're listening to beauty.
One of the most special performances we've had so far was we performed at the Celtic Connections Festival in Glasgow, and that was with the Scottish Chamber Orchestra, which was like a 35 to 40 piece orchestra, and then the Qawwali group. Rusha was playing grand piano, we had 4 singers behind us, and Lydia, our lead cellist. And I think it was also just that many people sort of tuned in, focused, playing together. That sort of energy, you can't fake that. And I don't know if I'm explaining this well, but when we finished our set, when we all stood up and the crowd gave us a standing ovation, but it wasn't. People in the audience were crying, and when we all went backstage, most of us sort of just started crying because it was such a spiritual experience. It was like we weren't present, and then we suddenly came back and we didn't really even know what had happened. It's sort of like we all zoned out and we went to a different place. And I think the crowd felt that as well. So we had, most of the audience wasn't actually Asian. It was mostly, English, some Scots. And I think people it was the first time they were hearing that music, and then mixed with the orchestra, which is something so familiar to them. A lot of them just messaged us or came to find us, or just said that it took them to another place.
Heart and Soul was presented by me, Race Khan. The producer was Dalit Farooq Awan, and the executive producer was Rajiv Gupta.
This is the BBC World Service, exploring frontier communities.
We're in Niagara Falls, two communities separated between the US and Canada.
Niagara Falls, New York, was an engine of manufacturing, and not much attention was placed into the tourist industry.
And on that decision, Niagara Falls, Canada has since simply left its neighbour in its economic wake. On the Border, with me, Tim Marshall.
Wednesday at 8 and 19 GMT. In 30 minutes...
Hi, I'm musician and writer Dessa, and I'm with the Lazarus Heist podcast hosts, Gene Lee and Jeff White, recording a special episode of the show in front of a live audience here in New York.
The newsroom is next. This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
It's midnight GMT. I'm Jackie Leonard. This is the newsroom from the BBC World Service. President Putin says Ukrainian intelligence services were responsible for Saturday's blast on the only bridge linking Russia to the occupied Crimean Peninsula.
There is no doubt. This is an act of terrorism aimed at destroying Russia's critical civilian infrastructure.
In Iran, protests are continuing in towns and cities across the country in defiance of violent repression by the security forces. The UN Secretary-General has suggested the international community should send a rapid reaction force to help Haiti's police deal with armed gangs. Also in the programme, the biggest tree ever found in the Amazon.
When you're standing beneath it, it really fills you with awe and also kind of makes you aware of the power of nature.
And why the giants of the forest are so important. All on the newsroom.
Hello, this is the BBC News with Fiona MacDonald. President Putin has accused the Ukrainian intelligence services of responsibility for the explosion on Saturday that damaged the only bridge to the occupied Crimean Peninsula. He said the attack had been aimed at destroying critically important civilian infrastructure. Our Russia editor is Steve Rosenberg.
President Putin described the explosion on the bridge between Russia and Crimea as a terrorist attack, ordered, planned and carried out by the Ukrainian intelligence services. At a meeting with the Kremlin leader, the head of the Russian Investigative Committee, Alexander Bastrykin, added that citizens of Russia and foreign states had also been involved in the attack. Russian investigators have concluded that the blast on the bridge was the result of a lorry being blown up. The fire spread to a fuel train. Kiev has not claimed responsibility for the attack.
North Korea says its recent missile tests were tactical nuclear drills. The state media said all 7 were personally supervised by the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. Sophie Glass-Ryan reports.
North Korea's official KCNA news agency said the military drills held during the last 2 weeks were to assess the country's war deterrent and nuclear counterattack capability. It said the exercises involved ballistic missiles with fake nuclear warheads and were conducted to target enemy airfields and ports. The latest launch on Sunday saw 2 short-range missiles fired in the direction of the Sea of Japan. Pyongyang said its missile tests were in response to large-scale joint Navy exercises by the US and South Korea, which have just finished off the Korean peninsula's east coast. Although North Korea said its nuclear combat force stood ready to hit targets, there is no indication that Pyongyang is preparing for an imminent real strike.
Security institutions in Bahrain that receive money from the British Foreign Ministry have been accused of serious human rights abuses. A report by the campaign group Human Rights Watch alleges that people were tortured into making false confessions. Here's James Landale.
Every year, the Foreign Office spends taxpayers' money trying to help Bahrain improve its criminal justice system. Some of that training and assistance is given to Bahrain's Ministry of Interior. But Human Rights Watch alleges that within part of the ministry, men have been tortured into confessing to murders they did not commit. It says other security bodies, also getting UK help, failed to investigate the allegations properly. The Foreign Office said it regularly raised concerns about human rights with Bahrain, but said it would be counterproductive to stop supporting reforms.
State media in Iran say the security forces have used tear gas to disperse anti-government protests across the country. Despite internet blackouts imposed by the authorities, videos of mass protests, which began last month, are continuing to emerge. BBC News. A group of protesters in France have created what they called a femicide cemetery to highlight the number of women murdered by their male partners. The New Tout collective says that 101 women have already been killed this year. Dressed in black and with purple veils, they took over a square in central Paris, calling on the French government to provide more assistance to those in danger. The United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has proposed to the Security Council that an international rapid action force should be sent to Haiti, which is suffering a nationwide security crisis. Yusuf Taha has more details.
Mr. Guterres was responding to a request from the Haitian government for foreign military assistance as armed gangs continue to tighten their grip on life in the Caribbean nation. There is a shortage of fuel and bottled water after the main fuel port was blocked by gangs since last month amid a cholera outbreak. Civil unrest has escalated in the America's poorest nation since the Prime Minister, Ariel Henry, announced an end to fuel subsidies a month ago. In a letter, Mr. Guterres said a force involving one or more countries would help secure free movement of humanitarian supplies and protect critical infrastructure and services.
Nigeria's President Muhammadu Buhari has ordered a review of safety measures on the country's waterways after a boat capsized amid heavy flooding in Anambra State on Friday. At least 76 people are now confirmed to have died in the accident. Most of them were women and children trying to escape rising waters. Officials say the boat's engine failed. The government of Venezuela says torrential rains have caused 22 deaths after 6 more people were killed by landslides on Sunday. The El Pato River, south of Caracas, burst its banks and floodwaters swept away several houses and shops. 1,000 emergency personnel are taking part in search and rescue operations. BBC News.
Hello, I'm Jackie Leonard and you're listening to the newsroom from the BBC World Service. And we begin in Moscow, where President Putin has accused Ukraine of organising and carrying out Saturday morning's explosion, which damaged the bridge connecting occupied Crimea and Russia.
There is no doubt. This is an act of terrorism aimed at destroying Russia's critical civilian infrastructure. Its authors, perpetrators and beneficiaries are the security services of Ukraine.
Vladimir Putin, who will hold a meeting of his Security Council on Monday, made the remarks in a video address on the Kremlin's Telegram channel. Russia says it has already established the route of the truck, which it says carried out the attack. In a moment, we'll hear from our correspondent in Kiev on multiple Russian missile strikes on civilian targets in Zaporizhia. But first, our Russia editor, Steve Rosenberg, has this assessment of the Russian president's comments.
The fact that we saw Vladimir Putin on a Sunday evening, that's interesting, that's unusual, that's important. It suggests, I think, the Kremlin wants to show that President Putin is in control of the situation, that he takes this attack seriously. How is he going to respond to it? Well, let's look at what he said. He called this an act of terror. And I wonder whether he's now going to reframe what he calls at the moment the special military operation into an anti-terrorist operation. There's been a lot of speculation about that in the Russian press in recent days. It's unclear, though, what difference that would make. We may get some clues about how he's going to respond tomorrow, because Vladimir Putin will be chairing a meeting of the powerful Russian Security Council, although not everything that's said at these meetings is made public. But obviously this is a tense moment, reflected by the fact that Russian state television tonight said that the world had frozen on the threshold of nuclear Armageddon. But interestingly, other pro-Kremlin TV channels were trying to play down the attack on the bridge, and one of them said tonight the attackers had planned damage on a massive scale, but they failed because the bridge is still standing.
That was Steve Rosenberg in Moscow. Ukraine has not admitted attacking the bridge. Russia's invasion is now in its 8th month, and in the latest shelling and missile attacks on the city of Zaporizhia, at least 13 people were killed in residential areas. Our correspondent Paul Adams sent this report from Kiev.
In Zaporizhia, this is what escalation looks like. A gaping hole where once there were homes. Rescue workers searching for the dead and the living. Moments after the blast, in the middle of the night, stunned, furious reactions. They destroyed a building at night at 2 a.m., he says. They simply destroyed a multi-story building.
We ran out into the street. When we left the corridor,
A neighbor ran out with her eldest son, and she screamed that her husband was dead, and the whole wall was torn out. Their apartment fell into ours.
This was a civilian area, not a military target. Volunteers helped to clear the rubble. Local officials say scores of people were wounded. This industrial southern city is used to being hit, but its civilians are now bearing the brunt of Russia's anger. More than 60 killed in and around the city in the past 9 days. Officials say 12 missiles were fired from Russian warplanes flying safely over nearby occupied territory. Here in Kiev, President Zelensky said these were merciless strikes on peaceful people. This, he said, was absolute evil perpetrated by savages and terrorists. It all came less than 24 hours after yesterday's dramatic attack on a key bridge linking Russia with the Crimean Peninsula. Russia said this was the result of a truck bomb. Others spoke of an audacious act of Ukrainian sabotage. Some road traffic has resumed. The physical damage can be repaired, but this was a profound psychological blow for Moscow. Up above, work on the ravaged railway bridge goes on. Russia says freight and passenger services have resumed. This bridge is vital to Moscow's war effort. It cannot afford to lose it.
That was Paul Adams. In the past few minutes, a Zaporizhia official has been quoted as reporting around 10 new Russian airstrikes. We are awaiting more detail on that, and we'll have a report on the front line in Ukraine a little later in the programme. Now, though, to Iran, where protests triggered by the death of Mahsa Amini are continuing in dozens of towns and cities. The authorities say they've used tear gas to disperse protesters, which began after Mahsa Amini died in September. She had been arrested by the morality police, accused of not completely covering her hair. As we could hear in that clip, many of the protesters are young women and girls. Well, here in the studio with me is our reporter Azadeh Moshiri. So it looks like there's absolutely no sign of these protests dying down.
That's right. The people in Iran are continuing to document their protests across the country despite the blackouts that are going out. And we're still seeing women, schoolgirls, as well as men out on the streets. Sometimes these are peaceful protests. They're singing songs like Baroye, which has become an anthem of these marches. It's a song about the rights they're demanding. But sometimes these are violent clashes, and instead they're chanting about the things they don't want, things like death to the dictator, a reference to the supreme leader. And we're seeing fires lit across streets, and we're also hearing gunshots in the videos that we see. And we know that at least at this point, over the weekend, 3 people have died, and an NGO called Iran Human Rights has tracked these deaths, has said that we're nearly at 200 deaths so far. But it's worth mentioning that state media has been airing the deaths of the security forces as well. According to them, at least 20 members of the Revolutionary Guard, the Basij, as well as police forces have been killed. And while these have been violent clashes, it's worth remembering that the reason state media is continuing to talk about those deaths and not the ones of the protesters is because it feeds into their argument that this isn't dissent but violent riots that are threatening Iran's security.
The protests seem to be reflecting now deeper grievances. Is there some sort of tipping point, do you think?
Well, we've seen protests throughout the years about the economy, about political corruption, but you're right, this is much deeper than that, and the fact that the mandatory hijab is at the heart of these protests is extremely significant because the mandatory hijab is a pillar of the Islamic Republic. It's a visible symbol of the government, and it's when the country started to look very different to what it did after the 1979 revolution. And again, we're seeing people from all walks of life involved in these protests. So what's extraordinary is when you see young girls getting involved, these are young girls who've been told that they have to fear authority, they have to follow the rules, and yet they're still showing tremendous courage and yelling at these officials and security forces to get out. That takes a lot, and it's hard to see them suddenly go back after having crossed that threshold.
And looking at how the protests are unfolding, how significant is it that shop owners in Tehran have been shutting their shops, apparently in sympathy?
So that's very symbolic because bazaars are extremely important to the government. They showed support for the Islamic Republic and the mullahs during the 1979 revolution. So for them to shut is very meaningful, and it's something that's going to continue telling the government that this is the biggest threat they've seen since the inception 40 years ago.
Azadeh Moshiri, thank you very much indeed. Now, the Global News podcast is planning a special edition examining the Iran protests. If you are there or from there and would like to share your thoughts on the protests, do please email globalpodcast@bbc.co.uk. This is the BBC World Service, and Fiona has the headlines.
President Putin says he has no doubt that Ukrainian intelligence services were responsible for Saturday's blast on the critical bridge linking Russia to the occupied Crimean Peninsula. North Korea says its most recent missile tests were tactical nuclear drills, personally overseen by its leader Kim Jong-un. And security institutions in Bahrain that receive money from the UK have been accused of serious human rights abuses.
In Taiwan, today, Monday, is National Day when, despite recent threats and intimidation from China, the island will celebrate its democratic political system and open society. It comes as recent opinion polls suggest a greater number of people than ever now identify as Taiwanese and want it to remain separate from China. In response, Beijing is threatening war and it's waging an economic battle, recently banning the import of some 2,000 Taiwanese products. From Taiwan, our correspondent Rupert Wingfield-Hayes reports.
It may not look like it, but these ponds in southern Taiwan are filled with gold. The huge fish thrashing around in Suguozheng's ponds are called grouper. On the tables of Beijing and Shanghai, each one can fetch up to $2,000. 80% of Taiwan's grouper used to go to China. Now it's zero. Beijing's import bans are hitting Taiwan where it hurts the most. So is it working? Older fishermen like me are nervous, he says. But the younger generation, they're not worried. They think, fine, if China doesn't want to buy our fish, we'll sell to other markets all over the world. China isn't just threatening Taiwan's economy. Since August, it's made repeated threats to take the island by force, test-firing dozens of missiles across the Taiwan Strait. But if Taiwan people are scared, they're not showing much sign of it. It's election season here, and at nightly rallies, candidates are on stage appealing to voters. Unlike in China, people here get to choose who rules them, and they're not about to give that up.
Taiwan is justifiably proud of its democracy. But it's not just Taiwan's democracy that is threatened by Xi Jinping. It's all of the rights and freedoms that people enjoy here, their whole way of life.
At their home in the south of Taipei, Mota and Siti are playing with their 2-year-old daughter Lin Chen. In 2019, Taiwan became the first country in Asia to legalize same-sex marriage. Siti is now expecting baby number 2. Being homosexual was something you had to hide, says Mota. But things have changed now. We're out in the open, and the government has accepted and recognized us. For couples like this, the stakes couldn't be higher. Siti says if China wants Taiwan, it will have to invade. And if that happens, people like them will have no choice but to leave.
Rupert Wingfield-Hayes in Taiwan. To Haiti now. The United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has urged the Security Council to consider sending troops to Haiti to restore order, remove the threat of armed gangs and protect critical infrastructure. Gangs have blockaded the main fuel port and there are crippling shortages. Cholera deaths have also been reported, sparking concerns of a health crisis. The newsroom's David Lewis is following the story.
A UN spokesman confirmed the Secretary-General remains gravely concerned about Haiti as authorities battle gang warfare which has brought the capital Port-au-Prince and much of the country to a standstill. The Prime Minister, Ariel Henry, has put in a request for foreign military assistance due to what his government described as the risk of a major humanitarian crisis. Civil unrest escalated after he announced an end to fuel subsidies last month. Petrol and diesel prices skyrocketed in response. A coalition of armed gangs then moved into the Vareux fuel terminal, the country's main energy depot, and blockaded the site. Haiti's police can't cope. There are fewer than 13,000 officers for a population of more than 11 million. The lack of diesel has had a huge impact. Transport has been crippled. Hospitals have shut their doors. It's also led to a lack of bottled water, just as health chiefs confirmed a new outbreak of cholera, with 8 deaths so far. Sister Paisi is a nun who runs a humanitarian charity in the city of Soleil. She told the BBC she was taking extreme, even unsafe measures in a bid to protect against cholera.
We are putting bleach in water, and this is actually sufficient to kill the cholera germs. So even though it's not very pleasant to drink water treated with bleach, but this is efficient. It does control the contamination.
Is that dangerous in its own way, though?
Well, they should not overdose it. They have to put a very small amount.
The country has also seen outbreaks of looting. Food warehouses have been targeted with an estimated $5 million of supplies lost in repeated attacks. The aid is much needed. Haiti is the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. It's not yet clear if the request for foreign military assistance would mean a return of peacekeeping troops. The last of those left in 2017. They sparked international outrage following sexual assault allegations. Troops also accepted partial liability for a cholera outbreak, which killed 10,000 Haitians.
That was David Lewis. Now let's get some sports news with Paul Serres.
Bukayo Saka scored twice as Arsenal beat Liverpool 3-2 at the Emirates to move back to the top of the English Premier League. Their manager Mikel Arteta was full of praise for his players.
It was a really high quality game with a lot of moments for each game, for each team, but I'm thrilled with the performance, with the attitude that we showed, with the personality and character that we played, especially in the second half. And just to live moments like this with our crowd in the mood that they are at the moment, it's just great.
Cristiano Ronaldo came off the bench to score the winner as Manchester United beat Everton 2-1 at Goodison Park. The goal was Ronaldo's 700th in club football, and the United boss Erik ten Hag was delighted it won all 3 points for his side.
It's a massive performance, so congratulations Cristiano with it, and happy for him. It's also his first goal this season in the Premier League, and it will help him to score more goals in the coming weeks.
Elsewhere on Sunday, there were wins for Crystal Palace and West Ham United. Max Verstappen sealed his second Formula One world title, winning Sunday's rain-affected Japanese Grand Prix. The BBC's F1 commentator Jack Nicholls has more.
It took a little time for Verstappen to find out he had won his second title. When he took the checkered flag at the end of the shortened and rain-delayed race, he was not the champion, as Charles Leclerc had finished second in his Ferrari. But at the final corner, Leclerc had run wide and blocked Sergio Perez, for which he was handed a 5-second time penalty after the race, dropping him to third and giving Verstappen the world title. Both of the Dutchman's championships have been won in complex circumstances, but by sealing it with 4 races to go, there is no doubting Verstappen's dominance of 2022.
Athletics, and Kenya's Ruth Chepngetich missed out on the world record by 14 seconds as she won her second consecutive Chicago Marathon women's title. The men's race was won by Kenya's Benson Kipruto. And in netball, England completed a clean sweep in their 3-match series against Uganda with a 64-51 victory in the final game at the Copper Box in London.
That was Paul Serres. Scientists say they have found the tallest tree on record in the Amazon rainforest. It's more than 80 metres tall and growing in a very dense and difficult to access part of the forest. One of the researchers is Jackie Rosette from Swansea University in Wales.
It's extremely impressive. When you're standing beneath it, it really fills you with awe and also kind of makes you aware of the power of nature to actually store the energy from the sunlight to put all the nutrients into creating such giants. All of the trees that we've found so far are of the same species, Latin name Denitzia excelsa, known locally as Angelum vermilion. And really they are absolutely adapted to the conditions of the area. They're only found of this size, I should say, in a sort of pocket in the northeast of the Amazon forest in Brazil. And all of the trees which are above 80 metre, which we're calling of giant status, are found in the states of Amapá and Pará. It's really due not only to the genetic advantage that they've got in having their objective to sort of reach through the multi-story canopy of the Amazon forest and reach the sunlight, but also an adaptation to be able to withstand exposure to the strong sunlight above the canopy and to wind and rain events from that position.
That was Dr. Jackie Rosette from Swansea University in Wales. And tree nerds might like to know that although 80 metres is very tall indeed, the world record for a tall tree is held by a Sequoia sempervirens in the Redwood National Park in California. It measures a shade over 116 metres. So there you go. This is the BBC World Service. And back now to our main story, Ukraine. Ukrainian forces are maintaining their advance in the east, retaking territory in Donetsk and neighbouring Luhansk, among the 4 regions which President Putin recently declared as having been incorporated into Russia. They hope the advance will relieve the pressure on the besieged city of Bakhmut, where Russian forces continue to make small, incremental gains. Our defence correspondent Jonathan Beale has been to the new front line and sent this report.
It's a clear day today, but it may not be for very long because winter's coming and that will make advancing more difficult. You can see all around you just rubbish left by Russian troops who were in this position before the Ukrainians arrived. Ammo boxes opened up, strewn across the floor, packaging, rations, clothes even. And the Ukrainians say it makes it easier for them to spot them from the air when they're flying their drones and to target the Russian positions.
We're shown around by Duke, who commands this drone unit.
Yeah, Duke, just tell us, you've just taken this territory?
This is our position. We are flying to this position and correcting artillery fire and help our troops with this.
It's quite intense, the fighting here.
Yeah. It's Russian artillery working out.
Is that Russian or is that Ukrainian?
Yeah, no, it's Russian. It's Russian.
That's Russian shells landing.
For our troops, our infantry. They wanted to occupy this village because Russian at now we want to occupy Liman one more.
They want to come back?
Yeah. Liman is a very important place because for us it's our base going to Lugansk region and occupy Severodonetsk, Rubizhne and all of Lugansk region.
Recently liberated towns and cities in the Donbass have been gutted, driving around a trail of broken and battered shops and homes. Those who survived the shelling now just struggling to survive.
The people of Liman, those who've remained, have endured invasion and now liberation, but they don't have the basics. They don't have water, electricity, or even food. This is a queue of hundreds of people waiting for a loaf of bread, and there's clearly not enough to go around. Winter's coming. The bombs, for now, have gone away, but life is still tough.
Among those queuing for bread is Katerina and her 2 young children. She's not just worried about their immediate future, she also fears what Russia might do next.
They have a lot of power, which is why it is scary that they might return. Because the city has already suffered very badly, and if the city will be passed back and forth from hand to hand, then nothing will remain, including people. I no longer know who to believe or not to believe. We just want silence, peace, and electricity at least.
I was here in Svetogorsk in April of this year when it was still in Ukrainian hands. It is now back in Ukrainian hands after months of Russian occupation. The ancient monastery with its golden spires is still there. Most of the town, though, is not. The bridge that crossed the river here, which was charged when I was last in this town, ready to blow, has been blown up. You have to cross the river by a pontoon bridge. It is a shadow of itself.
That was Jonathan Beale in Ukraine. A quick reminder of our main news at the moment. President Putin says he has no doubt that Ukrainian intelligence services were responsible for Saturday's blast on the critical bridge linking Russia to the occupied Crimean Peninsula. And there we end this edition of the Newsroom from the BBC World Service in London. I'm Jackie Leonard. From me and the Newsroom team, thanks for your company.
This is the BBC World Service, where Clive Myrie explores the truth about jazz.
Keep a moving with that cloud.
Jazz is more than music.
Drive a man will show you how.
It's freedom from every obstacle that tries to limit our humanity.
Jazz is the authentic signature and soundtrack of the African American story.
Jazz, to me, is freedom.
It's evolved over the years, been adapted, fused with other genres, stylized and mythologized.
Jazz is the music that speaks to and exudes from the essence of who we are.
I'm Clive Myrie, a journalist, broadcaster, and huge jazz enthusiast. And over 4 programs, I'm going to tell you the truth about jazz.
Drive a man and quit in time.
Starts Saturday at 18 and Sunday at 11 GMT.
Hello, this is Dessa, and I'm here in New York for a special episode of The Lazarus Heist, recorded live in front of an audience. The audience and I have had the chance to ask questions to the hosts of the podcast, Gene Lee and Jeff White, along with some surprise guests about the murky world of cyber criminality, North Korea and its hackers, and what might happen next. Join me, Dessa, after the news.
BBC News with Fiona MacDonald. Russia's President Vladimir Putin has accused Ukraine of attacking the bridge to the occupied Crimean Peninsula. He described a huge explosion on Saturday as an act of terrorism aimed at destroying Russia's critically important civilian infrastructure. North Korea says its recent missile tests were tactical nuclear drills. The state media said all 7 were personally supervised by the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. The official KCNA news agency said the military drills held during the last 2 weeks were to assess the country's deterrent and nuclear counterattack capability. Security institutions in Bahrain have been accused of serious human rights abuses. A report by the campaign group Human Rights Watch says that within part of Bahrain's interior ministry, people were tortured into confessing to murders they did not commit. Britain provides money to Bahrain's security services. The UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has told the Security Council that he backs the deployment of an international rapid action force for Haiti, which is suffering a nationwide security crisis. On Friday, the government of Haiti requested outside troops to restore security as armed gangs continue to tighten their grip on the country. Nigeria's President Muhammadu Buhari has ordered a review of safety measures on the country's waterways after a boat capsized amid heavy flooding in Anambra State on Friday. At least 76 people are now confirmed to have died in the accident. Germany's governing Social Democrats have come out on top in regional elections in Lower Saxony, winning just over 33% of the vote. The poll was being seen as a key test for Chancellor Olaf Scholz, who'd been criticised over his handling of the country's energy crisis. And the government of Venezuela says torrential rains have caused 22 deaths. BBC News.
From the BBC World Service, this is the Lazarus Heist Live, recorded in New York in front of a live audience. What's up, New York? Thank you so much for being part of our live experience. Welcome to the Lazarus Heist, recorded live in New York. We are gathered here today in an intimate room with floor-to-ceiling windows looking out on the pedestrian traffic of downtown Manhattan. My name is Dessa. I'm a musician and a writer, and I host my own podcast called Deeply Human. And those of you who are already fans of the show know that the Lazarus Heist chronicles the story of an epic bank robbery, essentially, where North Korean hackers try to spirit away $1 billion from a Bangladeshi bank. And the officials, meanwhile, in Pyongyang, the capital of North Korea, say this never happened. But as the hosts of the show follow the money, the listeners of the show are introduced to an increasingly intricate, like, spider web of mysteries. We hear about how the story runs through the underground gangster world of the Yakuza in Japan. We hear about the doxing of Hollywood A-listers. We hear about counterfeit money, counterfeit cigarettes, counterfeit Viagra, counterfeit birth control, which sounds like a really bad night. And before I ask how many of you have heard of the show and have listened to season 1 thus far, I have promised my British compatriots who are here that New York will make noise and that we don't have to urge you too much. So, ready? Don't make me look bad. What's up, New York? Can I ask now, how many people have listened to season 1 of The Lazarus Heist? Okay. We have 2 guests this evening. One of them is a very brave defector from North Korea who can speak with first-person experience about what that part of her life and what that part of the world has been. The other is a cybersecurity expert who studies and hunts hackers for a living. But without further ado, I would like to welcome to stage the real stars of this show, Jean Lee and Jeff White.
Hello.
I'm gonna start with you, Jean, if I can. Few people will ever have an opportunity to visit North Korea. Can you tell us, in your experience, what that has been? And for those of you who are, as of yet, not familiar with Jean Lee's work, she was the first American to open a foreign bureau in Pyongyang, the capital of North Korea. How long were you there in total?
So I started going to North Korea in 2008, and my last trip was in 2017, so over 9 years. The time that I was on the ground was 2011, 12, and 13, where I spent most of my time in North Korea.
And can you give us a little bit of your history as a journalist? Like, you speak Korean, yeah, to some extent?
So I was not the best. So I'm a second-generation Korean-American, and from our home state of Minnesota. Let's hear it from Minnesota. I'm sure we have some, yeah? So I did have to go to Korean school on Saturdays, but resented it. There are some people here who had to as well, was not a good student. But so it did help me in the sense that I could certainly understand what was happening in North Korea. But I think I do tell the story in the podcast, but there was some idea that it would be better to send somebody who was not Korean into North Korea for that very reason, that being Korean and being able to understand Korean would make me less palatable to the North Koreans. But actually, I think being an ethnic Korean gave me a certain advantage in the sense that I didn't look like what they thought a stereotypical American would look like, right? So they looked at me and saw someone who looked familiar, not somebody who looked like one of these scary images from the propaganda. And but then my Korean was just bad enough that they were like, okay, we were worried that you might be a spy for South Korea, but your Korean is so bad. We're definitely not working for the South Koreans, but maybe the Americans.
And some of the people on your staff were North Korean, correct? Or the majority of people on staff?
Well, yeah, our staff was completely North Korean.
Okay.
Yeah, and one of them did not speak English, so I learned how to speak like a North Korean just so I could communicate with him.
And it's interesting because I think in this, I don't know of another program where the subject matter experts who are partnered have skill sets that are so distinct. So, Jeff, you've spent your career researching and doing investigative reporting on all variety of cybercrime for a long time now. Can I ask, is this kind of cybercrime that occurs by North Korea allegedly, is that a special interest area for you? Why did you decide to focus on that?
look, I'll be quite honest, North Korea is in a way a really bad example of cybercrime to look at, right? Because North Korea, for many reasons, some of which Jean's touched on, is absolutely unique in the world. And its cybercrime is absolutely unique. Other countries' government computer hackers, and let's face it, most countries, US included, UK included, have government hackers. Most of them do not do the kind of stuff North Korea's hackers are accused of doing. They're not going after money. They're not trying to hack into banks and being accused of all these other things. So North Korea is this really weird, idiosyncratic example. But what's fascinating is the journey that North Korea's hackers have been put on, according to the allegations against it, has led them into these really interesting alliances with not just organised cybercrime, but in some cases organised street-level crime. That confluence, that coming together of nation-state very high-level hacking and organised crime is super fascinating. And North Korea brings them both together in this fantastic nutshell.
And after season 1 was shared in its entirety, did you get any response from the North Korean regime itself?
So after season 1, no, haven't heard a peep.
But in the lead up too, we got a response, didn't we?
Yeah, one of the things it's very important for me as a journalist is to try to get an official response from, when I opened an office in North Korea, I came under so much criticism for working with a regime like North Korea, right? A repressive regime. But as a journalist, you always want to be able to try to at least get their response. And for me, of course, being in North Korea also meant that I got all the nuance of how things felt on the ground. But for season 1 as well, we crafted a letter that made it possible for them to respond, shall we say. And we did get a response from the North Korean ambassador to the UK. And he said it was all a farce, all fabrications, but I'm glad that we at least tried. Too many journalists don't even try to get the North Korean side or include the North Korean side because they just say, we can't. But it's worth trying.
Towards that point, I think now would be a great time to hear from a voice from North Korea. But before I welcome our next guest to stage, I just want to play a little bit of a clip from episode 6 in season 1. That was the Cyber Slaves one. And in this clip, we're hearing our next guest explain what happened to her best friend after a high-ranking North Korean official, Jang Song-taek, fell out of favor with the regime.
One day, shortly after Jang's death, Seo-hun Lee and her friend are having lunch in the cafeteria when a fellow North Korean who is head of their Dalian Youth League comes up to them.
He called my friend come to the dormitory. It was like during the lunchtime. And so we thought maybe he wants to deliver some message to you. Who knows? Let's find out. And we went over there, and I saw the state security agent with him, and he was kind of forcefully asking her to go up to the room and pick up her stuff because she needed to go immediately. I can tell my friend was nervous. I was not allowed to come into the room. It only took less than 5 minutes, and she came out with a backpack, and then she just said to me, I will keep in touch with you later.
And the friend is hustled off. There's nothing So-hyun can do but wait. When she finally hears back, it's an ominous message from her roommate who's texting from the toilet of a highway rest area, and she says, I don't think I'll be coming back. My cell phone is going to be turned off now.
Will you please help me welcome Seo-hun Lee to stage? Thank you so much for joining us. May I ask some follow-up questions about the story we just heard? Do you have an update, or have you received any news on the fate of your friend?
I only got to know that her father was executed immediately. There was no trial. And her mom and her younger brother, and of course my friend, 3 of them were sent to political prison camp right after her father was executed. And then I tried to, whether they're alive or not, through my dad, but it was not successful.
Can you tell us a little bit about your story and how you've arrived here? And you were able to defect with your entire family, is that right?
Yes. So I would say I'm a very rare case. So it was available for our entire family to defect all together because we are all living in China at the time. Starting from the events that happened to my friend, which is December 2013, and throughout the whole year until we left North Korea, October 2014, the massive purge conducted in North Korea by Kim Jong-un, and then my dad, my brother, my mom, and I, all of us lost our friends, colleagues, and neighbors. And then when my dad openly asked us, what do you guys think about leaving the country? I was the one who supported him, immediately respond him, yeah, I don't want to go back to North Korea. But my mom asked my dad, then what would happen to our relatives left behind in North Korea? So that was the moment, we wanted to leave, but immediately we realized that consequences that our friends or relatives is going to face in North Korea. So that was the moment we suffered from the moral dilemma. And then we had the long conversation, but at the end of the conversation, we still made up our decision to leave because we didn't make the decision just to save our lives. We wanted to do something to bring the justice to the system. But as a North Korean citizen, there is nothing we could do. Even we are outside of North Korea because of the strong surveillance. I mentioned this to other people too, but our homes are tapped 24/7. Of course, phones are tapped all the time. And even we are outside the country, in China, especially Chinese government and North Korea is pretty close. So there's a high chance they share the informations and also monitoring us. So we had the conversation actually. We drove all the way from home and left our phones in our car and parked the car away from the park. And then we walked in the center of the park and we had the conversation. So you can tell that even if you are in a free world, you are not actually free because just by the fact that you're North Korean. So
yeah, in Pyongyang, if I ever had to have a conversation, we'd go to the parking lot. We'd have to go, and my North Korean staff would tell me, we have to go out to the parking lot. Yeah.
Do you feel safe here?
Yes, I feel safe here in America. Yeah. But I mean, that moral dilemma still lingers in everyone, my family members. And then that's actually the motivation and then what drives us even working harder on these issues. I mean, we need to save our loved ones, and then we definitely want to see them again in our lifetime.
We've also got a question. We have received many from around the world, from listeners of the Lazarus Heist. Let us play one now from a listener named Carol.
Hello, my name is Carol Barrett, and I am a listener in Prince Edward Island, Canada. At the moment, I have 126 podcasts in my podcast feed. And this is the best podcast I have ever listened to in my entire life. I was just blown away by this podcast. So first of all, thank you and congratulations for being the very best podcast I've ever listened to in my entire life.
Thanks, Carol.
And now onto my question. I want to know about the young boy that was in one episode and he defected. And I want to know if you have any updates from him, if you've heard from him. What can you tell us about him? And also, does he know what happened to his family?
Jean, can you remind us the story that Carol is referring to?
So I believe she's asking about Jung Yul-ri, who was this young we call him the math genius. And I remember this story when the news broke that a North Korean participant in the Olympiad had defected and was holed up in the South Korean embassy. I remember those news reports, and I remember thinking he's going to pop up in Seoul, and I hope I get a chance to speak to him. And
this
so
was the mathematical
Yeah.
Olympiad where they compete
Yeah.
in maths problems and stuff.
Yeah, so he defected, he made that decision to defect during the Olympiad in Hong Kong and is now in Seoul. He is a math student at Seoul National University, which is, okay, I don't know if there are any other Yonsei or Korea University graduates here, but I would say arguably considered to be the top university in South Korea. And I actually heard from one of his professors who said, "You interviewed my student," so he's doing very well.
Hey, that is great news.
Yeah.
And,
and as to the question about, so this is something I do want to discuss, which is, I do know how his family's doing, but I chose not to go there in the podcast. Often when you talk to North Koreans, there's a really painful story there and a really difficult decision that they've had to make, and to be respectful of that.
And all the more gratitude, legitimately.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And,
Such a
and this is a moment to say that every single person who spoke to us, it took an act of bravery to go public with that, right? And to share that. That story of defection is really difficult, and who they left behind. But I appreciate, Carol, I appreciate your curiosity, and I'm sure he appreciates that you've thought about what happened to his family.
At this moment, can you please help me thank So-Hyun Lee for joining us on stage? Thank you so much. And can you please help me welcome our very next guest? This is Michael Barnhart, a.k.a. Barney, to stage, our cybersecurity expert.
You had the eloquent one on now, and now you get the redneck. So I'm going to take it down a notch.
Thanks for joining us. So you work for a cybersecurity firm, Mandiant, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it accurate to characterize you as a hacker hunter?
I'm the ringleader of the hacker hunters. Got to step back 3 years. So went and joined Mandiant about 3 years ago, and on day one we had set out. We were just going to take this one particular North Korean unit to task, and we got so much success out of it that we wanted to chase that feeling, and we kept going after the other ones.
So what does that actually look like in a day-to-day? I mean, are you sitting in front of, a half dozen computer monitors, all of them streaming code like Matrix style?
Kind of. Kind of. My pants are vibrating with my phone. We're getting new collect right now. The stuff it goes 24/7, and and it's all kind of a chess game too. The adversary is very difficult. If it was easy, everyone would be doing it. We really adopted that Juki mindset from North Korea, where you're going to keep everything in house, everything. Juche. Oh, see, look, there's a redneck again. I've only seen it written. It's all about autonomy and keeping everything and doing everything yourself. And so we again adapt to the adversary, and we wanted to. We have our own linguist in house. We report in house. We collect. We model everything in house. We have our malware analysts. Targeters, trackers, people that have been in the business for decades. Because I'm not a North Korea guy by trade, so they had to catch me up on a lot of this stuff, along with this wonderful podcast that I am a big fan of as well.
Is there a signature or like a tell in the way that like a North Korean hacker, like the kind of code that would come out of North Korea? Is it like architecture or an accent with language where you could spot just by looking at the code, like, yo, that's North Korean made?
To a degree, everyone has their tells. They have their fingerprints. You have a certain type of malware. This group will use it. Again, this is a paranoid communist regime, so you might not see anyone else using it. But as things evolve, China has really taken the playbook is, hey, start sharing your malware and you can be better together. So you start seeing them kind of share things, but there's always a tell on that. We make sure we fingerprint them, we target them, and we have our blueprints. And whenever someone crosses our path that hits a certain amount of tripwires, I'm like, okay, this is most likely them. But for North Korea, they're a little bit easier with their targets.
Maybe a question for both Barney and Jeff, but how is it possible that in some lights, North Korea is this like cyber warfare powerhouse when there is so little digital infrastructure in North Korea? I mean, I think in the podcast it even mentioned like ideally only approximately like 300 people would have access to the internet if the regime had its druthers. So how is that happening?
They're outside the country, a lot of them are, and then they'll have to make sure to get that information back into the country by a set of proxies or however which way they want to do it. But China and Russia, you used to have them like kind of along the borders, and some of the indictments kind of like exposed some of the places they were at in the hacker hotel. But that's still kind of going on, and you have to assume this too.
What's the just briefly, in case we're unfamiliar, what is the hacker hotel?
Well, this was the place. So as Barney's talked about, North Korea will often sort of forward deploy was the phrase Barney used. Send its hackers overseas. And obviously they've got to be based somewhere. And from what we know of it, a lot of the hackers, a lot of people generally who are sent from North Korea overseas are under the guidance of somebody who oversees them very, very carefully. They don't want these people running away, defecting, for example. So one useful way you can do this is you put them in a hostel or a dorm, or you hire a place. And so with stories we've heard are sort of 20 or so young male hackers, all pushed in together in this one place, sleeping on kind of bunk beds, doing all of the hackers. And the hacker hotel was one specific place in China which is basically a North Korean run hotel, and a lot of these cyber attacks got traced back to this one hotel.
The farther out from the capital, the less useful you are or important you are. Stuff hits the fan. You're on the North Korean border with China. I'm going to pull you back very quickly. And so you want to kind of keep them relatively close. But it is kind of funny, too, in how we've tracked some of these guys. And again, we work with several partners. And it's funny, you want to be good enough to be a cyber operator that can do good job, but you don't want to be so good that you're stuck inside North Korea. So they actually they like to tone down how good they are, because they would rather stay overseas instead of being handheld in the capital, because even then you get a little more freedom, as you guys in the podcast have talked about.
So can you tell that they like being overseas?
Much more than inside North Korea.
Okay, now we're going to turn our mic over to a 13-year-old caller who recorded a question. This is from Sam in Manchester.
In your podcast, you spoke about governments referring to viruses as weapons. So my question is, could cyber attacks be considered acts of war? And if so, could they spark international conflict where real people can be hurt? Also, how far away are we from a point where wars are fought online through viruses rather than in the real world? And how dangerous to ordinary people could that be?
Wow.
Good question, Sam.
2 for 2 unloaded.
Sam's got a job coming at Mandiant, I think. Yeah. It's a really interesting question. Yeah, so Sam, thanks for that question. Really well put. To answer the first part of your question, the extent to which cyber war is war, yes, it absolutely is. Certainly in the US, the zones of conflict now include air, land, sea, space, and cyber. So an attack in cyberspace on the US is an attack in the same way an attack on, the US soil would be. So that's already, that's already established. However, cyber's an interesting one, because if you put troops on the ground in the US, well, you're sparking a war at that stage. If you infect some government computers in the US and you do a bit of gentle spying, well, that's not quite putting boots on the ground, is it? The US wouldn't go and kind of bomb you for that. So the problem with cyberspace is it kind of straddles traditional espionage, which goes on all the time, we just kind of accept, but it also starts to move into kind of warfare. And there are some things that governments and countries do that are cyber attacks but have really serious consequences. We covered the WannaCry attack, you'll know in episode 10 of the podcast series 1. Now, the WannaCry cyber attack, again attributed to North Korea, went around the world, had some significant consequences, and affected significantly the NHS, the National Health Service in the UK. Emergency departments were closed in the UK. Ambulances were diverted. Now, there is no hard figure on whether people died actually as a result of that, but urgent cancer cases were rescheduled, and those people suffered for longer than they needed to have done. So, Sam, to answer your question, will this have real effects? Does cyber have real effects